You were originally a rich second generation worth billions, but you were raised in poverty by your parents for 18 years. All your classmates laughed at you for being poor. Even your girlfriend of 8 years cheated on you, and turned around and fell into the arms of the rich guy. Just when you were feeling disheartened, and arrived at the rooftop ready to jump off, your mom suddenly told you that our family is actually the richest in the country. Your grandpa is the #1 on the Forbes list. In the beginning, your mom abandoned the richest grandpa for love and eloped with your dad. The reason she didn't tell you was because she was afraid you would become too proud. But just then, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at your doorstep. An elderly man with graying temples got out of the car, and he is your grandpa, Liu Zhizong, the wealthiest man in the Southwest. One of the top billionaires in China, with assets worth tens of trillions. He looked at you kindly. After all the suffering you've endured, dear grandson, instruct the staff to transfer 10 million to you as pocket money. You will also be in charge of the largest company in Xinjiang City. All the money earned by the company will be yours. You just focus on studying and be a hands-off chairman. After hearing this, you were instantly dumbfounded. All of this came too suddenly, if you remember correctly. The industries under the Qianxin Group in Xinjiang City are worth hundreds of billions. To be honest, over the years, because my family was poor, you don't know how much discrimination and grievances I've suffered. Even my girlfriend Feifei, because you had no money and no background, after relying on Brother Yi to get ahead, she kicked you out directly. Even at the entrance of the Qianxin building, you were publicly humiliated. After this incident, you deeply understand the importance of money. Most importantly, the Feifei who just broke up with you is working as a receptionist in the Qianxin Group's branch. Wu Xiao is also from the branch. And you are about to become the chairman of this company. Thinking about this, I can't help but feel a bit excited. I wonder how Feifei and Wu Xiao will react when they find out that you are the new chairman of their company. What expressions will they have? Later, Grandpa explained some more things, and before leaving, he said that after you graduate, he will hand over the entire Qianxin Group to you to inherit. The next morning at 8 o'clock. At this time, there are more than 100 employees standing outside the Qianxin building. At the very front are General Manager Wu Dayong and Deputy General Manager Lu Bo, and in the second row are 5 department managers. That Wu Xiao who stole your girlfriend is among them. All the company's employees are lined up on both sides of the road. They have received the news. The new chairman will take office at the company today. Therefore, all the company's leaders and employees are paying great attention. But you are sitting in the car, not in a hurry to show up. At this time, you hear someone discussing, not knowing what kind of person this new chairman is. He was suddenly parachuted in as our chairman. No need to mention, definitely a formidable person. It's said that this person is also Chairman Liu Zhizhong's relative. What? Chairman Liu's relative? All the employees were shocked. Liu Zhizhong is the boss of the entire Qianxin Group, a person who came from the wealthiest family in the 3 southwestern provinces. Definitely not an ordinary person. The status is absolutely impressive. At this moment, you arrogantly stepped down from the car. How did he come? Feifei saw you and immediately raised her eyebrows. Master Wu in front recognized you. Stop right there, kid. I have important matters today, no time to play with you. Get lost quickly. Wu scolded you. You then narrowed your eyes and sneered. I assure you, the harsher you scold, the worse it will be later. You are Liu Zhizhong's grandson. This layer of identity has given you full confidence. What do you mean by worse? Kid, you are too funny. Take a look at your pathetic self. A waste who can't even keep your girlfriend. Wu burst into laughter. At this moment, Feifei also ran over. Lin Yun, aren't you here to beg me to get back together with you? I'm telling you clearly, I will never get back together with you, you waste. You coldly smiled. To be honest with you, I'm here to take office. The new chairman wants me to leave. You're not qualified enough. You pointed at several people, every word sharp and severe. But in their eyes, you are just a clown. The employees present couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're dressed like a cripple, and you look like just a college student. Nowhere close to being a chairman. The next moment, Wu Xiao called over a dozen security guards, ready to beat you up. Over 10 security guards immediately rushed towards you. Just then, a Rolls-Royce slowly approached. It was the same car you saw outside your house yesterday. Here he comes, this must be the new chairman. The employees exclaimed. General Manager Wu Dayong also exclaimed loudly, everyone, get ready to welcome the new chairman. Wu took all the senior executives and ran towards the Rolls-Royce. Lin Chen, aren't you pretending to be the new chairman? Now that he's really here, let's see how you continue to play this out. Feifei sneered at you. You just smiled and said nothing. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out of the car. You immediately recognized him. He was Zhang, the secretary who works with your grandfather. Why did you come alone? The new chairman, General Manager Wu Daong, smiled broadly. Zhang, with a puzzled look, the new chairman should have arrived by now, didn't you see him? Has he arrived? No, I didn't see him. Wu Daong looked confused. Zhang looked around and finally fixed his gaze on you not far away. Then, Zhang quickly approached with a smile. He quickly bowed to you and said, "Young master, I'm really sorry. I got stuck in traffic and arrived late." Everyone present was stunned after seeing this scene, especially his ex-girlfriend and Wu Xiao. They were both stunned in place. What's going on? Secretary Zhang actually bowed to you and called you young master. At this moment, Secretary Zhang turned her head and with a stern face said, "General Manager Wu, this is the new chairman. What are you all still dazed for? Hurry up and pay your respects. He is indeed the new chairman." General Manager Wu Dayan's face instantly turned pale. All the employees present were stunned. Wu Xiao widened his eyes, hardly able to believe his ears. Fei Fei had the most unpleasant expression, finding it hard to believe. He's just a poor boy. I know his family background very well. He definitely can't be the new chairman. Fei Fei's tone was sharp. General Manager Wu Dayong also said, "Secretary Zhang, are you mistaken? His appearance doesn't look like that of a chairman." The next moment, Secretary Zhang looked at the man and said, "Blinded by your dog eyes. The young master Ling Yun in front of you is the chairman's grandson." As soon as this was said, it was like a heavy bomb that hit everyone hard. Director Lu's own grandson? What does this mean? Wu Xiao sat on the ground, his face pale. He couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be after he stole Director Lu's grandson's girlfriend. At this moment, General Manager Wu Daong hurriedly ran to your side. With a flattering expression, "Chairman Lin, I didn't recognize you earlier. Please don't blame me, Chairman Lin." Wu Daong knows that Secretary Zhang is a prominent figure by Chairman Lu's side. Secretary Zhang would never lie about being the chairman's grandson. You directly slapped him, then turned to look at the other staff. The more than 100 staff present all kept their heads down, afraid to make eye contact. When you claimed to be the new chairman before, they all mocked you, so they are naturally terrified. You should know that not only are you the new chairman, but also Chairman Lu's grandson. Feeling the awe of the people towards you, you couldn't help but reflect on it. Has anyone ever revered you before? Definitely not. After scanning the room, you finally fix your gaze on Wu Xiao. Seeing you approach, Wu Xiao feels a pang of fear, and cold sweat breaks out on his back. He knows you've come to settle the score with him. After you approach Wu Xiao, he unexpectedly kneels before you, begging for mercy of his own accord. "Master Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have pursued your girlfriend. I apologize to you. I'll return Ma Fei Fei to you. Please spare me." Relying solely on the astonishing identity of being Lu Zhizhong's grandson, Wu Xiao can't come up with any other thoughts besides begging for mercy. Looking at Wu Xiao pleading before him, he couldn't help but reflect on how good it is to have money and power. Wu Xiao wants to be a second-generation rich kid. Yesterday, he was arrogant and domineering in front of you, but today he's kneeling and begging for mercy. This is something you never dared to dream of before. "Give her back to me. Sorry, I don't need this kind of cheap woman. Do you think I would spare you?" With that, he kicked Wu Xiao directly, and after being kicked down, Wu Xiao, realizing your identity, could only suppress his resentment. "Chairman, my son doesn't know any better. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him." Wu Daong stepped forward to speak for his son. A son's behavior reflects the upbringing by the father. Do you still have the face to plead for him? Your son's arrogance and unruliness have a lot to do with your indulgence. Then, you loudly declared in my capacity as the new chairman. From today, both you and your son are dismissed from Qianxing Group, never to be employed again. Upon hearing this, Wu Daong's face turned livid. He worked hard for many years to reach the position of general manager. Now, if he is dismissed, all his years of effort would go down the drain. Wu Daong wanted to argue, but thinking of your identity, he could only swallow his words. Wu Xiao looked even more desperate. He relied entirely on his father to thrive in his daily life. If his dad is also dismissed, he would lose his rich second-generation status. Wu Xiao felt like he fell from heaven to hell in an instant. The security guards lifted the Wu father and son and threw them out with a wave of their hand. The dozen or so security guards nearby looked at each other, hesitating a bit. After all, Wu Daong had always been the number one figure in the branch. You frowned. Why don't you understand my words? Or do you think I lack authority? Enough! The security guards stood firm, knowing they had your backing. Even if they had to fight the Wu father and son, they wouldn't be afraid. Realizing this, over 10 security guards stepped forward and took Wu Daong and Wu Xiao away. "Let go of me. You stinky security guards dare to lay a hand on me. Do you want to die?" A security guard sneered, "You and your dad have already been fired." Still at this table, the onlookers were secretly delighted to see this scene. Usually, Wu Xiao bullies others in the company with his status. They all detest Wu Xiao, but dare not speak out. Now that the Wu father and son have fallen, they are naturally happy. Meanwhile, Fei Fei standing on the side turned pale. She was with Wu Xiao solely for his money and status. Now Wu Xiao has fallen, and her ex-boyfriend Lin Yu has suddenly become the chairman. She regretted it deeply. "Lin Yu, I was deceived by Wu Xiao's sweet talk. Please, give me another chance. Give me another chance, please." Yu had a blank expression. "Sorry, you're out of your league." He pushed Fei Fei aside and turned to look at the 100-plus employees present. "As a welcome gift, I will personally give each of you 10,000 renminbi." "What? A 10,000 renminbi welcome gift? Hail the chairman! Hail the chairman!" After the initial shock, the employees became excited and cheered. What better benefit is there than direct cash? The new chairman is so generous. He gave out so much money as soon as he met them, and the employees are excitedly discussing him. Who doesn't like a chairman who hands out money at the drop of a hat? You look at the enthusiastic crowd, nodding in satisfaction. The company has long been on the right track. All aspects are quite mature, so there's nothing for you to worry about. After spending the morning in the company, you left. Later, you arrived at the school. Just entered the dormitory. A chubby guy came up to you. This chubby guy is named Huang Sun, your only friend. "I had a few things to do in the morning." You shrugged. "Then why don't you take a day off too? Zheng Tufu said he wants to teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, you narrowed your eyes, a hint of coldness in them. Your impression of him was already very poor. Firstly, because he's naturally fierce, that's why he's nicknamed Tufu. And the other, more important reason is, you once caught Zheng Tufu threatening a girl to take advantage of her. How can such scum be fit to be a teacher? Ling Yun, go apologize to Zhang Jiufu. Maybe you can salvage the situation. If he really causes trouble for you, it will be very uncomfortable, the chubby guy said. "Don't worry, I will go find him, but not to beg him." A cold smile appeared at the corner of your mouth. If it were in the past, encountering such a situation might have led you to apologize to Butcher Zhang. But now, as the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, you would go there a moment later. You arrived at the door of Butcher Zhang's office, and walked straight in. At this time, Butcher Zhang was watching a movie in his office. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed, he quickly closed the page and turned to look. When he saw that it was you, he was suddenly surprised. "Don't you know to knock before entering the office? Do you have no manners? And you actually came over this morning. Do you know the consequences?" Butcher Zhang's face darkened as he scolded. "I came here for this matter," you said as you walked up to Butcher Zhang. "Do you want to beg for my forgiveness? It's simple." Butcher Zhang rubbed his hands, only indicating the need for money. And you, on the other hand, crossed your legs and sat on the nearby chair, saying, "I'm not here to beg you. I'm here to give you a chance. If you are sensible, this morning's incident can be forgotten. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will pay a painful price." "What makes me pay a heavy price? Just based on a poor guy like you? It's really a joke." Butcher Zhang couldn't help but laugh. "Let me make it clear. You annoyed me today, so you must compensate me with 5,000 yuan, otherwise, I'll make you regret it." In Butcher Zhang's eyes, a poor guy like you with no money or power, as long as there is a little threat, you will compromise and beg for mercy. 1 yen, your face darkened. You, this kind of scum, really don't deserve to be human. Besides, you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. After saying that, he got up and walked out. He went straight to the leader's office. As soon as he entered, old Zhou, sitting in the office, looked up at you and said, "Young man, do you have something to discuss?" "Old Zhou, I want to donate some money to your unit." "We appreciate your intention to donate, but we don't lack tens or hundreds of dollars. You should keep it for yourself." You smiled and said, "I want to donate not just tens or hundreds of dollars, but 10 million. "What? 10 million? Old Zhou looked at you in astonishment. "Are you joking with me? You want to donate 10 million? Old Zhou looked at your attire. You didn't seem like someone who could produce 10 million. "Give me the account number, and you will understand if it's real or fake." After thinking for a while, old Zhou finally gave the account number to Lin Chen. After a while, old Zhou received a call from the finance department. The leader just received a mysterious transfer of 10 million into the account, and old Zhou was suddenly taken aback. He didn't expect it to be a real 10 million. This is definitely the largest donation the unit has received since its establishment. The largest donation received. Old Zhou quickly smiled and approached Lin Chen, saying warmly, "Young man, please sit. May I ask for your name?" Which family's young master is this? The principal is well aware that anyone who can casually donate 10 million must come from an extraordinary family background. The principal has to treat this top-notch young master like a god. But my 10 million donation is not without purpose. I have 2 requests. Please go ahead, the principal eagerly nodded. First, dismiss the teacher Zhang Dawei. Second, I must pass all my subjects, even if I skip class as I please. No problem, the principal didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Dismissing a teacher is an easy task. After all, there are plenty of teachers. I won't disturb you any longer, principal. I hope the dismissal will be carried out soon. After saying this, he turned and left. The principal, unable to calm down, watched his departing figure for a long time. Shaoli, quickly check his file. Let's see which family's young master he really is. Being able to easily produce 10 million, his family background must be profound. I'll take care of it right away, the secretary promptly responded. After arriving in the classroom, the chubby boy sitting at the same table asked Zhang Butcher, "Did he agree to forgive you?" "He didn't agree, because I didn't apologize to him. He's the one who should apologize. Are you out of your mind?" "Don't worry, he offended me, so Lin Chen will only end up being dismissed." At this moment, sitting in the back, Zhang Hu sneered and said, "Lin Chen, you just said that if Zheng Tufu offends you, he will be expelled. You're really good at talking nonsense. It's really hilarious." Zhang Hu's voice is very loud. The students in the classroom heard this very clearly. "Yes, I did say that just now. Any problem? If Zheng Tufu offends me, he should be expelled. Even Jesus can't save you," he said calmly. Including Zhang Hu, the whole class burst into laughter. Lin Chen usually looks quite honest. How come he's boasting like this now? He thinks he's a rich and powerful second generation, but he's just a poor guy. What ability does he have to get Zheng Tufu expelled? At this moment, the bell for class rang, and Zheng Tufu slowly walked into the classroom. Suddenly, Zhang Hu stood up and said, "Teacher Zhang, just now Lin Chen was making a big fuss in the classroom. He said that if you offend him, you will be expelled from the school." After saying this, Zhang Hu laughed and prepared to watch the show. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tufu's face immediately darkened, and he fiercely slammed the textbook on the table. With a stern face, he reprimanded Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, how dare you openly slander the teacher? I will make sure the school takes disciplinary action against you. You dare to openly defame the teacher. I will definitely make sure the school takes disciplinary action against you." "Oh, Lin Chen is in for it now." Zhang Hu, who was watching the show, sneered. The classmates in the class also shook their heads secretly. It's very unwise for an ordinary poor student to offend a teacher. The chubby guy beside you is anxiously nudging you with his elbow. You'd better get up and apologize, or it's really over. And you did stand up, then under the gaze of everyone, smiled and said, "Butcher Zhang. What Zhang Hu said is all true. I did say that." As soon as you said that, the whole classroom was in an uproar. He actually admitted it, actually called out the nickname Butcher Zhang. He's practically asking for trouble. Does he still want to graduate? In the eyes of all the classmates, you're simply crazy. No classmate has ever dared to call out that nickname in front of Butcher Zhang. Butcher Zhang on the platform had an uncontrollable glint in his eyes. "Lin Chen, I'll leave it at that. If you can graduate smoothly, I'll write my name backward." Just then, a headmaster with 2 security guards appeared at the classroom door. "Director Wu, why have you come?" Butcher Zhang said when he saw the headmaster. He quickly greeted with a smile. "Zheng Dawei, you have been expelled from the school. The principal wants you to get out of the school immediately." "What? I've been expelled?" Butcher Zhang's face changed drastically. "Director Wu, are you kidding me? How could I suddenly be expelled? Do I look like I'm joking with you?" The headmaster waved his hand directly. Under the astonished gaze of all the classmates, Butcher Zhang was escorted out of the classroom by 2 security guards. Director Wu said a few words and then left the classroom. At this moment, the entire classroom fell into a strange silence. Many classmates couldn't help but look at Ling Yun. They remembered that Lin Chen had said before that Zhang Butcher had offended him, so Zhang Butcher would be expelled from school. At that time, they thought it was a big joke, even mocking Lin Chen for bragging. And now, Zhang Butcher was actually expelled from school? Lin Chen's words actually came true. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Zhang Butcher was suddenly expelled, really because of Lin Chen? Brother Hu, this kid Lin Chen actually hit the mark. Zhang Butcher was expelled. Could it really be because of Lin Chen? A skinny guy next to Zhang Hu exclaimed. "How is that possible? He's just a poor kid. He must have heard about Zhang Butcher being expelled from somewhere, just to show off. He said Zhang Butcher was expelled because of him." Zhang Hu said. Yes, that must be it." Several people next to Zhang Hu nodded repeatedly. It's because he knew in advance that Zhang Butcher would be expelled, that's why he dared to challenge Zhang Butcher just now. Otherwise, with his poor kid status, even with 100 guts, he wouldn't dare challenge the teacher. Zhang Hu said coldly. Brother whose analysis makes sense. Several people next to Zhang Hu nodded in agreement. When the classmates in the class heard Zhang Hu's words, they also felt some truth in them. In Lin Chen's place, a chubby guy couldn't help but say, Lin Chen, you're really lucky. Fortunately Zhang Butcher was suddenly expelled, otherwise you would be in big trouble if you challenged him like that. Lin Chen smiled. Zhang Butcher being expelled was his doing. It wasn't just luck. At the school gate, Zhang Butcher was thrown out of the school gate by 2 security guards. Director Wu, what is this all about? Even if you expel me, you should give me a reason. Zhang Butcher, who fell to the ground, looked unwilling. The principal asked me to tell you, you offended the wrong person. Director Wu said calmly. Who? Who is it? Zhang Butcher asked eagerly. Director Wu uttered 2 words, Lin Chen. What? Lin Chen. Zhang Butcher seemed to be struck by lightning, his whole body went numb. On the other side, inside the classroom, with Zhang Butcher suddenly expelled, everyone could only self-study in the classroom. Many people took out their phones to play. Hey, someone on the school forum said that a sophomore from our school donated 10 million. 10 million? Is it true? Of course it's true, there's a notice on the school's official website. If you don't believe it, go check it out. The school forum and various school groups are going crazy. Suddenly, the news of a student donating 10 million to the school spread into the classroom, and the whole class started discussing it. Wow, that's 10 million. Which dude donated it? Which class is he from? Yeah. Which rich kid from which class? Everyone was very interested in who this sudden rich young man was. You know, anyone who can casually donate 10 million must be very, very rich, and must have a lot of money at home to dare to do so. Even Zhang Hu was amazed. Although his family was wealthy, his pocket money was limited, let alone 10 million, he couldn't even come up with 1 million to donate. Zhang Hu knew in his heart that this kind of rich young man was definitely much more impressive than him. Some female classmates in the class even started to get excited. As long as they knew who this rich young man was, they would definitely try to get close to him. Once they did, it would be like turning into a phoenix on a branch. It's a pity, the notice didn't specify the specific class name, it just said that the student donated anonymously. That's right. Students in the forum and various groups are all inquiring, all eager to know who this rich young man is, but unfortunately no one knows this mysterious rich young man. The classmates in the class kept discussing. Hearing everyone discussing about him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that by donating money, it would become known throughout the whole school so quickly. Fortunately, before Lin Chen left the principal's office, he reminded the principal not to reveal the names of his classmates, which would save a lot of trouble. After hearing everyone's comments, Zhang Hu couldn't help but say, damn, what is this guy thinking? Choosing to remain anonymous? Donating so much money just to show off? How can you show off by donating anonymously? If it were me, I would make sure the school clearly states the class and names. The classmates in the class were unaware that the wealthy young man they were curious about was actually sitting in the same classroom with them. The chubby boy next to Lin Chen chuckled. This wealthy young man is too generous, casually donating 10 million. It must be fun to be friends with such a wealthy person, hee. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. Aren't we already friends? By the way, chubby, this is the $1,000 I borrowed from you before. Lin Chen took out $100 bills. Lin Chen, you can use it first. I don't need this money for now. The chubby boy pushed the money back, knowing that Lin Chen's family was poor and in need of money. The chubby boy's father ran a small business, not very wealthy but better off than Lin Chen's family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was touched. In the past, when his family was poor, no one wanted to associate with him, but the chubby boy was willing to, and had even lent Lin Chen money several times to help him in times of need. Chubby, thank you, but I really have money now, so don't worry about me. Lin Chen handed the $1,000 to the chubby boy. Lin Chen had originally planned to repay the chubby boy tenfold, but considering the chubby boy's character, he knew the boy wouldn't accept more, so he decided to help him in other ways in the future. Alright, if you need money, just let me know. The chubby boy didn't refuse further. Hey, Lin Chen, you've struck it rich, huh? You can just pull out $1,000 at once. Did you sell something over the weekend? Zhang Hu laughed loudly. Lin Chen frowned immediately. Zhang Hu, watch your mouth. You dare talk back to me. Are you looking to die? Zhang Hu slammed the table, looking very displeased and ready to hit Lin Chen. In Zhang Hu's eyes, Lin Chen was an easy target to manipulate, and if he dared to resist, it would be seeking death. Zhang Hu, if you dare touch me today, I guarantee you, I will make sure you regret it. Lin Chen stared at Zhang Hu with narrowed eyes. Zhang Hu's previous actions had already angered Lin Chen, and now he was provoking him again. The former Lin Chen indeed didn't dare to offend Zhang Hu, but now, as the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, would he fear someone like Zhang Hu? If Zhang Hu really provoked Lin Chen, the consequences would be something Zhang Hu couldn't bear. Make me regret it? Just you? Ha, I want to see how, after I hit you, a poor nobody like you, will make me regret it. Zhang Hu rolled up his sleeves directly. The chubby boy quickly stood in front of Lin Chen, forced a smile, and said to Zhang Hu, "Brother Hu, Lin Chen is just talking nonsense today because he's not feeling well. Let me apologize on his behalf. Please calm down, Brother Hu. Apologize my ass, get lost. Otherwise, I'll hit you too." Annoyed, Zhang Hu pushed the chubby boy away. "Stop." Just then, a sweet voice rang out. Lin Chen looked over and saw that it was the class monitor, Wang Shui. Wang Shui was beautiful, with fair skin, long black hair, standing about 165 meters tall, and had a great figure. She was wearing a floral dress, giving off a charming and delicate vibe. She was the class flower and considered a beauty in the whole school. "Zhang Hu, this is a classroom, and it's class time. If you dare to cause trouble, I will definitely report you to the counselor," Wang Shui said. Wang Shui's intervention surprised Lin Chen. He had no relationship with Wang Shui, and they had never even spoken privately. Yet, she was essentially helping him. "Wang, the beauty, you're actually helping this kid? You need to understand, his family is as poor as can be. There's nothing worth helping him for," Zhang Hu said irritably. Wang Shui bit her red lips. "It's because his family is not well off. As the class monitor, I can't let you bully him even more." "Is that so? Then I'll just bully him even more," Zhang Hu said arrogantly. With that, Zhang Hu threw a punch at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, be careful," the chubby boy shouted in panic. Wang Shui, upon seeing this scene, also looked worried. With all the classmates watching, Lin Chen dodged Zhang Hu's fist, then grabbed a pen from the table and fiercely stabbed Zhang Hu's shoulder. "Ah!" Accompanied by a sharp scream, the pen pierced directly into Zhang Hu's shoulder, causing blood to gush out. This scene shocked the classmates. So ruthless. This kid is really ruthless. He actually dared to hurt Zhang Hu. Doesn't he know about Zhang Hu's family background? Is he trying to get himself killed? The previous Lin Chen was seen as a pushover by his classmates, so no one expected him to be so ruthless. Even Zhang Hu himself didn't expect Lin Chen to fight back. "Zhang Hu, you think you're tough? Today, I will deal with you." Lin Chen's tone was icy. "Damn it, get him. Get rid of this kid." Angry Zhang Hu roared at the people behind him. Lin Chen grabbed another pen and shouted, "Who dares to come at me? Come if you're not afraid to die." The lackeys behind Zhang Hu swallowed nervously, showing signs of fear. Lin Chen's previous ruthless action completely intimidated them. The soft are afraid of the tough, and the tough are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Despite Zhang Hu's lackeys usually being tough, in this situation, they were hesitant. After all, they were just students. "Brother Hu, you're bleeding a lot. Your health is important. Maybe we should take you to get medical treatment first," one of them said. Yes. These lackeys nodded in agreement, then went to support Zhang Hu, not wanting to confront Lin Chen. Seeing the blood on his shoulder and feeling the intense pain, Zhang Hu could only nod. "Lin Chen, how dare you hurt me? I'm telling you, you're finished. Just wait for me," Zhang Hu shouted in anger. After his threat, Zhang Hu was supported by his lackeys as they ran out of the classroom. Zhang Hu was filled with rage, determined to seek revenge on Lin Chen after receiving medical treatment to ease his anger. "Good, I'll be waiting." Lin Chen watched Zhang Hu leave with a cold smile. At this moment, the classmates in the classroom looked at Lin Chen with admiration and pity. Lin Chen's actions made them feel relieved, as most of them couldn't stand Zhang Hu's behavior in class, but they dared not speak up. However, they were aware that hurting a rich second generation like Zhang Hu would have serious consequences that Lin Chen, a poor kid, might not be able to handle. "Lin Chen, you just stabbed Zhang Hu with a pen, taking away his arrogance. It's so satisfying," the chubby boy said excitedly. Then, his tone turned worried, "But Zhang Hu, being a rich second generation, is not someone we can afford to provoke. You heard him just now, he will definitely seek revenge. What should we do?" "Revenge? I'll be waiting." Lin Chen grinned. In the past, perhaps Lin Chen couldn't provoke Zhang Hu, not because he was weak, but because he was mature. A man should be courageous but also mature, understanding the responsibilities he carries. But now, Lin Chen was a top third-generation rich kid, showing his courage without worrying about anything else. Even if he killed Zhang Hu, it wouldn't be a problem. The chubby boy sighed deeply. Things had escalated to this point. What else could they do? On the other side, in the principal's office. "Principal, this is Lin Chen's file." The secretary handed a document to the principal. The principal quickly took the file and examined it carefully. Single-parent family? Financially poor family? After the principal finished reviewing the files, he was surprised. According to the records, Lin Chen's family was poor and had applied for a scholarship in the past 2 years. How could someone who could easily donate $10 million be from a poor family? Principal, perhaps this information is fake. With his skills, it would be simple for him to create a fake file. He probably wanted to keep a low profile, which is why he chose to donate anonymously, the secretary said. The principal nodded. That makes sense. I have a feeling that his identity is not simple. Regardless, we must handle this cautiously and not offend him. That night, at the Starlight Bar, Lin Chen sat at the bar counter. Miss, I need information on a student from Qingyang University, sophomore Zhang Hu. Lin Chen handed some money to the beautiful woman behind the bar. The woman had wine-red long wavy hair that exuded a seductive charm with her thick eyelashes, captivating eyes, and bright lips. She seemed to constantly allure men, playing with their nerves. Lin Chen had gathered information about the Qingyang branch of Huading Group through this woman the day before. Hey handsome, it's you again. Have a drink first, I'll get you the information soon. The woman smiled as she took the money. Lin Chen drank and waited. In his heart, he knew he had offended Zhang Hu today, and with Zhang Hu's personality, he would surely seek revenge. Therefore, Lin Chen wanted to gather specific information about Zhang Hu's family first, knowing his enemy would help him deal with Zhang Hu better. About 10 minutes later, the information was delivered to Lin Chen. Zhang Hu, a student at Qingyang University, was arrogant and a typical second-generation rich kid. His father, Zhang Guoming, was the owner of Qingyang Hongda Building Materials Company, with assets close to $1 billion, and was one of the main building material suppliers for Huading Group's Qingyang branch. Interesting, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw the information. Lin Chen never expected that Zhang Hu's family company was one of his own company's suppliers. Miss, let me ask you a question. If Huading Group cuts ties with Zhang Hu's family, what would happen to their company? Lin Chen asked the woman. It would be disastrous. Zhang Hu's family company relies heavily on Huading Group, the woman replied. Is that so? Lin Chen's smile grew wider, and he had an idea. Young man, everyone here calls me Sister Hong. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Hong too, the woman said with a charming smile. Sure, Sister Hong. Lin Chen smiled politely. May I know your name? Sister Hong asked with a smile. Lin Chen, dressed in cheap clothes, gave the impression of a poor boy, but when he gathered information, he was generous, making Sister Hong feel that this man was not ordinary. Lin Chen finished his drink and said, Lin Chen. Sister Hong searched her memory but couldn't recall anyone by that name in Qingyang City. How much is this drink? Lin Chen asked as he put down his glass. This one's on the house, courtesy of Sister Hong, she said with a smile. Thank you. After saying that, Lin Chen got up to leave. He didn't like bars like this. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wang Shui. Lin Chen noticed that the girl singing on the bar counter was none other than the class monitor, Wang Shui. Seeing Wang Shui reminded Lin Chen of what happened in the classroom that afternoon. When Zhang Hu threatened to hit Lin Chen, Wang Shui had intervened. Why is she singing here? Lin Chen was very surprised. In Lin Chen's impression, Wang Shui was a quiet girl, but she excelled in her studies and was a good girl. Seeing her singing in a bar completely changed Lin Chen's perception of her. If it weren't for the identical appearance and voice, Lin Chen would have doubted himself. She sings well. Lin Chen only knew that Wang Shui was good at studying, had a pleasant voice, and didn't expect her singing to be so good as well. Lin Chen, who was originally planning to leave, saw Wang Shui and turned back to the bar, walking into the crowd below the stage. At this moment, many young people in the audience were screaming at Wang Shui on stage, some even using vulgar language. Of course, most of them were just venting and didn't dare to cause trouble, as the place was protected by people from the underworld, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to misbehave there. After a song ended, Lin Chen blocked Wang Shui at the bottom of the stage. Wang Shui had put on makeup today, and up close, Lin Chen found her even more beautiful than usual. Wang Shui, it's really a coincidence to meet you here, Lin Chen said with a smile. When Wang Shui saw Lin Chen, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Friend, are you mistaking me for someone else? My name is not Wang Shui. Wang Shui avoided eye contact, her eyes showing fear. Wang Shui had deliberately chosen a bar slightly far from the school to avoid meeting classmates, but she didn't expect to encounter one here. Wang Shui, it may be a coincidence that we look alike, sound alike, and even have the same mole on our collarbones. I don't think that's just a coincidence, Lin Chen said with a smile. Wang Shui was stunned, unsure how to respond. Wang Shui, this afternoon in the classroom, you spoke up for me. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. As a token of gratitude, let me buy you a drink, Lin Chen said. Lin Chen was prepared to chat with Wang Shui about why she was singing in a place like this. His intuition told him that Wang Shui was not a bad girl, perhaps she had her reasons. Lin Chen, there's no need for a drink, I don't drink. If you really want to thank me, please don't tell anyone about me singing here, can you? Wang Shui asked with a pleading tone. Don't worry, I'm not one to gossip. I just really want to know why you're singing here. I don't think you're a bad girl, Lin Chen said. Wang Shui lowered her head and whispered, I need money. If you need money, you could find a part-time job. Why come here? You should know what kind of place this is. It's not safe for a pretty girl like you here, Lin Chen said. It's okay, there are people here to protect me. Most people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Thank you for your concern, Wang Shui said, lifting her head. At that moment, a man in a suit approached. Manager Zhou. Wang Shui quickly greeted the man in the suit. It seemed that this man was the manager of the bar. The man in the suit glanced at Lin Chen, then turned to Wang Shui and ordered, Xiao Shui, what are you still doing here? Go touch up your makeup and get ready for the next performance. Wang Shui nodded and followed the manager inside. Wait. Lin Chen stopped the manager and said, she's not singing anymore. The manager frowned. Kid, who the hell are you? You say she's not singing, so she's not singing? Who do you think you are? Manager, he's my classmate, please don't get angry. Wang Shui quickly intervened. Your classmate? Xiao Shui, is he your boyfriend? Is that why you don't want to sing here? The manager said, looking Lin Chen up and down. Then, the manager sneered at Lin Chen, you look like a poor kid. Let me tell you, get lost. Poor kid? Heh, Lin Chen smirked. Then, he took out a wad of money and slammed it on the manager, letting it scatter on the ground. Is this enough to make her stop singing tonight? Lin Chen's voice was loud. The manager was taken aback by the amount of money Lin Chen had taken out. Then, Lin Chen pulled out another handful of money, slammed it on the manager, and shouted, now, is it enough? The manager swallowed hard. This money was worth tens of thousands, right? Just casually throwing it around like this? He had never encountered such a customer before. Lin Chen took out some money and smashed it on the manager's face, sternly asking, is it enough? Enough. Enough. The manager quickly nodded. The manager was not a fool. The person who could casually take out money to hit someone must not be an ordinary person. Definitely from an extraordinary background, someone he couldn't afford to offend. Besides, there was still so much money on the ground for him. Since it's enough, then pick up the money and get lost. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he directly pulled Wang Shui out. After leaving the bar, Wang Shui was still a bit confused. Lin Chen, how? How do you have so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? In Wang Shui's impression, Lin Chen came from a poor family, even applied for a scholarship last semester. How could he suddenly have so much money? If I told you I am the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, would you believe me? Lin Chen said with a smile. Lu Zhizhong from Huading Group? No way. Wang Shui seemed incredulous. It's normal if you don't believe me. I can't even believe it myself. Just think of it as me winning the lottery. Lin Chen shrugged. Then, Lin Chen took out 20,000 yuan and handed it to Wang Shui. Take the money, and don't come to these places to sing in the future. No, no, we are just classmates, how can I take your money, especially this much? Wang Shui quickly waved her hands. There's nothing wrong with it. You are a good girl and shouldn't be tainted by this, especially for money. With that, Lin Chen directly handed the money to Wang Shui. Don't worry, I won't tell our classmates about tonight. I'll leave now. Lin Chen smiled at Wang Shui. After speaking, Lin Chen turned and left. Lin Chen. Wang Shui looked at Lin Chen's departing figure, then at the 20,000 yuan in her hand, her gaze complicated. After leaving the bar, Lin Chen prepared to hitch a ride back. At the same time, Lin Chen was thinking that now that he had so much money, he must buy a car. Most boys have dreams of owning a car, especially a luxury car. The former Lin Chen used to envy the luxury cars passing by on the road. However, at that time, Lin Chen didn't dare to dream of buying a car. But now, as the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, buying a car, or even a plane, is not a problem. Boom! Just then, a black commercial van suddenly stopped in front of Lin Chen. The door opened, and 4 burly men in black rushed out. Kid, get in! Without hesitation, the 4 men pushed Lin Chen into the car. The black van quickly drove away from the scene. Inside the black van. Who are you people? Looking at the 4 men in black in front of him, Lin Chen had a sense of foreboding. Kid, you don't need to know who we are. You just need to know that we will take you to a place where no one is around, and then turn you into a vegetable, the bald man said. After hearing this, Lin Chen's face changed. Although Lin Chen was now a top 3rd generation rich, he didn't know martial arts. Are you sent by the Wu family or Jian Hu? Lin Chen frowned and asked. He could only think of these two enemies. Shut up! The bald man glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Whoever it is, I will pay you double what they offer. Go catch the mastermind for me. I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? We in this line of work also have professional ethics, understand? The bald man glared at Lin Chen again. 5 times. I'll give you 5 times the money. Lin Chen held out 5 fingers. 5 times? The other 3 men in black, upon hearing the price of 5 times, were immediately tempted. The bald man was also moved. Lin Chen spoke again. How about this, 10 times, and I don't need you to catch the mastermind, just tell me who ordered you. 10 times. He's offering 10 times. And we don't even have to do anything. The other 3 men in black couldn't sit still anymore. The bald man couldn't help but ask, can you really offer 10 times the price? The boss gave us a reward of 1 million, so 10 times would be 10 million. 10 million? No problem. Lin Chen nodded. Deal. The bald man immediately agreed. Under the lure of a large sum of money, so-called professional ethics were completely disregarded. Lin Chen transferred 5 million to them on the spot. The bald man, upon receiving the bank notification, naturally couldn't stop smiling. Now, can you tell me who ordered you to do this? Lin Chen asked. It was Wu Daon. The bald man directly revealed the name. Wu Daon. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a coldness flashing in them. After transferring the remaining 5 million to the bald man, they kept their promise and let Lin Chen out of the car. As the black business car drove away, Lin Chen's eyes filled with killing intent. Originally, Lin Chen had no intention of causing trouble for the Wu family after firing them, but they actually tried to hire someone to harm Lin Chen, which he could not tolerate. Next, Lin Chen took out his phone and called the new general manager, Lu Bo. Lu Bo, I'm on Tianlin Road now. Come pick me up in your car, I need to discuss something with you. Half an hour later, a Mercedes stopped in front of Lin Chen, and Lu Bo got out of the car. Chairman, why are you in such a desolate place so late? Lu Bo asked in surprise. Get in the car and I'll tell you, Lin Chen said, getting into the car directly. Once inside, Lin Chen recounted the recent events to Lu Bo. This Wu Daong is really audacious. Lu Bo gritted his teeth in anger after hearing Lin Chen's words. By the way, Chairman, the Wu family has embezzled a lot over the years, and I have collected evidence in the company. If we report it, sentencing them to more than 10 years is not a problem. With a bit of manipulation, we can even get them sentenced to over 20 years. Is that so? Then let them repent in prison. I leave this matter to you, Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. Originally, Lin Chen had thought of getting rid of the Wu family, but then he decided that letting them spend the rest of their lives regretting in jail was also a good option. Chairman, rest assured, I will handle it properly. Lu Bo vowed earnestly. By the way, Lu Bo, Hongda Building Materials Company is one of our material suppliers, right? Lin Chen asked. Hongda Building Materials Company was the company owned by Lin Chen's classmate Zhang Hu. Yes, Lu Bo nodded. If we cut ties with them, will it have a big impact on our company? Lin Chen asked. It won't have much impact. We can switch to another building materials company. Many are eager to supply materials to us. Hongda Building Materials only cooperated with us by bribing the Wu family in the first place, Lu Bo explained. Alright, I understand, Lin Chen nodded. By the way, Chairman, news of your new position in the company has spread, and many business partners want to meet you, including the Hongda Building Materials Company you mentioned earlier, Lu Bo said. After a pause, Lu Bo continued, so, I'm planning to host a small cocktail party to gather these company owners together. You can attend and meet them. How do you feel about that, Chairman? That's fine, you arrange it, Lin Chen nodded. Subsequently, Lu Bo drove Lin Chen back to the school, and the cocktail party was scheduled for this Saturday. Zhengzhou. Inside the Lu family mansion. Lone Wolf, are you sure my grandson is safe now? Mr. Lu Zhizhong asked over the phone. Sir, I'm sure. I've been following behind Master Lin Chen's car, and the young master has been safely returned to the school, a hoarse voice came through the phone. Very good. Do you know what means my grandson used to escape from the bandits? Mr. Lu Zhizhong inquired. Sir, I'm not aware of that, came the response over the phone. After a pause, the man on the phone asked, Sir, should I go and take care of the Wu family father and son for the young master? No need, let my grandson handle it himself. It's also a kind of training for him. Gu Lang, you continue to protect his safety in secret, said Lu Zhizhong. After hanging up the phone, Sir, young Master Lin Chen is quite capable. He actually managed to solve this trouble on his own. I thought Gu Lang would have to take action, Secretary Zhang said with a smile. Yes, I also thought he couldn't handle it, but he managed to resolve this crisis on his own. Very impressive. Old Master Lu stroked his beard lightly, a satisfied smile on his face. I really want to know what methods the young master used to resolve this crisis, Secretary Zhang curiously asked. I also want to know. Next time, I will definitely ask him. Old Master Lu chuckled. The next morning, inside the Wu family villa, Wu Xiao and Fei Fei sat in the living room. Wu Xiao, will we really see that bastard Lin Chen in trouble today? Fei Fei asked. Don't worry, this time he's definitely finished. Wu Xiao smiled, confident in his and his father's plan. At this moment, Wu Daong walked down from upstairs. Why is there still no news? The bald guy's phone is also unreachable. Wu Daong appeared somewhat anxious. According to their plan, the bald man they hired should have taken care of Lin Chen last night, but there was still no news. And Wu Daong found out that the bald man's phone was actually turned off. When Wu Xiao heard that the phone was unreachable, he also became worried. Dad, could it be something happened? Wu Xiao expressed his concern. It shouldn't be, our plan is foolproof. Maybe the bald guy's phone ran out of battery. Let's wait a bit, Wu Daong said. Bang! 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 Just then, a knocking sound was heard. It must be the bald guy coming back with a report. I'll go open the door. Wu Xiao hurried to open the door. Wu Daong quickly followed. When the door opened, they were surprised to see Lu Bo standing there. Lu Bo, why is it you? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao were both astonished. Gentlemen, Chairman Lin Chen asked me to deliver a message to you. He's doing well now, and your little tricks to deal with him are far from enough, Lu Bo said with a smile. What? What are you saying? He's fine? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao were wide-eyed in disbelief. They couldn't imagine how Lin Chen had escaped from their supposedly foolproof plan. That's right, he's fine, but you've angered him, so you're in big trouble, Lu Bo said coldly. Boom! Suddenly, 7 or 8 police officers rushed in from both sides, restraining the Wu family father and son and Fei Fei. What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao both shouted in anger. Fei Fei inside the house was even more frightened, her face turning pale. Wu Daong, how much have you and your son embezzled from the company over the years? Don't you have any idea? I already have the evidence. It's time to arrest you. With such a large amount, it's enough for you to spend half your life behind bars, Lu Bo said with a cold smile. What? Wu Daong was shocked once again, well aware of how much money he had embezzled from the company. Originally, Chairman Lin only intended to dismiss you, without further consequences. But you don't know how to appreciate kindness and even tried to harm the chairman. You're digging your own grave, Lu Bo said sternly. Dad, what do we do? What do we do? I don't want to go inside. I don't want to. Wu Xiao, handcuffed, was terrified. Slap. How dare you say that? If you hadn't stolen Lin Chen's girlfriend, would it have come to this? Wu Daong slapped Wu Xiao hard across the face. Take them away. The leading police officer waved his hand, and the Wu family father and son were taken away from the villa. Fei Fei, standing in the villa, watched as the Wu family father and son were taken away, completely stunned in place. For Fei Fei, if Wu Xiao goes to jail, she will lose everything completely. At this moment, Fei Fei deeply regrets in her heart. She regrets breaking up with Lin Chen to be with Wu Xiao. If she hadn't broken up with Lin Chen, she would have been the chairman's wife now. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. On the other hand, Lin Chen didn't go to class in the morning, but went straight to the Car 4S store to buy a car. As a boy, although Lin Chen used to be very poor, he still has some understanding of cars. As for what car to buy, Lin Chen already has an idea in mind. Lamborghini 4S store entrance. This is it. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Lin Chen once saw a Lamborghini supercar on the road, and its stylish appearance immediately attracted Lin Chen, so much so that he still remembers it vividly. Lin Chen can be sure that it is the most beautiful car he has ever seen. At that time, Lin Chen fantasized about how great it would be if he could own that car. But Lin Chen knew that as a poor boy like himself, he could never afford it in his lifetime. And now, as the grandson of the richest man in the Southwest, Lin Chen definitely has enough funds to make his dream come true. So when he was ready to buy a car, Lin Chen's first thought was to buy a Lamborghini, to fulfill the dream he once had. Next, Lin Chen walked straight into the store. This kind of luxury car 4S store usually has very few customers, and the store is also very quiet, with few other customers, as very few people can afford a Lamborghini. Wait! Just as he arrived at the entrance, a male salesperson standing at the door stopped Lin Chen. Oh, you are Lin Chen? The male salesperson recognized Lin Chen at a glance. Who are you? Lin Chen found this male salesperson familiar. I'm Chong Gang, your elementary school classmate, don't you remember? The male salesperson said with a smile. When Lin Chen heard his name, he suddenly remembered. Chong Gang, you seem to be doing well. Lin Chen said with a smile. Not bad. Chong Gang deliberately straightened his chest. Chonggang saw Lin Chen wearing cheap clothes, and immediately concluded that Lin Chen must be doing very poorly now, at least much worse than him. So when he was in front of Lin Chen, he naturally felt proud and had a sense of face. Next, Chonggang looked at Lin Chen and said with a smile, "By the way, Lin Chen, what are you doing here? You're not here to apply for a job, are you? We sell luxury cars here, we may not hire employees with low taste." Although Chonggang had a smile on his face, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. "You're probably mistaken, I'm here to buy a car," Lin Chen said casually. "What did you say? You're here to buy a car?" Chonggang's voice became sharp with surprise. The next moment, Chonggang and several other salespeople beside him couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Those who come here to buy cars are either rich or noble. How could a kid dressed in cheap clothes like this be able to afford a Lamborghini? "Lin Chen, this is a Lamborghini 4S store, we sell luxury cars here, not bicycles." Chonggang chuckled. Lin Chen frowned. "I know this is a Lamborghini 4S store, and I am indeed here to buy a car. What's the problem? Not welcoming me?" Lin Chen could feel that Chonggang looked down on him. "Of course we welcome you, it's just, are you sure you can afford the cars here?" Chonggang had a disdainful smile on his face. The surrounding salespeople also chimed in. "Kid, do you know that the cars here are all over $1 million? Exactly, with your appearance, do you think you can afford a Lamborghini? What a joke." They would rather believe in ghosts than believe that a kid dressed in cheap clothes could afford a Lamborghini. A bunch of narrow-minded people. Lin Chen hated people who discriminated against the poor the most. "Kid, what did you say?" A few salespeople nearby were displeased when they heard Lin Chen's words. In front of those wealthy people, they were all acting submissive, but they were not afraid of a young man wearing street stall clothes. "Brothers, this is my elementary school classmate. Let me take care of him," Chonggang gestured to the salespeople. "Chonggang, this kid obviously can't afford a Lamborghini. Are you sure you want to waste time entertaining him?" The salespeople all looked skeptical. Chonggang smiled and leaned in close to the salespeople, whispering, "He's trying to act like a big shot, right? I'll make sure he can't keep up the act. Let's see how he handles it later." According to Chonggang's guess, Lin Chen was probably there to apply for a sales position. He only pretended to be there to buy a car after seeing his old classmate Chonggang. So Chonggang's plan was to go along with it. "You said you're here to buy a car, right? Then I'll show you some cars. Let's see if you can actually afford it. I'll make sure you can't keep up the act." When Lin Chen couldn't keep up the act, Chonggang planned to mock and ridicule him. Next, Chonggang smiled at Lin Chen and asked, "Lin Chen, what car do you want to see?" "A Lamborghini Aventador," Lin Chen replied without hesitation. "Aventador?" Everyone was surprised, then they covered their mouths and chuckled again. The Aventador is Lamborghini's flagship supercar, with a base price of 7 to 8 million. Anyone who can afford this car in Xingyang City is definitely a top-tier rich second generation. After smiling, Chonggang said, "Alright, I'll show you the car." After that, Chonggang led Lin Chen to the showroom, and the other salespeople followed, ready to witness Lin Chen's embarrassment. Under Chongdong's guidance, Lin Chen arrived in front of an orange Lamborghini Aventador. The appearance and color were so eye-catching. "Still looks amazing." Lin Chen stared at the Aventador, nodding in satisfaction. The supercar he had once dreamed of was now right in front of him, within reach. "How much is this car exactly?" Lin Chen asked Chonggang. "Base price is 7.55 million, Chonggang replied, crossing his arms, ready to see Lin Chen's reaction. Chonggang could imagine that Lin Chen would be shocked by this price. 7.55 million? Not bad, not expensive, Lin Chen said casually, as if the money was nothing to him. Not bad? Not expensive? Ha ha, the salespeople nearby couldn't help but chuckle again. Chonggang also sneered, "Lin Chen, do you even realize how big of a number 7.55 million is?" "Of course I do, it's just a small amount," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "What? Small amount? Ha ha." The salespeople watching the scene, along with Chonggang, couldn't help but burst into laughter. How could a young man wearing street stall clothes say that 7 to 8 million was a small amount? They felt it was a huge joke. Chonggang couldn't hold back any longer. "Lin Chen, you're really good at pretending, aren't you? You think it's a small amount, right? Fine, if you're so capable, show me the money. If you can come up with that much money, I, Chonggang, will eat a ton of shit." Chonggang thought to himself, "Let's see how you keep up the act now. Yeah, show us the money if you're so capable." Other salespeople chimed in. How could Lin Chen not know what Chonggang was thinking? "Can you pay with a card here?" Lin Chen took out his bank card from his pocket. "This is a bank's diamond card." When Lin Chen pulled out the card, the salespeople present couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They recognized the card in Lin Chen's hand. It was a bank's diamond card, the highest level VIP card issued by the bank. You needed to have at least tens of millions in the account to get this card. In the past, wealthy customers who came to buy cars used this kind of card. When Chonggang saw the card, he was stunned. He felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him numb from head to toe. Being able to hold this card is enough to show that Lin Chen is definitely not a poor guy, but a wealthy man. 7. 55 million. Swipe the card. I won't bargain, I don't need that. Lin Chen handed the card to Chonggang. You. Chonggang widened his eyes, looking at Lin Chen as if he was looking at a monster. He never dreamed that Lin Chen could produce a diamond card. What are you standing there for? Take the card. Lin Chen frowned. Yes. Chonggang quickly reached out his trembling hands and took the heavy diamond card, his face looking a bit pale. At this moment, he dared not show any disrespect to Lin Chen. Next, Chonggang held the bank card and hurriedly ran to the manager's office. Lin Chen then turned his gaze to the other salespeople nearby. These salespeople were all pale with fear, lowering their heads and not daring to meet Lin Chen's eyes, as they had mocked Lin Chen before. They couldn't imagine how they could bear it if a person who could hold a bank diamond card came to settle scores with them. 1 minute later, a middle-aged man with a big belly hurried out. Mr. Lin, hello, I am the manager of this store, warmly welcome you to our store. The middle-aged man smiled. Warm welcome? So far, no one has offered me a seat, no one has poured me a glass of water. Since I entered the store, your salespeople have been mocking me. Is this your idea of a warm welcome? Lin Chen shook his head with a cold smile. After hearing this, the manager's face immediately darkened. What are you guys doing? How dare you neglect the distinguished guest? Quickly apologize to the guest. The manager sternly scolded the salespeople. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. The salespeople quickly apologized to Lin Chen. The manager continued to scold them. All of you will have your bonuses deducted this year. What are you still doing here? Go quickly and pour coffee for the guest. Yes. After nodding, the salespeople quickly turned and ran off. At this time, Chonggang returned with the bank card, but his face looked ugly and uneasy. Chonggang, is the card swiped? Lin Chen looked at Chonggang casually. Swiped. 7. 55 million, the card was successfully swiped. Chonggang lowered his head and handed the bank card back to Lin Chen with both hands. At this moment, Chonggang's heart was still in turmoil. He never imagined that his once unremarkable old classmate Lin Chen had actually become a rich man. Although he couldn't believe how Lin Chen did it, it was an undeniable fact. Of course, he was more nervous, fearful, and scared in his heart. Lin Chen took the card and said, Chonggang, if I remember correctly, you just said something here. If I could come up with 55 million to buy a car, you would eat a ton of shit, right? Chonggang's facial muscles twitched suddenly. He thought to himself, could Lin Chen really make him fulfill his promise? Lin Chen, I was just kidding. Chonggang forced out an awkward smile. Is that so? What about your intentional or unintentional mockery of me before, even wanting to see me embarrassed? What was that about? You won't tell me that was just a joke too, right? I'm not a fool. Lin Chen sneered. After hearing this, Chonggang's face changed drastically in fear. He knew that if Lin Chen could afford a Lamborghini, it meant he had made it big, something he couldn't afford to mess with. Moreover, Lin Chen bought a Lamborghini here. As a member of this store, with just a word from Lin Chen, he could be fired. Lin Chen, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Please spare me for the sake of our past classmates. Chonggang begged in fear. Sorry, we weren't close when we were classmates, so don't try to be friendly with me now. Lin Chen sneered. Then, Lin Chen looked at the manager. Manager, I don't want to see this person in front of me. No problem. The manager smiled and nodded repeatedly. Next, the manager turned around and sternly scolded Chonggang. Chonggang, I announce that you are fired. Get out of here immediately. Fired? When Chonggang heard these two words, his heart sank into an abyss. Chonggang had finally found a decent job, and now it was gone? At this moment, Chonggang finally regretted it. He thought, if he hadn't chosen to mock and ridicule Lin Chen from the beginning, but had treated Lin Chen warmly, would it have come to this? The manager directly called the security guard nearby and kicked Chonggang out of the store. I have already paid the money, can I drive the car away now? Lin Chen said to the manager. Mr. Lin, there are still some procedures to be completed for the car. We will take care of it here. After it's done, you can drive away, it will take about a day, the manager said with a smile. Okay, after you're done, just send it to me directly. I'll leave first, Lin Chen said lightly. No problem. I'll send Mr. Lin. The manager followed Lin Chen with a smile, respectfully seeing him off. After leaving the 4S store, Lin Chen went straight back to school. In the classroom, Zhang, who did not come to class today, most likely still in the hospital. In addition, the donation from the mysterious wealthy student continued to ferment in the school. Everyone in the school knew about it, but no one knew who this mysterious wealthy student was. When Lin Chen went to class, he found 20,000 yuan and a note on his desk. Lin Chen opened the note. Lin Chen, thank you for your kindness. I can't accept this money without doing anything. Although the note was not signed, Lin Chen knew it was left by the monitor Wang Shui, and the money was the one he gave her last night. This girl even refuses the money delivered to her door? Interesting. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Then, Lin Chen looked up at Wang Shui sitting in the front row, who was reading a book. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She was so different from his ex-girlfriend. In that instant, Lin Chen suddenly realized that he seemed to be somewhat interested in Wang Shui. At this moment, the chubby student sitting next to Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. Lin Chen, why are you staring at monitor Wang Shui all the time? Do you like her? You should know, you have a girlfriend. Feifei and I broke up. Just the day before yesterday, Lin Chen replied. What? You broke up? Why? The chubby student looked surprised. She thought I was too poor. Lin Chen shrugged. Damn, no wonder you've been acting strange these days, turns out you're heartbroken. The chubby student suddenly realized. So, Lin Chen, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. The chubby student patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Thinking that Lin Chen was heartbroken, he must not be in a good mood, so he had to accompany Lin Chen for a few drinks. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. At 8 o'clock in the evening, outside the taste bar. As soon as Lin Chen entered the bar, deafening music filled his ears. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't really like this kind of environment. It was the peak business hours for the bar, so it was crowded inside. After entering the bar, Lin Chen, over here. The chubby student waved to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, then quickly walked over to where the chubby student was. As soon as Lin Chen sat down, the chubby student leaned over to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, Lin Chen, since you're heartbroken, let me introduce you to a beautiful girl. Turn the page of the old calendar. Only then did Lin Chen understand that the chubby student invited him to the bar to drink, fearing that he wouldn't get over the shadow of heartbreak, so he introduced him to someone. After hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The chubby student's concern was definitely unnecessary, but of course, Lin Chen was still somewhat touched. Besides the chubby student, there were two young women at the table, both dressed very attractively. One of the young women, the girlfriend of the chubby guy, is named Zhou Mei. As for the other girl, Lin Chen has never seen her before. Her name is Guo Xiao, the person the chubby guy wants to introduce to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, go say hello to the girl. The chubby guy nudged Lin Chen with his elbow. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen reached out his hand proactively. Although Lin Chen was not interested in the girl in front of him, he still had to give face to the chubby guy, right? Guo Xiao glanced at Lin Chen and, upon seeing his attire, pursed her lips, a hint of disappointment flashing across her pretty face. I'm Guo Xiao replied casually, without choosing to shake hands with Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head wryly and withdrew his hand. He could naturally tell that Guo Xiao looked down on him, so she didn't even shake hands with him. At this moment, the chubby guy's girlfriend Zhou Mei spoke up. Chubby, you said you wanted to introduce a boyfriend to Xiao. Who did you think it was? It's Lin Chen here. Why don't you introduce Lin Chen's family background to Xiao? Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. Zhou Mei knew that Lin Chen came from a poor family, yet she brought it up deliberately, clearly trying to mock Lin Chen for being a poor boy. Lin Chen had never liked Zhou Mei. He had warned the chubby guy before not to be with Zhou Mei. Unfortunately, the chubby guy was blinded by love and didn't listen to Lin Chen. I'm just a kid from a poor family. We're so poor that there's nothing good to introduce, Lin Chen said as he sipped his drink. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the chubby guy quickly tried to smooth things over. Although my brother Lin Chen comes from a not-so-well-off family, he has always been a good student. When he graduates, he will definitely find a good job. His future will definitely not be bad. Guo Xiao sneered. Just an ordinary second-tier university, what good job can he find? Even if he struggles for a lifetime, he can't compare to the rich second generation with just one finger. Zhou Mei chimed in. Exactly, there's a mysterious rich student in our school recently, who casually donated 10 million to the school. With a family like Lin Chen's, even if he works hard his whole life, he can't compare. Of course, I can't compare to that mysterious rich person, Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Chen had wanted to say that he was the one who donated, but he thought better of it. He knew they wouldn't believe him and would mock him for bragging, so he kept quiet. You have a bit of self-awareness. Do you know anything about our Xiao's family? Let me tell you, her family owns a company. Are you worthy of Xiao, Lin Chen? Zhou Mei said arrogantly. Sorry, it's her who's not worthy of me, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Lin Chen, as the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, truly looked down on a mere company owner's daughter. What? You're saying Xiao Xiao is not worthy of you, a country bumpkin? How dare you say such a thing? Do you have any shame? Zhou Mei seemed to hear the most shameless words of her life. Wu Xiaoxiao's face also showed displeasure. How could a country bumpkin dare to say she's not worthy? This made her very unhappy. Wu Xiaoxiao took out an invitation. Kid, do you know what this invitation is? It's an invitation to the banquet of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch. A country bumpkin like you probably won't ever attend such a high-end banquet in your life. Wu Xiaoxiao said arrogantly. Wow, the Huading Group's banquet, so envious. Zhou Mei looked envious. The reputation of the Huading Group in the three southwestern provinces is well known. Even an invitation from the Qingyang branch was considered very prestigious in their eyes. In the eyes of Zhou Mei and her friends, the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group was something to look up to. After hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a playful smile. Lin Chen is the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, but he didn't expect Guo Xiaoxiao to show off an invitation to him. Guo Xiaoxiao, are you going to this party on Saturday? Maybe we'll see each other there, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Chen is the host of this party, so if Guo Xiaoxiao attends, it's inevitable that they will meet. However, Lin Chen wonders what expression Guo Xiaoxiao will have when she finds out he is the new chairman of the Qingyang branch. Meet you? How is that possible? Are you even qualified to go in? Guo Xiaoxiao sneered. Well, you never know, maybe if he's working as a cleaner at the hotel by then, he might be qualified to enter, Zhou Mei joked. Alright, let's stop talking and go dance in the dance floor, the chubby guy suggested to lighten the mood. I'll partner with Zhou Mei, Lin Chen, Guo Xiaoxiao, you two can dance together. Guo Xiaoxiao coldly refused, not even looking at Lin Chen. After saying that, she walked alone to the dance floor. The chubby guy felt embarrassed by the situation and apologized to Lin Chen. Lin Chen reassured him and they ended up drinking together instead of dancing. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received a call from the Lamborghini 4S store. Due to the noise in the bar, Lin Chen went to the restroom to answer the call. The 4S store confirmed that all procedures were completed and asked where Lin Chen wanted the car delivered and when. Lin Chen decided to have the car delivered directly to the bar entrance so he could drive it later. About half an hour later, Guo Xiaoxiao returned from the dance floor and suggested leaving as she found the party boring. Outside the bar, a brand new orange Lamborghini was parked at the entrance, the same one Lin Chen saw at the 4S store in the morning. The flashy supercar attracted attention, with many young men and women discussing and taking photos. Some even waited in hopes of meeting the owner. The Lamborghini had a reputation as a nightlife killer, and it was rare to see such luxury cars in the southern city of Qingyang. Guo Xiaoxiao and Zhou Mei were amazed by the car, expressing their admiration. Lin Chen then revealed that the car belonged to him, surprising everyone. After all, Pingzi was very clear about Lin Chen's family situation. Zhou Mei also sneered and said, "Humph, with your appearance, driving a Lamborghini? I could believe it if you said you rode a shared bike. A kid wearing street stall clothes dares to boast about driving a Lamborghini, really shameless. I feel embarrassed standing next to you." Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head in disappointment. If Guo Xiaoxiao had known earlier that the person she introduced him to was like this, she definitely wouldn't have come today. "Sorry, I'm not joking or bragging, this car really is mine," Lin Chen said casually. At this moment, the door of the Lamborghini suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the driver's seat. Lin Chen immediately recognized this middle-aged man as the manager of the Lamborghini 4S store. Seeing this, Zhou Mei quickly said, "Look, this is the owner." "Lin Chen, you were bragging, right? Now the owner has appeared, your bragging is exposed. What else do you have to say now?" "No. He is manager Zhou of the Lamborghini 4S store, I've seen him before," Guo Xiaoxiao said. "The manager of the Lamborghini 4S store? Why is he here? And driving a Lamborghini?" Zhou Mei looked puzzled. Just then, Pingzi suddenly stared ahead and said, "Hey, that person seems to be coming towards us." Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao quickly looked up and indeed saw the manager of the Lamborghini 4S store walking towards them. Under everyone's gaze, the manager, with a smile on his face, came in front of Lin Chen and his friends. The next moment, "Mr. Lin, I have brought your car, here are the car keys." The manager bowed, presenting the keys to Lin Chen respectfully. Gasp! Pingzi, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao were stunned in place when they saw this scene. They never dreamed that the manager would hand the keys to Lin Chen. Does that mean Lin Chen is really the owner of this car? "Manager Zhou, thank you for your hard work for bringing me the car so late." Lin Chen calmly took the car keys. "Mr. Lin, you are too polite, as long as you need it, even at 2 in the morning, I am ready at any time," Manager Zhou said with a flattering smile. "Mr. Lin, the car has been delivered, I will take my leave now. If you have any questions about using the car, feel free to call me. Manager Joe still had a smile on his face. After Manager Joe left, Lin Chen turned to Pingzi, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao. Now, do you believe this car is mine? Lin smiled. After hearing this, the three of them suddenly snapped out of their daze. Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao gulped hard, unable to believe it, but the fact was right in front of them, they had to believe it. Thinking that Lin Chen actually owned such an expensive supercar, their hearts were filled with shock and awe. Who wouldn't have assets worth billions to own such a supercar? At this moment, Guo Xiaoxiao quickly showed a warm smile. Lin Chen, I was acting out of line before, so I apologize. How about we go back to the bar and have some fun? I will make it up to you, Guo Xiaoxiao said as she approached Lin Chen. Seeing Guo Xiaoxiao's sudden 180-degree change in attitude towards him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. This woman was really materialistic. Lin Chen knew very well that Guo Xiaoxiao's attitude change was because of money. As long as I'm willing, there are plenty of beautiful women with better quality than you waiting to date me. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy? Lin Chen pushed Guo Xiaoxiao away. Sure enough, at this moment, several nightclub beauties with heavy makeup had already approached Lin Chen. Hey handsome, can we be friends? I'll give you my contact info. Hey handsome, buy me a drink. Hey handsome, I don't have plans tonight, how about we make plans? These few heavily made-up beauties who took the initiative to strike up a conversation kept rubbing against Lin Chen, actively throwing themselves at him. Most of them were not inferior in looks to Guo Xiaoxiao. Those who were not as good-looking were too embarrassed to approach Lin Chen on their own. Lin Chen raised his head and said lightly, Guo Xiaoxiao, do you see? I don't lack women, let alone trash like you. When Guo Xiaoxiao heard Lin Chen call her trash, her face turned bright red in an instant. If it were anyone else who dared to say that to her, she would definitely have exploded. But she didn't dare to confront Lin Chen because just by looking at the car he drove, it was clear that Lin Chen came from a wealthier background than her. Lin Chen directly took out a wad of cash and threw it to these women who were throwing themselves at him. Take the money and leave, I have no interest in you either. These women were quite dirty, who knows how many people had played with them, and Lin Chen indeed had no interest in them. Thank you handsome. Thank you handsome. These women took the money, quickly thanked him with a smile, and then left. They were not discouraged, after all, it was normal for others to look down on them as vulgar and common, compared to the wealthy young man driving a supercar. Next, Lin Chen's gaze fell on Zhou Mei beside him. When they were at the bar before, Zhou Mei had not spared Lin Chen from her sarcasm. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, Zhou Mei trembled, then quickly forced a smile and said, Lin Chen, it was all a misunderstanding before. I misunderstood, I apologize to you. Please don't hold it against me, considering my boyfriend's sake. For the sake of the fatty, I won't hold it against you this time, remember, there won't be a next time. Lin Chen said coldly. Zhou Mei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Of course, Zhou Mei regretted it. She understood that if she had been more enthusiastic towards Lin Chen before, she might have been able to climb up with him. At this moment, Lin Chen's gaze fell on the fatty. Lin Chen, you. The fatty was still in shock and hadn't come to his senses. Based on the fatty's understanding of Lin Chen, wasn't Lin Chen's family quite poor? How could Lin Chen own a Lamborghini? He still didn't know what was going on. Fatty, get in the car, I'll take you back to school and explain on the way. Lin Chen patted the fatty's shoulder. Darling, you go ahead. We can take a ride back ourselves. Zhou Mei quickly pushed the fatty. Zhou Mei thought that Lin Chen must have made it big, and she naturally hoped that Lin Chen would have a good relationship with the fatty, so that she might benefit from it. The fatty nodded and then eagerly followed Lin Chen, getting into the Lamborghini. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the Lamborghini left in a cloud of envy from onlookers. Inside the car, driving a Lamborghini is so exhilarating, the power, the sound. Lin Chen exclaimed with a smile. The fatty had a Jetta at home, and sometimes he would sneak out to drive it, and sometimes let Lin Chen have a go, as Lin Chen's driving skills were taught by the fatty. Of course. This is a Lamborghini Aventador, this is a V12 engine, I never dreamed that I would be able to sit in this car in my lifetime. The fatty was excited. Then, the fatty turned to Lin Chen and couldn't help but ask, Lin Chen, can you tell me now? What's going on? How can you afford a Lamborghini? The fatty still felt like he was dreaming. Fatty, do you know Lu Zhizhong? Lin Chen smiled. Lu Zhizhong? The richest man in the southwest. He's so rich, who doesn't know the name Lu Zhizhong? The fatty said. I am his grandson. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What? You're Lu Zhizhong's grandson? The fatty widened his eyes in shock, his voice becoming sharp due to the astonishment in his heart. Lin Chen, are you kidding me? You're Lu Zhizhong's grandson? The fatty's tone remained sharp. The fat man couldn't blame him for not believing. It was just too unbelievable, like if a friend suddenly told you that he was the son of a horse cloud, you definitely wouldn't believe it. Lin Chen smiled and said, I only found out a few days ago, and at first I didn't dare to believe it either, but the fact is that, otherwise, do you think I could afford a Lamborghini? The fat man nodded. Just based on this Lamborghini, even if it was unbelievable, the fat man believed it. Also, do you know why Zhang Butcher was expelled? Lin Chen said while driving. Why? The fat man looked curious. Because I donated 10 million to the school, and then had the principal expel him. It's that simple. Lin Chen said. Damn, the mysterious rich kid who donated 10 million, is actually you? The fat man's eyes widened in shock. I finally understand. I was wondering why you weren't afraid of Zhang Butcher that day. I thought you were abnormal from a breakup. Turns out you had absolute confidence to get the school to expel Zhang Butcher. The fat man slapped his thigh. The fat man continued excitedly, and, Zhang Hu, you challenged Zhang Hu, even injured him. I never understood, but now I finally get it. Because you are the grandson of the richest man, just based on that, your background is 10,000 times stronger than his. Since knowing this identity, all the fat man's misunderstandings had been resolved. That's right, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It's just too awesome. Ha ha. The fat man was so excited he didn't know what to say, he just kept saying awesome. Fat man, we used to have no status in school, there were plenty of people who dared to bully us, but from today on, if anyone dares to bully us even a little bit, you just give them a big slap. If there's any trouble, I'll handle it. Lin Chen said confidently. Directly give them a big slap? No matter who it is? Lin Chen, are you really that bold? The fat man widened his eyes. That's right. That's how bold I am. Lin Chen grinned. Hee, no problem. The fat man was excited at the thought that he would no longer be afraid of being bullied at school. Fat man, want to try the Lamborghini? Let's have some fun. Lin Chen parked the car on the side of the road and let the fat man drive. Really? That's great. The fat man nodded excitedly, then quickly opened the car door to switch seats. Who wouldn't want to drive a Lamborghini for fun? When they arrived at the school gate, it was already past 11 at night. The school gate was closed, so the car couldn't get in. After the fat man got out of the car, Lin Chen drove to a nearby parking lot to park. On the other side, inside a taxi, the fat man's girlfriend Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao were sitting in the car. No, I don't think this kid can be rich. As far as I know, his family is very poor. He even worked a summer job during the summer vacation. If his family is really rich, would he go work a summer job? Zhou Mei felt more and more uneasy. Yeah, ordinary rich people who would dress like him in cheap clothes, without looking like a rich person at all. But just based on that Lamborghini, we have to believe he's rich. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head. Maybe he rented that Lamborghini just to show off to us. Zhou Mei suddenly realized. Guo Xiaoxiao immediately understood when she heard the word rental car. Bastard! Daring to deceive us. Next time I see him, I will definitely settle the score with him. Guo Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in anger. The next day. 2 days ago, Zhang Hu was stabbed with a pen by Lin Chen in the classroom and had been in the hospital for treatment. Today, he finally got discharged. At the school gate. Brother Hu, you're finally back. Zhang Hu's several followers were already waiting at the school gate. Zhang Hu's face, however, was extremely gloomy. Damn it, the first thing I'll do when I return to school today is to seek revenge on Lin Chen. Zhang Hu's gaze was cold. Thinking about how Lin Chen had stabbed him with a pen, he was filled with anger. It happened in the classroom, which made him feel like he had lost all face. Brother Hu, how do you plan to deal with that kid? Should we get someone to beat him up? Skinny follower asked curiously. Beat him? Humph, just beating him up won't satisfy my anger. I want to get him expelled from school. I want to ruin his future. Zhang Hu said fiercely. Expelled? How can we get him expelled? Skinny follower asked. The director of the school's disciplinary office is a friend of my dad's. It's easy to get the school to expel a poor kid like him. Zhang Hu squinted his eyes. School disciplinary office. Uncle Li, Zhang Hu entered the office. Sitting on the office chair was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He was the Uncle Li that Zhang Hu mentioned, also the director of the school's disciplinary office. Zhang Hu nephew, why do you have time to come to Uncle Li's office today? How have you been at school recently? Director Li had a smile on his face. Uncle Li, I've been having a hard time these days, Zhang Hu said as he pulled down his collar, revealing the bandaged wound. Zhang Hu nephew, what's going on? Director Li was surprised. I was stabbed by a kid in our class with a pen, and it happened in the classroom in front of everyone. Uncle Li, you have to help me, you must get this kid expelled. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth. What? This kind of thing happened too. Zhang Hu nephew, don't worry, I promise to help you. What's the name of this person? Director Li responded immediately. His name is Lin Chen. Zhang Hu said. Zhang Hu nephew, go back and wait for the news. I will expel this kid for you by the end of today. Director Li said confidently. Thank you, Uncle Li. Zhang Hu showed an excited smile. In the classroom. After entering the classroom, Zhang Hu went straight to Lin Chen. Zhang Hu, you just came back to the classroom and you're already looking for me. What? Not satisfied with your hospital stay? Lin Chen said without looking up from his book. Lin Chen, you. Zhang Hu's face turned green with anger upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Zhang Hu had intended to humiliate Lin Chen, but he was the one who got humiliated first by Lin Chen in front of the classmates, which made Zhang Hu feel utterly embarrassed. Lin Chen, how dare you be so arrogant? Let me tell you the truth, the director of the school's disciplinary office, Li, is a friend of my dad's. Li has promised me that he will expel you before the end of today. This is the consequence of going against me. Zhang Hu's face twisted in anger. Expel me? Lin Chen smiled. Suddenly, Zhang Hu changed his tone and said arrogantly, Lin Chen, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you kneel down now and apologize to me, and lick the dirt off my shoes, I might consider not letting Director Li expel you. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'll give you a chance too. Apologize to me now, and stay away from me in the future. I might consider not letting your dad's company go downhill. What? Make my dad's company go downhill? You, a poor kid? You're on the brink of death, yet you dare to talk big here. Zhang Hu sneered. Zhang Hu thought that when Lin Chen found out he was going to be expelled, he would be afraid and even beg for mercy, but Lin Chen's calm and composed reaction surprised and puzzled him. Lin Chen shook his head. It seems you didn't cherish the chance I gave you. You could have apologized, but you chose the path to hell. Zhang Hu didn't understand Lin Chen's words. Kid, it's you who didn't cherish the chance I gave you. Just wait to be expelled. After saying this, Zhang Hu left without looking back. Alright, I'll wait. Lin Chen smiled confidently. These scenes were all seen by the classmates in the class, and everyone started whispering to each other. Zhang Hu is the director of the school's disciplinary office. This time, Lin Chen might really be expelled. What do you mean might? He will definitely be expelled. Lin Chen dares to go against Zhang Hu, which is commendable, but he is just a poor kid, so his failure is inevitable. The classmates all understood that Lin Chen was probably going to be expelled this time. Fatty was not too worried, because he had already learned about Lin Chen's true identity last night. At this moment, the monitor Wang Shui suddenly stood up and walked to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, come with me to the office. I will help you testify to the teacher that Zhang Hu bullied you first. The teacher will definitely not expel you. Wang Shui said seriously. Lin Chen was a little surprised by Wang Shui's sudden arrival. Seeing this, Zhang Hu loudly said to Wang Shui, Monitor Wang Shui, you are really naive. What are you? Do you think the teacher will listen to you? Do you have any background? Don't be naive. Even if you beg the teacher, he is still going to be expelled today. Exactly, Monitor, this is a society where background matters. Do you have any background? Several of Zhang Hu's followers echoed. I don't believe it. Wang Shui stamped her foot, a hint of unwillingness on her pretty face. A few days ago, Lin Chen helped Wang Shui at the bar, and Wang Shui remembered that. She couldn't bear to see Lin Chen being expelled, so she wanted to help him. Wang Shui, I understand your intentions, I have my own way to deal with it. Zhang Hu is nothing to me, don't worry, I will definitely not be expelled. Lin Chen looked up at Wang Shui. But Wang Shui still looked worried. She knew that Zhang Hu came from a wealthy family and had a strong background, which Lin Chen couldn't handle. There is no but, besides, you can't help me, even if you go to the office, it's useless. Lin Chen shook his head. After Wang Shui said oh, she walked away dejectedly. On the other side, Brother Hu, I heard that the Huading Group's Qingyang branch will hold a banquet tomorrow, are you going? A follower asked Zhang Hu. Of course, my family and the Huading Group are very important partners, so I will definitely attend. Zhang Hu said proudly. Wow, so envious. This is the Huading Group's banquet. When will we have the chance to enter such a high-level place? The followers all looked very envious. Not only Zhang Hu's followers were envious, but also the classmates in the class were very envious. It is worth noting that the Huading Group is a well-known star group in the 3 southwestern provinces, and its reputation is very great. Being able to attend the Huading Group's banquet is definitely a great honor. Seeing everyone's envy, Zhang Hu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Like some waste, I'm afraid they will never be able to enter this kind of banquet in their lifetime. Zhang Hu sneered. When Zhang Hu said this, he looked at Lin Chen, obviously mocking him. Zhang Hu, don't be so sure. Maybe we will meet at the banquet tomorrow. Lin Chen smiled. You? Ha, with your poor background, You will never enter such a place in your lifetime. Besides, think about being expelled soon. Zhang Hu showed a smug smile. Fatty patted Lin Chen and asked quietly, Lin Chen, are you going to attend this banquet tomorrow? Fatty already knew Lin Chen's identity. This banquet was organized by me. Lin Chen smiled at Fatty. What? Fatty was surprised. Then, he showed an excited smile. So, tomorrow you and Zhang Hu will meet at the banquet. If he is going to attend, we will definitely meet. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Interesting. Hee, that would be very interesting. I really want to see his reaction when he sees you tomorrow. Fatty exclaimed. Want to see? Then you come to the party tomorrow, and I'll pick you up. Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay. Fatty nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Fatty wanted to go, one because he wanted to see Zhang Hu's reaction, and on the other hand, who wouldn't want to attend such a high-class party? There were 2 big classes in the afternoon, and they quickly passed. During these 2 classes, Zhang Hu was constantly waiting for Director Li to come to the classroom and announce Lin Chen's expulsion. But Zhang Hu waited all afternoon and still didn't see it happen. After school in the afternoon, Lin Chen stood up, smiled and said to Zhang Hu, didn't you say I would be expelled from school today? But now it's already after school, and I'm still fine. As soon as Lin Chen said this, there was an immediate burst of lively discussion in the classroom. Zhang Hu's face turned purple at once upon hearing this. After all, he had boasted in front of the whole class that Lin Chen would be expelled that day. But now Lin Chen was fine and even mocking him, making him feel very embarrassed. He felt that others would think he was just bragging. Most importantly, he wanted to retort, but couldn't think of anything to say. After all, no one had announced Lin Chen's expulsion so far. Uncle Li, what's going on? He clearly promised me that Lin Chen would be expelled today. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth, looking very angry. Feeling that he couldn't bear the humiliation, Zhang Hu quickly left the classroom. Lin Chen also stood up and went to the monitor Wang Shui. Wang Shui, did I lie to you? I said I wouldn't be expelled. Lin Chen smiled at Wang Shui. Wang Shui nodded, feeling relieved. She had been uneasy all afternoon, not wanting Lin Chen to be expelled. But I really appreciate you. You are the only one in the class willing to help me. Lin Chen continued to smile. The fatty next to them joked, Monitor, you care so much about Lin Chen, could it be that you like Lin Chen? After hearing this, Wang Shui's pretty face turned red. Nonsense. I am the monitor, of course, I have to uphold justice for the students in the class. Wang Shui said, biting her red lips. After speaking, Wang Shui quickly turned and ran out of the classroom. Lin Chen had wanted to invite Wang Shui to dinner, but she had already left. On the other side, after leaving the classroom, Zhang Hu went straight to the disciplinary office to ask Director Li why Lin Chen had not been expelled yet. In the disciplinary office, Uncle Li, you promised me to expel that kid today, why is it already after school and he hasn't been expelled yet? Zhang Hu asked angrily as soon as he entered. Zhang Hu, I can't help you with this favor. Director Li shook his head. Zhang Hu frowned. What? Uncle Li, you clearly promised me, now you say you can't help? I'll tell you the truth, the principal wants to keep him. As for the specific reasons, the principal didn't tell me. Director Li shook his head. What? The principal wants to keep him? He's just a poor kid, why would the principal want to keep him? Zhang Hu couldn't understand at all. I don't know about this, if you want to know, you can ask the principal yourself. Director Li shrugged. Zhang Hu definitely couldn't go and ask the principal because he had no relationship with the principal. Damn it! Zhang Hu realized that his plan had failed, and his face turned pale with anger. He had already made grand promises in the class, saying that Lin Chen would definitely be expelled, and even said harsh words to Lin Chen. If Lin Chen was not expelled, he would lose even more face in the class. Shangyan Restaurant. This restaurant is the highest class restaurant near the school. The restaurant is decorated with style, and the environment is relatively quiet. Lin Chen and Fatty sat down at a table in the restaurant. After school, Lin Chen expressed his intention to treat his friend, Pangzi, to a meal. Now that Lin Chen is a top-tier third-generation wealthy individual, he naturally chose the highest-class restaurant nearby. The Shangyan restaurant is well known at Qingyang University, but it was Lin Chen's first time dining there. Lin Chen, you've made it big. Let your buddy bask in your glory too, Pangzi said excitedly. Although Pangzi's family runs a small business and is not very wealthy, he was also dining at Shangyan restaurant for the first time. You used to treat me to meals often, now it's my turn to treat you. It's only right, Lin Chen said with a smile. When Lin Chen was too poor to afford meals in the past, it was mostly Pangzi who helped him out, a favor that Lin Chen always remembered. Suddenly, Pengzi looked up and said, Lin Chen, I think the class monitor, Wang Shui, might have feelings for you. And Wang Shui is so sweet and beautiful, with good character and not materialistic. Plus, she's single. It's hard to find such a good girl even with a lantern. I think you can win her over, Pengzi said with a grin. She's a pretty nice girl, but I don't have many thoughts about it for now. Let's just go with the flow, Lin Chen shrugged. At that moment, dish after dish was served, including squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, signature beggar's chicken, a seafood feast, and several other restaurant specialties, along with a bottle of red wine. In the past, Lin Chen would never have dared to order so many dishes at once, especially expensive ones. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Pengzi were full and satisfied. Check, please. Lin Chen called the waiter over to pay the bill. Sir, your total comes to 4,330 yuan, rounded down to 4,300 yuan after deducting 30 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? The waitress asked with a smile. A meal costing over 4,000 yuan was something Lin Chen would never have imagined before. It was his living expenses for a year. By card, Lin Chen said while reaching for his wallet. Ha! Where's my wallet? Lin Chen suddenly realized that his wallet was missing. He quickly stood up and searched his entire body but still couldn't find his wallet. Damn, could it have been stolen? Lin Chen suddenly remembered that a suspicious man had bumped into him when he went to the restroom earlier. At that time, Lin Chen didn't think much of it, but now that his wallet was missing, he immediately suspected him. Lin Chen scanned the restaurant but didn't see the man anywhere. He must have fled after committing the theft. My wallet was stolen? Pengzi also looked surprised. Yes, someone bumped into me in the restroom just now. I'm afraid that bastard stole it, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Let me pay the bill. Pengzi quickly checked his pockets but only managed to gather 286 yuan, not enough to cover the bill. Discovering that you have no money when it's time to pay is the most embarrassing situation. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. He seemed to be the restaurant manager. Xiaolin, what's going on here? The manager asked the waitress. Manager, these two gentlemen said their wallets were stolen and they have no money to pay the bill, the waitress explained. I see. You can go back to work. Let me handle this. The manager waved off the waitress. The manager then turned to Lin Chen and Pengzi, saying, Gentlemen, I am the manager of this establishment. Manager, I just had my wallet stolen while I was in the restroom, so, can we settle the bill later? I can leave an IOU and bring the money tomorrow, Lin Chen said, looking very embarrassed. Stolen or trying to dine and dash, it's hard to say, the manager said coldly. When Lin Chen and Pengzi entered the restaurant, the manager had already noticed them because the clientele here tended to be well-dressed due to the high prices. However, Lin Chen and Pengzi were both dressed in inexpensive clothing. At that time, the manager was secretly wondering if these two kids could afford to dine here. But since guests are guests, the manager couldn't drive them away. What? You say we're dining for free? Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am with? He is the grandson of Lu Zhizhong? Would he dine for free? The chubby guy exclaimed loudly. You say he is Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Then I must be Lu Zhizhong's grandfather. The manager sneered. How could the manager believe that a person dressed in cheap clothing was the grandson of the richest man in the southwest? This is simply ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. I lost my wallet in your restaurant, so your restaurant should bear a great responsibility, right? I think you just want to extort money from our restaurant, using this as an excuse not to pay. There was no wallet stolen, the manager said coldly. Lin Chen's face grew darker. The place where his wallet was lost happened to be the restroom without surveillance coverage, so he couldn't use surveillance footage to prove his case. Listen up, you two. No matter what you do, you must pay the bill, or else, I will have to report this to the police, the manager said sternly. The commotion here caught the attention of many diners. Damn, there are still people dining for free these days, and they even came to Shangyan restaurant for a free meal. Isn't that asking for trouble? Exactly, if you don't have money, don't come to places like this to dine. Many diners present were discussing. Lin Chen, what should we do now? The chubby guy was also speechless. Although Lin Chen was somewhat angry, paying for the meal was indeed the right thing to do. The main reason his wallet was stolen was his carelessness. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen turned to the diners present and said, Is there anyone willing to lend me 4,000 yuan to settle the bill? I will repay tenfold tomorrow, and I can provide an IOU with a thumbprint. Tenfold? That's 40,000. Many people present were still tempted by this offer. Making 40,000 so easily would be satisfying, even more so than loan sharks. Look at his attire. Does he look like someone who can produce 40,000 yuan? I think he's just a scammer trying to trick people out of their money. Exactly. Just look at him, there's no way he can come up with 40,000 yuan. Don't fall for this guy's tricks. Although Lin Chen's offer was tempting, no one was willing to lend money to a stranger, especially someone dressed so cheaply. Kid, stop playing tricks. I think you're trying to scam money. No one will believe you. I'll just call the police, the manager said as he reached for his phone. Wait a minute. Just then, a soft voice rang out. Lin Chen turned to see a young girl with a ponytail. The girl was wearing a white jacket and jeans, outlining her slender legs. She had long eyelashes, lively eyes, and a small cherry-like mouth. A beauty. She exuded a sunny, youthful vibe, not only beautiful but also elegant. To be honest, she was like a magnet, attracting Lin Chen's attention at first sight, causing him to look at her several times. The girl walked over and stopped in front of Lin Chen. Manager, I'll pay for them, please swipe the card. The girl handed a card to the manager, her voice soft and delicate. Miss, are you really going to pay for them? He looks like a scammer. You're just being deceived by them. The manager looked surprised, not expecting someone to step forward to pay for Lin Chen and his friend. Whether I'm being deceived is my business. Your restaurant just needs to collect the money, the girl said. Well, okay. The manager nodded, then took the bank card to process the payment. For their restaurant, receiving the money was the most important thing. If they reported it to the police and even caught Lin Chen and his friend, no one would pay for the meal, and their restaurant would suffer losses. This scene attracted a lot of discussion among the diners present. Their opinions were similar, all thinking that this girl was too naive to believe this. The manager returned from swiping the card. Miss, thank you for believing that we are not scammers. Thank you for being willing to help us. The chubby guy kept thanking her. No need to thank me, everyone has difficult times. The girl replied politely with a slight smile. Lin Chen was very surprised to look at her. Lin Chen did not expect that someone would be willing to help, especially such a beautiful girl. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. May I ask why everyone else thinks we are scammers, but you are willing to believe us? Lin Chen asked curiously. If you are scammers, then I'll be unlucky. If you are not scammers, then I can help someone in need. I think it's worth it, the girl said calmly. Hearing these words from the girl, Lin Chen was somewhat shocked. Is this considered a kind-hearted girl? At this moment, the manager returned again. Miss, the card has been successfully swiped. Here is the receipt. The manager handed the card and receipt to the girl. Seeing this, Lin Chen said to the girl, Miss, I will write you an IOU now. Please leave me your phone number. I will definitely repay you tenfold tomorrow. I will make you understand that I am not a scammer. Lin Chen had said before that whoever is willing to lend him money, he will repay tenfold. The girl shook her head. No need. I am helping you not for the money, just purely to help. After saying that, the girl walked away. Her sudden departure left Lin Chen puzzled. Lin Chen thought that the girl was willing to help him because of the tenfold reward he offered. But it turned out that the girl was not after the money at all, and she didn't even intend for Lin Chen to repay the money. Just like that, she walked away. Lin Chen, this. The chubby guy also looked surprised. Chubby, let's go. Lin Chen quickly called the chubby guy and chased after her. After chasing out of the restaurant, Lin Chen just caught a glimpse of the girl's graceful figure. Hey, can you tell me your name? Lin Chen shouted loudly at the girl's back. Lin Chen wanted to know the girl's name and repay her the money he owed. The girl stopped, saying, stranger. After that, the girl walked to a white Audi A4 parked by the roadside, opened the door, and got in. The car started and disappeared from Lin Chen's sight in an instant. Stranger, what a stranger. Lin Chen sighed blankly. Lin Chen, did we just let her pay for our bill like that? The chubby guy looked at Lin Chen. Of course, I wanted to repay her, but she didn't leave us any information. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Right. The license plate number. Lin Chen suddenly slapped his head. The girl had left by car just now. As long as Lin Chen knew her license plate number, he could definitely find her. Unfortunately, Lin Chen hadn't thought of this earlier, so he didn't remember the license plate number. Chubby, did you remember the license plate number? Lin Chen asked the chubby guy. I didn't think about that much either. The chubby guy smiled bitterly. Today I owe her a favor. I hope to meet her again in the future. Lin Chen gazed into the distance. Such a kind girl, Lin Chen naturally hoped to meet her again and personally repay the favor he owed her. However, in the vast sea of people, it might not be easy to meet her again. Maybe he would never see her again in the future. Right, that bastard who stole my wallet. Don't let me catch him again, or I will make him regret it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Lin Chen knew that the culprit who caused him to have no money to pay the bill, and even be mistaken for a scammer, was the thief. If the thief hadn't stolen Lin Chen's wallet, none of this would have happened. This despicable thief, once caught, must be made to look good. The fat man nodded in agreement. On the other side, inside the white Audi A4 that had just helped Lin Chen pay the bill, the girl was driving attentively, completely forgetting about the incident with Lin Chen. Just then, the girl's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Dad," the girl answered the phone. "Minnie, tomorrow's party is very important. It concerns the life and death of our company. You must not be late. Make sure to arrive on time." A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. "I understand, Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't be late," the girl replied. Pausing for a moment, a worried expression appeared on the girl's face. "Dad, our company is small in scale, we don't have any price advantages compared to those competing companies. I'm really worried, and if we can't make a deal this time, it will be very difficult for our company to continue." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment, then said with a heavy heart, "We indeed have no advantages, we can only show 100% sincerity. Let Huading Group see our sincerity, hopefully a miracle will happen." The next day. For the vast majority of people, today is just an ordinary Saturday. But for Lin Chen, today is the day the company is holding a party. This is a small party, and the invited companies all have cooperative relationships with Huading Group. Qingyun Hotel. This is one of the top hotels in Xinjiang City, and it is quite normal for a supergroup like Huading Group to hold a party here. Lin Chen arrived early, reaching the hotel at 9 o'clock. In the VIP lounge on the second floor of the hotel, since it was still early, Lin Chen took out his phone to play games. As a college student, although Lin Chen studies well, he still enjoys playing games. Nowadays, it's hard to find a male college student who doesn't play games. In his spare time, Lin Chen occasionally plays games. At this moment, the door of the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a smile walked in. "Chairman Lin Chen, I am Zhu Zhe, the chairman of Qingyun Hotel, here to pay my respects to Chairman Lin." Zhu Zhe smiled and showed a humble attitude. Although Qingyun Hotel is prestigious in Xinjiang City, it is definitely far behind compared to Huading Group, which is the most powerful group in the 3 southwestern provinces, and has a great reputation nationwide. Even though Lin Chen is just a branch chairman, behind the branch is the entire Huading Group. And Zhu Zhe heard from Lu Bo that Lin Chen is the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Just based on this, Zhu Zhe must show utmost respect to Lin Chen. "You are Zhu Zhe from Qingyun Hotel, I have heard of your name." Lin Chen looked up at Zhu Zhe. Qingyun Hotel is well known in Xinjiang City, and the owner Zhu Zhe naturally has some fame, so Lin Chen had heard of him before. "Yes, I am Zhu Zhe, I have long heard of Chairman Lin's reputation as a young hero, and today upon meeting you, it is indeed extraordinary." Zhu Zhe smiled. "Chairman Zhu, you are too kind." Lin Chen looked at Zhu Zhe. In the past, Lin Chen never dared to imagine that he could enter a 5-star hotel like Qingyun Hotel, and at that time, Zhu Zhe was a figure that Lin Chen had to look up to, only hearing about his reputation from others. And now, the owner of Qingyun Hotel has to show utmost respect in front of him, and even flatter him. "Chairman Lin, this is our hotel's diamond VIP card, specially presented to you, so that in the future when you come to our hotel, you can enjoy the top treatment." Zhu Zhe respectfully handed over a membership card with both hands. "Thank you for your kindness, Chairman Zhu, I will accept it." Lin Chen also did not hesitate to accept the membership card. Seeing Lin Chen accept the card, a happy smile appeared on Zhu Zhe's face, because it meant that Lin Chen appreciated his gesture. "Chairman Lin, you are busy, I will take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Zhu Zhe still had a complimentary smile on his face. Starting from 10 o'clock, the bosses who came to attend the reception began to arrive at the hotel. As the general manager of the company, Lu Bo stood at the hotel entrance welcoming each boss as they arrived. At this moment, a Mercedes stopped at the hotel entrance, and a middle-aged bald man and a young man got out of the car. If Lin Chen were here, he would recognize the young man at a glance, because he was Lin Chen's classmate, Zhang Hu. "Mr. Zhang, young master Zhang Hu, welcome." Lu Bo greeted Zhang Hu and the other bosses with a smile as he shook their hands. Zhang Hu's father, Zhang Dachuan, quickly stepped forward with a smile to shake hands with Lu Bo and said, "Mr. Lu, you are too kind. I must congratulate you first. Congratulations on defeating the Wu father and son and being promoted to general manager. In the future, Mr. Lu, please take care of me." "Mr. Zhang, I dare not take it upon myself to take care of anyone. I can only take care of those whom the new chairman instructs me to take care of," Lu Bo said. The meaning of Lu Bo's words was clear: "I will only listen to the new chairman. If the new chairman wants to cooperate with you, then we will continue." Yes, Mr. Lu was right," Zhang Dachuan nodded repeatedly with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Lu, where is the new chairman now?" Zhang Dachuan asked. Zhang Hu also looked curious. "The chairman is currently resting in the VIP lounge, waiting for the reception to officially begin," Lu Bo replied. Is that so? Then, may I go to the VIP lounge to see him first? Zhang Dachuan asked with a smile. Now that the new chairman has taken office, Zhang Dachuan wants to continue cooperating with Huading Group, so he must curry favor with the new chairman. I can only report to him. Whether Director Lin wants to see you or not depends on Director Lin's decision, Lu Bo said. Okay, then please help me report to Director Lu, Zhang Dachuan said with a smile. Zhang Dachuan's company is just a local building materials company, while Huading Group is a top group in the southwest, so there is no comparison between the two. In the VIP lounge, shortly after the hotel chairman left, Lin Chen's phone rang. Hello, Lu Bo, Lin Chen answered the phone. Chairman, Zhang Dachuan and his son Zhang Hu from Hongda Building Materials Company, Ltd. Want to come to the lounge to see you, Lu Bo said. Oh, are they coming to see me? Lin Chen showed a playful smile. Yesterday at school, Zhang Hu had made harsh remarks and mocked Lin Chen in the classroom. And now, Zhang Hu and his father want to come and see him. How strange the world is. Lin Chen knew very well that Zhang Hu had no idea that the new chairman he was coming to see was actually himself. Lu Bo, bring them up, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yes, Director Lin, Lu Bo replied before hanging up the phone. At the hotel entrance. Mr. Lu, how is it? Did the new chairman agree? Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu looked at Lu Bo expectantly. The new chairman asked me to bring you up, Lu Bo said. That's great. Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu both smiled happily upon hearing this. At this moment, Zhang Hu had no idea that the new chairman he was eagerly looking forward to meeting was actually Lin Chen. Follow me, Lu Bo led Zhang Hu and his father directly to the VIP lounge on the second floor. On the way. Mr. Lu, can you tell me about the background of this new chairman? I heard that he is very young and has a big background, is that true? Zhang Dachuan asked. Lu Bo nodded. Yes, his background is huge, so huge that you wouldn't dare to imagine. Oh, Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu became even more interested upon hearing this. Mr. Lu, please tell us, what is the background of the new chairman? Zhang Dachuan hurriedly asked. Zhang Hu also looked at Lu Bo with great curiosity. This new chairman is the grandson-in-law of Chairman Lu Zhizhong, Lu Bo said. Hiss, he is actually the grandson-in-law of Lu Zhizhong. The father and son were both shocked by this revelation. Who is Lu Zhizhong? The richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces, the founder of Huading Group. Such a big figure is a level that Zhang Hu and his son simply cannot reach, a terrifying existence that they need to look up to. TSK, this background is truly terrifying. Zhang Dachuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Dad, I never thought we could come into contact with such a powerful figure. Zhang Hu exclaimed. Yes, so we need to be even more careful. You must show utmost respect, never speak out of turn, and never offend him, understand? Zhang Dachuan said to Zhang Hu. Zhang Dachuan had already made up his mind to handle Lu Zhizhong's grandson with caution. He even thought that if he could connect with Lu Zhizhong's grandson, he and his company would truly prosper in the future. Dad, rest assured, even if I had 100 times more courage, I wouldn't dare to offend such a powerful figure, Zhang Hu said with a smile. VIP lounge. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound was heard. Come in, Lin Chen said to the door. Then the door was pushed open, and 3 figures appeared in Yi Li's sight. Leading the way was Lu Bo, followed by Zhang Hu and his son. After Zhang Hu entered the room, he quickly looked ahead, wanting to see the new chairman's face. However, when Zhang Hu saw Lin Chen at that moment, the smile on his face instantly froze, and his mind was filled with question marks. This is Lin Chen? How could he be here? But besides Lin Chen in the room, there was no one else. At this moment, Lu Bo spoke. Mr. Shang, young Master Zhang, let me introduce you. This is our new chairman, Lin Chen. What? When Zhang Hu heard this, he felt like a bolt from the blue, completely stunned. Zhang Dachuan did not notice anything unusual. He quickly bowed with a flattering smile and said, I am Zhang Dachuan, the head of Hongda Building Materials Company, paying respects to Chairman Lin. Then, Zhang Dachuan looked at his son. He saw his son standing still without any reaction, frowned, and then scolded, Zhang Hu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects to Chairman Lin. How could it be him? Zhang Hu did not answer his father's words, but stared at Lin Chen with sharpness in his voice due to his inner shock. Zhang Hu never dreamed that Lin Chen would be the new chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch. Zhang Hu never dreamed that the person he was eager to meet would be Lin Chen. Zhang Hu, what are you doing? Hurry up and pay your respects to Chairman Lin. Zhang Dachuan, seeing his son talking nonsense, kicked Zhang Hu's leg in anger. He had specifically instructed his son to show utmost respect when they entered, but his son started shouting as soon as he came in. Could he not be angry? Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand at Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan, you don't need to be surprised or puzzled, because I know your son, and we were classmates. Know each other? Classmates? Zhang Dachuan was stunned. At this moment, Lin Chen stood up from the leather sofa and walked slowly to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, are you surprised to see me? I mentioned in the classroom yesterday that we might meet at the reception today. Now, do you believe it? Lin Chen's mouth carried a playful smile. How? How could you be the new chairman? How could you be Lu Zhizhong's grandson? This must be a mistake. Zhang Hu kept shaking his head, unable to accept this fact. Lu Bo, on the side, sternly reprimanded, Zhang Hu, please correct your attitude and language. This is the new chairman of our branch, and also Lu Zhizhong's grandson's grandson. Absolutely true. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's heart sank into the depths of hell. General Manager Lu Bo said so, and the fact that Lin Chen can be here is enough to indicate Lin Chen's identity. Even if Zhang Hu had countless doubts, he had to believe it. At this moment, Zhang Hu finally understood why yesterday when he asked the director of political education to expel Lin Chen, the principal protected Lin Chen. It was probably because of Lin Chen's terrifying background identity. At this moment, Zhang Hu finally understood why Lin Chen dared to challenge him, even using a pen to stab him, because Lin Chen had such a terrifying background as a backing. Thinking of this, Zhang Hu felt a chill down his spine, a wave of fear. He had been opposing such a terrifying existence all along. Zhang Hu's father, Zhang Dachuan, naturally saw through the clues. Zhang Hu, speak. Have you offended the chairman? Zhang Dachuan sternly shouted at his son. I. At this moment, Zhang Hu felt extremely desperate. After seeing his son's reaction, Zhang Dachuan understood that his son had definitely offended Lin Chen. Angry Zhang Dachuan kicked directly at Zhang Hu, kicking him hard. You bastard! Kneel down and apologize to Chairman Lin. Zhang Dachuan was furious, knowing that offending Lin Chen could likely lead to the Huading Group no longer cooperating with them. Most of their company's business relied on the Huading Group, and if the Huading Group stopped ordering building materials from their company, his company would quickly decline, even go bankrupt. Moreover, could they afford to offend the terrifying existence like Lin Zhizhong's grandson? Zhang Hu also understood this truth. Terrified, Zhang Hu broke out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. The next moment, Zhang Hu knelt directly on the ground. Chairman Lin, I was wrong. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, Zhang Hu said while slapping himself hard. Zhang Hu understood that just based on Lin Chen being Lin Zhizhong's grandson, it would be easier for Lin Chen to kill him than to crush an ant. With Lin Chen's terrifying identity as Lin Zhizhong's grandson, he couldn't muster any resistance. All he could do was beg for mercy. Didn't you threaten to have the school expel me yesterday? Didn't you say you wanted to ruin my future? Now you're begging for mercy. Zhang Hu's face turned red with embarrassment. Looking at Zhang Hu kneeling in front of him begging for mercy, Lin Chen sneered. I said yesterday, if you apologize to me, I might consider sparing you, but you didn't. Yesterday, you chose another path to hell. After hearing this, Zhang Hu trembled in fear, knowing that Lin Chen meant he wouldn't give him a chance. Zhang Hu crawled to Lin Chen's feet, hugged Lin Chen's thigh, and pleaded, Lin Chen, I beg you, for the sake of our classmates, give me a chance, spare me. At this moment, Zhang Hu, who used to be arrogant in front of Lin Chen, was now in a sorry state. Get lost. Lin Chen kicked Zhang Hu away. Such a person as Zhang Hu was not worthy of pity. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Lu Bo, and said, Lu Bo, from today onwards, terminate all cooperation with Hongda Building Materials Company, and do not purchase any building materials from their company. Yes, Chairman. Lu Bo nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dachuan became anxious. If the Huading Group stopped cooperating with them, his company would be in big trouble. Chairman Lin, please give us another chance. I will go back and discipline my son properly. Zhang Dachuan also pleaded. Shut up. Lin Chen frowned. Then, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said with full momentum, I have given enough face in this matter. If I really investigate, both you and your son will die. Even the God of heaven cannot save you. Zhang Dachuan, upon hearing this, his face turned pale due to a spasm in his heart. He knew that just based on Lin Chen being the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, if Lin Chen really wanted to kill his son, he could definitely do it. Zhang Hu collapsed on the ground, his face filled with despair. It's over. Zhang Hu knew, everything was over. Lin Chen sat back on the leather sofa, waved his hand, and said two words, if there's nothing else, then leave. Please. Lu Bo opened the door, signaling for Zhang Hu and his son to leave. And so, the father and son, with faces full of despair, left the VIP lounge. Outside the VIP room. Smack! As soon as they came out, Zhang Dachuan slapped Zhang Hu hard across the face. You damn fool, how dare you offend even Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Do you want to shorten our lives? Zhang Dachuan was full of anger. Dad, I really didn't know he was Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Zhang Hu looked hopeless. After the recent events, Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu naturally had no face to continue staying at the banquet, so they left the party dejectedly. Inside the VIP lounge, Director Lin, even if you have no grudges with Hongda Building Materials Company, I am also prepared to cut ties with them this time, Lu Bo said. Oh, why? Lin Chen looked at Lu Bo. Because the building materials they provide are not only expensive, but also of average quality. They were able to cooperate with our company before because they bribed the Wu family father and son, Lu Bo said. I see. Lin Chen nodded in realization. Lu Bo continued, Director Lin, after we cut ties with Hongda Building Materials Company, we need to choose a new building materials company to replace them. Do you have any requirements or suggestions? I trust you, you handle it, Lin Chen said. Director Lin, rest assured, I will definitely choose a company with suitable prices and good materials, Lu Bo said, feeling happy that Lin Chen trusted him. At the hotel entrance, Lin Chen's good friend, Fatty, arrived at the hotel entrance in high spirits. Lin Chen had mentioned yesterday that if Fatty wanted to attend the banquet, he should come, so Fatty came to broaden his horizons. Sir, please wait a moment. As soon as Fatty arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by two security guards. They saw Fatty's ordinary attire and didn't think he looked like someone who could afford to spend at the Qingyun Grand Hotel. I'm here to attend the banquet of Huading Group. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Fatty looked at the two security guards. Sir, if you are here to attend the banquet, please show your invitation letter, the two security guards said. Invitation letter? I was verbally invited by the chairman of Huading Group's Qingyang branch. I don't have an invitation letter, Fatty said. I'm sorry, if you don't have an invitation letter, you can't go in. The two security guards blocked his way. Didn't I just say, I was verbally invited by the chairman? If you don't believe me, you can go ask him, Fatty said, looking exasperated. The two security guards not only didn't believe him, but also laughed as if they had heard a very funny joke. At this moment, the suit-wearing lobby manager walked over. What's going on? Making a scene like this is not proper, manager. This gentleman says he's here to attend the Huading Group's banquet, but he doesn't have an invitation letter. He says he was verbally invited by the chairman of Huading Group, the two security guards said. Fatty nodded, that's right, the chairman verbally invited me, we're good friends. The lobby manager looked Fatty up and down, then chuckled. What did you say? The chairman of Huading verbally invited you? Are you friends with the chairman of Huading? Yes. Fatty nodded again. Little Fatty, stop kidding, with your appearance, you're friends with the chairman of Huading? Look at yourself in the mirror, I think you just want to sneak into the banquet for free food and drinks. The lobby manager sneered. Fatty's face turned red, being looked down upon like this, Fatty was naturally very unhappy. If placed in the past, being looked down upon as a fat person could only be endured. But the last time Lin Chen told him, whoever dares to look down on us in the future, just fight back, and if there's any trouble, Lin Chen will handle it. Thinking of this, the fat guy raised his head and said, just because I'm not wearing a famous brand, you look down on me? Let me tell you, don't underestimate others. The lobby manager immediately frowned. Are you calling me a dog? You're asking for trouble? I'm calling you out. You look down on people like a dog. The fat guy showed no weakness. Kid, you're asking for trouble. Smack. The angry lobby manager slapped the fat guy's face directly. The loud slap landed on the fat guy's face, catching him off guard. He never expected the lobby manager to actually lay hands on him. You hit me? The fat guy covered his face, eyes wide open. The lobby manager proudly said, I hit you, dare to curse at me. Don't you see what kind of person you are? Throw these two losers out. The lobby manager waved to the two security guards nearby, and they immediately came forward to escort the fat guy out. You just wait. You hit me, and I will make you pay. The angry fat guy pointed at the lobby manager. All right, I'll be waiting. The lobby manager sneered. The lobby manager, who had seen countless people, believed he could tell someone's status at a glance. He saw the fat guy as an easy target, so he was not afraid at all. After being thrown out by the two security guards, the fat guy took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. In the VIP lounge. What? You were beaten up at the hotel entrance? Lin Chen stood up in surprise from his seat. Okay, don't worry, I'm coming down right now, Lin Chen said into the phone. After hanging up, Lin Chen's face looked very grim. His brother came to attend the party he hosted, only to be beaten up at the entrance. Director Lin, what happened? Lu Bo asked quickly. My friend was beaten up by the hotel manager at the hotel entrance. Lin Chen's tone was cold. What? Lu Bo was also shocked. This was a big deal. Lu Bo, come with me. Lin Chen headed out directly. Lu Bo realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly followed. At the hotel entrance, the fat guy who had been thrown out returned. The lobby manager was still standing at the entrance. Kid, why are you back again? Still looking for a fight? The lobby manager pointed at the fat guy arrogantly. Shut up! A sharp shout came from inside the hotel. The lobby manager turned his head and saw Lin Chen and Lu Bo. Director Lin, General Manager Lu. The lobby manager was startled. Then, he quickly put on a flattering smile and said, Director Lin, General Manager Lu, why are you here all of a sudden? Get lost. Lin Chen pushed the lobby manager aside and walked straight to the fat guy. Lin Chen, you finally came. The fat guy looked aggrieved. Fat guy, who hit you? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Him. The fat guy pointed directly at the lobby manager. Lin Chen turned to look at the lobby manager, his eyes already flashing with chilling intent. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, the lobby manager's face turned pale in an instant. The lobby manager wasn't stupid. After seeing this scene, he realized that the fat guy was actually a friend of the new chairman of Hua Ding Group. Realizing this, his heart sank, as he had just hit the friend of the chairman of Hua Ding Group. You've got some nerve, a mere manager, daring to hit my friend. Do you want to hit me too? Lin Chen, full of anger, grabbed the lobby manager by the collar. Director Lin, spare me. The lobby manager's legs trembled, and he knelt down on the ground. Together with the two security guards next to him, they were also frightened and quickly knelt on the ground. They never expected that the chubby man in such ordinary clothes was actually a friend of the new chairman of Hua Ding Group. Given their identities, the consequences of offending the chairman of Hua Ding Group were not something they could bear. Lin Chen turned to look at the chubby man and squinted, saying, Chubby, whatever he did to you just now, you return it to him tenfold, hundredfold. Okay. The chubby man nodded vigorously. The chubby man had just been beaten by the lobby manager and had been holding back his anger for a long time. Now was the time for him to seek revenge. The chubby man rolled up his sleeves and strode up to the lobby manager. Manager, do you believe now that I am the chairman's friend? The chubby man looked down at the lobby manager kneeling on the ground. I believe. Chubby, I was blind, please spare me. The lobby manager's voice was trembling. Spare you? Dream on. After saying that, the chubby man slapped the lobby manager directly on the face. This slap is payback, and what comes next is the interest. Slap. 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 The chubby man was not polite at all, and he fiercely slapped the lobby manager several times. The lobby manager's face was covered in red marks from the slaps, but he dared not resist. After these slaps, the chubby man finally let out the anger he had been holding back. After the beating, the chubby man lectured the lobby manager in a stern tone, Remember, don't look down on others in the future. Who do you think you are? Why do you think you can look down on others? There are plenty of people more capable than you. Yes, Chubby is right. The lobby manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Chen looked at the lobby manager and said coldly, I will inform the chairman of the hotel about what you did to my friend. As for how he will deal with you, I believe he will make his own decision. After that, Lin Chen called the chubby man and walked into the hotel. Inform the chairman? When the lobby manager heard that Lin Chen was going to inform the hotel chairman, he was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. If the hotel chairman found out, he would definitely lose his job. Inside the hotel, Lu Bo, report this matter to the chairman of Qingyun Hotel. Lin Chen said to Lu Bo. Yes, Director Lin. Lu Bo nodded. Lin Chen then looked at the chubby man and asked, Chubby, you've let out all your anger now, right? Of course. Thanks to Lin Chen, without your support, I wouldn't have been able to seek revenge. Seeing him scared and begging for mercy, I feel so relieved. The chubby man was excited. For the chubby man of the past, he could only endure such humiliation, as his background was not as good as others. But now, with Lin Chen backing him up, he no longer had to endure such humiliation. Not long after Lin Chen returned to the VIP lounge, the hotel chairman came to apologize to Lin Chen and the chubby man, and said that the lobby manager had been fired. Inside the banquet hall, the banquet was about to start in about 20 minutes. There were already more than 40 people gathered in the banquet hall, and most of the invited guests had arrived. The scale of this banquet was not large, as it only invited companies that had cooperation with Hua Ding Group. Since the banquet had not officially started yet, many bosses were chatting in groups. At a table, a middle-aged man was sitting with a young woman wearing heavy makeup. If Lin Chen were here, he would immediately recognize the young woman with heavy makeup, because the young woman was none other than Guo Xiao, the girl the chubby man introduced to Lin Chen at the bar the other day. The middle-aged man next to Guo Xiao was her father. Xiao Xiao, I heard that the new chairman is very young. After the reception is over, I will try to meet him privately. You must work hard. If we can connect with this new chairman, our family will truly prosper, Xiao Xiao's father advised. Xiao Xiao clearly understood her father's intention, which was to have her daughter seduce the new chairman of Huading. Dad, don't worry, I will do my best. Xiao Xiao appeared very eager. Xiao Xiao's family, like Zhang Hu's company, is a very ordinary local small company, even smaller in scale. Xiao Xiao understood that if she could connect with the chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch, her family could rise to success. However, she did not know that the new chairman was Lin Chen. In the VIP lounge, Director Lin, the boss of Tiancheng Building Materials Company, wants to see you, Lu Bo said. What does he want? Lin Chen asked. He probably wants to discuss cooperation with us. We are currently in need of a building materials company partner, but their company is small and does not have any price advantages, Lu Bo said. In that case, you can discuss cooperation with him. I won't meet him, Lin Chen waved his hand. Yes. Lu Bo nodded and then left. Shortly after Lu Bo left, Fatty rushed into the VIP lounge panting. Lin Chen, guess who I saw at the reception hall? Fatty gasped, but looked very excited. Why are you so excited? Who did you see? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Do you remember the girl who helped them pay the bill at the restaurant last night? Fatty was still catching his breath. What? Did you see her at the reception? Is it true? Lin Chen stood up from his seat in surprise. Yes. Right in the reception hall. I saw it with my own eyes, it's absolutely true. Fatty smiled and nodded vigorously. It seems that we are destined to meet her again. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen had hoped to see the girl again last night, to repay the money and favor owed to her. But Lin Chen also knew how difficult it was to meet again in the vast sea of people. Unexpectedly, her whereabouts were revealed today. Let's go meet her. We should return the money for the meal from yesterday, Lin Chen said, heading outside. In a corner of the reception hall, a beautiful girl in a white jacket and jeans exuding a youthful and sunny vibe stood there. She was the girl who paid for Lin Chen at the feast restaurant last night, Huang Mingyi. When Huang Mingyi saw her father approaching, she quickly asked, Dad, how did it go? Did you meet the new chairman of Huading? Is he willing to cooperate with us? The middle-aged man with a dim look shook his head. I didn't meet him. It was manager Lu Bo who talked to me. Although I tried my best, manager Lu declined. Upon hearing this, disappointment and sadness flashed across Huang Mingyi's pretty face. Dad, don't be sad. That's how the business world works. Huading Group does business to make money, so they naturally want to choose better material suppliers. It's just that we are too weak and lack competitiveness, Huang Mingyi comforted her father. I understand. The middle-aged man nodded, his face filled with helplessness. Although Huang Mingyi didn't say it out loud, she secretly made up her mind that after the reception, she would intercept the new chairman of Huading and try to persuade him again. Because Huang Mingyi understood that if they couldn't secure Huading Group as a major client, given their current situation, they wouldn't last long before closing down. This was their last chance. Hello, we meet again. At that moment, a voice sounded behind Huang Mingyi. She turned around to see Lin Chen and Fatty. Because the bosses at the wine party had basically never seen Lin Chen before, they didn't know that Lin Chen was the new chairman of Huading. So when Lin Chen entered the wine party, it didn't cause any waves. It's you? Huang Mingyi recognized Lin Chen and Fatty at a glance, but she seemed a bit surprised to meet them here. I didn't expect it to be you, didn't expect to see you again. It seems that fate wants me to return the money to you, Lin Chen said with a smile. I didn't expect to meet you again either. Huang Mingyi smiled slightly. It must be said that she looked really beautiful when she smiled, able to melt people's hearts. Being able to meet again means we still have fate, so, can you tell me your name this time? Lin Chen also smiled back. Okay, my name is Huang Mingyi. After some thought, Huang Mingyi finally revealed her name. Huang Mingyi, nice name. Lin Chen murmured the name. By the way, Huang Mingyi, give me your card number, I'll transfer the money to you. I don't have much cash on me, I will prove to you that I'm not a scammer. My wallet was really stolen yesterday. Lin Chen said. You really don't have to, I believe you're not a scammer. Let's just consider that meal as my treat. Huang Mingyi waved her hand. She never intended to get that money back in the first place. Mingyi, who is he? Huang Mingyi's father, who was standing nearby, finally spoke up. Dad, he's someone I met at the restaurant yesterday. He had some trouble at the restaurant yesterday, so I helped him out. Huang Mingyi said. Mingyi, you still like to meddle in other people's business. As a girl, what if something goes wrong? Huang Mingyi's father said sternly. Oh, Huang Mingyi could only lower her head and obediently listen to her father's reprimand. It was clear that Huang Mengyi had strict upbringing. "Uncle, hello, I'm Lin Chen, nice to meet you and your daughter." Lin Chen reached out his hand to Huang Mengyi's father. Huang's father didn't refuse, he shook hands with Lin Chen, but his attitude was very indifferent. Lin Chen then looked at Huang Mengyi again. "By the way, Huang Mengyi, how come you're here?" "Of course, I'm here to attend the wine party," Huang Mengyi said. "Oh, so does that mean your family has cooperation with Huading Group? If it's not inconvenient, could you reveal what kind of cooperation it is?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "We do want to cooperate with Huading Group, but our company is too small to catch the attention of Huading Group." Huang Mengyi's eyes dimmed as she said this. Fatty couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle, thinking about what Huang Mengyi's reaction would be if she knew that Lin Chen was the new chairman of Huading. Lin Chen then asked, "Huang Mengyi, would it be possible to tell me the name of your family's company?" "Tiancheng Building Materials Company, Ltd." Huang Mengyi said. "Tiancheng Building Materials Company, Ltd." Lin Chen was taken aback, because when Lin Chen heard this name, he immediately remembered that Lu Bo had just reported to him that the owner of Tiancheng Building Materials Company, Ltd., wanted to meet him. At this moment, Huang Mengyi curiously asked Lin Chen, "By the way, what about you? How did you end up here? Is your family a business partner with Huading Group?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm here because the heavens knew you were here, so they sent me here to return the money to you." Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided not to rush to reveal his identity. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Huang Mengyi covered her mouth and smiled secretly. But Huang's father's face looked somewhat grim. "Young man, are you trying to flirt with my daughter in front of me? Do you think that's appropriate?" Huang's father said with a stern face. Lin Chen looked embarrassed at the words. Huang Mengyi's face also turned red. "Dad, what are you talking about? We were just having a conversation." Lin Chen also spoke up to explain, "Uncle Huang, I really didn't come to see your daughter with any ulterior motives. It's just because she helped me yesterday, so I wanted to return the money to her. But my daughter just said that the money doesn't need to be returned, so you can go ahead." Huang's father waved his hand at Lin Chen, indicating for him to leave. Huang's father thought Lin Chen was trying to pursue his daughter, so as a father, he naturally wanted to intervene on behalf of his daughter, as there had been too many people trying to pursue her over the years. Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from behind Lin Chen. "I can't believe a shabbily dressed kid like you dares to pursue my sister, Mengyi." A young man with a brand name outfit, an Omega watch on his wrist, and a smug look on his face appeared before Lin Chen. Wei Xiao. When Mengyi and her father saw this man, their expressions changed slightly. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly because the young man had clearly been talking about him. Wei Xiao walked up to Lin Chen and Mengyi. "Where did this kid come from? Get lost. Mengyi, how could trash like him be worthy of you?" Wei Xiao looked at Lin Chen disdainfully. Then he turned to Mengyi. "Mengyi, I heard you were here today to discuss cooperation with Huading. I wonder if you've reached an agreement." Wei Xiao casually put his hands in his pockets. "Wei Xiao, this doesn't seem to concern you, does it?" Mengyi's father's expression changed slightly. "How does it not concern me? You are my future wife," Wei Xiao said with a lecherous smile. "Wei Xiao, watch your words," Mengyi's father interjected. "Uncle Huang, why so serious? I'm here to help your family," Wei Xiao said with a smile. Wei Xiao continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Huading Group definitely won't cooperate with your company. This means your company is facing closure. But I can help you, as long as Mengyi agrees to be my girlfriend, I'll have my dad help you." Just as Mengyi and her father were about to refuse, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. "You'll help? This young master sure has a big mouth. So arrogant, huh?" Wei Xiao turned to Lin Chen with a cold expression. "Where did this idiot come from? Do you know who I am?" "Lin Chen, you can't afford to provoke him." Mengyi tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Although Mengyi didn't have much of a relationship with Lin Chen, he was helping her, so she naturally didn't want to see him in trouble. "Can't afford to provoke him?" Lin Chen smiled mischievously. In Xingyang City, there probably wasn't anyone Lin Chen couldn't handle. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't care who Wei Xiao was, as he couldn't possibly be more impressive than Lin Chen himself, the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, Lu Zhizhong. Huang's father patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said, "Young man, his father is a shareholder of Huading Group's Qingyang branch, someone we can't afford to offend." "A shareholder's son?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Lin Chen didn't expect this person to be the son of their company's shareholder. The son of their shareholder was acting arrogantly in front of him? Quite interesting. Lin Chen then sneered, "Just a shareholder's son dares to be so arrogant. Who gave you the courage?" Wei Xiao was furious when he heard Lin Chen's words. "Kid, dare to talk to me like that? I'll show you what it means to pick a fight." Wei Xiao raised his fist as if he was about to hit Lin Chen. Manny's father quickly stopped Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao, today is the reception held by the new chairman of Huading. If you start a fight here, you'll be disrespecting the new chairman. If things escalate, your dad won't be able to explain to the new chairman of Huading. After hearing this sentence, Wei Xiao finally calmed down reluctantly. Although he was arrogant and conceited, he was not without brains. He knew this was a party hosted by the new chairman. If he caused trouble at the party, the new chairman would definitely go off on him, and even his father probably couldn't handle it. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I won't deal with you now. After the party, I will make you understand the consequences of provoking me, Wei Xiao said fiercely. Then, he turned to look at Huang Mengyi and said coldly, Huang Mengyi, you and your father better think carefully. If you are willing to be my girlfriend, I will have my father help you. Otherwise, your family will be finished. After saying this, Wei Xiao left directly. Lin Chen watched Wei Xiao leave and coldly smiled. I will make you understand the consequences of provoking me. After Wei Xiao left, Huang Mengyi worriedly said, Lin Chen, you are too impulsive. His father is one of the shareholders of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, not someone we can afford to provoke. Huang Mengyi knew that in Lin Chen's eyes, the identity of a shareholder in the Qingyang branch of Huading Group might not be a big deal, but in her eyes, it was a very powerful existence. After all, Huading Group was the most powerful super conglomerate in the southwest region, and even being a shareholder of a branch was not something they could compare to. Huang's father also spoke up, that's right, this Wei Xiao will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Young man, after the party, he will definitely come looking for trouble. Listen to my advice, leave now while you can. Yes, you should leave quickly, Huang Mengyi also said worriedly. Huang Mengyi knew that Lin Chen had stood up for her just now and provoked Wei Xiao, and she certainly didn't want Lin Chen to get into trouble because of it. She wouldn't be able to live with herself if that happened. Don't worry, just a Wei Xiao, I don't even consider him a threat. Lin Chen smiled slightly. You say you don't even consider Wei Xiao a threat? Young man, you are too arrogant. Huang's father couldn't help shaking his head. Although Huang's father was not a superficial person, he still had the ability to judge a person's status based on their appearance. Based on his judgment, Lin Chen's status definitely couldn't compare to Wei Xiao's. By the way, you just mentioned wanting to cooperate with Huading Group. Maybe I can help you with that, Lin Chen said to Huang Mengyi and her father. You? Young man, don't make fun of me, you can't help with this matter. Huang's father shook his head. Uncle Huang, it's not certain whether I can help or not. You will know soon, Lin Chen smiled slightly. At this moment, the general manager Lu Bo walked up to the stage. The party time has arrived, all the bosses please take your seats, Lu Bo announced from the stage. With that said, the bosses and their children at the party quickly took their seats. Young man, the situation has come to this, if you understand the implications, I think you should know how to choose, Huang's father said to Lin Chen. After speaking, Huang's father took his daughter to their seats. Boss, why didn't you just tell them directly that you are the new chairman of Huading Group? The chubby guy asked curiously. If I said it, they might not believe it. When the time is right, they will naturally know, Lin Chen smiled. The seating arrangement at the party was important, with those of higher status naturally sitting closer to the front, and those with lower status sitting further back. People like Wei Xiao sat closer to the front, sitting at a table in the second row with his father. Huang Mengyi and her father sat at a table further back, with some other bosses who were of lower rank at the party, so they sat towards the back. After Huang Mengyi took her seat, she looked around the room but didn't see Lin Chen. He must have left the party already, Huang Mengyi murmured. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. If Lin Chen had an accident because of her, her conscience would never forgive her. Mr. Huang also said, it shows that he has some self-awareness. Leaving the party was the wisest choice. Then, Mr. Huang's tone changed, and he said with a bitter smile, Daughter, we are in trouble ourselves, yet we are still worried about others' safety. It's ironic. At this moment, on the stage, Lu Bo held the microphone and said, Dear bosses, I'm sure you are all looking forward to meeting our new chairman of Huading, right? The audience below nodded eagerly. 99% of the people present had never seen the true face of the new chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch. The main purpose of this party today is to introduce them to the new chairman. Of course, they may have seen him at the party, but they do not know that he is the new chairman of Huading. Since everyone is so eager, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our new chairman on stage. With Lu Bo's enthusiastic words, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Everyone looked expectantly at the stage. The new chairman of Huading is finally going on stage. I heard that this new chairman is very young. Finally, we can see his true face. Discussions were abound in the audience. At a table in the second row, Wei Xiao put down his phone and turned his gaze to the stage. Wei Xiao's father, while watching the stage, said to Wei Xiao, Wei, after the new chairman finishes speaking, he will definitely come down to toast the guests. You must show the best attitude, do not offend the new chairman, understand? Wei Xiao's father knew very well that his son was usually arrogant and often clashed with others. Dad, don't worry. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to offend the new chairman, Wei Xiao said with a smile. At a table further back, Wei Xiaoxiao and her father applauded while keeping their eyes fixed on the stage. Finally, we will see the true face of the new chairman. I can't wait. Wei Xiaoxiao's face was full of anticipation. At another table, Huang Mengyi and her father also kept their eyes on the stage. Amidst the attention and warm applause, a figure slowly walked onto the stage. It was Lin Chen. What's going on? Wei Xiao in the front row, seeing Lin Chen on stage, his face turned gray in an instant. He immediately recognized Lin Chen, the person he had threatened before. But the person who should be on stage now should be the new chairman of the Huading Group. It can't be him. This kid must have barged in and ended up on stage. Wei Xiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that this was the new chairman of the Huading Group. At a table in the back, Wei Xiaoxiao was also shocked to see Lin Chen on stage. Wasn't he the person she had met at the bar a few days ago? At that time, she looked down on Lin Chen, but later she saw him getting into a Lamborghini. After thinking about it carefully, she concluded that Lin Chen had rented the Lamborghini. She secretly decided that if she met Lin Chen again, she would make him pay. Could he be the new chairman of Huading? No, this can't be true. Wei Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, not believing it either. At another table. How can it be him? Huang Mengyi widened her eyes in surprise. Could it be that he is the new chairman of the Huading Group? This can't be true, right? Mr. Huang also seemed incredulous. On stage, Lin Chen had already walked to the center of the stage and stood next to Lu Bo. Let me introduce to you all, this is the new chairman of our Huading Xingyang branch, Mr. Lin Chen. Now, let's have our chairman Lin give a speech. General Manager Lu Bo said loudly. Boom! When Wei Xiao heard this, he felt as if his head had exploded, and his whole being was instantly drained of energy. The general manager Lu Bo had already announced it, so how could it be wrong? He's actually the chairman of Huading Group. It's over. It's over. Wei Xiao slumped back in his chair. He thought about the harsh words he had said to Lin Chen before, and his attitude towards Lin Chen afterwards. He felt he was finished. At the table behind him, Wei Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Lin Chen on stage, showing a look of confusion. She never dreamed that Lin Chen was actually the new chairman of Huading Group. At another table, Mr. Huang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He's actually the chairman of Huading Group. Mr. Huang never imagined that Lin Chen, whom he and his daughter had talked to before, was actually the chairman of Huading Group. The most dramatic part was that the person he wanted to meet was right in front of him, but he didn't recognize him. Although Huang Mengyi didn't say anything, she also covered her mouth, looking incredulously at Lin Chen on stage. She couldn't imagine that the person she had helped casually last night turned out to be the new chairman of Huading Group. It was only at this moment that she realized why Lin Chen was not afraid of Wei Xiao at all, because Lin Chen was the new chairman of Huading Group. By now, Lin Chen had finished his brief speech and then, as the host, went down to toast to the guests to welcome them. Lu Bo followed closely by Lin Chen's side, introducing the names and information of the people to Lin Chen. As the toasts went from front to back, every boss, young master, and young lady at each table showed utmost respect on their faces. When toasting, they all raised their glasses as if this was the only way to show their respect for Lin Chen. As the chairman of Huading Group's Qingyang branch, who wouldn't be respectful to Lin Chen? Lin Chen quickly arrived at the second row, where Wei Xiao was seated. The people at the table quickly stood up. Director Lin, this is Wei Ming, a shareholder of our company, and on his left is his son, Wei Xiaoliang, General Manager Lu Bo introduced. Director Lin, hello, I am Wei Ming, please take care of me in the future, Wei Ming said respectfully, raising his glass with both hands. Lin Chen gave a cold smile. Wei Ming, you have too much face, I can't afford to take care of you. Chairman, why do you say that? Wei Ming said awkwardly, not understanding why Lin Chen said that. Lin Chen didn't answer him, but looked directly at Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao, come, I toast to you, Lin Chen said with a playful smile. Wei Xiao trembled at the words, almost falling off his chair. Director Lin, I. Wei Xiao's face was pale, and he stuttered. Wei Xiao thought of the disrespectful things he had said to Lin Chen before, and even threatened to deal with Lin Chen. His heart trembled. What? I toast to you, don't you accept it? Lin Chen frowned. I dare not. I dare not. Wei Xiao quickly picked up the glass, but his hand was shaking so much that a lot of the wine spilled on the table and on himself. Wei Xiao's father on the side had already noticed that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to speak out of turn. Lin Chen held the glass and sneered, Wei Xiao, didn't you threaten to make me suffer before? Now I'm right in front of you, tell me, how are you going to make me suffer? I'm all ears. Director Lin. I didn't know you were the new chairman at that time, so I. Wei Xiao's voice trembled, his face pale. So you thought my status was lower than yours, that I was an easy target to bully, right? Lin Chen asked with a half smile. Wei Xiao stiffly nodded. Is it right for people of lower status to be bullied? Do you know that I hate the most people like you who bully the weak and take advantage of others? After saying this, Lin Chen directly splashed the wine in the glass on Wei Xiao's face. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, with only Lin Chen's angry shouts echoing in the room. When Lin Chen got angry, no one dared to make a sound, afraid of attracting his wrath. The young masters at Wei's table were trembling in fear, some even shaking in their legs. Mr. Lin, please spare us. Wei, who had wine splashed on him, quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. At this moment, Wei was completely terrified, regretting deeply why he had offended Mr. Lin. Wei's father also knelt down quickly. As a shareholder of the company, he knew very well that Lin Chen was not only the new chairman of the company but also the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. With just this fact, if Lin Chen wanted to crush them, it would be as simple as crushing ants. Mr. Lin, my son is ignorant. If he has offended you in any way, I will make it up to you. From now on, I will discipline him strictly. Wei's father, Wei Ming, pleaded for his son. Lin Chen looked at Wei Ming and said firmly, if I hear about him bullying the weak and using his power to oppress others again, I will deal with you as well. Understand? Yes, yes, yes. Wei Ming nodded repeatedly, showing extreme humility. Lin Chen then turned to the crowd at the banquet and said loudly, from today onwards, I set a rule here. Anyone who collaborates with our company and dares to bully the weak or oppress the underprivileged, our Huading group will immediately cut off all cooperation with them and call for a citywide boycott. Lin Chen had been bullied when he was poor, simply because he was an easy target. He despised those who bullied the weak and used their power to oppress others. Now that he had power, he wanted to prevent such incidents from happening. After Lin Chen spoke, the room fell silent. What? Have you all not heard what I said? Answer me. Lin Chen asked coldly. Though his voice was not loud, it carried a strong presence. The bosses, young masters, and daughters present all nodded quickly in response. Initially, they thought Lin Chen, being young, would be easy to deal with, but after his display of power, they no longer underestimated him. Satisfied with their response, Lin Chen turned to Wei, who was still kneeling on the ground. Wei, I hope you will not harass Huang Mengyi again in the future, or you will regret it. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, emitting a chilling aura. Yes, I will never bother Huang Mengyi again. Wei nodded repeatedly, looking like a defeated dog. After hearing this, Lin Chen left for another table. Once Lin Chen left their table, Wei's father, Wei Ming, slapped Wei hard across the face, venting his anger. Listen to me, I forbid you from leaving the house for a year. Stay at home and reflect on your actions. Wei Ming scolded Wei harshly. Wei felt bitter about being confined for a year but dared not argue, knowing he had offended the new chairman of the Huading group. All of this was witnessed by Huang Mengyi and her father, who were deeply moved. Before the banquet, they were worried about Lin Chen's safety and had advised him to leave early. And now, Lin Chen is the new chairman of Huading Group, easily overpowering Wei Xiao, causing Wei Xiao and his father to kneel down and beg for mercy. Next, the toasting continued. After Lin Chen's display of power just now, everyone's attitude towards him became even more respectful. Many bosses took the initiative to introduce their daughters to Lin Chen, naturally hoping to climb up the social ladder through him. At another table, was Xiao Xiao's father advised her, Xiao Xiao, Chairman Lin is about to come to our table soon. You must perform well and try to leave a good first impression on him. If you can establish a relationship with him directly, that would be even better. Dad, Was Xiao Xiao's face looked a bit unpleasant. She knew deep down that she had already left a very bad first impression on Lin Chen, as he had told her before that she was not worthy. But Guo Xiao Xiao dared not tell her father about this matter. At this moment, Lin Chen had already arrived at their table. I propose a toast to everyone, Lin Chen said, raising his glass. Everyone stood up, holding their glasses with both hands, showing utmost respect. Lin Chen just took a sip, but everyone at the table raised their glasses and drank it all, as if this was the only way to show their respect to him. At this moment, Guo Xiaoxiao's father smiled and said, Chairman Lin, this is my daughter Guo Xiaoxiao. She is around your age and admires you a lot, wanting to be friends with you. Then, Guo's father signaled to Guo Xiaoxiao to speak. Just as Guo Xiaoxiao was about to speak, Lin Chen glanced at her, then turned and left directly, not giving her a chance to speak. Watching Lin Chen leave, Guo Xiaoxiao was stunned. She realized that Lin Chen didn't even look at her directly, as if he saw her as nothing. Am I really that unbearable? Hua Xiaoxiao thought. She had expected Lin Chen to mock her or scold her, which wouldn't have been so bad. What was most terrifying was that Lin Chen didn't even consider her worth acknowledging. At that moment, Hua Xiaoxiao remembered the night she met Lin Chen at the bar. Why am I so stupid? Such a good opportunity, and I missed it. Hua Xiaoxiao was furious with herself, knowing that the night at the bar was a perfect chance to get to know Lin Chen. If she had behaved well then, she could have possibly gotten close to the new chairman of Huading Group. Unfortunately, she had wasted such a good opportunity given to her by fate. Of course, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had reached the table where Huang Mengyi was sitting. The people at the table stood up, holding their glasses with both hands. This table was positioned towards the back, and the bosses sitting there were of the lowest level in the room, not doing very well. So when they saw Lin Chen, they naturally showed even more respect. After toasting everyone at the table, Lin Chen walked directly to Huang Mengyi and her father. Before Lin Chen could speak, Huang's father, with a sincere and fearful tone, bowed and said, "Chairman Lin, I was offensive before the start of the banquet. I hope you can forgive me." He remembered his previous attitude towards Lin Chen and felt a wave of fear. He knew that if Lin Chen wanted to do something to him, it would be too easy. Lin Chen helped Huang's father up and smiled, saying, "Uncle Huang, you are worrying too much. I am not angry with you. Asking me to stay away from Mengyi is to protect her, which is what a good father should do. As for asking me to leave the banquet quickly, it is indeed for my own good." The other bosses present couldn't help but admire the scene. When Lin Chen was toasting earlier, he didn't say much to them, but he was very warm towards Huang's father, even calling him uncle. How could they not be envious? Huang's father was pleasantly surprised to hear Lin Chen call him Uncle Huang. After all, the difference in their status was significant. Lin Chen was the new chairman of the prestigious Huading Group, while he was just a small business owner. "So Mr. Huang quickly said, "Chairman Lin, I can't bear this title, you can call me Xiao Wang. Uncle Huang, Mengyi helped me yesterday, I consider her a friend, and a friend's father is an elder, so you deserve this title," Lin Chen said with a smile. Then, Lin Chen looked at Huang Mengyi again. "Mengyi, we meet again." Lin Chen still smiled. Chairman Lin, I really didn't expect you to be the new chairman of Huading Group." Up to now, there was still a hint of shock on Mengyi's pretty face. When Mengyi helped Lin Chen at the restaurant yesterday, she never dreamed that this person would be the new chairman of Huading Group. "Just call me Lin Chen, calling me Chairman Lin is too formal," Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Chen. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Mengyi still called out, "Lin Chen, thank you for not letting Wei Xiao harass me anymore." Huang Mengyi bit her red lips. Huang Mengyi had been harassed by Wei Xiao before, but Wei Xiao was powerful, and she had no good way to deal with it. But just now, she told Wei Xiao not to harass her anymore, and she could finally have peace in the future. "A girl like you should not be harassed by such scum. Don't worry, if anyone dares to harass you in the future, just tell me, I will help you solve it." Lin Chen smiled. Huang Mengyi nodded while biting her red lips. Although Mengyi had not spent much time with Lin Chen, she found that Lin Chen was different from other rich second generations. He was not arrogant or overbearing, but instead stood up for the weak. "By the way, I heard that you and your father are very interested in talking to me about cooperation, right?" Lin Chen asked. Yes. Mengyi quickly nodded while looking at Lin Chen, and at the same time nodded vigorously. "Mr. Huang also looked at Lin Chen expectantly. Originally, Mr. Huang thought that there was no chance of cooperating with Huading Group, but at this moment, he suddenly felt hopeful again. "About cooperation, I have said before that I can help you. Do you think I have the ability now?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. Of course. You are the chairman of Huading Group." Mr. Huang nodded repeatedly. "Okay, after the reception is over, come to the VIP lounge, and we will discuss the details of the cooperation," Lin Chen said lightly. Okay. Mr. Huang nodded excitedly. After seeing this scene, the people present were so envious. They all wished they could establish a relationship with Lin Chen, but they failed. However, Lin Chen took the initiative to talk to the Huang family, and even invited them to discuss after the reception. How could they not be envious? After the reception ended, in the VIP lounge, Lin Chen sat in the front, General Manager Lu Bo stood beside Lin Chen, and Huang Mengyi and Mr. Huang sat below. "Uncle Huang, our company just terminated cooperation with Hongda Building Materials Company today, so we are in need of a new supplier in the building materials sector. It will be supplied by your company in the future to fill this gap," Lin Chen said. "Really?" Mr. Huang was surprised and delighted. Mengyi also looked pleasantly surprised. If they could cooperate with Huading Group, their company would not only avoid bankruptcy, but also grow stronger. Am I joking? Lin Chen smiled and asked. But, our company is small in scale, and we do not have any price advantages. There are many better companies for you to choose from. Why did you choose us? It's a loss for you, Mengyi said, lowering her head. Of course, it's because of you. Lin Chen looked at Mengyi with a smile. Because of me? A blush appeared on Mengyi's pretty face. Yes, yesterday you helped me at the restaurant. I owe you a favor. Today I help you. Consider it repaying your favor. Lin Chen said with a smile. But, I only helped you pay a few thousand yesterday, but now it's tens of millions or even billions in benefits, Mengyi said. Although Huang Mengyi really wants to cooperate with Huading Group, she also doesn't want to, because she doesn't want Lin Chen to lose a lot of money because of her, which would make her feel guilty. It's okay, for me, it's just a small amount of money. Lin Chen smiled. But, our family's company is relatively small, and the production capacity may not be able to keep up. Huang Mengyi expressed her concerns. This is simple, our Huading Group will invest 1 billion in your company to expand production capacity. Lin Chen said. Invest 1 billion in our company? Huang's father and Huang Mengyi were stunned by this sudden news. Garulu, am I dreaming? Huang's father swallowed, feeling like he was dreaming. Huang Mengyi was also shocked, staring at Lin Chen dumbfounded. If they really invested 1 billion in their company and reached a cooperation with Huading Group, then their company would truly take off. Uncle Huang, you are not dreaming. I will have General Manager Lu Bo implement the investment as soon as possible, Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen, can you tell me a reason? Are you doing this just because I paid for a meal? Huang Mengyi couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen shook his head. No, it's more because I see your kindness and your father's integrity. I need partners like you. Lin Chen, thank you. Thank you for giving our family this opportunity. My father and I will definitely work hard, Huang Mengyi said earnestly. Huang's father also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Director Lin, rest assured, we will not let you down. We will prove to you that your investment is worthwhile. For Huang's father, he has always wanted to fulfill his ambitions, but he lacked enough money and connections. Now he can finally make a big leap. Lin Chen smiled and said, Uncle Lin, you won't keep me away from your daughter now, right? Ha, of course not. Huang's father smiled awkwardly. Huang's father was very clear that many people wanted to be friends with Lin Chen but didn't have the qualifications, and many wanted to get close to Lin Chen but didn't have the opportunity. Moreover, Lin Chen had helped him so much. When Huang Mengyi heard Lin Chen say this, her face blushed. At this moment, Lin Chen stood up. Alright, the cooperation is settled. I will have General Manager Lu Bo discuss the specific cooperation plan with you. Yes, Director Lin. Lu Bo next to them nodded. The reception came to an end like this. For Lin Chen, this reception not only completely dealt with Zhang Hu, but more importantly, he saw Huang Mengyi, the girl who helped him yesterday. Just as the reception ended, Lin Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from his grandfather, Lu Zhizhong. Lin Chen naturally didn't dare to neglect his grandfather's call. Hello, Grandpa, Lin Chen quickly answered the phone. Yuner, I am at your house now. Come back and let's talk face to face about some things, came the voice of his grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, from the phone. Grandpa, you are in Qingyang City now? At our house? Lin Chen was surprised. Yes, Lu Zhizhong replied on the phone. Okay, I'll come back now, Lin Chen agreed directly. In Lin Chen's view, his grandfather suddenly coming to Qingyang City and urgently summoning him should have something important to discuss. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen hurried back home. Shantytown, Lin Chen's home. Last week, after his grandfather gave him 1 billion, Lin Chen was planning to buy a villa to live in and provide his mother with a better living environment. However, his mother said she had feelings for living here for a long time, and this house held memories of Lin Chen's deceased father, so they continued to live here without moving. Although they didn't move, Lin Chen still bought some new furniture for the house, making the whole place look refreshed. When Lin Chen arrived home, his grandfather was already waiting for him. Yuner, come. Sit down. Grandfather Lu Zhizhong saw Lin Chen entering the door and quickly stood up warmly to pull Lin Chen to sit beside him. Yuner, how has your week been? Everything going smoothly? Grandfather Lu Zhizhong appeared very kind. Lin Chen grinned. Grandfather, to be honest, it feels great to have money. I've had a good week. Since Lu Zhizhong acknowledged Lin Chen had indeed been living a comfortable life this week. Former enemies were now beneath his feet, and those who used to look down on him now showed him respect. Lin Chen finally turned the tables. Of course, Lin Chen was well aware that all of this was thanks to his grandfather's blessings. Ha, that's good to hear. Grandfather Lu Zhizhong chuckled after hearing Lin Chen's words. Pausing for a moment, Lu Zhizhong continued, "You know, this week I've been secretly observing you." "Observing me?" Lin Chen seemed surprised, as he had not noticed. "Yes, I've been observing you all week. Honestly, your performance has exceeded my expectations," Lu Zhizhong said. "Was it too bad?" Lin Chen gave a wry smile. "No, it was surprisingly good. You just took over as the chairman of the company and managed to eliminate dissenters with a firm hand, while cleverly winning people's hearts. This reminds me of my younger days," Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. "Oh, really?" Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "By the way, Heir, I have a question. Last time you were kidnapped by bandits, how did you manage to get them to release you?" Lu Zhizhong asked curiously. This question had long intrigued Lu Zhizhong. His secretary added, "Young master, that day the old master thought you were in trouble and was ready to send people to rescue you, but you unexpectedly walked out of the bandits' car unharmed, shocking both me and the old master." Lin Chen smiled. "Grandfather, what problem can't be solved with money? If not, it just means I didn't have enough money. I gave those bandits 10 million, so naturally they let me go and even revealed the mastermind behind it." "Haha, I see. What a problem that money can solve." "Well said." Lu Zhizhong burst into laughter, suddenly enlightened. Lu Zhizhong increasingly realized that Lin Chen's performance was much better than he had initially expected. At first, Lu Zhizhong did not have high hopes for Lin Chen. He just hoped Lin Chen was not a spoiled rich kid and could have some ambition to barely maintain the family business in the future. But Lin Chen's excellence exceeded his imagination. "Heir, considering your outstanding performance, I'll give you another billion as pocket money. Furthermore, if you ever need my help, just give me a call. Generally speaking, there's no trouble in the 3 southwestern provinces that I, Lu Zhizhong, can't handle," Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Then, he took out his phone and transferred money to Lin Chen. "Ding, your business bank card ending in 4527 has received 1 billion. 00. Seeing so many zeros, Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. It had only been a week, and his grandfather had given him another billion? After this week, Lin Chen had already understood the power of money, so he did not refuse. "Thank you, grandfather." Lin Chen's face was filled with a smile. "Also, I want to introduce you to an important person." Grandfather Lu Zhizhong became serious. Then, he looked outside and said, "Lone Wolf, come in." As soon as he spoke, a dark figure flashed by, followed by a thin man appearing in front of Lin Chen. The man was thin and unremarkable in appearance, with a fierce scar on his face. However, his deep eyes emitted a chilling and suffocating aura that Lin Chen found terrifying. "Master." The lone wolf bowed respectfully to Lu Zhizhong, his voice hoarse and low. "Grandfather, who is he?" Lin Chen was curious about the man's background. "He's called Lone Wolf. He served in the special forces when he was young and became an underground boxer after retiring. I saved his life once, and he's been following me ever since. It's been 10 years now," Lu Zhizhong recalled. "Retired special forces? Underground boxer?" Lin Chen was surprised, as he had never been exposed to this kind of world before. "Heir, to be honest with you, I've had Lone Wolf secretly protecting you during this time. I don't want anything to happen to my precious grandson," Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. "Is that so?" "Thank you, grandfather," Lin Chen nodded in realization. Last time Lin Chen was kidnapped, he felt his safety was not guaranteed. Now he understood that his grandfather had already taken care of his safety. "But grandfather, he's just one person. It's hard to fight off multiple enemies with just 2 fists. If he encounters multiple enemies, he might not be able to handle it alone." Lin Chen shook his head. "Young master, are you questioning my abilities?" Lone Wolf's voice was rough. "I'm just stating the facts," Lin Chen shrugged. "Ha, Lone Wolf, show my grandson what you can do," Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Lone Wolf nodded and then punched the wall directly. Boom! The impact of his punch created a spiderweb-like crack on the wall. "Wow! This..." Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was too powerful. A single punch could crack a wall? This exceeded Lin Chen's previous understanding. If this punch landed on a person, wouldn't it be fatal? It was terrifying to think about. "Young master, did I disappoint you?" Lone Wolf's voice was rough and deep. "Impressive." Lin Chen gave a thumbs up to Lone Wolf. Seeing this, grandfather Lu Zhizhong smiled and said, "Lin Chen, from today onwards, I officially hand over Lone Wolf to you. He will be your bodyguard to ensure your safety. Lone Wolf is absolutely loyal to me, so you can trust him." "Thank you, grandfather," Lin Chen smiled and accepted. The kidnapping incident made Lin Chen realize that even with wealth, he lacked martial arts skills. Having a powerful bodyguard was important in case of enemy retaliation. "Lone Wolf, have you met the young master?" Lu Zhizhong asked. Lone Wolf nodded, walked up to Lin Chen, and bowed, saying, "Young master." "Lone Wolf, rest assured, following me won't put you at a disadvantage," Lin Chen said with a smile. At this point, Lu Zhizhong spoke again. "Grandson, I have one request. Lone Wolf will only act when your life is in danger. In general, he will remain in the shadows to better train you." "No problem," Lin Chen agreed directly, seeing the reason in his grandfather's request. "By the way, grandson, there's one more thing. Your mother has been overworked these years, so I plan to take her abroad for some time to recuperate," Lu Zhizhong said. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded, fully supporting the decision for his mother's health. "Yuner, take care of yourself while I'm away. Call your mother or me if anything happens," his mother reminded Lin Chen with concern. Lin Chen stepped forward and held his mother's weathered hand, saying, "Mom, I will take care of myself. You also need to take care of yourself and recuperate peacefully abroad." Lin Chen's father passed away early, and his mother raised him alone all these years. He knew how much she had suffered. After dinner with his grandfather at home that evening, his mother left Qingyang City. The next afternoon at Qingyang University, it was the day for students to return after the weekend break. Inside the classroom, a chubby student excitedly told Lin Chen, "Hey, have you heard? Zhang Hu has transferred to another school. He must be scared of facing you, so he ran away." Lin Chen just smiled and didn't take it too seriously. Other students in the classroom started discussing Zhang Hu's sudden transfer, speculating about the reasons behind it. Although the evidence pointed to a connection with Lin Chen, no one believed it because they knew Lin Chen came from a poor family. The class monitor, Wang Shui, felt relieved upon hearing about Zhang Hu's transfer, knowing that he wouldn't bother Lin Chen anymore. Just then, a tall and handsome student named Zhang Hai entered the classroom, causing some classmates to scream in excitement. Lin Chen knew of Zhang Hai, the head of the student union's external relations department, who was rumored to have been involved with multiple female students. Despite this, Zhang Hai remained popular among girls for his looks and basketball skills. Lin Chen found Zhang Hai to be a hypocrite. As Zhang Hai approached Wang Shui, Lin Chen and his friend followed them out of the classroom. Zhang Hai instructed Wang Shui to secure a sponsorship of 200,000 yuan for the upcoming Winter Sports Festival, a task she found daunting. In the past, sponsorship was mostly in the range of 3 to 5,000, and it was rare to have such a large amount as 20,000. Getting sponsorship is already a very difficult task, and getting 200,000 in sponsorship is even more challenging. This Winter Games should be held in a grander manner, so of course the expenses will not be small, Zhang Hai said. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Hai continued, "Wang Shui, the more difficult it is, the more it can train a person. This is a rare opportunity for training, and I entrusted this task to you because I value you, do you understand?" Really talking nonsense, Lin Chen, who was eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but shake his head and sneer after hearing Zhang Hai's words. These student council ministers and chairpersons like to recruit naive students to join the student council under the guise of training them. Then they make them do thankless tasks, work as unpaid labor, and serve them, all under the guise of training. But in reality, nepotism is rampant in the student council, where a student council president can recruit a dozen female student secretaries to serve him full-time. Lin Chen didn't know if other universities were like this, but at least in Qingyang University, it was like this. Fatty nodded in agreement. "That's right, this guy is just talking nonsense. Fortunately, I quit the student council early on, otherwise I would have been used like a dog by them." On the other side, when Wang Shui heard Zhang Hai's words, she expressed her concern. "Senior Zhang Hai, I'm really worried that I won't be able to complete it. 200,000 is really too much. Wang Shui, you are the most beautiful girl in our external relations department. As long as you sacrifice a bit of yourself, I think it will be easy to get 200,000 in sponsorship," Zhang Hai said with a smile. Zhang Hai's words clearly implied to Wang Shui that she could use her body to attract sponsorship, and in this way, there would definitely be bosses willing to sponsor. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Hai continued, "As long as you can secure this sponsorship, I guarantee that in the next term of the External Relations Department, I will recommend you to be the next minister of the Student Council's External Relations Department. In addition, I can help you get the first-class scholarship for this year's outstanding student selection." First-class scholarship? Wang Shui seemed a bit tempted. Scholarships are divided into first, second, and third classes, with the first-class scholarship offering the most money but also being the most difficult to obtain. Wang Shui knew very well that her family was in dire need of money, and if she could really get a first-class scholarship, it would be a godsend. However, Wang Shui shook her head. "I'm sorry, Senior Zhang Hai, I can't do it." No matter how good the conditions were, Wang Shui would never sell her body, never. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai's face immediately darkened. "Wang Shui, I am not negotiating conditions with you right now, but as the Minister of the Student Council's External Relations Department, I am assigning you a task, do you understand? Zheng Hai said coldly. Seeing that being soft didn't work, he resorted to being tough. Zheng Hai continued in a cold voice, if you disobey the order, I can immediately kick you out of the student council, preventing you from receiving this year's Outstanding Student Award. You won't get the scholarship. I can even mark your file to leave a stain on your record for life, making it difficult for you to find a job in the future. Wang Shui was naive, and she was naturally frightened by Zheng Hai's threats. Just then, Zheng Hai changed his tone, of course, as your senior, I can also help you figure out a solution. What? What solution? Wang Shui hurriedly asked. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will help you figure out a way to solve this 200,000 sponsorship fee, Zheng Hai said with a smile. At this moment, Zheng Hai finally revealed his true colors. Zheng Hai, you. Wang Shui's expression changed. Wang Shui, how many people want to be my girlfriend but don't have the chance? You should consider yourself rare, don't you think? I promise, being my girlfriend will only bring benefits, no harm, Zheng Hai said with a smile. Actually, Zheng Hai has long coveted Wang Shui's beauty and has been wanting to win her over for a while. He has hinted at her several times in the past, but Wang Shui always pretended not to understand. So this time, he decided to directly confront her, using his status to coerce Wang Shui. Promise me, okay? Zheng Hai said as he reached out his hand, trying to grab Wang Shui's fair jade-like hand. Startled, Wang Shui quickly moved back to avoid Zheng Hai, but he didn't give up. Stop it! Just then, a cold voice rang out. Following that, Lin Chen, accompanied by a chubby guy, rushed out. Lin Chen walked directly in front of Wang Shui, blocking Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai, you are truly a despicable beast, using your position in the student union to engage in such dirty dealings. Do you have no shame? Lin Chen reprimanded. Exactly, you are shameless, the chubby guy echoed indignantly. Hey, who do you think you are to barge in like this, and dare to insult me? Do you know who I am? Are you even worthy? Zheng Hai's face darkened. To him, the sudden appearance of these two people ruined his plans, making him very displeased. Just a mere student union minister, thinking highly of yourself? Lin Chen sneered. Zheng Hai, using his position as a student union minister, might intimidate ordinary students, but trying to scare Lin Chen? He was way off the mark. At this moment, the chubby guy proudly spoke up. Zheng Hai, do you know who my buddy Lin Chen is? You'll be scared to death when you find out. Scared of me? Ha ha. Zheng Hai couldn't help but sneer. Judging from Lin Chen and the chubby guy's appearance, he was certain they had no significant background, just two poor kids. I warn you both now, get out of my way immediately. If you provoke me, I can guarantee you won't be able to survive in this school. Zheng Hai pointed at Lin Chen and the chubby guy, his words full of threats. Heh, just a mere student union official, yet you think you have such power and influence? It's truly laughable. Lin Chen shook his head with a cold smile. Lin Chen understood why these student union officials dared to act so arrogantly. Their power was closely tied to them, inflating their egos and allowing them to enjoy it. That's right, I do have such power. Crushing you is as simple as crushing ants. You too, wait for your doom, Zheng Hai said arrogantly. Seeing this, Wang Shui quickly said, Zheng Hai, this has nothing to do with them. You just wanted me to secure a 200,000 sponsorship, right? Fine. I agree. In Wang Shui's eyes, a student union official like Zheng Hai was no match for Lin Chen, so she didn't want to involve him and promptly agreed to Zheng Hai. Wang Shui, just because of this kid, you dare to agree to such a task? Fine, let's see how you can accomplish it. If you fail, you know the consequences. Zheng Hai's face darkened. Zheng Hai knew how difficult it was to secure a 200,000 sponsorship. For an average female student to secure such an amount, there was only one way, selling her body, and she had to be exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, there was no way, no chance. Wanting to secure 200,000 sponsorship for free was nothing but a dream. Wang Shui also understood that securing a 200,000 sponsorship was nearly impossible, but she had already agreed and there was no turning back. It's okay, Wang Shui. It's just a 200,000 sponsorship, right? I'll help you out, Lin Chen said generously. What? Just you? Ha, I don't know if you're bragging or overestimating yourself. If you can secure a 200,000 sponsorship, I'll eat shit, Zheng Hai sneered. Judging from Lin Chen's appearance, Zheng Hai had already concluded that he was just a poor kid. He didn't believe that a poor kid could secure a 200,000 sponsorship. Don't believe I can secure a 200,000 sponsorship? Do you dare to bet with me? Lin Chen showed a playful smile. How do you want to bet? Zheng Hai asked. Didn't you just say that if I could secure a sponsorship fee of 200,000 for Wang Shui, you would eat shit? Alright, if I manage to do it, you will livestream yourself eating shit on the school forum, deal? Lin Chen said with a smile. Livestream eating shit on the forum? Ha ha. The chubby guy standing behind Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself that the boss was really ruthless to come up with such a prank, but he was looking forward to it. After hearing Lin Chen's request, Zheng Hai's expression changed instantly. How could he propose such a disgusting request? But then Zheng Hai thought, would he lose? It was simply impossible. So Zheng Hai said, alright, I agree. But what if you fail? If I fail, I will drop out immediately, or you can decide what to do with me, Lin Chen said casually. Alright, it's a deal, as you said. I'll take this bet with you. Zheng Hai agreed without hesitation. In Zheng Hai's view, he was sure to win this bet. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shui became very anxious. Lin Chen, don't bet with him. In Wang Shui's opinion, there was no way they could secure a sponsorship of 200,000, and now Lin Chen was betting with Zheng Hai. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Lin Chen glanced back at Wang Shui, showing a confident smile. At this moment, Zheng Hai added, by the way, there is a time limit for securing the sponsorship. I require you to secure the sponsorship within 3 days, and the sponsoring company must have a market value of over 100 million. Small companies are not worthy of sponsoring our school. Zheng Hai added these 2 strict conditions to further increase the difficulty, ensuring that he would definitely win this bet. What? 3 days? And it must be a sponsoring company with a market value of over 100 million? Zheng Hai, you're clearly just trying to make things difficult. Wang Shui stomped her foot in anger. Having worked in the external liaison department for so long, Wang Shui had never heard of such bizarre rules for securing sponsorships. It was already extremely difficult to secure a sponsorship, let alone requiring the sponsoring company to have a market value of over 100 million. Wang Shui, as the head of the student union's external liaison department, I set the rules. Understand? Zheng Hai smirked slyly. Lin Chen pulled Wang Shui behind him, slightly raising the corner of his mouth and said, alright, I agree. Lin Chen pulled Wang Shui behind him, slightly raising the corner of his mouth and said, alright, I agree. Then, Lin Chen raised a finger. Furthermore, I don't need that much time. 1 day is enough. 1 day? Ah, okay. Zheng Hai laughed and agreed. For him, Lin Chen voluntarily increasing the difficulty naturally made him happy. He had never seen such a foolish person who would willingly make things harder for themselves. In this situation, Zheng Hai was even more confident of winning. Just 1 day, they probably hadn't even contacted any companies yet, right? Kid, we'll see the outcome in a day. After saying this, Zheng Hai left. After Zheng Hai left, Wang Shui said, Lin Chen, how could you make such a bet with him? How could you agree to his terms? He clearly wants to trick you. Wang Shui's face was full of anxiety and worry. Because Wang Shui couldn't figure out how they could secure 200,000 in 1 day, and it had to be from a company with a market value of over 100 million. Wang Shui knew that those big companies were not interested in such things, and if they approached them, those companies probably wouldn't even see them. So Wang Shui couldn't understand why Lin Chen agreed to Zheng Hai's terms. She couldn't understand Lin Chen's actions. At this moment, the chubby guy next to him couldn't help but smile and say, Monitor, don't worry, I think Lin Chen can definitely accomplish it. The chubby guy is very clear about Lin Chen's current status. In his opinion, not to mention 200,000, even 2 million or 20 million, it's nothing to Lin Chen. The chubby guy understands that Lin Chen will definitely win this bet. What he is looking forward to now is how the scene will be when Zheng Hai loses and he live streams himself eating shit on Tiaba. The chubby guy feels excited just thinking about it. However, Wang Shui is not aware of Lin Chen's status. Anyway, Lin Chen, I still want to thank you for stepping forward to stop Zheng Hai for me just now, Wang Shui said. Wang Shui understands that Lin Chen got involved in this matter because of her, so she feels grateful and apologetic towards Lin Chen. You are the monitor of our class. How can I let that scum tarnish you? Lin Chen smiled and said. Wang Shui was silent for 2 seconds, then looked up and said, since things have come to this, Lin Chen, we can only try our best. In Wang Shui's eyes, although this is an impossible task, since things have come to this, they can only give it a try. Lin Chen smiled, so, let's set off now. Since I just said I will help you with getting sponsors, then I will take care of this matter. So, Lin Chen directly called Wang Shui and left the school. At the school gate, Lin Chen, shouldn't we first research and prepare to approach those companies? Wang Shui asked in confusion. In Wang Shui's view, if they are going to seek sponsorship from big companies for school activities, they should first research the situation and then choose their target. No need, I already have a target in mind, Lin Chen shook his head. Really? Which company? Wang Shui curiously asked. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said 4 words, Huating Group. Huading Group? Wang Shui's face was full of surprise. Huading Group is such a powerful conglomerate, and Wang Shui is well aware of it. Lin Chen, Huading Group is such a big company. If we go to them for sponsorship, they probably won't even bother with us. Let's find another company, Wang Shui said. No need, it's them. Lin Chen's smile remained on his face. Following that, Lin Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight to Huading Group. Although Wang Shui felt that seeking sponsorship from Huading Group was as unlikely as winning the lottery jackpot, Lin Chen insisted, so she had to give it a try. Lin Chen's Lamborghini supercar was parked near the school parking lot, but Lin Chen chose to take a taxi instead of driving the Lamborghini. Because Lin Chen didn't want to reveal his identity temporarily, to avoid putting pressure on Wang Shui and creating a barrier between them due to their different statuses. Otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't need to make this trip at all. He could just take out 200,000 and have the general manager, Lu Bo, send over a sponsorship agreement. Moreover, doing this with Wang Shui is a shared experience between the two of them. Outside Huading Group. Although this is only the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, the company building is still very imposing. Lin Chen had to admit that he was slightly interested in Wang Shui. Not only because she is beautiful, but more importantly, her character, her diligent studying, her serious attitude towards work, and her strong and independent personality are what make Lin Chen interested in her. The two stood at the entrance of Huading Group. There were 2 security guards standing at the entrance, guarding the company gate. Lin Chen, are we really going to Huading Group? Will we not even be able to enter the door? Wang Shui seemed a bit nervous. Don't worry, follow me, Lin Chen said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Chen took the lead and walked forward, and Wang Shui had no choice but to follow. Excuse me, what's the matter? Just as they arrived at the entrance, the 2 security guards stopped Lin Chen. In theory, the security guards should definitely recognize Lin Chen, but they pretended not to. The reason is simple. Just now on the way here, Lin Chen sent a text message to General Manager Lu Bo, informing him of the situation and requesting that upon arrival at the company, everyone should pretend not to know him. Only in this way could he truly keep his identity from being exposed to Wang Shui. We are students from Qingyang University. Our school is going to hold a winter sports festival soon, and we would like your company to sponsor us with 200,000. Can you report this to your manager? Lin Chen said. Okay, I will report it. The security guard nodded. He actually went to report it? Wang Shui seemed somewhat surprised. She thought that after hearing them out, the other party would just ask them to leave. Monitor, relax, don't worry, Lin Chen smiled. Wang Shui obediently nodded, but she was still extremely nervous. She was afraid that after the security guard returned, he would tell them that the manager didn't want to see them and ask them to leave. A few minutes later, the security guard returned. The 2 of you, the general manager has agreed to see you. I will take you to meet the manager. Follow me, the security guard said. The general manager? Is that true? Upon hearing this news, Wang Shui was both surprised and delighted. Wang Shui had thought that it would be a miracle for the Huading Group to have their management meet with them, but to have the company's general manager personally meet with them? This made her feel somewhat incredulous. Of course it's true, let's go, Lin Chen said with a smile. Guided by the security guard, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the general manager's office. Sitting in the general manager's office was, of course, Lu Bo. Lu Bo and Lin Chen exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words, both pretending not to know each other on the surface. General Manager, hello, Wang Shui appeared both nervous and restrained. She had never imagined that she would be able to meet the general manager of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. In her eyes, this was definitely a very powerful figure. Please have a seat, Lu Bo smiled and gestured. Wang Shui, let's sit. Lin Chen, of course, couldn't be nervous. He directly pulled Wang Shui to sit down. After they were seated, I have already heard the report from the security guard. Sponsoring your school event is a good thing, and 200,000 is not much for our company, so I have decided to sponsor it, Lu Bo said directly. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui was stunned. She hadn't even had a chance to discuss this matter with the general manager. He agreed? Is it that easy? Shouldn't it be as difficult as climbing to the sky? Lin Chen, am I dreaming? Wang Shui said in a daze. You're not dreaming, we have successfully secured the sponsorship, Lin Chen said with a smile. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and Wang Shui walked out of the gates of the Huading Group side by side. They were holding a briefcase containing 200,000 in cash. In addition, there was a sponsorship agreement from the Huading Group for the Winter Sports Festival of Qingyang University, stamped with the red seal of the Huading Group. This is great. Lin Chen, this is really great. We actually secured the sponsorship, and it's from the Huading Group. After walking out of the gate, the excited Wang Shui suddenly hugged Lin Chen. The faint fragrance on Wang Shue's body instantly invaded Lin Chen's mind. This sudden hug made Lin Chen feel a bit awkward. To be honest, Lin Chen rarely had physical contact with girls, let alone with such a beautiful girl like Wang Shue. Being hugged by Wang Shue, perhaps due to nervousness, Lin Chen's body stiffened. In fact, Lin Chen was still a virgin. Although he had been in a relationship with his ex-girlfriend Fei Fei for 2 years, he hadn't even kissed her, let alone anything else. At this moment, Wang Shue also realized what had happened. Blushing with embarrassment, Wang Shue let go of Lin Chen quickly, her face turning red. I was just too happy, so that's why. Wang Shue, with a flushed face, tried to explain, but she stuttered and couldn't explain clearly. It's okay, I understand that you were happy, Lin Chen said. Lin Chen chuckled. Yeah, I really didn't expect to easily secure sponsorship from Huading Group. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Wang Shue showed a captivating smile. For some reason, Lin Chen felt happy seeing Wang Shue so cheerful. I told you it wouldn't be as difficult as you imagined, Lin Chen said with a smile. Of course, it wasn't difficult because Lin Chen had arranged everything. Otherwise, if Lin Chen were still the poor boy he used to be, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the company with Wang Shue. At this moment, Wang Shue suddenly looked at Lin Chen seriously and asked, Lin Chen, I feel like things are going too smoothly. Could it be related to you? As the head of the school's student union external relations department, Wang Shue had tried to secure sponsorships before and knew how difficult it was. Even getting tens of thousands required a lot of effort. Unless you exchanged favors for sponsorship, which some female members of the department did, of course, Wang Shue wouldn't do that. But this time, getting the sponsorship was even easier than exchanging favors, especially from a super large corporation like Huading Group. So, Wang Shue thought of Lin Chen. She thought that since Lin Chen suggested approaching Huading Group, could it be related to him that they got the sponsorship so easily? How could it be related to me? Do I look like I have any connection to Huading Group? Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay, Wang Shue nodded. She thought carefully and realized that given Lin Chen's family background, it was unlikely he had any connection to Huading Group. Perhaps she was overthinking. Then, Wang Shue looked at Lin Chen and said softly, Lin Chen, I want to thank you no matter what. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to come to Huading Group for sponsorship, let alone secure it. If you want to thank me, just treat me to a meal, Lin Chen grinned. Sure, Wang Shue nodded with a smile. Alright, let's go back to school. It's time to settle the score with Zheng Hai, Lin Chen said with a playful smile. He definitely wouldn't have expected us to secure sponsorship so quickly, let alone from Huading Group as the title sponsor. Wang Shue was a bit excited. That's exactly the effect I wanted. Lin Chen's smile grew stronger. Xingyan University. Male dormitory room 415. This dormitory was where Zheng Hai, the head of the external relations department, lived. Besides Lin Chen and Wang Shue, there was also Fatty at the dormitory entrance. After Lin Chen returned to school from Huading Group, Fatty learned that Lin Chen was going to settle the score with Zheng Hai, so he wanted to see Zheng Hai embarrassed and followed along. Fatty, knock on the door, Lin Chen said. Okay. Fatty nodded and quickly went to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A voice came from inside the dormitory, followed by the door opening. There were 4 people in the dormitory, and after a glance, Lin Chen saw Zheng Hai among them. Oh, it's you guys. Zheng Hai, who was chatting on WeChat in the dormitory, jumped off the bed and walked up to Lin Chen and the others. What's up? Do you think the task was impossible to complete, so you came to beg for mercy? Zheng Hai said with a smile. Wang Shue's voice was cold as she said, Zheng Hai, you're mistaken. We have already secured the sponsorship. What? You say you've already secured the sponsorship? Zheng Hai was taken aback. Then he burst into laughter. Ha, you guys are too funny. I gave you the task just a few hours ago, and you're saying you've already secured the sponsorship? Do you think I'm a fool? Zheng Hai naturally didn't believe that they could secure 200,000 sponsorship in such a short time. It was like a fantasy to him. I know you won't believe it, but that's okay. Let me show you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Next, Lin Chen directly placed the suitcase in his hand on the table. Click. The suitcase was opened by Lin Chen, and stacks of 100 yuan bills lay inside the suitcase, totaling 20 stacks. This. Zheng Hai, who was originally smiling, widened his eyes in astonishment when he saw the stacks of 100 yuan bills. Are these fake bills? Kid, using fake bills is a crime. Zheng Hai exclaimed loudly. Even though the money was right in front of him, he was unwilling to believe. Whether it's real or fake, you can check it yourself, Lin Chen said, crossing his arms. Zheng Hai, without hesitation, immediately stepped forward to check the money. As Zheng Hai continued to check the money, his smile had completely disappeared, and his face gradually turned ugly, because Zhang Hai discovered that all the money was actually real. Zhang Hai, how is it? Do you have an idea of whether it's real or fake? Lin Chen said with a smirk. Where did you get so much money from? Zhang Hai asked with a pale face. Wang Shui responded, of course, it was obtained through sponsorship. No, impossible. Just the two of you. Why would anyone sponsor you 200,000? I think you stole this money, or maybe you robbed it. Zhang Hai roared loudly. Steal? Rob? Talking about stealing and robbing money seems so easy, Lin Chen sneered. Wang Shui also said, Zhang Hai, we have reached a sponsorship agreement with Huading Group, and this money is sponsored by Huading Group. What? Huading Group? How is that possible? Huading Group is such a powerful entity, how could they have time to deal with you? I doubt you can even get through the doors of Huading Group. I think you're just bragging. Zhang Hai's voice became sharp. Lin Chen, this bastard won't stop until he sees a coffin, let him understand. The fat man said. Lin Chen nodded, then took out an agreement directly. Zhang Hai, open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is the sponsorship agreement we signed with Huading Group, stamped with the official seal of Huading Group, guaranteed to be genuine. With a bang, Lin Chen slammed the agreement on the table in front of Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai quickly picked up the agreement. Who? Huading Group. When Zhang Hai saw the official seal of Huading Group on the agreement, his hands trembled, causing the agreement to fall to the ground. The glaring red seal was stamped on it, and even though Zhang Hai was reluctant to believe it, at this moment, he had no choice but to believe it. You actually secured sponsorship from Huading Group, and in just 3 hours? How did you do it? Zhang Hai widened his eyes, full of disbelief. This was the mighty Huading Group, seeking sponsorship from them for their school's sports event? This was something he had never dared to imagine. What was even more terrifying was that from receiving the task to now, only 3 hours had passed, and they had already secured sponsorship from such a powerful corporation. Zhang Hai found it terrifying just to think about it. How we did it doesn't seem to concern you, right? Besides, didn't you say the sponsor must be a big company? I think Huading Group is big enough, right? Lin Chen said with a smirk. Fine. You guys are impressive. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth, his face looking unpleasant. Although he found it unbelievable and incredible, the fact was there, and he had to admit it. Just then, Zhang Hai suddenly had an idea. Since you have completed the task, hand over the money and the agreement to me. Wang Shui, you did a great job completing the task, rest assured. I will definitely praise you at our External Relations Department meeting, Zhang Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, he reached out to take the box containing the money and the agreement. Zhang Hai understood that securing such a large sponsorship, especially from a super large corporation like Huading Group, was a great achievement. Zhang Haixin had already made up his mind that when reporting the sponsorship fee, he would claim the main credit as his own, which would greatly help him in his future promotion to vice president of the student union. Stop it! Lin Chen directly blocked Zhang Hai, not allowing him to take the money and agreement. What are you doing? I am the minister of the student union's external liaison department. Wang Shui is under my command. Since she has completed the task, of course, the money and agreement should be handed over to me, Zhang Hai said confidently. You don't need to worry about that, she will report it herself, Lin Chen sneered. Lin Chen could of course guess what scheme Zhang Hai had in mind. How could he possibly hand over the money to him? Next, Lin Chen turned around and said, Fatty, Wang Shui, you guys take the money and agreement and keep it safe. Fatty quickly put away the money box, while Wang Shui kept the agreement. You. Zhang Hai was furious. Stop stuttering here, now it's time for us to settle the score. Lin Chen sneered. Fatty on the side also nodded excitedly. Yes. You made a bet with my brother, and now there are results. Fatty came here to see Zhang Hai fulfill the bet. As soon as he heard about the bet, Zhang Hai's face changed drastically. Zhang Hai was well aware of the contents of the bet. When he made the bet with Lin Chen, Zhang Hai was confident that Lin Chen and Wang Shui would never be able to raise 200,000 sponsorship fees in one day. It was because he was so sure of winning that he dared to bet with Lin Chen and boast that if he lost, he would live stream himself eating shit on the school forum. And now, he had obviously lost. That's right, Zhang Hai, the bet between us has now been settled. According to the bet, you have to live stream yourself eating shit on our school forum. Fulfill the bet, Lin Chen said calmly. When Zhang Hai heard Lin Chen asking him to fulfill the bet, his facial muscles twitched violently. I was just joking with you at the time, I didn't mean it seriously, Zhang Hai stammered. There was no way he would livestream himself eating shit on the school forum. When Lin Chen heard this, he immediately got angry. Bang! Lin Chen slapped the table in front of him, and shouted angrily, joking with me? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Zhang Hai, I'm telling you, you must fulfill this bet. Don't think about denying it. Since the day Lin Chen became the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, no one could fool Lin Chen again. Kid, who do you think you are? A poor kid yelling at me here. I am the minister of the student union's external liaison department. Who do you think you are? Zhang Hai also yelled back, showing no fear of Lin Chen. I'm done talking, I won't fulfill the promise. What can you do about it? Zhang Hai said arrogantly. It's best if you fulfill the promise yourself. If you don't, then I'll have to help you fulfill it, Lin Chen said coldly. Help me fulfill it? Ha, I want to see how you can help me fulfill it. Zhang Hai laughed heartily. With his identity as the minister of the student union, Zhang Hai was not afraid of Lin Chen at all. At this moment, 3 roommates who shared the dormitory with Zhang Hai jumped off their beds and stood behind him, looking fierce at Lin Chen and the others. This is my dormitory, you 3 get out of here, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Hai shouted loudly. The 3 behind Zhang Hai made threatening gestures, as if they were ready to fight if Lin Chen and the others didn't leave. Lin Chen, what should we do? Should we fight them? Fatty clenched his fists. Lin Chen smiled coldly. Fighting is not my thing, let's go. Fighting was something for thugs to do, and Lin Chen was now a top-tier rich second generation. Did he need to do the dirty work of fighting? After saying that, Lin Chen led Fatty and Wang Shui out of the dormitory. Humph, how arrogant do you think you are? Just get lost, dare to challenge me? Humph, you few losers think you're worthy? Zhang Hai saw Lin Chen and the other 2 leaving. He raised his head, showing a smug smile. Then, Zhang Hai shouted towards the departing figures of Lin Chen and the others, listen to me, you 3, you have offended me today. I will make you understand how serious the consequences are for offending me. Zhang Hai boasted, as the minister of the student union's external liaison department, dealing with 3 small fries was a piece of cake. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, do you really think I will let it go like this? Believe me, I will make you fulfill the bet. Lin Chen showed a strange smile that sent chills down one's spine. After saying this, Lin Chen directly left the dormitory with Fatty and Wang Shui. After leaving the male dormitory, Fatty anxiously said, Lin Chen, are we just going to let it go like this? Zhang Hai's smug look is so infuriating. Of course not, it's absolutely impossible to go back on the bet I made with Lin Chen sneered. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui, with some concern, quickly said, Lin Chen, let's just leave it at that. After all, Zhang Hai is the minister of the student union's external liaison department. We can't beat him. It's already good enough that we made him suffer today. Besides, I don't mind being expelled from the student union. I don't want to stay there anyway. Don't worry, I have my own plans, Lin Chen smiled, already having a strategy in mind. After leaving the male dormitory, Lin Chen led Wang Shui directly to the teacher's office in charge of the student union. Director Chi, this is the sponsorship money I raised for the Winter Sports Festival, a total of 200,000. Wang Shui placed the 200,000 in the sponsorship agreement on Director Chi's desk. Wang Shui, you actually raised 200,000 in sponsorship money? That's amazing. Director Chi, after being surprised, smiled and gave a thumbs up to Wang Shui. Director Chi knew very well how difficult it was to raise 200,000 in sponsorship money. Director Chi then picked up the sponsorship agreement, eager to know which company was so generous. Hua Ding Group? When Director Chi saw Hua Ding Group, she was completely astonished. Gulp. Wang Shui, you actually got sponsorship from Hua Ding Group. Director Chi couldn't help but swallow hard. Getting the prestigious Hua Ding Group to sponsor their school's Winter Sports Festival was beyond Director Chi's imagination. Moreover, being able to get Hua Ding Group to sponsor their school was a very honorable thing. Director Chi, I was just lucky, Wang Shui smiled modestly. In any case, this is a great achievement. Wang Shui, as a reward, I will help you get this year's first-class scholarship, as well as the Outstanding Student Award, and promote you to Deputy Minister of the External Liaison Department. Director Chi said. Director Chi, due to personal reasons, I am applying to withdraw from the student union, Wang Shui suddenly said. Director Chi was surprised to learn that Wang Shui wanted to withdraw from the student union. She tried to persuade Wang Shui to stay, but after Wang Shui's repeated insistence, she successfully withdrew from the student union. The reason Wang Shui withdrew was simple, she had already seen the ugliness within the student union. After leaving the office, Wang Shui said, Lin Chen, thank you for helping me so much today. I promised to treat you to a meal before, how about coming to my place tonight? I'll cook for you, what do you think? Wang Shui smiled lightly. Go to your place? Lin Chen was taken aback. Lin Chen was surprised when he heard Wang Shui invite him to her house. Lin Chen thought that when Wang Shui said she would treat him to a meal, they would go to a restaurant. However, Lin Chen actually preferred the former, going to Wang Shui's house and eating the food she cooked herself. And going at night, this inevitably made people have some improper thoughts. What, you don't want to? Wang Shui pouted. How could I not? Of course I want to. Lin Chen quickly smiled and replied. Once, Wang Shui in Lin Chen's eyes was like a goddess, he felt unworthy of her. But now, Lin Chen received an invitation from the goddess to go to her house and eat the food she personally cooked. Okay, it's a deal then. See you at the school gate at 6:30 in the evening, Wang Shui smiled. Inside Lin Chen's dormitory. Boss, that scumbag Zheng Hai didn't keep his word. He lost the bet and didn't fulfill his promise. How are you going to deal with him? The chubby guy asked curiously. Lin Chen smirked, evil must be met with evil. He's evil, I'll be even more evil. I've already made arrangements by phone, just wait, I think. There will soon be a post on our school's forum about him live streaming himself eating shit. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Chen had already made all the arrangements by phone. Wow, really? The chubby guy looked excited. On the other side, in the boys' dormitory, room 415, Zheng Hai put down his phone. He had just called the heads of the other departments in the student union, asking them to help collectively give Lin Chen and Wang Shui a hard time. Damn it, just Wang Shui and those two brats dare to challenge me, Zheng Hai? Humph, what a joke. Just wait, soon you will be forced to drop out of school. Zheng Hai sneered. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks on the door sounded. Zheng Hai went to open the door. Once the door was opened, 6 big guys rushed in. Who are you people? Zheng Hai shouted upon seeing these 6 strangers. Shut the hell up. One of the men in black clothes kicked Zheng Hai, causing him to fall to the ground. Then, 2 of the men in black clothes grabbed Zheng Hai and took him to the dormitory bathroom. The remaining 4 men in black clothes went straight to Zheng Hai's 3 roommates, holding knives to their necks, controlling them so they couldn't help or contact the outside world. These 3 roommates were just college students and were naturally scared when faced with knives at their necks. Inside the dormitory bathroom. Who are you people? Zheng Hai's face turned pale. We are here to help you, one of the men in black clothes said. Help me? Zheng Hai was taken aback. Yes, help you live stream eating shit. 2 men in black clothes grinned. What? Zheng Hai's eyes widened at the words. Inside Lin Chen's dormitory. Holy shit, Lin Chen, look at the forum. Look at the forum. It's really out. The chubby guy jumped up from the bed in excitement. It's out? Lin Chen grinned, then opened the forum on his phone. Sure enough, there was a post titled Live Streaming Eating Shit in the school forum. The post included a video, and the main character in the video was none other than Zheng Hai. Lin Chen watched the video, which was quite disgusting to be honest. After all, it was live streaming someone eating shit. After confirming the video was real and accurate, Lin Chen closed it. He wasn't interested in watching such a disgusting video. Lin Chen, this video is disgusting, but the comments below are really exciting. Ha, that scumbag Zheng Hai is definitely in big trouble this time. Let's see how he can survive in school in the future. The chubby guy clapped his thighs in excitement. Really? Let me see. Lin Chen immediately looked at the comments and replies below the post. Perhaps because the title of the post was very attractive, within just 2 minutes of posting, it had already attracted a lot of attention and replies. Damn, is this for real? I can't believe it. I thought it was clickbait. You, so disgusting. I never thought someone would actually live stream this. Makes me wanna puke. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The OP is really awesome. Daring to live stream something like this. Damn, isn't that the head of the External Relations Department of the Student Union? He actually live streamed himself eating shit? Is he trying to get famous or something? Yes, that's Zheng Hai, the Minister of External Relations of the Student Union. He used to be my idol, but I can't believe he would do something like this. His image just crumbled in an instant. I feel like I can't love him anymore. Ugh, I'm eating right now. Lin Chen scrolled down and saw that in just a few minutes, the number of views and replies kept skyrocketing, with various comments and discussions ongoing. Zheng Hai, you're playing with fire. Lin Chen showed a cold smile. Those 6 big guys were naturally the ones Lin Chen called Lubo to arrange. Suddenly, the fat guy said, by the way, Lin Chen, will the moderators and administrators of the forum delete this post? Right. Lin Chen nodded suddenly, he hadn't thought about this just now. What should we do then? It would be a shame if it's deleted. The fat guy said. Lin Chen smiled, it's okay, I have a way. Oh, what way? The fat guy asked curiously. There's no problem that money can't solve. If it can't, it just means the money isn't enough, Lin Chen said with a smile. At the same time, Lin Chen also came up with a more powerful trick. Immediately, Lin Chen sent a private message through the forum to the moderator of the Qingyang University Forum. In a certain dormitory, As the moderator of the Qingyang University forum, Xiao Yang also saw the post titled "Live Streaming Eating Shit." This is absurd. How can such a video be posted? Xiao Yang shook his head while preparing to close the post. Just then, he received a private message. The sender's forum name was XX. XX, hello, moderator, please do not delete the post titled "Live Streaming Eating Shit" and instead, please pin this post. After seeing this private message, the forum moderator Xiao Yang immediately replied, "Are you crazy? Why shouldn't I delete it? Why should I pin it as you say? XX, because I can give you money." After seeing this reply, the forum moderator Xiao Yang was speechless for a moment. This was indeed a good answer. XX, 50,000, pin this post, is it enough? 50,000? Gulp. Gulp. After seeing this number, the forum moderator Xiao Yang couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was definitely a huge sum for him. Even if he shared some with other forum staff, he could still keep a lot. Xiao Yang thought for a moment, then replied, "Are you kidding me? How can I trust you? XX, it's simple, send me your bank account number." After thinking about the amount of 50,000, under the attraction of money, Xiao Yang still sent his bank account number, thinking what if the other party really could give him so much money? Then he would be rich. Ding, your ICBC bank card ending in 8221 has received a transfer of 500,000, 00 yuan. On the other side, in Lin Chen's dormitory. Hey! Lin Chen, not only was the post not deleted, it was actually pinned. The fat guy, who was closely following, couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the fat guy looked up at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, this wasn't your doing, was it?" "Yes, as I said, there's no problem that money can't solve," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Awesome. Ha ha, Lin Chen, your move is simply amazing," the fat guy said, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. "I think this time, Zheng Hai has completely ruined his reputation," Lin Chen said with a smile. After the post "Live Streaming Eating Shit" was pinned on the forum, it quickly spread like wildfire at Qingyang University, and the news soon went from online to offline. In the dormitory corridor. "Hey, have you guys seen it? Someone on the forum is live streaming eating shit. Is it real or fake? A prank, right? It's real, it's real. I've seen it. And the protagonist is the Minister of External Relations of the Student Union. Damn, I have to go check it out. This is so damn novel. In the school library. Wow, someone on Tieba is live streaming eating shit. Everyone hurry over to watch. How can it be Zheng Hai? He's my appa. Oh no, his image in my heart is completely ruined." Scenes like this are still happening in various places at school. Such sensational news is extremely novel for bored college students, so this news spreads like a plague within the university, quickly circulating throughout the campus. Inside Zheng Hai's dormitory. At this moment, the 6 big guys have already left the dorm. "Hi Ge, the post has been shared on Tieba, what should we do?" a skinny roommate urgently asked. "Of course, contact the forum owner and ask him to delete it for me. If this spreads, how can I face anyone in the future?" Zheng Hai said anxiously, stomping his foot. Then, Zheng Hai quickly took out his phone and called the forum owner, as he knew the owner and had his number. But after several attempts, Zheng Hai found that the owner was not answering his calls. Damn! Why isn't he answering my calls? Why? Zheng Hai angrily smashed his phone on the ground. If Zheng Hai knew that the forum owner had taken Lin Chen's bribe, he would definitely understand why the owner wasn't answering his calls. "Hi Ge, there are already over 400 replies to the post, and it's increasing rapidly, I'm afraid. I'm afraid this matter will soon be known throughout the entire school," the skinny guy said. "Shut up! Shut up!" Zheng Hai shouted angrily at the skinny guy. Zheng Hai's eyes were now bloodshot, and he was about to explode. If this matter became known throughout the school, how could he ever face anyone again? Zheng Hai felt like he was going crazy. "Bastard! Lin Chen, Wang Shui, it must be you. It must be related to you. If you dare to ruin me, I will make you pay," Zheng Hai shouted frantically. 6:20 in the evening. At the entrance of Qingyang University. "Lin Chen, over here." Wang Shui, standing at the entrance, waved to Lin Chen with a sweet smile. "You're here so early," Lin Chen said as he walked up to Wang Shui. They had agreed to meet at 6:30 in the afternoon, and now there were 10 minutes left until the agreed time. Lin Chen had originally planned to arrive 10 minutes early. Lin Chen didn't expect Wang Shui to arrive even earlier than him. "Didn't want you to wait too long," Wang Shui said with a light smile. After hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Her words deeply touched him. "Wang Shui, girls as considerate and thoughtful as you are towards guys are really rare," Lin Chen couldn't help but say. When Lin Chen was dating Feifei before, he would always arrive early for their dates, but Feifei would almost always be late, sometimes even more than half an hour. She would justify it by saying that it's normal for girls to be late for half an hour on a date, and guys should wait. Now, thinking back, Feifei and Wang Shui were incomparable. Wang Shui was so considerate to come early, unlike Feifei. When Wang Shui heard Lin Chen praise her for being considerate, her cheeks blushed. "Let's go, I'm really looking forward to your cooking skills," Lin Chen said with a smile. Wang Shui usually took the bus home, as it was the most cost-effective mode of transportation. Lin Chen followed Wang Shui and took the bus home together. Lin Chen used to be a poor boy and would often take the bus home, so he was used to it. On the bus, Wang Shui suddenly reached out her jade hand, tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, and then covered her mouth as she laughed. "Lin Chen, that live streaming post on Shanghai's Tieba has nothing to do with you, right?" Because Wang Shui knew that the bet between Lin Chen and Shanghai was about live streaming eating shit, and suddenly seeing Shanghai's live streaming post on Tieba, Wang Shui thought it couldn't be voluntary for Shanghai. On the contrary, Shanghai should be resisting with all his might. So, who could be forcing Shanghai to livestream? Wang Shui could only think of Lin Chen. "You saw it too?" Lin Chen smiled. "I don't want to watch that kind of video, I'm afraid it will ruin my appetite, but this video has gone viral at school, of course I know," Wang Shui said. Pausing for a moment, Wang Shui curiously asked, "Lin Chen, I'm really curious, what did you do to make Shanghai really do such a live broadcast? It must be difficult." "Well, it's a secret," Lin Chen grinned. Lin Chen didn't want to reveal his true identity to Wang Shui, so he couldn't reveal the methods he used. The reason Lin Chen didn't want to reveal his identity was actually simple: he was afraid that Wang Shui would distance herself out of respect once she knew his true identity. More importantly, Lin Chen wanted to interact with Wang Shui in a very ordinary identity, so that the friendship in this situation would be the most genuine and precious. Okay, Wang Shui saw that Lin Chen didn't say anything, so she didn't ask further, but she felt more and more that Lin Chen might have some secrets. The bus was very slow. It took over an hour to reach Wang Shui's home. Wang Shui's home was in a 1990s-old residential area. After entering the community, "Lin Chen, I originally wanted to treat you to a meal at a restaurant, but I'm inviting you to my home for a home-cooked meal, hope you don't mind?" Wang Shui asked. It's not that Wang Shui didn't want to take Lin Chen to a restaurant, she just didn't have the money. She couldn't afford to take Lin Chen to a restaurant to eat. "Of course not. I'd rather taste your cooking than eat at a restaurant. You cooking for me personally also shows your sincerity, right?" Lin Chen smiled. Wang Shui nodded, feeling relieved. "My home is just ahead." Wang Shui pointed ahead. Just as they reached Wang Shui's door, the door of the neighboring house suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman in pajamas walked out from the next door, holding a bag of garbage, apparently going to throw it away. "Oh, Wang Shui, why did you bring a stranger home?" The middle-aged woman looked Lin Chen up and down. "Andli, he is my classmate," Wang Shui replied. "Your classmate?" "I don't think so, he looks more like your client." "Wang Shui, you are really out of line. How can you bring a client home?" The middle-aged woman took on an educating tone towards the younger generation. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Wang Shui became anxious. "Aunt Li, how can you slander me like this? I am not that kind of person," Wang Shui retorted with a look of grievance. Lin Chen also frowned. Insulting himself as a client, Lin Chen could endure, but the implication that Wang Shui was a prostitute was intolerable to him. "Wang Shui, stop defending yourself, I know you take clients to earn money, Aunt Li understands you." The middle-aged woman put on a facade of being a good person, but her tone was sarcastic. "Aunt Li, how can you?" Wang Shui felt more and more aggrieved as she listened. Her eyes were starting to turn red, almost crying. Lin Chen finally couldn't stand it. "How can you be like this? You are at least Wang Shui's neighbor. Do you think it's right to tarnish a girl's innocence like this?" Lin Chen frowned. "Young man, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who our daughter is?" The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Chen arrogantly. "I don't care who your daughter is, you better not provoke me, otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences." Lin Chen stared at the middle-aged woman with narrowed eyes. "I can't handle it? Ha, that's really funny, with your poor look, you dare to say such things?" The middle-aged woman looked Lin Chen up and down with disdain. Seeing Wang Shui pulling him, Lin Chen stopped talking. Although Wang Shui felt aggrieved, she had endured a lot over the years, so she could still hold on. Lin Chen saw Wang Shui pulling him, so he didn't say anything more. If it weren't for Wang Shui pulling him, Lin Chen really wanted to go up and slap the middle-aged woman. But the middle-aged woman did not stop there. "Wang Shui, you and our Lingling are in the same year, but compared to her, you are really far behind. Our Lingling is already a manager now, look at what you have become," the middle-aged woman said in a sarcastic tone. Obviously, the middle-aged woman was showing off and belittling Wang Shui by boasting about her daughter. "Aunt Li, I have something to do, I'll go home first." After saying this through gritted teeth, Wang Shui took out her keys, opened the door, and didn't want to get entangled with the middle-aged woman anymore. At this moment, another figure appeared at the door where the middle-aged woman was. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen saw a young woman with heavy makeup, high heels, and very revealing clothing, exuding a certain charm. "Daughter, getting ready for work?" the middle-aged woman said with a smile to the young woman. Obviously, the young woman who came out of the house was the middle-aged woman's daughter, presumably the Lingling mentioned earlier. When the young woman Lingling saw Wang Shui and Lin Chen, she paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, Wang Shui, did you bring your boyfriend home?" "He's not a boyfriend, he looks more like a John," the middle-aged woman said in a sarcastic tone. Lingling couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. "Mom, don't say that. This guy looks so shabby, he probably can't even afford to pay. How could he be a John? Clearly, he just wants to freeload under the guise of dating." "That's right," the middle-aged woman nodded. Lingling looked at Wang Shui again, with a disdainful smile, and said, "Wang Shui, no matter what, we are friends. As a friend, I advise you not to date this poor guy, he has no future." "Lingling, thank you for your concern, you don't need to worry about me," Wang Shui said coldly. But Lingling didn't stop, she continued, "Wang Shui, you're short of money, right? Don't think I'm not a good friend. I'm a manager at the romance bar now. If you're willing, come work at our bar. With my guidance, you can easily earn 5,000 to 6,000 a month." By this time, Wang Shui had already opened the door. "Thank you, no need. Lin Chen, let's go inside." After saying this, Wang Shui walked into the house with Lin Chen. Inside the house, Lin Chen said, "Wang Shui, they are your neighbors after all, how can they be so despicable?" Lin Chen was still angry about the words of the mother and daughter. If it weren't for Wang Shui pulling him, Lin Chen would have definitely given them a piece of his mind. "Actually, Lingling and I grew up together since we were kids, we were good friends and classmates back then," Wang Shui said. "Oh, then why?" Lin Chen seemed very curious, as it didn't seem like that Lingling was a good friend to Wang Shui. Wang Shui lowered her head, reminiscing about the past. "In high school, Lingling had a boyfriend, and one day he secretly confessed to me. After I rejected him, he told Lingling that I seduced him. Lingling then came to scold me, calling me a slut and a whore. No matter how I explained, she wouldn't listen. From that day on, she cut off all ties with me." After hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood. Wang Shui continued, "Since cutting ties with me, she and her mom have often intentionally or unintentionally insulted me, saying bad things about me. Especially after Lingling became a bar manager, her mom would mock me even more, saying I can't compare to her daughter." As Wang Shui spoke, she was already feeling aggrieved, her eyes were red and tears were welling up. "Damn it!" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of anger burning in them. Wang Shui was just a weak woman, yet she had to endure such baseless insults, which made Lin Chen furious on her behalf. Lin Chen made up his mind to help Wang Shui. "Alright, let's not talk about this. Today I invited you for dinner, let's not dwell on these unhappy things, please have a seat." Wang Shui wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, then forced a smile. At Wang Shui's invitation, Lin Chen sat on an old sofa. Lin Chen looked around. Wang Shui's house was small and old, but very neat. "By the way, Wang Shui, where are your parents?" Lin Chen asked curiously. Lin Chen didn't see Wang Shui's parents anywhere. My father passed away early, and my mother. She is bedridden now," Wang Shui said with her head down. Lin Chen was surprised. Wang Shui was also from a single-parent family? Her father passed away early too? Lin Chen could relate, as he was in a similar situation. "Lin Chen, let me introduce you to my mother." Wang Shui led Lin Chen to a bedroom. In the bedroom, there lay a middle-aged woman who looked frail and pale. She seemed to be in poor spirits. Without a doubt, this bedridden woman was Wang Shui's mother. Lin Chen felt a pang of sadness upon seeing her. "Mom, this is my classmate Lin Chen." Wang Shui forced a smile, not wanting to burden her mother with her troubles. "Hello, classmate, I am not well enough to get up and greet you." Wang Shui's mother's voice was weak. "Aunt, no need to be polite." Lin Chen managed to smile. "Shui, did you have a good day at school today?" Wang Shui's mother asked with concern. "Mom, don't worry, I'm doing fine," Wang Shui said with a smile, not wanting to worry her mother with her own grievances. "That's good, Shui, go prepare food for the guest." Wang Shui's mother managed a faint smile. After leaving the bedroom, Lin Chen asked, "Wang Shui, is your mother's condition serious? Why isn't she receiving treatment?" Wang Shui lowered her head and said in a somber tone, "I can't afford the expensive hospitalization and medical expenses. Even staying at home, it's hard to afford the monthly cost of medication." Lin Chen felt even more distressed upon hearing Wang Shui's words. Wang Shui had no father, her mother was bedridden, and she bore the heavy burden of life alone as a weak woman. "When you sang at the bar to earn money, was it to pay for medical expenses?" And your concern for scholarships, was it all for this? Lin Chen asked. Finally, Lin Chen understood Wang Shui's actions. Yes, Wang Shui nodded lightly. Wang Shui, you must have suffered a lot over the years, Lin Chen couldn't help but say. Lin Chen could fully understand Wang Shui's situation and even empathize, as he also came from a single-parent family with an early loss of a parent. The difference was that Lin Chen was luckier because his mother was not bedridden and could work, so the burden did not fall entirely on him. Most fortunate of all, he turned out to be the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Suffering or not, I've made it through, Wang Shui forced a bitter smile. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shui continued, if it weren't for my mother insisting that I finish college, I would have dropped out and started working long ago. Thinking about Wang Shui's experiences and misfortunes, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for her. A girl going through all this, Lin Chen couldn't imagine. How did she manage to get through these years? Lin Chen couldn't fathom how strong Wang Shui must be to endure all this. It was precisely because Wang Shui had experienced the heavy pressures of life that she was so special and mature compared to other girls. Wang Shui, believe me, everything will get better soon, Lin Chen said earnestly. Although Wang Shui had faced misfortunes, meeting Lin Chen could be her stroke of luck. Get better? I hope so. Wang Shui looked up at the ceiling. Wang Shui knew that making everything better would be like climbing a mountain. The amount of money needed to cure her mother was too much, and unless she took a different path, even after graduating and working, she wouldn't earn enough. Wang Shui had long stopped hoping for too much. Okay, let's not talk about this, I'll go cook. Wang Shui, in order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, smiled. Then, Wang Shui busied herself with cooking. Lin Chen sat in the small living room lost in thought. Lin Chen could reveal his identity directly, give Wang Shui a large sum of money to help her with her financial problems. However, the last time Lin Chen gave money to Wang Shui, she returned it all, so Lin Chen worried that she would refuse if he gave her money directly. I need to find another way, Lin Chen muttered, already forming an idea in his mind. Before long, Wang Shui finished cooking. 3 dishes and a soup, all simple home-cooked dishes, were already good enough for Wang Shui. If it weren't for entertaining Lin Chen, she wouldn't have made so many dishes, which would be wasteful. After cooking, Wang Shui served a portion of the meal to her mother's room. Lin Chen, try it, Wang Shui said with a playful smile. Sure. You eagerly picked up your chopsticks. Delicious. After taking a bite, Lin Chen made an exaggerated expression. Seeing Lin Chen's exaggerated expression, Wang Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Chen, don't exaggerate, my cooking isn't that good. It really is delicious, I'm sincerely praising your cooking skills, they're really good. Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Chen was telling the truth. Although they were simple home-cooked dishes, Lin Chen found Wang Shui's cooking very delicious. You're so virtuous, whoever marries you in the future will be lucky. Lin Chen said with a smile. Don't make fun of me. With the conditions in my family and a bedridden mother, only a fool would marry me. Wang Shui pouted. That's not necessarily true. What if there really is a fool? Lin Chen smiled. Okay, if you really think my cooking is good and you like it, you can come over often to eat. Wang Shui said with a charming smile. Wang Shui, we're just classmates. It's not good for me to come over often to eat, and if I come to your house often, aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand us as a couple? Lin Chen laughed. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Shui blushed. Then, Wang Shui raised her head and said seriously, I'm used to hearing gossip, it's okay. Besides, I think we're not just classmates, we can also be considered friends, right? Of course. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. After dinner, Wang Shui, it's still early. Let's go out and have some fun, Lin Chen suggested. Lin Chen already had a plan in mind. Go out? Where to? Wang Shui asked curiously. To a bar, Lin Chen said. A bar? Lin Chen, I don't like going to those places. Wang Shui shook her head. And Wang Shui was puzzled why Lin Chen suddenly suggested going to a bar. Don't worry, Wang Shui, we're just going to have fun. I have no ulterior motives. Today, I helped you get sponsorship, so you agreed to this request. It's not too much. Lin Chen smiled. Well, okay. After thinking about it, Wang Shui finally agreed. In Wang Shui's eyes, Lin Chen was not a bad person, so she chose to trust him. After informing her mother, the two hurried out. Half an hour later, outside the Fate Bar. Lin Chen, we're coming here? Looking at the neon sign of the bar, Wang Shui looked very surprised. Because Lingling, the daughter of Wang Shui's neighbor, was the manager of this bar. Yes, this is it. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Lin Chen, did you bring me here because of Lingling? Wang Shui couldn't help but ask. Before coming here, Wang Shui couldn't figure out why Lin Chen suggested going to a bar. But after seeing the sign of Fate Bar, Wang Shui vaguely guessed Lin Chen's intentions. You're very smart, you guessed it right away. Lin Shen said with a smile. Today at the door of Wang Shui's house, the middle-aged woman next door, as well as the ugly faces of her daughter Lingling, are still vivid in my mind. Lin Shen's purpose in coming here is very simple. He wants to help Wang Shui save face. He wants to stand up for Wang Shui. Lin Shen, I know you want to help me vent, I appreciate your kindness, but she is the manager here. If we come here to cause trouble for her, it might not end well. Wang Shui looked worried. She didn't want Lin Shen to get into trouble for standing up for her, or even put himself in danger. Of course, the fact that Lin Shen wanted to help her vent made Wang Shui feel warm inside. In all these years, no one has ever sincerely helped her or cared for her like this. Because of this, she couldn't let anything happen to Lin Shen because of her. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble, Lin Shen said with a smile. After saying that, Lin Shen walked straight into the bar. Lin Shen. Watching Lin Shen walk into the bar, Wang Shui's eyes were full of worry, but Lin Shen had already gone in, so she had to follow quickly. Inside the bar, deafening heavy metal music hit them immediately. Lin Shen looked around. By now there were more customers in the bar. Welcome to Destiny Bar, how can we help you? Two staff members, a man and a woman, greeted them. Give us a private booth with a good atmosphere, Lin Shen said casually. Sir, there is a minimum spending requirement for private booths. The best private booth requires a minimum spending of 6,888 yuan. We suggest you go to the bar or find a table, the female staff member said. The male staff member next to her muttered disdainfully, two bumpkins dare to ask for a private booth as soon as they enter, and they want the best one? It's ridiculous. This male staff member had been working here for some time, so he naturally judged the customers' spending power based on their appearance. In his opinion, people like Lin Shen and Wang Shui, based on their appearance, were the lowest spenders, and might not be able to afford anything at all. Although his words were not loud, Lin Shen heard them. Smack! Lin Shen frowned and took a step forward, delivering a resounding slap to the male staff member. A mere bar employee dared to mock him as soon as they met. Lin Shen absolutely couldn't stand for it and gave him a slap in the face. You hit me? The male staff member was stunned. I hit you, and you will apologize to me immediately for what you just said, Lin Shen said coldly. Apologize to you? You brat, you don't seem to understand the situation. Dare to hit someone in the bar, let me tell you, you're finished. The male staff member covered his face, speaking fiercely. For this male staff member, if a wealthy person hit him, he would endure it, but how could he tolerate being hit by a poorly dressed poor guy? Lingling, there's a commotion and someone is fighting at the entrance. Lingling, there's a commotion and someone is fighting at the entrance. The female staff member next to them called out through the intercom. Lin Shen, what should we do? Wang Shui looked worried and scared. Wang Shui never expected Lin Shen to start a fight as soon as he entered. This was a bar, and there were bound to be many security guards. She was worried that something might happen. Don't worry. Lin Shen showed a confident smile. At this moment, a heavily made-up, scantily clad young woman had already arrived. She was Lingling, the daughter of Wang Shui's neighbor next door. She was the one who had mocked Lin Shen and Wang Shui at the door of Wang Shui's house before. Lingling had brought several security guards with her. Who hits someone? Who dares to fight in Destiny Bar? Lingling rushed over, shouting loudly. Lingling, it's this kid. The male staff member pointed at Lin Shen. Is it you? Lingling recognized Lin Shen and Wang Shui at a glance. Wang Shui, why did you come here? Have you figured it out and are ready to come here to be our guest? Lingling sneered with her arms crossed. She looked at Wang Shui and Lin Shen with disdain in her eyes. Can't we come here to spend money? Lin Shen sneered. Lingling didn't answer, but instead asked, Wang Shui, is this guy your boyfriend? Yes, he is my boyfriend. Any problem? Before Lingling could reply, Lin Shen directly embraced Wang Shui. Wang Shui trembled slightly. She didn't expect Lin Shen to suddenly hug her, but she didn't struggle and let Lin Shen hold her. Wang Shui, you are really easy to deceive. You were deceived by such a shabbily dressed poor boy. Lingling shook her head and sneered. Lingling, who I am with doesn't seem to be your concern, right? Wang Shui courageously said. It's none of my business, but if your boyfriend dares to hit someone here, then it's different. Just based on that, with one word from me, the two of you will have to leave lying down today, Lingling said arrogantly. Is that so? Lin Shen coldly smiled. Then, Lin Shen took out a wad of money from his bag and looked at the male waiter who Lin Shen had slapped. This money is for the slap just now, is it enough? Lin Shen waved the money in front of the male waiter. Enough! Enough! The male waiter, who had been slapped by Lin, saw the money and his eyes lit up. This must be at least 10,000, right? This was more than his 2 months' salary. He was willing to be slapped to earn 10,000, even if it killed him. Then, Lin Shen took out 2 more wads of money and said, take 2 more slaps, this money is still yours, do you want it? Yes. Yes. The male waiter nodded repeatedly. Without saying a word, Lin Chen went up to the male waiter and gave him 2 loud slaps, then threw the money on the ground. The male waiter quickly picked up the money. For him, this was a good deal. After picking up the money, the male waiter respectfully apologized to Lin Chen. Sir, I was blind before, I apologize to you, please forgive me. At first, the male waiter thought Lin Chen was a poor boy, but when Lin Chen could easily take out tens of thousands to hit someone, did he dare to think that Lin Chen was easy to bully? Of course not. Lin Chen ignored him and turned to Lingling, smiling. We both agree, one willing to hit, one willing to be hit, this shouldn't violate the bar's rules, right? You. Lingling was speechless and couldn't say a word. She was so angry that her face turned slightly blue. She didn't expect Lin Chen to do this. At the same time, Lingling was also shocked. She thought Lin Chen was a poor boy, but Lin Chen could easily take out tens of thousands. At this moment, Lin Chen's smile suddenly froze, and then he sternly shouted at Lingling, I'm asking you, one willing to hit, one willing to be hit, does it violate the rules or not? Didn't you hear me? Answer me. Lin Chen's tone was unquestionably domineering. Lingling was so scared by Lin Chen's momentum that she trembled all over. She gritted her teeth and finally said 2 words, it doesn't. Since it doesn't, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and take us to a private room. Remember, the best private room. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but full of authority. You. Lingling's face turned blue. Was she supposed to serve them? What about me? We are customers now. Do you understand how to serve customers? If you don't serve well, I will immediately complain to your boss about you, understand? Lin Chen said coldly. After hearing this, Lingling's face became even more unpleasant. She knew that if Lin Chen really spent tens of thousands here, she would have to serve with a good attitude, otherwise, if Lin Chen complained about her, she would definitely be held accountable by the boss. And she just saw Lin Chen casually throw out tens of thousands of dollars, indicating that Lin Chen definitely has the ability to spend over 10,000. I'm asking you if you understand. Are you deaf and can't hear? Answer me. Lin Chen continued to scold. I understand, Ling, although very unhappy in her heart, could only force a smile. Since you understand, why don't you lead the way quickly? Lin Chen continued to scold. Okay, I'll lead the way now. Ling forced a smile and nodded. Soon after, Ling led Lin Chen and Wang Shui towards a private room. After sitting down, go get some drinks. Lin Chen waved his hand at Ling. Ling forced a smile and nodded, then left. After walking a distance, her face immediately darkened. Damn it! This Wang Shui's boyfriend clearly looks like a poor guy, but can still casually take out tens of thousands of dollars. Ling gritted her teeth in anger. Normally when she saw Wang Shui, she would show off her superiority in front of her. Ling's happiest thing was to see Wang Shui living worse than her. But just now, Lin Chen scolded her in front of Wang Shui, making Ling feel embarrassed in front of Wang Shui, but she had no way to retaliate. I see you like this, at most you have a little money, trying to show off in front of me, trying to help Wang Shui save face? Dream on. I will make you pay for this. Ling gritted her teeth, saying fiercely. Ling already had a way to teach Lin Chen a lesson in her mind. Kid, you're pretending to be rich, right? Let's see how rich you really are. Ling squinted her eyes. And Wang Shui, you will never live better than me in your lifetime. Ling's gaze was venomous. On the other side, at the private room, Lin Chen, where did you get so much money from? Wang Shui couldn't help but ask. Didn't I tell you last time, I won the second prize in the lottery, several 100,000. Lin Chen said with a smile. But you shouldn't spend it like that, it's too wasteful. Wang Shui said seriously. For Wang Shui, even a few $1,000s was a lot of money, but Lin Chen just spent tens of thousands casually. It's okay, as long as it makes Ling lose face, it's worth it. Lin Chen said with a smile. To be honest, tens of thousands of dollars were just a drop in the bucket for Lin Chen. His grandfather had given him $1 billion pocket money last time. Pausing, Lin Chen continued with a smile. How about that? Seeing Ling lose face, feels better, right? It's okay, but you were really fierce just now, he. Wang Shui covered her mouth, letting out a crisp and pleasant laugh. To be honest, over the years, Ling had always mocked Wang Shui, and Wang Shui had never seen Ling lose face, until just now. To deal with bad people, you have to be tough, right? Lin Chen smiled. Pausing, Lin Chen continued with a smile. If you haven't vented all your anger yet, it's okay, that was just the beginning, the excitement is yet to come. Soon, Ling returned with several waiters. Each waiter carried cognac, red wine, fruit platter, snacks, and placed them on the table one by one. The cognac was the top Louis XIII, and the red wine was also the top Lafite, adding up to over 200,000. Why did Ling Ling bring these drinks? The purpose was simple, to deliberately provoke Lin Chen. Her plan was simple, bring up these most expensive drinks. If Lin Chen refused to consume them, she could take the opportunity to mock him, saying he couldn't even afford these drinks, thus undermining Lin Chen's face. If Lin Chen didn't refuse, that would be even better. She could take advantage of this to make Lin Chen bleed heavily. In Ling Ling's eyes, Lin Chen only had a little money. This over 200,000 would definitely be hard for him to bear. She even estimated that Lin Chen might not be able to come up with so much money. If that was the case, it would be the best. Then when Lin Chen couldn't pay the bill, she could take the opportunity to settle the score with him. The items are all here, please enjoy. Ling Ling forced a smile and said, especially emphasizing the word enjoy, biting down hard. After speaking, Ling Ling prepared to leave. Wait, don't go, Lin Chen called out to Ling Ling. What's up? Is there something else? Ling Ling turned to look at Lin Chen. You, come over and accompany the guests. Lin Chen waved his hand casually. Ling Ling frowned. What did you say? Let me accompany the guests? Sorry, I am a manager, not a hostess. If you want a hostess, I can arrange one for you. No, I want you to be the hostess. Lin Chen showed a playful smile. Dream on, Ling Ling said fiercely. Sorry, you don't have the right to refuse. If you do, I'll have to call your boss. Lin Chen sneered. You can call. Do you think I'm afraid of you calling? I am a manager, not a hostess. Even if you call the boss, it won't work. Ling Ling finally couldn't help but shout. After saying her piece, Ling Ling turned and left directly. For Ling Ling, it would be a great humiliation to have to accompany Lin Chen and Wang Shui. She would never allow it. Don't worry, I guarantee you will be willing. Lin Chen coldly smiled at Ling Ling's back. Bastard! How dare you make me a hostess? After walking a distance, Ling Ling's fists were clenched tightly. You're proud now. When it's time to pay the bill later, facing the sky-high bill, let's see how you handle it. After saying this, Ling Ling's mood improved slightly. On the other side, after Ling Ling left, Lin Chen directly gave a tip to another waiter to call the boss over. After the waiter left, Lin Chen, forget it. Just now, being able to make Ling Ling lose face, I am already satisfied, Wang Shui said seriously. In Wang Shui's eyes, anyone who could run this kind of bar must be a formidable person. She was afraid that causing a scene would only harm Lin Chen. Don't worry, everything is under control, Lin Chen smiled. Then, Lin Chen poured a glass of red wine. Wang Shui, this is a top-notch red wine, try it. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a big belly appeared in front of Lin Chen. Hello, I'm Wu Sang, the owner of this bar. What can I do for you? Middle-aged man Wu Sang said. When Wu Sang received the message, he didn't want to come at first. How could a dignified boss come out to meet guests casually? But when he heard the waiter say that these two had ordered over 200,000 worth of wine, he decided to come. Lin Chen took a sip of wine and then said lightly, Mr. Wu, I want your bar manager Ling Ling to come and accompany us. This gentleman, Ling Ling, is the manager, not a hostess. If you want someone to accompany you, I can help you find some hostesses who are more suitable than Ling Ling. How about that? Wu Sang said with a smile. Lin Chen put down his wine glass, took out a bank card, placed it on the table, and then said lightly, No. I want her to come and accompany us. A bank's diamond VIP card. Boss Wu Sang's eyes twitched sharply. He recognized the bank card Lin Chen took out at a glance. After seeing this card, Wu Sang was shocked. He looked at Lin Chen with more respect. Because he knew that to get this card, you had to deposit at least tens of millions. And there was a limit to the number of cards issued. To get this card, you not only needed money but also status. Wu Sang himself couldn't get this card. In other words, just by Lin Chen being able to produce this card, he could determine that Lin Chen's money, status, and position were probably above his own. This kind of person, even he couldn't afford to offend. How about it, boss, can you meet my request now? Lin Chen said casually. Yes, of course. Sir, rest assured, I will go and arrange it now. Wu Sang smiled and nodded repeatedly. Then, Wu Sang turned to a waiter and said, Go, quickly bring Ling Ling over. Yes, General Wu. After the waiter nodded, he quickly turned and ran away. Wang Shui, who was on the side, was very puzzled when she saw this scene. She only saw Lin Chen take out a card, and the boss's attitude suddenly became respectful? Of course, Wang Shui did not recognize the diamond VIP card. In her eyes, it was just a beautifully designed bank card. If she knew that card, she probably wouldn't be puzzled. After the waiter left, May I ask for your name, sir? Boss Wu Sang asked with a smile on his face. My name is Lin Chen, Lin Chen said lightly. Lin Chen? Boss Wu Sang muttered to himself. He felt like he had heard that name recently, but he couldn't remember who it was. Just then, Ling Ling walked over quickly. "Boss," Ling Ling greeted Wu Sang with a smile. At this moment, Ling Ling seemed confident. She was able to become the bar manager because she had a special relationship with Boss Wu Sang. "Ling Ling, tonight you just need to do one thing, which is to accompany these two distinguished guests well," Boss Wu Sang said with a smile. Ling Ling was taken aback. "Boss, you want me to accompany them? I am a manager, not a hostess." Ling Ling said angrily. "I know that, just bear with it, okay," Boss Wu said with a smile. "No," Ling Ling pouted, her tone resolute. For Ling Ling, accompanying Wang Shui and serving her was something she would never want to do. After hearing Ling Ling's refusal, Boss Wu's face darkened. "Ling Ling, don't push your luck. I'll say it again, tonight you will stay here and accompany the guests," Boss Wu said coldly. "Boss, why are you helping them? Look at their attire, they can't be that wealthy, at most they have a little money," Ling Ling retorted. Before Ling Ling could finish, Boss Wu slapped her across the face. Ling Ling, who was slapped, looked at Boss Wu in disbelief. She didn't expect that the boss would hit her for Lin Chen and Wang Shui. And Ling Ling knew that Wang Shui was watching her. Being slapped in front of Wang Shui made her feel even more embarrassed. Then, Boss Wu pointed at Ling Ling and said fiercely, "You bitch, don't you dare disrespect me. This Mr. Lin asked you to accompany him, that's showing respect to you. Don't forget, I gave you the manager position, I can make you do whatever I want, even if it's being a hostess." After a round of scolding, Ling Ling burst into tears. However, Boss Wu didn't stop there. "Your manager position was obtained by trading your body, don't you understand? What are you? I can kick you out with just one word." Boss Wu continued to scold. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that Ling Ling's manager position was obtained by trading her body. Ling Ling, upon hearing Boss Wu's words, felt like she had lost all her dignity. "Boss, please stop, I'll accompany. Ling Ling could only nod, knowing that she had no choice when the boss was this angry. "Humph, you're just a despicable thing. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place," Boss Wu said coldly. In Boss Wu's eyes, Ling Ling was just a plaything, and he was not sure about Lin Chen's identity. He could be someone he couldn't afford to offend. He wouldn't offend Lin Chen for Ling Ling's sake. After a pause, Boss Wu continued with a stern face, "Accompany the two distinguished guests well for me. If they are not satisfied in the slightest, I will hold you accountable, understand?" "Yes." Ling Ling nodded weakly. Seeing this, Boss Wu smiled and turned to Lin Chen, saying, "Mr. Lin, enjoy yourself. If you need anything, just let the waiter call me." "Okay, you can go." Lin Chen waved his hand at him. Boss Wu laughed. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour the wine," Lin Chen said coldly to Ling Ling. Ling Ling lowered her head and obediently stepped forward to pour wine for Lin Chen and Wang Shui. At that moment, Ling Ling accidentally saw the Diamond VIP bank card from the commercial bank that Lin Chen had placed on the table. Commercial Bank Diamond VIP card. Ling Ling recognized it at a glance. In an instant, her heart was filled with shock and turmoil. She knew that someone who could have this kind of card was either rich or noble. She finally understood that Lin Chen was not just a little rich, but clearly a wealthy person. She finally realized how terrifying the person Wang Shui had found was so rich. She envied, jealous, hateful, but helpless. With such a wealthy boyfriend supporting Wang Shui, how could she compete with Wang Shui? When Ling Ling poured wine for Wang Shui suddenly spoke. "Ling Ling, I never expected that you obtained the manager position by trading your body. Why bother? Is it worth it?" Previously, whenever Wang Shui saw Ling Ling, she would always feel inferior, always feel that she was not as good as Ling Ling. But from now on, she no longer had that feeling. And after the recent events, the pride in her heart finally emerged. Lin Chen also spoke, "A manager position obtained by trading your body, yet you still have the nerve to show off frequently. I really don't know where you get the face." After hearing this, Ling Ling blushed with shame, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Her sense of superiority in front of Wang Shui had already been completely lost. "Ling Ling, today is just a small punishment for you. When you go back, tell your mother that if you and your daughter dare to mock Wang Shui again, I can guarantee that I will make your family suffer," Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. I understand," Ling Ling's voice trembled as she nodded. She knew that someone who could hold a commercial bank diamond VIP card could easily deal with her. So from now on, even if she had 100 times more courage, she would never dare to ridicule Wang Shui again. After leaving the bar, both Lin Chen and Wang Shui's faces were slightly flushed. The two of them didn't drink much usually, but they had almost finished the Louis XIII and Lafite in the bar just now. Of course, when it came time to pay, Wang Shui didn't see the amount, so she didn't know how expensive the 2 bottles of wine were. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have dared to drink. Lin Chen planned to take a taxi to take Wang Shui home. At the door of Wang Shui's house. Lin Chen, thank you. I had a really great time today. Wang Shui showed a sweet and charming smile. Then, Wang Shui went straight up, tiptoed, and kissed Lin Chen on the cheek. After the kiss, the shy Wang Shui quickly turned and ran into the house. Lin Chen watched Wang Shui's disappearing figure, touched the place on his cheek where he was kissed, and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. The next morning, Lin Chen did not go to school but went directly to Hua Ding Group. Lin Chen had already figured out the situation at Wang Shui's house yesterday, so he naturally wanted to help her. However, Lin Chen didn't want to give money directly to Wang Shui, as she might refuse. So Lin Chen's idea was to use Hua Ding Group to do charity work, send Lu Bo to Wang Shui's house in the name of sending love, help Wang Shui's mother arrange for treatment at the hospital, and then give Wang Shui some money in the name of sponsorship. This way, he could help Wang Shui without her knowing it was him, and he didn't have to worry about her refusing. Chairman Lin. When he entered, the two security guards at the door respectfully saluted Lin Chen. You guys are all in good spirits, keep up the good work. Lin Chen patted the shoulders of the two men and then entered the company. Encouraged by Lin Chen's words, the two security guards were extremely excited. They were just security guards, with low status and identity. In the past, even the company executives wouldn't give them a second look. Our chairman is really great. Yes. Seeing the chairman makes me feel warm. With such a chairman, we are not afraid of having no prospects. Two security guards exclaimed excitedly. After entering the company, Lin Chen went straight to the front desk. Good morning, Chairman. The receptionist greeted Lin Chen warmly. Is Manager Lu Bo in the company? Lin Chen asked the front desk. Chairman, Manager Lu went to inspect the construction site, but he should be back soon. The receptionist replied with a smile. Is that so? Then I'll wait for him here. Lin Chen said. Shortly after, Lin Chen moved to the nearby rest area, found a seat, and took out his phone to pass the time. After a few minutes, a man with gold-rimmed glasses also sat down in the rest area, right in front of Lin Chen. Young man, are you here for an interview at Hua Ding Group too? The man with gold-rimmed glasses asked while looking Lin Chen up and down. Any problem? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Looking at the man with gold-rimmed glasses, Lin Chen guessed that he was here for an interview. No problem, I just didn't expect that Hua Ding Group is now recruiting people like you. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said with a smile, though his words seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. Lin Chen wasn't angry but asked with a smile, what about me? Why can't Hua Ding Group recruit people like me? Young man, it seems like you don't have a good understanding of yourself. Are you here to joke around with your shabby appearance for the interview? Also, judging by your looks, your education level must be low, right? The man with gold-rimmed glasses said with a smile. It's okay, high school education. Lin Chen said lightly. Lin Chen was only halfway through college now, so in terms of education, he did indeed have a high school diploma. High school education? Ha ha, you, with just a high school diploma, dare to come for an interview at Hua Ding Group? I really don't know who gave you the courage. The man with gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but chuckle. Pausing for a moment, he continued with a smile, young man, I think you are here to interview for a security guard, right? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Someone with your education level is only fit to interview for a security guard position at Hua Ding Group. The man with gold-rimmed glasses' words were full of disdain towards Lin Chen. He. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He was the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Hua Ding Group, the boss of this company. How dare you say I'm not qualified? Isn't that a joke? Of course, Lin Chen didn't reveal his identity directly. At this moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses took out a copy of his graduation certificate. Kid, take a look at what a highly educated person looks like. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said as he placed the copy in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the copy, then shook his head and sneered, master's degree? But with your attitude, you're probably not even as good as a high school student. The man with gold-rimmed glasses was immediately displeased by Lin Chen's words. Kid, I think you're just jealous of me. You, a trash high school graduate, aren't even worthy of shining my shoes, understand? The man with gold-rimmed glasses said arrogantly. Pausing for a moment, he continued with a proud look, Kid, if you're smart, you should start buttering me up now. If we both get hired, you'll be a company security guard, and I'll be a core employee. Maybe I can take care of you, the little security guard, then. At this moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses didn't know that Lin Chen was actually the chairman of Hua Ding Group. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to speak to Lin Chen like that even if he had 100 times more courage. Is that so? How do you want me to butter you up? Lin Chen showed a playful smile. Don't you understand how to butter someone up? Oh, What a useless person who can't even hold up a wall of mud. You don't even appreciate the opportunity to climb up to someone like me, a highly educated talent. The man with golden-rimmed glasses shook his head and sighed. Heh, climb up to you? I'm afraid you're not worthy, Lin Chen said coldly with a smile. I'm not worthy? Ha, kid, do you know what it means to have no ability but be arrogant and proud? With your low education and shabby clothes, unwilling to flatter the strong, you're destined to be a security guard for the rest of your life, the man with golden-rimmed glasses mocked. Just then, a figure walked in from outside the company. The newcomer was none other than the general manager Lu Bo, who had just returned from inspecting the construction site, followed by several company executives and staff. Wow, isn't that general manager Lu Bo? The man with golden-rimmed glasses recognized Lu Bo at a glance. After entering the company, Lu Bo exchanged a few words with the receptionist and then headed straight towards them. Wow, is general manager Lu Bo coming towards me? The man with golden-rimmed glasses noticed this. Next, with a face full of surprise, he muttered to himself, could it be that general manager Lu Bo just found out from the receptionist that I was coming for an interview, so he came to see me on purpose? It must be. There were only the man with golden-rimmed glasses and Lin Chen present. In the man's eyes, Lin Chen was just a useless kid interviewing for a security guard position, so the general manager couldn't possibly be here to see Lin Chen, right? Then, it must be to meet him. After thinking this, the man with golden-rimmed glasses felt excited. At this moment, Lu Bo, accompanied by several company executives and employees, arrived. However, the man with golden-rimmed glasses noticed that general manager Lu Bo walked directly to Lin Chen. The next moment, Director Lin. General manager Lu Bo bowed directly to Lin Chen. Hello, Chairman. Over 10 executives and employees behind Lu Bo also bowed to Lin Chen at the same time. Chairman? The man with golden-rimmed glasses was puzzled when he saw this scene. Then he turned to look at Lin Chen. He swallowed hard, then with a trembling voice, couldn't help but ask Lin Chen, you're not the chairman of Huading Group, are you? That's right, Lin Chen replied indifferently. The man with golden-rimmed glasses, upon hearing the confirmation, slumped back in his chair, looking dumbfounded. The man with golden-rimmed glasses felt a sense of despair when he realized that he had just mocked the chairman of Huading Group and tried to show off his superiority in front of him. Hey, aren't you going to make me flatter you now? Lin Chen looked at the man with golden-rimmed glasses with a smile that wasn't a smile. How he had mocked Lin Chen before and tried to show off his superiority in front of him was still fresh in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen naturally despised the man. To show off in front of Lin Chen like that, how audacious. Chairman, I was just joking earlier, please don't take it seriously, the terrified man with golden-rimmed glasses explained repeatedly. Lin Chen continued coldly, you, a master's student, aren't you very capable? Why are you now being so humble towards a trash high school student like me? Chairman, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The terrified man with golden-rimmed glasses knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Because he knew that he had offended Lin Chen with his words, as the chairman of Huading Group, dealing with him would be easier than squashing an ant. Lin Chen's voice was cold as he said loudly, I am now officially notifying you in the name of the chairman of Huading Group that you are not qualified to work here. Get out! Get out of Huading Tower! Faced with Lin Chen's reprimand, the man with golden-rimmed glasses turned pale with fear. He didn't dare to stay here any longer and scrambled out of the door of Huading Tower. Chairman, what's this? On the side, Lu Bo looked puzzled, completely unaware of what was happening. Just a clown, no need to pay much attention. Let's go upstairs to the office. I have something to discuss with you, Lin Chen said. Perfect, Chairman, I also have something very important that I urgently need to report to you, Lu Bo said solemnly. Since Lin Chen had known Lu Bo, he had never seen him so serious. Could it be that something had happened? Lin Chen had a faintly bad feeling in his heart. Alright, let's go upstairs to talk, Lin Chen said, leading Lu Bo to the elevator. In the chairman's office, Lin Chen sat in the boss's chair, while Lu Bo stood in front of the desk. Lin Dong, you just mentioned something, please go ahead, Lu Bo said. Lu Bo, do you remember the girl I brought to the company yesterday? You, on behalf of Huading Group's charity, go to her house to help her mother find a good hospital for the best treatment, and provide her with financial assistance. The money will be provided by the company, Lin Chen said. The girl from yesterday? Lin Dong, are you planning to help her again? Could it be that you, like this girl? Lu Bo said with a smile. Lu Bo remembered clearly what had happened yesterday, and now Lin Chen was asking him to help this girl again, so Lu Bo wouldn't jump to conclusions. I just feel sorry for her and think she needs my help, Lin Chen said awkwardly. Chairman, you don't need to explain, I understand. I definitely won't misunderstand, Lu Bo said with a smile. Hearing Lu Bo's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask himself, could he really have feelings for Wang Shui? Lin Chen only knew one thing, that he wanted to give Wang Shui a good life and not let her suffer anymore. Lu Bo continued, Chairman, why are you hiding your identity from her? The sponsorship fee from yesterday was clearly from you helping her, but you didn't let her know. Now you're asking me to do it again, so she won't know that you're helping her, she won't know how good you are to her. In Lu Bo's view, Lin Chen should reveal his identity and openly help Wang Shui, so that she would know how good Lin Chen was to her. Alright, don't worry about it, just do as I instructed, Lin Chen scolded Lu Bo. Yes, Chairman, you can rest assured, I will handle it properly, Lu Bo nodded. By the way, Lu Bo, earlier downstairs you mentioned that you had something important to report to me, what is it? Lin Chen asked. When Lu Bo heard this, his face immediately turned serious. Chairman, there has been an incident at the construction site of Huajing Garden Project, Lu Bo said with a grave expression. Note, Huading Group's main business is real estate. An incident? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately asked, tell me, what happened? In Lin Chen's view, with Lu Bo's serious expression, if something had really happened, it must be serious. The scaffolding at the construction site was tampered with, causing over 10 workers to fall to their deaths on site, Lu Bo said with a serious expression. What? Over 10 workers fell to their deaths. Lin Chen's pupils twitched. Over 10 lives lost, this was definitely not a minor accident. And behind the accident were over 10 lives lost. Lu Bo, you just said the scaffolding was tampered with, what exactly happened? Who tampered with it? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Chairman, I just went to the construction site to investigate, and indeed the scaffolding was tampered with. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been done by Jinxiang Group in secret, Lu Bo said. Jinxiang Group. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed suddenly, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. As a local of Qingyang City, Lin Chen naturally knew about Jinxiang Group. Jinxiang Group was a local group in Xinjiang. Jinxiang Group was involved in a wide range of industries, but its main and most profitable business was real estate. It can be said that the locals of Qingyang City, no one is unaware of Jinxiang Group. When mentioning Jinxiang Group, one cannot help but mention the chairman of the group, Xiang Jinxiang, who was a somewhat legendary figure. Xiang Jinxiang, famous in the 1990s, made a name for himself in Qingyang City at that time with his notorious fierceness, eventually becoming the big brother of the underground forces in Qingyang City. After entering the 21st century, Xiang Jinxiang began to focus on business. 10 years ago, during the booming real estate business, Xiang Jinxiang seized the opportunity to enter the real estate industry. With his reputation as the big brother of the underground forces in Qingyang City, coupled with his ruthless methods, he quickly became the strongest real estate group in Xinjiang. Director Lin, you may not know, since our Huading Group Qingyang branch was established, Jinxiang Group has regarded us as arch-enemies. It's just that due to the strength of our Huading Group, Jinxiang Group dare not openly confront us, but they often set traps in secret. Over the years, our branch has suffered losses due to his schemes, said Lu Bo. Pausing for a moment, Lu Bo continued, including this incident, apart from Jinxiang Group, I can't think of anyone else who would deliberately target us. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen probably understood the situation. His Jinxiang Group is just a local group, can they compare to our Huading Group? Our Huading Group is the largest group in the southwest. Can't we defeat him? Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. Director Lin, Jinxiang Group is the biggest commercial enemy of our Huading Group in Qingyang City. Of course, we want to crush Jinxiang Group, Lu Bo said. Then, Lu Bo's tone changed, and he said helplessly with a bitter smile, but, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although our Huading Group is strong, Xiang Jinxiang, as a local snake, is deeply rooted in Xinjiang. It is not easy to completely eradicate him. As long as Huading Group is determined to eliminate him, I don't believe we can't do it, Lin Chen said coldly. If Mr. Lu is determined to take action to eliminate him, there should be no problem, but the business of Huading Group spans dozens of cities. Mr. Lu is a busy man, how can he have the time to specifically deal with him, Lu Bo said. Pausing for a moment, Lu Bo continued, even if Mr. Lu personally takes action, it would be quite troublesome to eradicate a local snake like Jinxiang Group, at least the cost would outweigh the benefits. I see. Lin Chen nodded in realization. In short, if the headquarters of Huading Group is determined to eliminate Jinxiang Group, there should be no problem, but they are just a branch of Huading Group. Just then, the customer manager rushed in hurriedly, saying anxiously as he ran, Director Lin, General Manager Lu, Something big has happened. These words made Lin Chen and Lu Bo feel uneasy. Could it be that something bad had happened again? What's the matter that's causing such panic? Speak, Lu Bo urged. Director Lin, General Manager Lu, the customer service department's phones are ringing off the hook. Many customers who purchased houses in Huajing Garden are all requesting refunds and to cancel their purchases. The customer manager said anxiously. Refunds? Why? Lu Bo furrowed his brows and asked. They said that over a dozen people died in Huajing Garden, and they don't want a property where people have died, so they want to cancel their purchases. The customer manager said urgently. How many customers have called? Lu Bo continued to inquire. So far, there have been 70 to 80 calls, and the phones are still ringing non-stop. The customer manager said urgently. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's expression became even more serious. Lin Chen's face also looked grim. As the chairman of the company, such a situation naturally made Lin Chen feel angry and anxious. At this moment, the project manager rushed in hurriedly again, saying as he ran, Director Lin, General Manager Lu, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. What's wrong now? Lu Bo asked quickly. At the sales office of Huajing Garden, many customers who have already purchased houses have gathered, and they are all demanding refunds. They said the property where someone died should not be sold. The sales office over there is almost out of control, the project manager said urgently. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo and Lin Lin's faces became even more grim, the situation worse than they had imagined. Lin Chen squinted and said, a life was lost at the construction site not even a day ago, and yet these clients already know? How is that possible? Director Lin, there's no need to think about it. It must be Jin Chang Group playing tricks. They must have passed on this information to those clients. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. This Jin Chang Group just wants to cause trouble for me, don't they? To achieve this goal, they didn't hesitate to harm over 10 workers, truly heartless beasts. Lin Chen said fiercely. Lin Chen was not only angry at Jin Chang Group's scheming, but also at their lack of humanity. Lin Chen's father used to be a construction worker and he lost his life in a construction accident. So, upon hearing this news, Lin Chen was filled with anger. Behind these over 10 lives, there might be over 10 families, resulting in over 10 single-parent families like his own. Director Lin, Jin Chang Group's boss, Xiang Jin Chang, has blood on his hands from all these years. He reached his current position by stepping on corpses. He doesn't care about the lives of those migrant workers at all, Lu Bo said. Such a bastard deserves to be torn to pieces. Lin Chen said fiercely. Just then, Lu Bo's secretary hurriedly entered the room. Director Lin, General Manager Lu, there's a call from the headquarters of Hua Ding Group. They said they have received numerous complaints from clients regarding our Qingyang branch, all related to the Huajing Yuan building incident, the secretary reported. Damn it! This wave after wave, it's clearly a long-planned scheme by Jin Chang Group. Lu Bo slammed his fist on the table. Then, Lu Bo looked at Lin Chen with a pale face and said, Director Lin, the Huajing Yuan project is the most important project for our company this year, and we have invested a lot in it. The first phase of the project was nearing completion, the houses were about to be delivered. It is crucial for our company's annual performance. If all the houses are returned, not only will a lot of effort go to waste, but the resulting losses will be unimaginable. How much will we lose if all the houses are returned? Lin Chen asked. We invested 15 billion in the first phase of Huajing Yuan, with an expected profit of 6 to 8 billion. If all the houses are returned, such a huge loss all at once will severely impact the company's financial stability. Our branch may not be able to bear it, Lu Bo said with a dim look in his eyes. This is probably the result that Jin Chang Group wants to see, Lin Chen said squinting. Then, Lin Chen's tone changed. However, this is something I absolutely cannot accept. If the company really incurs such a huge loss, as the chairman, Lin Chen could use the pocket money his grandfather gave him to make up for the shortfall. However, since the day Lin Chen took over the company, he had secretly made up his mind that during his tenure as chairman, he must take the company to new heights, to achieve some success for his grandfather to see. Now that Lin Chen had taken over the company not long ago and such a huge loss occurred, he probably wouldn't have the face to see his grandfather. So Lin Chen absolutely could not tolerate such a huge loss. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Bo asked, Director Lin, do you have any suggestions? Let me think about it, Lin Chen said, lowering his head to ponder. Although Lin Chen wanted nothing more than to immediately take down Jin Chang Group, he also knew that the priority was to resolve the major issue of customers demanding refunds, and deal with the rest later. In the provincial capital, at the center of the Lu family manor, Mr. Lu sat on the sofa. Lu Lao, the young master has encountered quite a big trouble this time, the secretary next to him said. Indeed, it is a very tricky problem for him, Lu Lao nodded. So, Lu Lao, are you going to help? Jinxiang Group is really audacious, daring to go against our Huading Group like this. Do they think our Huading Group is easy to bully? If you want to take them down, it's just a matter of a word, the secretary said. Lu Lao smiled, then shook his head and said, unless the kid comes to me for help on his own, I won't intervene. This kind of trouble is a test of his business abilities. I really want to see if he can solve this trouble with his own skills, or if he will admit defeat and seek my help. For Lu Lao, if Lin Chen really asks for his help, he will definitely assist him, but he will be disappointed. Lu Lao still hopes that Lin Chen will solve this trouble on his own. Even if he fails in the end, Lu Lao will feel relieved, knowing that Lin Chen tried to solve it on his own instead of seeking help from others. Lu Lao, the young master, lacks business experience after all, and it's easy for him to get flustered in such troubles. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the young master to handle this matter well, the secretary said. Lu Lao smiled, let's wait and see. In the Huading Group's Qingyang branch in Xinjiang City, Lin Chen was still pondering with his head down. The issue of the death of a resident in Huajing Garden and the request for a refund was indeed very tricky for Lin Chen. This was the most challenging problem Lin Chen had encountered since becoming the chairman. At this moment, Lu Bo suggested, Director Lin, I have a suggestion. Report this matter truthfully to the headquarters and request their assistance in solving it together. After all, you are Lu Lao's grandson, and Lu Lao will definitely not sit idly by. Yes, General Lu, that's a good suggestion. Indeed, this is the best solution. The two managers beside them nodded in agreement. No, I will never ask my grandfather for help. Lin Chen decisively shook his head. The reason was simple. If Lin Chen wanted to achieve something on his own, he couldn't ask for his grandfather's help at the first sign of trouble. So, Director Lin, how do you plan to solve this problem? Lu Bo asked. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen looked up and said, let's inform all the customers who bought properties in Huajing Garden that all houses will be discounted to 80%. No, 70%. The extra money paid by the customers will be refunded by the company gradually within a month. Lin Chen's idea was simple, to lower the prices to a level that would attract people. 70% off was definitely a very attractive number. If a house worth 1 million was discounted by 30%, it would save a whopping 300,000. This discount was indeed significant. 70%? Lu Bo and the other two managers were shocked to hear about the 70% discount. In the many years since the establishment of the Huading Group, there had never been a 70% discount. It's worth noting that the reputation of the Huading Group was very good, and the properties developed by them could sell well even without any discounts. Especially in recent years, the demand for commercial housing had surged, and there was no problem selling them. If the houses in Huajing Garden were really discounted by 70%, it would definitely set a new record for the lowest discount in the Huading Group's history. Director Lin, if we offer a 70% discount, the first phase of Huajing Garden will be a complete loss, at most earning a few million. Lu Bo said. Given the current situation, breaking even would be the best outcome. If all customers decide to return their properties, it won't just be a loss of a few million, but a loss of 1.5 billion. Lin Chen said. The customer manager on the side also said, but Director Lin, even with this discount, it may not necessarily solve the problem. After all, many customers are willing to check out because they don't want to live in a building where someone has died. Offering a discount may not be effective. Lin understood the reasoning they were talking about, but in the current situation, there was simply no better way. Clearly, there was no expectation for Huajing Garden to make much money now. Given the current situation, breaking even would be the best outcome. Just do as I say, go and inform every customer. Lin waved his hand. After a pause, Lin added, as for whether they accept the discount or continue to check out, it's their choice. For customers who do not accept, process their checkout procedures directly, then continue to sell the returned units at a 30% discount. Yes, we will go and do that. After receiving their orders, the customer manager and the project manager hurriedly left the office. The customer manager was responsible for contacting customers online, while the project manager headed straight to the sales office to inform the customers gathered there. After the two of them left, Lin could only silently pray that the customers would accept the discount rather than continue to check out. Otherwise, the company would face a loss of 1.5 billion. Director Lin, you have truly impressed me with such a significant decision. It definitely requires immense courage and determination, said Lu Bo. Even Lu Bo, an experienced businessman, did not dare to make a decision like offering a 30% discount on his own, as the consequences could be unimaginable if the decision was wrong. He had to admire Lin for it. There's no other way. Decisions have to be made after all, Lin said helplessly. After a pause, Lin suddenly asked, by the way, Lu Bo, how much compensation is being given to the families of the workers who died on the construction site? 500,000. That's the compensation standard set by the headquarters, and we will distribute it as soon as possible, Lu Bo said. 500,000? That's too little. Double it for me, each family should receive 1 million. I don't care what the headquarters standard is, our branch will compensate 1 million for any future accidents involving loss of life, Lin said. Lin vividly remembered that when his father had an accident on a construction site, the company had denied any compensation to his family. His mother had tried to claim it, only to be beaten and thrown out. In the end, his mother had to scrape together the money for his father's burial. Too little? Lu Bo looked surprised. In Lu Bo's understanding, most companies considered compensation amounts to be too high in such cases. It was the first time he had heard a company owner say that the compensation was too little. Human life is priceless, so 500,000 is definitely too little, Lin said firmly. Director Lin, there are not many bosses like you with a conscience nowadays. Rest assured, I will distribute the 1 million compensation within half a month, Lu Bo said earnestly. Just this one small matter made Lu Bo deeply respect Lin. Then, Lu Bo's tone changed, and he said angrily, in the end, it's all because of the Jinxiang Group. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Director Lin, are we just going to let this go? Lin narrowed his eyes. Let it go? Of course not. The price we have paid this time, I will definitely make the Jinxiang Group pay back tenfold, 100-fold in the future. And for those more than 10 farmers who died in vain, I will definitely seek justice for them. Definitely. Those more than 10 farmers were a reflection of Lin's father, and seeking justice for them was also seeking justice for his deceased father. Lin used to be a poor boy who had no qualifications to challenge the Jinxiang Group, but now things were different. As the local big shot in Xingyang City, the Jinxiang Group was deeply rooted in the area. Without seeking help from outside, Lin wanted to defeat the Jinxiang Group with his own abilities, which would undoubtedly be a very difficult task and not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. But after this incident, Lin Chen has made up his mind completely. No matter how difficult it is, he must defeat the Jinxiang Group. This is the goal that Lin Chen has set for himself at this moment. It's definitely unrealistic to destroy the Jinxiang Group in a short time, Lin Chen said. Then, Lin Chen's tone changed. However, reciprocity is a must. He ambushed us this time, so we can't let it go without a response. Director Lin, what do you suggest? Lu Bo asked curiously. Spend some money to hire a big truck. In the middle of the night, dump a truckload of manure at Jinxiang's doorstep, block his door with shit. Consider it as a return gift to him, disgust him nicely, Lin Chen said with a cold smile. This method is really ruthless, it will definitely disgust him. Director Lin, rest assured, I will instruct someone to do this later, Lu Bo said excitedly. This matter also made Lu Bo very angry, and he naturally wanted to vent his anger. Lin Chen looked at Lu Bo again and said seriously, Lu Bo, regardless of the final outcome of this matter, you must remember this lesson. Strengthen inspections at other construction sites, and ensure that such incidents never happen again. Lu Bo nodded. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. I will learn from this lesson and strengthen security measures in the future to prevent such incidents from happening again. Next, for Lin Chen and Lu Bo, it was a very agonizing wait. Will their plan work? Will they be able to get through this crisis smoothly? Lin Chen had no idea. Lin Chen only knew that if he really lost 15 billion, he might not have the face to see his grandfather next time. After leaving the company, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. Lone Wolf, come out! Lin Chen shouted. A figure appeared in front of Lin Chen a few seconds later. He was the Lone Wolf who secretly protected Lin Chen. Young master, do you need me for something? The Lone Wolf's voice was hoarse and low. Lone Wolf, you are powerful, right? Lin Chen asked. At least in the southwest region, I have not met a match, the Lone Wolf replied calmly. Lin Chen continued, Lone Wolf, you are on my side now, right? Of course, the Lone Wolf nodded. In that case, go take care of Jinxiang from the Jinxiang Group. To prove your strength to me, Lin Chen said. I'm sorry, young master. My task is to protect you. The old master ordered that I can only act when your life is in danger, the Lone Wolf said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was speechless. I see, you may not have the ability after all, Lin Chen could only try to provoke him. It's up to you, young master, the Lone Wolf said before turning and leaving directly. Hey, why are you leaving? You said you were on my side. Watching the Lone Wolf leave without hesitation, Lin Chen was speechless. Lin Chen thought that if the Lone Wolf could deal with Jinxiang, it would be much easier. But the Lone Wolf didn't take him seriously at all. The idea of having the Lone Wolf take action had to be abandoned. After leaving the company, Lin Chen went straight to the school. Along the way, Lin Chen was thinking about how to completely defeat the local snake Jinxiang Group without seeking help from his grandfather. The boss of the Jin Chang Group, Xiang Jin Chang, is the big brother of the underground forces in Qingyang City and his biggest reliance. Lin Chen came up with a bold idea to create his own underground force, use it to eliminate Xiang Huaqiang's underground force, and then unify the underground forces in Qingyang City. Of course, this is just an idea from Lin Chen. If he really wants to implement it, it will be a very challenging task. Upon arriving at the school, Lin Chen received a call from Lu Bo. "Chairman, your method is really amazing." Those customers who were clamoring to cancel their bookings, when they heard about the 30% discount, they were so happy as if they had found a great bargain. They are not canceling anymore, only a few are still insisting on canceling, but we can resell those units. The excited voice of Lu Bo came through the phone. Lu Bo on the other end, at this moment, truly admired Lin Chen. He never expected that Lin Chen would successfully resolve this crisis using this method. Is that so? That's good. After hearing this news, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although selling at a 30% discount wouldn't make much profit, at least the original investment was not lost, right? In this turmoil, this result could definitely be considered a great victory. Although the storm had temporarily subsided, the grudge between Lin Chen and Jin Chang Group had also been completely settled. On the other side, at the Jin Chang Group building, in the chairman's office on the top floor, bald-headed Xiang Jin Chang was smoking a cigar, leaning back in his chair with a relaxed expression. Standing beside him was his trusted advisor. "Boss, the phone at Hua Ding Group must be ringing off the hook right now. I bet they are overwhelmed by the customers wanting to cancel their bookings. Facing so many cancellations, Hua Ding Group must be in a panic, huh?" the advisor said excitedly. "This time, let's see how Hua Ding Group handles it." Xiang Jin Chang also showed a victorious smile. "How else can they handle it? They can only offer refunds. They must lose at least tens of billions on this property." He, the advisor chuckled. "Your strategy is excellent, don't worry, I won't mistreat you," Xiang Jin Chang said with a smile. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." The advisor nodded repeatedly in joy. Just then, a skinny man rushed in, shouting, "Boss, something unexpected has happened. Quick, tell me, what's wrong?" Xiang Jin Chang frowned. "Boss, Hua Ding Group is selling at a 30% discount. When those customers demanding refunds heard about the discount, they immediately backed down. The situation has calmed down now. Although Hua Ding Group didn't make much profit, they also didn't incur losses," the skinny man said. "What?" Xiang Jin Chang stood up in shock, his face turning grim. "Damn it! How can these idiots be so easily swayed? They compromised just because of a 30% discount?" The advisor couldn't help but curse. They dare to offer such a low discount of 30%? Whose idea was this? Damn! Angry, Xiang Jin Chang smashed his cigar on the ground. Xiang Jin Chang never expected that their elaborate plan would be foiled by Hua Ding Group like this. In the provincial capital, at the Lu family manor, in the central white main building, Lu Zhizhong's secretary hurriedly entered and said excitedly, "Sir Lu, there's news about the Qingyang City branch." "Oh, so there's news already? What's the result?" Sir Lu was immediately interested when he heard about his grandson. "The Qingyang branch is selling the houses in Huajing Garden at a 30% discount." When the customers demanding refunds heard about the discount, most of them stopped causing trouble. "The situation has calmed down," the secretary said with a smile. "A 30% discount? That's quite similar to my idea. If it were me, I would also sell at a discount like this. It's probably the best solution." Lu Zhizhong nodded in satisfaction. Lu Zhizhong had been in the business world for many years. He wouldn't dwell too much on immediate gains and losses. When it's time to earn less, then so be it, as there will be opportunities to make it back later. That's how business works. Not every deal can be profitable every time. When faced with such troubles, one shouldn't let sentimentality lead to massive losses, as that would be a losing proposition. Immediately, Sir Lu asked, "Who came up with the idea of selling at a discount?" "It was the young master who proposed it. I heard that when the young master first suggested it, some other managers had doubts, but the young master insisted and had the final say," the secretary said with a smile. "Ha, well done. Well done." Sir Lu burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I was worried that this kid wouldn't handle it well. After all, he doesn't have much experience and is young. I was afraid he would be indecisive and hesitant to make decisions, but this kid actually made such a big decision." Mr. Lu's face was full of contented smiles. The difficulty of handling this matter was very clear to Lu Zhizhong. If it were an ordinary businessman facing such trouble, they would be very troubled. Mr. Lu originally thought Lin Chen would have a hard time handling it, but Lin Chen's approach gave him a great surprise. Yes, making the decision to offer a 30% discount definitely requires great courage. I didn't expect the young master to have the guts to make such a decision, the secretary sighed. This kid keeps surprising me more and more, Mr. Lu's smile grew even stronger. Mr. Lu himself didn't expect that Lin Chen could perfectly solve such a big problem. By the way, sir, should we teach Jin Chang Group a lesson for plotting against our Huading Group? The secretary asked. Let my grandson handle it. This is still part of his training. When necessary, I will help him secretly, Mr. Lu said. Xingyang City, Xingyang University. Noon, male dormitory. Lin Chen, do you know what that bastard Zheng Hai is up to now? As soon as Lin Chen entered the dormitory, Fatty eagerly approached him. What's going on? Lin Chen asked casually. Yesterday's live broadcast of eating shit, even the school authorities know about it. The school asked the host to delete the post, but this matter has already spread, and Zheng Hai has no face to stay in school anymore. He has taken a leave of absence, Fatty exclaimed. Taken a leave of absence? Serves him right, Lin Chen said coldly. For scum like Zheng Hai, tarnishing his reputation was already too lenient. To celebrate Zheng Hai's tarnished reputation, I'll treat you to lunch, Lin Chen said, patting his chest. Lin Chen's mood was still good, not only because of Zheng Hai's situation but also because the issue with Huajing Garden property had been resolved. Lin Chen is generous. Ha ha, another big meal to enjoy. Fatty clapped happily upon hearing Lin Chen's treat. Fatty knew Lin Chen's identity as Mr. Lu's grandson, so he understood that dining with Lin Chen meant a lavish meal. By the way, Lin Chen, why not invite Wang Shui too? Fatty smirked at Lin Chen. Fatty's intention was to encourage a relationship between Lin Chen and Wang Shui. Sure, Lin Chen smiled. To be honest, Lin Chen was looking forward to having a meal with Wang Shui. So Lin Chen took out his phone and called Wang Shui. Lin Chen, I have good news to share with you. After the call connected, before Lin Chen could speak, Wang Shui's excited voice came through the phone. Oh, what good news? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Just now, a manager from Huading Group contacted me. Their company is conducting a charity event, and my family has been selected as the beneficiary. Wang Shui sounded very excited on the phone. Really? That's great news, Lin Chen smiled. This so-called charity event was arranged by Lin Chen. He just didn't expect Lu Bo to be so efficient. He only instructed him in the morning, and now the matter had been implemented. Lin Chen, I'm currently at the hospital. They have already started arranging medical treatment for my mom, and all expenses are covered by Huading Group. My mom can finally recover. In addition, Huading Group also gave me 50,000 yuan as a scholarship. Wang Shui's voice was still filled with excitement on the phone. Lin Chen could imagine that Wang Shui must be so happy that she was about to jump for joy. Seeing Wang Shui so happy, Lin Chen also felt warm inside. He was no longer a useless poor boy. He now had the ability to help the people he wanted to help. So, have you accepted the 50,000 yuan scholarship? Lin Chen knew Wang Shui's character, and with her personality, she might not accept the money. I didn't want to accept it originally. I was already very satisfied that it could help my mom get treated. But they insisted on giving it to me, saying if I didn't accept it, they wouldn't help treat my mom. So I had to accept it, Wang Shui said. Hearing that Lin Chen accepted the money, Wang Shui felt completely relieved. Although 50,000 was just a small amount to Lin Chen, it was a huge sum for Wang Shui. Lin Chen, Huading Group completed the sponsorship task for me yesterday, and today they are helping our family again in treating my mom. Huading Group is my savior. When I graduate, I will definitely work for Huading Group to repay their kindness. Wang Shui's serious voice came through the phone. One can imagine how grateful Wang Shui was to Huading Group. However, Wang Shui had no idea at that moment that the person helping her was actually Lin Chen. If she knew, who knows how she would react. Okay, you are a girl who knows how to repay kindness. I understand, Lin Chen replied with a smile. By the way, Lin Chen, did you call me for something? Wang Shui asked. I wanted to ask if you were at school so we could have lunch together, but since you are at the hospital now, maybe next time, Lin Chen said. Since Wang Shui was at the hospital, she couldn't make it, so Lin Chen and Pingzi left the school directly. After leaving the school, Pingzi asked, Lin Chen, where are we going to eat? Lin Chen replied, let's go to Shangyan restaurant. What? Shangyan restaurant again? Lin Chen, remembering what happened last time at Shangyan restaurant, remembering that manager at Shangyan restaurant, I'm so angry. Why are we going there again? Pingzi looked puzzled. Last time Lin Chen and Pingzi ate at Shangyan restaurant, Lin Chen's wallet was stolen. The manager of Shangyan restaurant accused Lin Chen of being a fraud and claimed they were dining and dashing, even threatening to call the police. It was Huang Mengyi who paid the bill for Lin Chen and Pingzi, allowing them to leave smoothly. It's precisely because of what happened last time that we must go this time. At least that manager needs to understand that we are not poor beggars who can't afford a meal, right? Lin Chen said. The previous incident also made Lin Chen very angry. How could his dignified grandson of Lu Zhizhong be mocked as a deadbeat while dining? But at that time, Lin Chen was in a hurry to catch up with Huang Mengyi, so he didn't settle the score with the manager. Lin Chen, now that you mention it, I think I understand what you mean. This time we are going to prove ourselves, right? Ponzi grinned. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Exactly, let's go. On the way to Shangyan Restaurant, Lin Chen called Lu Bo and asked him to contact the owner of Shangyan Restaurant. He wanted to buy the restaurant. If the owner refused to sell, he would offer a higher price. Lin Chen was not short of money. Shangyan Restaurant was the most upscale restaurant near Qingyang University. Lin Chen and Pengzi entered the restaurant. Welcome. As soon as they entered, a waitress warmly greeted them. Please follow me, gentlemen. The waitress gestured and led Lin Chen and Pengzi to their table. Stop. Just as Lin Chen and Pengzi took a few steps, a loud voice rang out. Lin Chen turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was the manager of Shangyan Restaurant, the same one who had mocked them last time and threatened to call the police. I thought you looked familiar. It's you two again, the manager said as he walked up to Lin Chen and Pengzi. How do you have the nerve to come here? Still hoping for a free meal? Expecting someone to believe your lies and pay for you? The manager's words were full of disdain. Lin Chen's face darkened. He was already unhappy with the manager from the last incident. And now, before he could even confront him, the manager had come looking for trouble? Watch your mouth. Do you know who this person next to me is? The chubby man shouted at the manager with a displeased expression. I know, of course I know. Didn't you say last time that he is the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, Lu Zhizhong? The lobby manager sneered. Look at his appearance, and he's still Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Ha ha. Several waiters standing nearby couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Then, the lobby manager's tone turned fierce, saying, You two, stop playing tricks with me, get out of here immediately. What? Shangyan Restaurant is open for business, and you don't welcome guests? You actually want to drive customers away? Lin Chen's face gradually darkened. Of course, we welcome guests, but we don't welcome poor people like you. Have you looked at your own behavior? Can you afford to consume here? Still want a free meal? Do you really think you're the grandson of the richest man? The lobby manager said sarcastically. At this moment, the waitress who had just helped Lin Chen find his way couldn't help but speak up. Manager, after all, they are guests. Can you please not be like this? The lobby manager's face immediately darkened as he looked at the waitress. What? Are you teaching me how to do things? After being reprimanded, the waitress lowered her head and said softly, I just feel that your attitude towards guests is inappropriate. You're really teaching me how to do things, huh? I think you want to get out too, right? Fine, your internship ends here, get out with these two guys. The manager pointed outside with his hand. Manager, The waitress was at a loss. What? I told you to get out. Are you deaf? The lobby manager scolded loudly. The waitress was almost in tears from being scolded. She could only nod, feeling wronged as she walked out. Wait! Lin Chen stopped the waitress. Little sister, the one who should leave is not you, but him. Lin Chen looked at the manager. You, get out immediately. I declare that you are fired. Lin Chen stared coldly at the manager. What? I'm fired? You declare it? Ha, are you out of your mind? Do you think you're the owner of Shangyan Restaurant? The manager laughed. Congratulations, you answered correctly. I have bought Shangyan Restaurant. From today, I am the owner of Shangyan Restaurant. Lin Chen said casually. You bought it? Ha ha, with your poor appearance, you can't even afford a meal, and you bought Shangyan Restaurant? The manager mocked. This kid is really good at boasting. With his appearance, he bought Shangyan Restaurant? It's hard to even pay for a meal. Several waiters nearby also laughed. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen didn't answer it, but handed the phone to the lobby manager, saying, This is your boss's call, you answer it. The manager was about to make a sarcastic remark, but when he was about to speak, he saw the phone number displayed on the screen was indeed his boss's. Seeing this, the manager quickly took the phone and pressed the answer button. Boss, the manager sounded very respectful. The voice of the boss came through the phone. Xiao Zhou, I have sold Shangyan Restaurant to Mr. Lin. You handle the handover with Mr. Lin, he is your new boss from now on. What? The lobby manager's face turned ashen. He could hardly believe his ears. This kid actually bought Shangyan Restaurant? Boss, why? Shangyan Restaurant has always been profitable. Why did you sell it? The lobby manager couldn't understand at all. The reason is simple. The other party offered me a high enough price. I had no reason not to sell. the boss said. The boss on the phone continued, in addition, do you know who this boss is? He is the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. He wants to buy Shangyan restaurant. Can I not give him face? Huading Group, chairman. Chairman. In that moment, the lobby manager felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck him, shattering his psychological defenses. Oh my god, did he just mock the chairman of Huading Group? Did he disrespect the chairman of Huading Group? Even tell the chairman of Huading Group to get lost? Thinking about this, the lobby manager felt as if his heart had plunged into an abyss in an instant. Xiaozhou, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now, the boss said on the phone before abruptly ending the call. However, the lobby manager remained motionless in place, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Lin Chen took out his phone, then sneered, how about now? I said I'm the boss, do you believe me now? I believe. The lobby manager could only nod. Lin Chen took a step forward, continuing in a cold voice, last time, I said I didn't lack money to pay the bill, but my wallet was stolen, do you believe me now? I believe. The lobby manager answered repeatedly. Joking aside, this was the chairman of Huading Group, how could he not have money to pay the bill? The lobby manager deeply regretted not recognizing such a powerful figure. In that case, you can get lost, Lin Chen waved his hand. Lin boss, I know I was wrong. I apologize to you, please don't fire me. The lobby manager pleaded. Do you think that's possible? Lin Chen coldly smiled. The chubby guy next to him also shouted, get out. If you don't leave, Lin Chen, will have to call security to kick you out. Didn't you hear? Get lost. Lin Chen's tone was icy. Lin Chen had no intention of giving the lobby manager a chance. Seeing that Lin Chen wouldn't give him a chance, the lobby manager could only choose to leave in frustration. After the lobby manager left, Lin Chen asked, what's your name? Looking at the waitress next to him. The waitress had just spoken up for Lin Chen, almost getting fired. Boss, I'm Qianqian, the waitress seemed very restrained. Qianqian, you're pretty good. From today, you're the lobby manager, Lin Chen said calmly. Me, the lobby manager? The waitress was shocked. She had just almost been fired, and now she was suddenly being made a manager? She couldn't believe it herself. Boss, I may not do well, the waitress said weakly. It's okay, I believe in you. Do your best. Lin Chen smiled and patted the waitress on the shoulder. Then, Lin Chen looked around at the waitstaff present. Hello, boss. A quick-witted waitress greeted Lin Chen first. Hello, boss. The other waitstaff quickly followed suit upon seeing this. Don't just call me, also call the person next to me, they should know to call him boss too, right? Lin Chen pointed to the chubby guy. Hello, boss. These waitstaff members promptly saluted the chubby guy. The chubby guy was naturally delighted, he had never experienced this kind of treatment before. Chubby, in the future, if you want to eat at Shangyan restaurant, just come and eat, no need to pay, you're my brother, so half of the restaurant is yours. Lin Chen patted the chubby guy's shoulder and said, really? That's great. Damn, having a rich brother is so cool, The chubby guy showed an excited smile. Then, under the service of the waitstaff, Lin Chen and the chubby guy sat down to eat. Halfway through the meal, the chubby guy received a phone call. What? You got beaten up? Where? Jia Internet Cafe? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Chubby, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked, looking up. Lin Chen, Ming got beaten up, right at the entrance of Jia Internet Cafe, the chubby guy said with a serious expression. Ming got beaten up? Did they say why? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Ming was Lin Chen and the chubby guy's roommate, but Ming was usually addicted to the internet, always hanging out in internet cafes, so he didn't spend much time with Lin Chen and the others. But after all, he was Lin Chen's roommate, and could be considered a friend. Lin Chen is now considered successful, and if Ming really encounters difficulties, Lin Chen definitely cannot just stand by and do nothing. Ming said, it's a few troublemakers near the school, they asked Ming to help them pay for the internet fee. Ming refused, so they dragged Ming out of the internet cafe and beat him up. Fatty said. Pausing for a moment, Fatty continued, now they won't let Ming leave, they must make Ming give them 2,000 yuan as a handling fee, otherwise they will ruin Ming. Ming can't come up with it, so he can only call us for help, asking us to send money over to save him. A bunch of bastards, this is clearly robbery. Lin Chen's face darkened. Lin Chen detested these kinds of people the most, bullying the weak and extorting money. Lin Chen is now successful, even if Ming is not Lin Chen's friend. If Lin Chen encounters this kind of situation, Lin Chen will definitely not just stand by and do nothing. Lin Chen, what do you say? Fatty looked at Lin Chen. What else can I say? Let's go. Deal with these bastards. Lin Chen stood up directly. Is Lin Chen going to deal with these bastards? Good. Fatty also stood up quickly. Fatty also detested these kinds of people. Then, Fatty's tone changed, expressing concern. But Lin Chen, Ming said there are 7 or 8 people over there, they outnumber us, it's probably difficult for just the 2 of us to handle them. Are you worried that I can't find more people? Lin Chen said. At the entrance of Jejia Internet Cafe, 7 or 8 young men with dyed hair and tattoos surrounded a man in white clothes. This man in white clothes is Lin Chen and Fatty's roommate Ming, who just hung up the phone. Ming's face was bruised, showing signs of being beaten up. Kid, how's it going? Did someone bring you the money? A young man with yellow hair grabbed Ming's collar, chewing gum arrogantly. I don't know. Ming weakly replied. Damn. Before Ming could finish speaking, the young man with yellow hair slapped Ming's face. Ming clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Although he was angry and aggrieved, he knew he couldn't fight these young men. Kid, let me tell you, if we don't see 2,000 yuan today, we will definitely disable one of your hands, the young man with yellow hair said arrogantly. After speaking, he spat out his gum and stuck it on Ming's face. Ha ha, the other young men nearby all laughed. Ming's face became even more grim. At this moment, the young man with yellow hair smiled and said, Kid, if you eat the gum on your face, we might consider letting you go. You. Ming was trembling with anger, his eyes staring venomously at the man. Damn, dare to look at us with that kind of gaze. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how tough we are. The young man with yellow hair looked fierce. Then he waved his hand. Guys, hold this kid down, I'll personally feed him the gum. Alright. Several young men immediately rushed up to hold Ming down. Just then, the roaring engine of a super sports car exploded, echoing down the street. The explosive roar immediately caught the attention of these young men, who all turned to look in the direction of the sound. Not only them, but the people on the entire street were also attracted by the roaring engine, stopping to look. It's a Lamborghini Diablo, worth nearly 10 million. Wow! Lamborghini. So cool. Appearing in everyone's eyes was an orange Lamborghini Diablo, causing a wave of exclamations and cheers. This kind of super sports car always attracts attention wherever it goes. Damn, it's a Lamborghini Diablo. A few young people with dyed hair couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this Lamborghini appear. This car costs 7 to 8 million even without any modifications. I wonder who the big shot inside is, a young man with green hair sighed. With a rumble, the orange Lamborghini stopped in front of the Jejia Internet Cafe. Yellow hair, this car is parked here, a sharp-haired young man exclaimed. Yellow hair and the others also looked in surprise at the Lamborghini. Under their gaze, the door of the Lamborghini was opened. Following that, a slightly slender young man came out of the driver's seat, and a somewhat chubby young man came out of the passenger seat. They were Lin Chen and Fatty, and this Lamborghini was the one Lin Chen had bought before. At first, Ming didn't pay much attention, but the engine sound of the Lamborghini was too loud, so he also looked at it. Lin Chen, Fatty. When Ming saw that it was his roommates Lin Chen and Fatty coming out of the Lamborghini, he was stunned. He knew Lin Chen and Fatty, both from ordinary families, with Lin Chen's family even being quite poor. How could they afford a Lamborghini? Am I seeing things? Ming rubbed his eyes hard, but he realized he wasn't mistaken. It really was Lin Chen and Fatty. Yellow hair, those two seem to be coming towards us. The green-haired one nudged the young man with dyed hair. Yeah, they seem to be coming towards us, the sharp-haired young man said dumbfoundedly. When they saw Lin Chen and Fatty approaching them, they seemed a bit flustered and unsure. After all, who could afford to drive a Lamborghini like that? Could someone who could afford such a car be just an ordinary person? Could someone who could afford such a car be someone they could mess with? It shouldn't be, they're probably just passing by. Yellow hair silently prayed that they weren't there for him. However, when Lin Chen and Fatty reached them, they stopped. Lin Chen, Fatty, it's really you. Ming realized he hadn't mistaken them and excitedly rushed to Lin Chen and Fatty. You really came to rescue me. Perhaps due to excitement or feeling wronged, tears streamed down Ming's face after he said that. Seeing the bruises on their faces and even a piece of gum stuck on their faces, Lin Chen's anger surged. Ming, I will help you get justice. Lin Chen firmly patted Ming's shoulder. Then, Lin Chen looked at the 7 or 8 young people from the neighborhood. These 7 or 8 young people from the neighborhood were shocked to see that Lin Chen was Ming's friend, their faces turning pale. They had actually hit a friend who owned a Lamborghini? Thinking about this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Just the Lamborghini alone was enough to intimidate them. You hit my friend, so you all have a part in this, right? Lin Chen stared at the group coldly. The 7 or 8 young people all lowered their heads, looking like wilted eggplants, completely deflated. no longer showing their previous arrogance. At this moment, the leader with dyed hair walked up. "Bro, we didn't know he was your friend. We apologize to you and him, sorry." The dyed hair guy smiled apologetically and bowed. Smack! Without a word, Lin Chen slapped the dyed hair young man in the face. "Apologize? Did I ask you to apologize?" Lin Chen shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." Although the dyed hair guy felt wronged, he could only smile and nod repeatedly. Lin Chen then turned to Ming and asked, Ming, tell me how they treated you. "They hit me, made me give them 2,000 yuan, and even forced me to eat the gum they had chewed," Ming said, feeling wronged. Lin Chen nodded, then looked back at Huang Mao. "I'll give you a chance to go eat that pile of dog shit next to you." Lin Chen pointed to a black pile of dog shit on the ground. Eat dog shit?" Huang Mao's face turned liver-colored at the words. Eat dog shit?" Huang Mao's face turned liver-colored at the words. Because the commotion caused by the Lamborghini was quite big, a crowd had already gathered here and started discussing. This is like a real-life lesson for the rich second generation teaching a little thug on the street. Interesting. I know these little thugs, always causing trouble in this area. This time they picked the wrong fight, serves them right. Exactly, these few little thugs are usually very arrogant. Today they finally got what they deserved. The onlookers were all discussing, feeling satisfied to see the rich second generation teaching the evil thugs a lesson on the street. "Bro, how can human eat this dog shit? Stop joking around." Huang Mao showed an ugly smile. Eating dog shit is much more disgusting than chewing someone else's gum. Huang Mao felt nauseous just looking at that pile of dog shit, let alone eating it. Indeed, dog shit is not meant for humans to eat, but for beasts like you, it's fine. Lin Chen sneered with his arms crossed. Fatty also shouted, "You hit our roommate, Lin Chen is only asking you to eat dog shit. You're lucky, so just eat it already." Huang Mao's face became even uglier after hearing this. "You guys, don't push me too far, even a cornered dog will jump over the wall." Huang Mao gritted his teeth. "Oh, I don't know what you mean by that." Lin Chen continued to sneer. "It's simple, I've already apologized, and you slapped me, let's call it even. There are only 3 of you, if you really push us, we'll stab you and run, no matter how powerful your family is, you won't find us," Huang Mao said fiercely. After saying this, Huang Mao directly pulled out a dagger from his waist. Although Huang Mao feared Lin Chen, he was used to mingling in society and had a lot of courage. If pushed to the limit, he believed he would even dare to stab a rich second generation. As the saying goes, a local official is not as good as a current one. Although Lin Chen's status was impressive, Huang Mao and his group had the advantage in numbers. At least they were not afraid of losing out on the spot. As for future retaliation from the rich second generation, they could always run away. "Thinking you have more people? Pulling out a knife? Looks like you don't appreciate the chance I gave you." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a coldness flashing in them. Beside him, Ming was startled to see Huang Mao with a dagger. "Lin Chen, let it go, I'm satisfied to get away, let's just leave it at that." Ming pulled Lin Chen. Although Ming wanted to see Huang Mao suffer, he also feared that Huang Mao would actually use the knife. If Lin Chen got stabbed for helping him, how could he live with himself? "Let it go? Daring to threaten me, that's not going to happen." Lin Chen sneered coldly. Then, he looked at Huang Mao with a chilling tone, "From the moment you pulled out the knife, this matter won't end so easily. Kid, looks like you're not afraid of death, then it's not our fault. You forced us. So what if you're a rich second generation? I'll fight you just the same. Brothers, let's go." Huang Mao shouted loudly. The young social delinquents behind Huang Mao, although they feared Lin Chen's status, were also bold and fearless in their daily lives. At this point, they no longer hesitated and took out their daggers, ready to fight. Are these thugs really going to get violent? This rich second generation is in trouble. Even if his background is impressive, he's only got 3 people with him now. The onlookers saw Huang Mao and his group drawing their knives, feeling uneasy for Lin Chen. Oh no! They're really going to use knives. Ming's face changed drastically at the sight. "Lin Chen, Fatty, you two go, I'll hold them off. You came to help me, I can't let you get stabbed because of me." Although Ming was afraid, he usually appeared weak, but at this moment, he walked directly in front of Lin Chen and Fatty, as if he wanted to shield them from this group of people. "Ming, we are here to save you, not for you to save us," Lin Chen said with a smile. Just then, 5 identical commercial vehicles drove towards them on the road. These 5 vehicles stopped one by one behind Lin Chen's Lamborghini. Following that, the doors of these 5 vehicles were simultaneously opened, and more than 40 young men in security uniforms poured out of the cars and quickly walked towards Lin Chen and the others. As these dozens of uniformed men rushed over, holding batons in their hands, the group of troublemakers led by Huang Mao stopped in their tracks. "Huang Mao, who are these people?" the leader asked in surprise. I don't know, Huang Mao replied, looking bewildered. Under the gaze of the crowd, the security guards quickly approached Lin Chen. The next moment, Chairman. All the security guards bowed in unison, creating a grand spectacle. Seeing this, Huang Mao and his group were dumbfounded. They did not expect that these security guards were called by Lin Chen. Surround these people for me, Lin Chen ordered. Yes, Chairman. The security guards responded and immediately surrounded Huang Mao and his group. Before Lin Chen arrived, he had called the company to quickly send a group of security guards to the entrance of Jejia Internet Cafe. With more people on his side, Lin Chen was not afraid of these troublemakers. As long as Lin Chen was willing to pay, he could summon not just dozens, but hundreds or even thousands of people. Lin Chen then pushed his way into the crowd. Huang Mao and his group turned pale, their faces filled with fear and despair. They knew that the 7 of them could not possibly handle over 40 security guards. Huang Mao realized that with a single command from Lin Chen, these security guards could easily defeat them. The knife in Huang Mao's hand fell to the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably, expressing his fear. If before, he could use the advantage of numbers to threaten Lin Chen, now he had no capital to challenge Lin Chen anymore, and he had no resistance left. The fearful Huang Mao immediately knelt on the ground. Please spare us, big brother. Please spare us, he begged. The other young men behind Huang Mao also knelt down, all trembling in fear. Spare you? You already used a knife, and now you want me to spare you? You beat up my roommate, and now you want me to spare you? Lin Chen said coldly. And do you know what I hate the most? People like you, who gather together to bully honest people every day. Lin Chen continued fiercely. He then gave the order, beat them all severely. Each person beaten earns a 10,000 yuan bonus, and I will take responsibility. Yes, Chairman. The security guards were excited to hear about the bonus. Following Lin Chen's command, the over 40 security guards immediately wielded their batons and rushed forward. The following scene needs no description. The 7 troublemakers, facing over 40 armed security guards, were beaten without any resistance, rolling on the ground in pain and begging for mercy. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but applaud and cheer. They naturally wanted to see these troublemakers get what they deserved. Bullies being dealt with by a wealthy second generation in public, this incident was sure to become a popular story. As for Ming, seeing these troublemakers who had bullied him being beaten up, he was so moved that he almost cried. Ming, don't cry. Lin Chen has helped you reclaim your dignity. The fat guy patted Ming's shoulder and said, Ming nodded vigorously. By the way, what's going on with Lin Chen's Lamborghini, and all these security guards? Ming still felt a bit confused. From what he knew, Lin Chen's family was clearly very poor, so how did he suddenly start driving a supercar? And how did he manage to bring so many people here? I'll tell you about it later. Let's go for now. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first. Lin Chen also patted Ming's shoulder with a smile. The fat guy also said with a smile, yes, we were just having our meal when you called. We barely had a few bites. After leaving the internet cafe, Lin Chen and the fat guy took Ming directly to Shangyan restaurant. As for those hooligans with yellow hair, they were all beaten into disabilities and taken to the hospital by an ambulance. The fat guy told Ming everything about Lin Chen being the chairman of Huading Group and the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. What? The chairman of Huading Group? The grandson of the richest man Lu Zhizhong? Ming widened his eyes in shock. Huading Group was such a powerful entity, and Lu Zhizhong was such a prominent figure. Ming knew it very well. If it were before, Ming wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. But today, seeing Lin Chen driving a sports car and bringing so many people, he had to believe it. Ming, Lin Chen also bought Shangyan restaurant, the fat guy said with a smile. When Ming entered the restaurant, he heard the waiters calling Lin Chen and the fat guy boss. At that time, he was still confused, but now he understood. Lin Chen, why did you buy Shangyan restaurant? Ming asked in confusion. Just for fun, to use as a private dining hall. It didn't cost much anyway, Lin Chen said casually. Awesome. Awesome. Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Ming never dreamed that his roommate would suddenly become a rich second generation, and a top-notch one at that. At this moment, Lin Chen also showed a serious expression. Ming, you should spend less time in internet cafes in the future. Don't let yourself go downhill like this. Do you want to be bullied for the rest of your life? Lin Chen, I will change my habit of going to internet cafes. Ming nodded seriously. Being humiliated and beaten today had a great impact on Ming, making him determined to change himself. I believe in you. As long as you can change your habit of going to internet cafes, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, I will definitely help you, Lin Chen said seriously. Really, Lin Chen? Ming was excited. He knew that with Lin Chen's status, even if he just casually helped him, it might change his life. Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you? Lin Chen smiled. Okay, the dishes are getting cold. Let's eat quickly. The fat guy picked up his chopsticks without hesitation. The next morning, in the bedroom of the Jin Chang group, at the Jin Chang family. Master Xiang, why does it smell so bad? Did your toilet explode? It's making me sick. The mistress lying in Master Xiang's arms covered her nose and pushed Master Xiang. Master Xiang woke up from his sleep. Damn, why does it smell so bad? After smelling the pungent smell of feces, Master Xiang couldn't help but curse, covering his nose with his hand. The smell was so strong that it made Master Xiang's eyes hurt. Knock knock knock. Master Xiang. Something bad happened. Just as Master Xiang was about to get up to see what was going on, a series of knocking sounds came, and the voice of the strategist could be heard outside the door. Master Xiang got up and opened the door, asking the strategist at the door with a stern face, "What's going on now?" "Master Xiang, there is feces piled up at the entrance of the villa. It's blocking the entire gate, and the smell is unbearable. You need to go see it quickly." "What? It's all feces?" Master Xiang was shocked. How could a large amount of feces suddenly appear at the entrance? Master Xiang couldn't believe it, but the pungent smell indicated the truth. "Let's go." Master Xiang hurried towards the entrance. At the entrance of the villa, a large amount of feces has accumulated here, blocking the villa's front door, attracting countless flies, not only making the smell nauseating, but also creating a disturbing sight. Many servants, upon seeing this scene, immediately vomited. "Master is here! Master is here!" Amidst the respectful greetings of the servants and bodyguards, Xiang Jinxiang walked to the entrance of the villa. Ugh! When Xiang Jinxiang saw the mountain of excrement in front of him, combined with the pungent smell he inhaled, he couldn't help but bend over and vomit uncontrollably. After Xiang Jinxiang finished vomiting, as he stood up to catch his breath, he took a deep breath, only to inhale a strong stench of feces. Ugh! Ugh! Immediately, Xiang Jinxiang vomited again, until he was dry heaving, unable to bring anything up, feeling like his stomach was about to come out. "Master! Master!" The strategist and several bodyguards quickly came to support Xiang Jinxiang. After Xiang Jinxiang finished vomiting, his face had turned liver-colored. "What's going on? What the hell is going on? Who can tell me? Where did all this feces come from?" Xiang Jinxiang roared in anger. Xiang Jinxiang's anger frightened the nearby bodyguards and servants, who dared not even breathe loudly. "Master, everything was fine yesterday, but around 2 or 3 in the morning, there seemed to be the sound of a truck. Someone must have used a truck to dump all this at the entrance last night," the strategist said. "Someone dumped feces at my doorstep? Who the hell in Qingyang City has the guts?" Xiang Jinxiang exploded in rage, his muscles twitching on his angry face, his fists clenching tightly. Who was Xiang Jinxiang in Qingyang City? How could someone dare to dump feces at his doorstep? Xiang Jinxiang felt deeply humiliated. He felt that his authority was being seriously challenged. "Master, we ambushed Huading Group yesterday, and today there is so much feces at the entrance. I suspect that Huading Group is likely behind this," the strategist said. "Yes, it must be Huading Group. Absolutely." Xiang Jinxiang's tone was firm. Besides Huading Group, he couldn't think of anyone else who would do this. Who else would dare to do this? Damn Huading Group, daring to dump feces at my doorstep. I, Xiang Jinxiang, have been in Qingyang City for so long, and Huading Group is the first to dare to provoke me like this. Have I been idle all these years in Qingyang City? Xiang Jinxiang's face was full of anger. "By the way, Master, you asked me to investigate the new chairman of Huading yesterday. Here is the information." The strategist handed a document to Xiang Jinxiang. "Lin Chen? Lu Zhizhong's grandson-in-law? Still a student?" Xiang Jinxiang looked surprised after seeing the information. "Master, I suspect that it was Lin Chen's idea to dump the feces. He relies on being Lu Zhizhong's grandson-in-law, so he dares to act against you, Master," the strategist said. "He thinks he's invincible. Daring to dump feces at my Xiang Jinxiang's house, I will definitely make him pay with his life." Xiang Jinxiang fiercely punched the nearby wall, his eyes flashing with a strong sense of killing intent. "Master, what should we do?" the strategist asked. "Go find some people and secretly take care of this kid. I want him to know that anyone who goes against me, Xiang Jinxiang, will not have a good ending." Xiang Jinxiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "But, he is after all Lu Zhizhong's grandson-in-law. If we really kill him, won't it cause trouble? We have conflicts with Huading Group. It's easy for them to suspect us." The strategist expressed concern. The strategist was not worried about getting rid of Lin Chen, because in Qingyang City, it was easy for the master to eliminate someone. He was worried about the consequences of dealing with Lin Chen. The strategist knew that Lu Zhizhong was the richest man in the southwest, and his power was immense. If they angered Lu Zhizhong and he retaliated without regard, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. It's not that simple. After the people who carried out the attack kill that kid, they can then rob him clean to create the illusion that he was robbed and killed, naturally distancing us from the situation, said Xiang Jinxiang coldly. Xiang Yi, your plan is brilliant. The military advisor couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiang Jinxiang coldly smiled. He's just a kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet, and he dares to challenge me, Xiang Jinxiang? He even dares to dump shit at my doorstep. He's simply asking for death. The military advisor continued to flatter. In Xingyang City, Xiang Yi, you are like a god, even Huading Group can't do anything. Alright, go and take care of it quickly. I want to make sure he doesn't see the sun tomorrow. Xiang Jinxiang waved his hand. Xiang Yi, rest assured, I will handle it properly, the military advisor responded before turning to take care of the matter. Since the main entrance was blocked by shit, the military advisor had to leave through the back door. After the military advisor left, Xiang Jinxiang looked up, and when he saw the pile of shit at the door, and smelled the strong stench, he couldn't help but gag. On the other side, in the chairman's office of Huading Group, Director Lin, as you instructed, the feces have been dumped at Xiang Jinxiang's doorstep this morning, a total of 3 tons. Lu Bo reported. Very good, Xiang Jinxiang must be thoroughly disgusted, Lin Chen said with a smile. Director Lin, Xiang Jinxiang may easily guess it's us. He is a ruthless person and is likely to seek revenge. Director Lin, you must be careful recently, Lu Bo said seriously. Don't worry, whatever means he has, let him come, Lin Chen still smiled. By the way, Lu Bo, you mentioned an important matter to inform me about. What is it? Lin Chen asked. Director Lin, in a week, there will be an auction, with the main event being the auction of land, Lu Bo said. Lu Bo continued, at that time, there will be several pieces of land of very high value and importance. You must attend the auction and try to acquire those important pieces of land, as it is crucial for the company's plans for the coming year. Huading Group's main business is real estate, so acquiring good land is crucial. Only with good land can they build developments. Especially those prime locations are highly sought after, with many eyes on them. In a week? Alright, I got it. Lin Chen nodded. Director Lin, during the auction, Jinxiang Group will definitely bid against us for the land. You need to be prepared, Lu Bo said. Compete with me? I'll be waiting. Lin Chen coldly smiled. Isn't the auction about the highest bidder winning? Lin Chen, the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, is definitely not inferior to Jinxiang Group in terms of money. After leaving the company, Lin Chen drove directly to the school in his Lamborghini. Lin Chen parked his car in a relatively secluded area. Just as he walked to the front of the car, more than 10 black-clothed men suddenly emerged from the greenery around him, surrounding Lin Chen. They all held shiny knives in their hands. Who are you people? Lin Chen frowned. These people were clearly up to no good. Kid, we're here to take your life. Xiang Yi asked me to give you a message. If you mess with him, there's only one way to go: death. Take this message to the king of hell. The big man's face was fierce. After saying that, he directly waved the knife in his hand towards Lin Chen's heart. Oh no! Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, a sense of danger enveloping him. If this knife stabbed into Lin Chen's heart, even a great immortal wouldn't be able to save him. Swish! Just at the critical moment, Lin Chen heard a breaking wind sound in his ear. The next moment, plop! The black-clothed big man who was stabbing Lin Chen fell directly in front of him. Lin Chen took a closer look and saw a knife stuck in the man's chest, blood staining his clothes. The man had already lost his breath. Who? The other black-clothed men around were all startled by this sudden turn of events, looking around in panic. At this moment, a figure walked over from a distance. It was the lone wolf. Haha, lone wolf. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile happily when he saw the lone wolf. The last time, Lin Chen was upset that the lone wolf didn't listen to him, but at this moment, Lin Chen only felt that the lone wolf's figure was so handsome and majestic. When Lin Chen had just encountered a life-threatening crisis, he had forgotten about the lone wolf. Without much thought, the sudden flying dagger just now must have come from the lone wolf. By now, the lone wolf had approached. Who are you? The dozen or so black-clothed men all pointed their daggers at the lone wolf, looking somewhat fearful because the sudden appearance of the dagger had truly scared them. The lone wolf, expressionless, scanned around, then spoke in a hoarse and low voice. Those who know what's good for them, get lost. I don't want to kill today. Although the lone wolf's voice was not loud, it exuded a great sense of oppression. Who the hell are you? Stop pretending here. We are under Lord Xiang's command. I advise you not to meddle. It's best for you not to interfere. In the territory of Qingyang City, daring to oppose Lord Xiang means seeking death. One tall black-clothed man shouted loudly, "Lord Xiang? Sorry, I don't know who Lord Xiang is. I only know that if you don't leave, then you will all die." The lone wolf, expressionless and with no change in his voice, but it instilled fear in people. "Damn, I think you're looking for death. Brothers, he's just one person, go, kill him." After the tall black-clothed man finished speaking, he swung the dagger in his hand first and charged towards the lone wolf. Pang! When the tall black-clothed man's dagger was about to touch the lone wolf grabbed the man's wrist. The next moment, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. The tall black-clothed man's face contorted in pain. Along with the piercing scream, the man's wrist was twisted into a grotesque angle. Then, the lone wolf slapped the tall black-clothed man's forehead. The black-clothed man collapsed on the ground, lifeless. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. For the lone wolf, doing all this was as casual and easy as eating and drinking. Hiss! These black-clothed men all gasped in fear, showing extreme terror. The lone wolf's methods had completely intimidated them. "You made me break my no-killing rule today, so you all shall die." The lone wolf's eyes narrowed. After his words fell, the lone wolf seemed to transform into a leopard, charging directly at these black-clothed men. 1 minute later, the remaining dozen or so black-clothed men all lay lifeless on the ground. Before the lone wolf, these dozen or so black-clothed men had no power to resist. Gulp! Gulp! Looking at the bodies on the ground, Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow nervously, his eyes showing a hint of fear. The scene of the lone wolf killing just now truly frightened Lin Chen. At this moment, the lone wolf walked up to Lin Chen. "Young master, are you okay?" the lone wolf asked. I'm fine, thanks to you showing up." Lin Chen nodded with gritted teeth. To be honest, the skills displayed by the lone wolf just now had a great impact on Lin Chen. "Since you're okay, young master, you should go first. I'll take care of things here." The lone wolf still appeared calm, as if he was not killing people but cats and dogs. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded with gritted teeth, still not fully recovered from the shock. This was the first time Lin Chen had witnessed a scene of killing, and even though he tried to keep calm, he couldn't help but feel shocked and flustered. Next, Lin Chen quickly walked to his car, opened the door, and sat inside. After gripping the steering wheel, Lin Chen noticed that his hands were still trembling slightly. "Damn, why are my hands still shaking?" Lin Chen couldn't help but curse himself. In fact, Lin Chen didn't know that he was already quite strong. Many people, after witnessing a scene of killing for the first time, would be so scared that they lose their composure, even vomiting on the spot. Of course, this is also a process of transformation and growth. It's still Grandpa's idea, knowing to send the lone wolf to protect me. Lin Chen sighed to himself. To be honest, Lin Chen now feels a bit scared just thinking about it. If it weren't for the lone wolf protecting him, he would probably be a corpse by now. At this moment, the role of Grandpa sending the lone wolf to protect him is fully revealed. "Damn Jin Chang Group. Damn Xiang Jin Chang." Lin Chen slapped the steering wheel hard, realizing that without the lone wolf, Xiang Jin Chang would have really killed him. "Xiang Jin Chang, I'll remember this debt. I swear by my name Lin Chen. If I don't bring down your Jin Chang Group, my name is not Lin Chen," Lin Chen said fiercely. Although the crisis was averted by the lone wolf, the anger in Lin Chen's heart could not be resolved. On the other side, in Xiang Jin Chang's villa, after a morning of cleaning, the feces at the villa entrance were finally cleaned up. At this time, the strategist hurried into the villa. "Strategist, how is it going? Have you taken care of that kid?" Xiang Jin Chang sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and a beautiful woman in his arms. Although the incident of dumping feces made Xiang Jin Chang very angry, the thought of killing Lin Chen made his mood beautiful. "Xiang Yi, there has been a mishap. The people I sent to kill Lin Chen, all of them, all lost contact," the strategist said with a low tone, head bowed. Xiang Jin Chang's smile disappeared instantly upon hearing this. "Lost contact? How is that possible?" Xiang Jin Chang stood up abruptly, questioning with a stern tone. In Xiang Jin Chang's eyes, in the territory of Qingyang City, it should have been easy to kill someone. How could the people he sent out lose contact? "Xiang Yi, I don't know what happened. The people I sent out seem to have vanished into thin air," the strategist said cautiously. Because the strategist couldn't contact those he sent out, he had no idea what had happened. "Does that mean the mission failed, right?" Xiang Jin Chang asked coldly. The strategist nodded cautiously. "Useless. All useless." Xiang Jin Chang, in anger, smashed the wine glass in his hand on the ground, the broken glass mixed with red wine splattering everywhere. Under his rage, everyone in the living room kept their heads down, not daring to speak, not even daring to breathe loudly. They knew Xiang Jinchang's temper, and if anyone crossed him at this moment, they would either die or be severely punished. At this moment, the strategist cautiously raised his head. Xiang Yi, I'm thinking, could it be? Could all the people I sent out have died? Seeing is believing. Go find out. Qingyang City is my territory. I don't believe we can't find them. Xiang Jinchang said loudly. Yes, I'll go do it now. The strategist nodded. By the way, Xiang Yi, should we continue to send people to assassinate that Lin Chen? The strategist asked. Xiang Jinchang squinted his eyes. Until we find out the reason, let's not move against him for now, let him live a few more days. Although Xiang Jinchan wanted to dismember him, this failed assassination attempt and the inexplicable loss of contact of the people he sent out made Xiang Jinchang hesitant to act rashly again until he found out the reason. Xiang Jinchang has reached his current position not only because of his ruthlessness but also because of a certain level of caution. Otherwise, he would have been overthrown long ago. Xingyan University. Classes were in session at the moment, and Lin Chen went straight to the classroom after returning to school. Stop! As Lin Chen approached the classroom door, a man and a woman blocked his way, wearing badges from the Student Union Study Department. The man had a shaved head, and the woman had purple hair. You must be Lin Chen, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Jun, the head of the Student Union Study Department. The man said proudly. Another member of the Student Union? What do you want with me? Speak. Lin Chen said coldly. Lin Chen had no interest in these Student Union officials. Seeing Lin Chen's attitude, Wu Jun's face immediately darkened. The purple-haired girl next to him scolded, saying, Kid, do you dare to talk to our leader like that? Do you not want to live? He, a school study department minister, still a leader? Don't want to live? He. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. In the past, Lin Chen might have been afraid of these so-called student union cadres. But now, Lin Chen finds it ridiculous to think that a school student union cadre can act so arrogantly? Ridiculous. With Lin Chen's current status, he didn't even take Wu Jun seriously. Kid, you're very arrogant, no wonder Zheng Hai asked me to deal with you. Wu Jun sneered. Wu Jun and Zheng Hai are friends. Before Zheng Hai took a leave of absence, he found Wu Jun and asked him to keep an eye on Lin Chen. Once Lin Chen violated the school rules, Wu Jun would take the opportunity to strike Lin Chen, preferably getting him expelled. Zheng Hai? The Minister of External Relations Zheng Hai? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zheng Hai's name. Lin Chen still vividly remembers the incident of Zheng Hai eating shit on live broadcast. Pausing for a moment, Lin Chen continued, So, you're here to avenge Zheng Hai, picking a fight with me, right? I'm not here to pick a fight, I'm just following the rules. I found that you have been frequently absent and skipped classes recently, accumulating more than 30 class hours. According to the school regulations, a student who skips more than 10 class hours in a school year will be disciplined, and if it exceeds 30 hours, they will be expelled. Wu Jun said proudly. Expel me? Do you have that authority? Lin Chen sneered. Lin Chen knew that Wu Jun was here to avenge Zheng Hai. Kid, one of the tasks of our study department is attendance monitoring. I have already recorded all the times you skipped class. Once I report it, the school will definitely use you as an example and then expel you. Wu Jun said, smiling as he raised the attendance book in his hand. Pausing, Wu Jun continued triumphantly, Dare to go against our student union, this is your fate. Our student union is not something you can mess with. Is that so? Lin Chen smiled, confirming that it was indeed about revenge. Kid, are you still laughing? Don't you know you're about to be expelled from school? The purple-haired girl next to him sneered. Then I'll say this, if you can get me expelled, I'll admit defeat. Lin Chen looked indifferent. Wu Jun thought that as long as he threatened Lin Chen with the attendance book, Lin Chen would be scared, even bow down to him and beg for mercy. But Lin Chen seemed indifferent, which was beyond his expectations. You're not afraid of being expelled? Wu Jun asked with a dark expression. If I'm afraid, I'd be a coward. Lin Chen said with a smile. You're still being tough even at the end. Just wait, I'll report you to the school today and have you expelled. Wu Jun said fiercely. After speaking, Wu Jun turned around to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit passed by. It's the principal. The study department minister Wu Jun and the purple-haired girl immediately recognized the middle-aged man in a suit passing by as the principal of Qingyang University. So, Wu Jun quickly put on a flattering smile and went up to greet him. Good afternoon, principal. I am Wu Jun, the minister of the Student Union Study Department. After greeting the principal, Wu Jun's face was almost beaming with smiles. Good afternoon, principal. The purple-haired girl also greeted the principal with a flattering smile. The principal responded casually and continued walking, clearly just being polite. After all, The principal encounters so many students greeting him every day, so a perfunctory response is normal. So Woo Jun and the others did not feel disappointed. At the same time, Woo Jun sneered in his heart, this Lin Chen, he really has no insight. He didn't even greet the principal when he saw him. It serves him right for doing so poorly. Just a few steps after the principal walked away, he saw Lin Chen. Isn't this Master Lin? Good afternoon, Master Lin. The principal quickly smiled and walked up to Lin Chen, greeting him warmly. G.A. Woo Jun and the girl with purple hair were stunned to see this scene. What's going on? The principal actually greeted this kid proactively? And with such a respectful attitude? Principal, you look great today, Lin Chen responded with a smile. Ha, I look good because I saw young Master Lin, the principal said with a smile. Woo Jun and the girl's pupils twitched, their faces full of disbelief. Oh my, did the principal just flatter Lin Chen? This scene was like a heavy bomb dropping on their hearts. What is going on? What is going on? Woo Jun kept shouting in his mind. The principal continued with a smile. By the way, young Master Lin, what are you doing here? Well, these two student council members stopped me here, saying I skipped class and they want to report me to the school for expulsion. Since you happened to pass by, do you want to expel me? Lin Chen said with a playful smile. Expel? Young Master Lin, how can you say that? Expel anyone, but not young Master Lin. The principal chuckled. After Lin Chen donated 10 million last time, the principal promised Lin Chen that no matter how much he skipped class, he would not be expelled. The point was not that. The point was that the principal already knew Lin Chen's identity. After Lin Chen's donation, the principal had the secretary look up Lin Chen's file, but the file showed that Lin Chen had no status and came from a poor family. So the principal had the secretary continue to investigate, and just a few days ago, the secretary finally found out that Lin Chen was the new chairman of Hua Ding Group, the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Upon learning this identity, the principal was naturally shocked. The grandson of the richest man, what a powerful figure. Then, the principal turned to the Minister of Education Woo Jun and the Deputy Minister of Education, the girl with purple hair. If you want to expel young Master Lin, is it your decision? The principal asked sternly. Faced with the principal's question, Woo Jun and the girl were naturally frightened. Although they were student council officials, they rarely interacted with the principal, let alone being reprimanded by him. Principal, I am just doing my duty. This kid has accumulated 37 hours of truancy. According to the school rules, he should indeed be expelled, Woo Jun said softly with his head down. The girl with purple hair quickly added, yes, principal, he has skipped so many classes, the impact is extremely bad, he should be expelled. Upon hearing this, the principal's face turned grim. Still dare to speak? Shut up. Do you know what young Master Lin's identity is? Can you afford to offend him? I think you too want to be expelled. The principal directly shouted at Woo Jun and the girl. Under the principal's anger, Woo Jun and the girl with purple hair were trembling, their faces pale, bowing their heads and not daring to say more. They did not expect the principal to get so angry for Lin Chen. If you two don't want to be expelled, apologize to young Master Lin right away. The principal scolded coldly. Woo Jun and the girl with purple hair dared not disobey and walked up to Lin Chen. Compared to their previous arrogance, they now looked completely wilted. They were not fools, even the principal had to show such respect to Lin Chen, indicating that Lin Chen probably had a terrifying background. They knew they had picked the wrong person this time. I just said, you are not qualified to expel me, do you believe it now? Lin Chen stared at the two with a smile that was not a smile. After hearing this, Woo Jun and the girl with purple hair looked even more uncomfortable. Lin Chen, we apologize to you, Woo Jun and the girl with purple hair said softly with their heads down. What did you say? I can't hear you, Lin Chen frowned. Woo Jun and the girl with purple hair gritted their teeth, raised their voices, and continued, we apologize to you, sorry. Originally, it was an apology for me, but I'm sorry, I don't accept it, Lin Chen said coldly with a faint smile. Woo Jun and the purple-haired girl heard Lin Chen's words, their eyes twitched, their faces becoming even uglier. They never expected Lin Chen to say that. At this moment, the principal stepped forward and said, since Master Lin does not accept your apology, then your positions in the student union end here. Woo Jun's face turned pale upon hearing this. He had worked hard to become the head of the school's study department, and now it was all lost? The purple-haired girl, who had just become the deputy head of the study department, also faced losing her position. However, with the principal's decision, they couldn't say anything. They finally began to regret helping the external relations department's Zheng Hai and causing trouble for Lin Chen. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Master Lin, are you satisfied with this resolution? The principal asked with a smile. It's fine. I just detest the bureaucracy of the school's student union. I hope you, principal, will rectify it, Lin Chen said casually. Alright, I will definitely make improvements. For students with issues, those who need to be removed from their positions will be removed, and those who need to be disciplined will be disciplined, the principal nodded. Wu Jun and the purple-haired girl, witnessing this scene, were filled with turmoil. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Lin Chen's identity must be to speak to the principal in such a superior manner and have the principal comply willingly. Principal, you're busy, I'll go to class first, Lin Chen said before heading towards the classroom. The class was in session, and the teacher didn't seem to notice Lin Chen entering through the back door. The teacher had already been informed by the principal not to bother Lin Chen for skipping class. After the class ended, Lin Chen went straight to Wang Shue's seat. Wang Shue, how is your aunt's treatment going? Lin Chen asked. The hospital has scheduled the surgery for tomorrow, Wang Shue replied with a smile, looking happy. That's good, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen, I feel so lucky to have received help from the Huading group continuously, Wang Shue said happily, unaware that she should be grateful for meeting Lin Chen, as he was the one helping her. Yeah, Lin Chen smiled. Oh, Lin Chen, why didn't you come to class this morning? Is there something going on? Wang Shue asked seriously. I had some things to take care of, Lin Chen replied, touching his nose. At that moment, the female classmate sitting next to Wang Shue, named Hui, smiled and asked, you two seem to be getting close recently, are you dating? Wang Shue blushed. Hui, don't talk nonsense, we're just friends. Not even the best of friends. Wang Shue, you're so beautiful, you could find someone wealthy. Like him, Lin Chen, he looks like he has no future. It will be difficult for him to support you in the future and give you happiness, Hui said. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened slightly. In truth, Lin Chen despised people like her who were materialistic, but out of respect for Wang Shue, he didn't say anything. Initially, Lin Chen had no intention of responding, but then Hui looked at him and said, Lin Chen, I hope you have some self-awareness. You are not worthy of our class president, Wang Shue. Don't harass Wang Shue in the future. Lin Chen furrowed his brows for a moment, then smiled faintly. Hui, how do you know I have no future? How do you know I'm not good enough for Wang Shue? Lin Chen, do I need to say it? You live in a shantytown, come from a single-parent family, pay your tuition by working summer jobs and receiving financial aid. Many students in the class know these things, Hui said disdainfully. Hui continued, and our class monitor Wang Shue, she is beautiful and has good grades. Many classmates are pursuing Wang Shue. Who among them is not better than you? Hui, stop it. I'm just friends with him, Wang Shue pulled Hui's arm. Then, Wang Shue turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, Hui has this kind of personality, don't argue with her. Because Hui had just spoken loudly, many classmates around heard. A female classmate sitting behind Wang Shue also spoke up, Lin Chen, Hui is right. You, a poor boy from a poor family, really don't deserve our class monitor Wang Shue. Exactly, a toad wanting to eat swan meat, an unpleasant voice came from nearby. For a moment, many classmates around started discussing. The discussion naturally revolved around Lin Chen not being good enough for Wang Shue, some even saying more hurtful things. In the eyes of the classmates, Wang Shue is beautiful, excels in academics, and has a good character, while Lin Chen is just a poor boy from a financially struggling family. After hearing these words, Lin Chen's face darkened even more. Lin Chen's good friend, Fatty, finally couldn't stand it. Fatty stood up from his seat and said loudly, What nonsense are you all talking about? Do you know who Lin Chen is? The mysterious tycoon who anonymously donated 10 million to the school is my brother Lin Chen. And you, do you think you can make fun of my brother Lin Chen? What? He's the mysterious tycoon who donated 10 million to the school? Ha ha. Instead of diffusing the situation for Lin Chen, Fatty's words caused the whole class to burst into laughter. Fatty, stop it. Can Lin Chen really come up with 10 million? It's hard for him to even come up with 1,000. If Lin Chen can come up with 10 million, I'll write my name backward. Exactly. Laughter filled the classroom. No one believed that Lin Chen was the mysterious tycoon who donated 10 million to the school. You. Fatty was not only disbelieved but also mocked even more. He stomped his feet in frustration, not knowing what to do. Hui also sarcastically said, Fatty, even if you were Lin Chen's friend, you don't need to lie for him like this. I'm not lying. Fatty's face turned red. Not lying? Do you think we believe you? Hui sneered. Fatty, stop. Lin Chen gave Fatty a look, signaling him to stop. Fatty could only nod. Seeing so many classmates criticizing Lin Chen, Wang Shue also appeared anxious. At the same time, Wang Shue was also a bit angry with Hui. Lin Chen, this It's my fault, causing you to be criticized by everyone. Wang Shui looked guilty. Wang Shui wanted to speak up for Lin Chen, but she didn't know what to say to dispel the criticisms against him. Wang Shui, this is not your fault. Lin Chen smiled at her to reassure her. Then, Lin Chen looked at Hui Hui. Hui Hui, what you know may not necessarily be the truth. For Wang Shui's sake, I won't argue with you this time, but remember, looking down on others will only bring you bad luck, Lin Chen said coldly. After saying this, Lin Chen turned and went back to his seat. Tisk, do I need you to preach to me? A poor boy who wants to eat swan meat. Hui Hui looked disdainful. After sitting back down, Lin Chen said to Fatty, Lin Chen, I'm really sorry. I wanted to help you by saying a few words, but I ended up messing things up. Fatty looked guilty. It's okay, it's not your fault, Lin Chen patted Fatty's shoulder. Lin Chen, it's really infuriating. These people dare to speak ill of you, dare to look down on you. Why don't you just reveal your identity as the chairman of Huading Group and scare them to death? Fatty was indignant on behalf of Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. If I say now that I am the chairman of Huading Group, will they believe me? They will probably just receive more ridicule, saying that I am bragging. Lin Chen had never revealed his identity in the class. After the last time dealing with Zhang Hu knew Lin Chen's identity, but he had already transferred schools and didn't tell anyone in the class about Lin Chen's identity. In fact, Fatty had wanted Lin Chen to reveal his identity in the class to prevent everyone from looking down on him, but Lin Chen had not done so. That's right, it's better for you to consider it thoroughly, Fatty nodded in realization. However, I have decided not to be so low-key anymore. If the tiger doesn't show its might, they might really think I'm a sick cat, Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. The recent incident made Lin Chen a bit angry and made him realize that being too low-key was not good either. Fatty nodded repeatedly, yes, you shouldn't be so low-key, use your identity to scare those who look down on you. Before school ended in the afternoon, the counselor came to the classroom to inform that Youth Day was coming soon and suggested everyone have a meal together to enhance class friendship. Since the counselor didn't have time, he entrusted the class monitor, Wang Shui, with this task. At 5:30 in the afternoon, at the school gate, all the classmates gathered there. Classmates, which restaurant should we go to for the meal? Let's vote and decide, Wang Shui, as the class monitor, asked. Let's go to Jojo Buffet, it's affordable and has a wide variety of dishes, Hui Hui suggested. As soon as Hui Hui spoke, many classmates in the class responded positively. Yes, Jojo Buffet is good. The key is that it's affordable, 59 yuan per person. For this kind of meal, everyone had to pay for themselves, so they had to consider their own wallets and naturally chose a more affordable place, which was also suitable for college students' budget. Seeing so many people agreeing, Wang Shui said, okay, let's go to Jojo Buffet then. Just then, a discordant voice was heard. Jojo Buffet? Isn't that too low class? When the classmates heard this sentence, they all looked in the direction of the voice, and there was Lin Chen in their sight. Wang Shui also looked at Lin Chen in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly said that. Lin Chen, what did you say? You actually think Jojo Buffet is too low class? Hui Hui sneered. Many classmates in the class also chuckled. A poor boy actually saying Jojo Buffet was too low class? Isn't it? A place that costs 59 yuan per person is too low class for me, Lin Chen said indifferently. Ha ha, everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Lin Chen, do you have any shame? It should be that your class is too low, not up to the standard of Jojo Buffet. Hui Hui mocked. A guy with red hair who used to be Zhang Hu's follower also spoke up. Lin Chen, you say Jojo Buffet is too low class, then tell us, which restaurant is up to your standard for a gathering? Let's not talk about a 5-star hotel, at least it should be Sheng Yan restaurant near the school, Lin Chen said casually. Sheng Yan restaurant? Ha ha, the classmates present laughed again. Kid, have you been to Sheng Yan restaurant? I've been there with brother Hu before, do you know how expensive it is? The red-haired guy laughed. Of course, I know. If you can't afford it, that's your problem, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. You're just bragging. You act like you can afford it, but I'm much better off than you, the red-haired guy's face darkened. At this moment, Hui Hui stepped forward with a smile and said, Lin Chen, didn't you suggest going to Shang Yan restaurant for the meal? Alright, we'll go to Huading restaurant for the gathering, and you'll foot the bill, how about that? No problem, I'll cover the cost of the meal, Lin Chen replied calmly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Hui Hui was stunned. She thought Lin Chen wouldn't dare to agree, and then she could continue to mock him. But Lin Chen agreed? Alright, it's a deal. Classmates, let's go to Huading restaurant for the gathering today, and as for the meal cost, Lin Chen will cover it. We just need to eat, and if he can't pay in the end, that's his problem. Hui Hui said loudly. Hui Hui is ready to take advantage of the situation and teach Lin Chen a lesson. Aren't you trying to show off and brag? When it's time to pay, let's see if you can afford it and how you handle it. Alright. The classmates present all expressed their agreement. As long as they don't have to pay, they are willing to go to such a high-end place for a meal. Classmates, let's go. Hui Hui took the lead towards Shangyan restaurant. Hui Hui. Wang Shui stopped Hui Hui. Hui Hui, you are going too far. Lin Chen is also your classmate. How can you deliberately target him like this? Wang Shui pouted, looking very angry. Wang Shui is usually easygoing and doesn't like to argue with anyone, and she and Hui Hui are considered ordinary friends. But Hui's targeting of Lin Chen made her very angry. Wang Shui, are you actually speaking up for him? Can't you see, he's just a bragger. I think you've been deceived by him too deeply. As a friend, I must help you see his true colors today. Hui looked righteous. After speaking, Hui continued to walk towards Shangyan restaurant, and the classmates followed suit. Lin Chen walked up to Wang Shui. Wang Shui, I'm really sorry for causing trouble between you and Hui because of me. Lin Chen said, I should be the one apologizing. It's all because of me that you are being laughed at and targeted by them. Wang Shui looked guilty. Wang Shui was really angry when she saw her classmates mocking Lin Chen, but she didn't know how to help him. Wang Shui, are you feeling sorry for me? Lin Chen smiled. Wang Shui blushed, no, we are friends, so I don't want to see you being laughed at and targeted by everyone. Monitor, you guys seem less like friends and more like lovers. Fatty joked. Wang Shui blushed even more at his words. Lin Chen coughed awkwardly, Fatty, don't talk nonsense. Alright, I won't say anymore, but I'm really looking forward to it. When we get to Shangyan restaurant later, it will definitely shock them. I want to see who dares to laugh at you, Lin Chen. Fatty said excitedly. Fatty knew that Lin Chen is now the owner of Shangyan restaurant. Fatty had been feeling aggrieved for so long, and finally had the opportunity to show these classmates how capable Lin Chen is. It's time to show off a bit, otherwise they might really think I'm a sick cat. Lin Chen smiled. Wang Shui was worried. Lin Chen, dining at Shangyan restaurant is expensive. Even if you win tens of thousands in the lottery, you shouldn't spend it recklessly. Wang Shui didn't know that Lin Chen was the owner of Shangyan restaurant. It's okay, let's go. Lin Chen smiled. Shangyan restaurant is only over 1,000 meters away from the school, and everyone walked directly to the entrance of Shangyan restaurant. Truly the best restaurant near our school, the decoration is so luxurious. I've been studying at Qingyang University for 2 years, and this is my first time dining at Shangyan restaurant. Many classmates sighed as they looked at the entrance of Shangyan restaurant. Hui turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, I want to confirm with you again, today you are treating us, right? If you can't afford it, you will bear the consequences alone, right? That's right. Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Alright, that's what I wanted to hear. Classmates, let's go. Hui walked straight into Shangyan restaurant, and the classmates in the class followed suit. Lin Chen looked at Shangyan restaurant with a smile, then said, Fatty, Wang Shui, let's go in. With that, Lin Chen strode towards Shangyan restaurant. Inside Shangyan restaurant, Lin Chen's class had more than 40 students, and with over 40 people entering Shangyan restaurant at once, the scene was quite grand. Seeing so many people suddenly coming in, several waiters came over. May I ask if you are here to dine at Shangyan restaurant? A waiter asked. Yes, our class is having a dinner gathering, let's get ready. Hui was the first to speak up. Class dinner gathering? Are you sure? Several waiters looked very surprised. The consumption at Shangyan restaurant is very high, mostly attended by some wealthy second-generation individuals for private gatherings. Never has a class dinner gathering been held at Shangyan restaurant before. Of course we're sure. A loud voice came from outside the door. Several waiters turned their heads to see Lin Chen pushing through the crowd and walking in confidently. Boss. Several waiters were surprised. Isn't this their boss Lin Chen? Then they quickly bowed and greeted Lin Chen in unison. Good afternoon, boss. The classmates in the room were all puzzled. Why were these waiters calling Lin the boss? Could it be that Lin Chen is the boss of Shangyan restaurant? That's impossible. Why are you calling him boss? Are you mistaken? Hui couldn't help but ask. Because he is the boss of our Shangyan restaurant, several waiters answered in unison. What? The students present were all incredulous upon hearing this. Hui widened her eyes, staring straight at Lin Chen. Even Wang Shui was surprised, covering her mouth in shock. No, it can't be. He's just a poor boy. How could he be the boss of Shangyan restaurant? Hui exclaimed, her voice becoming sharp due to her inner shock. She refused to believe that Lin Chen could be the boss of Shangyan restaurant. At that moment, the floor manager Xiao Qian ran over. Boss, you're here. This is the transfer contract and documents sent by the previous boss for you. Xiao Qian smiled as she handed the documents to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the documents and then turned to Hui Hui. You don't believe I'm the boss, right? Then open your eyes wide and take a good look. Lin Chen threw the documents at Hui Hui. Hui Hui, unwilling to believe, quickly picked up the documents and saw clearly that the transfer of Shengyan restaurant to Lin Chen was written on them, along with personal information. She couldn't deny it. After reading it, Hui Hui dropped the documents, her face turning pale as if drained of all energy. Oh my god, Lin Chen is actually the boss of Shengyan restaurant? Even though she didn't want to, she had no choice but to believe it now. The classmates in the room also looked at Lin Chen in shock, no longer daring to look down on him. Some even showed respect. Fatty couldn't help but step forward proudly. Hui Hui, I told you before, my Lin Chen is awesome. Fatty felt a sense of relief. Lin Chen coldly smiled and said, Hui Hui, do you still think I'm not good enough for Wang Shui? Hui's face turned pale, unable to say a word. Lin Chen then turned to Hongmao, and you didn't hold back on mocking me in the classroom before. Hongmao's face turned pale, he lowered his head and dared not respond. Lin Chen glanced at the other classmates. Those who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Chen before all lowered their heads, afraid to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Although Shengyan restaurant may only be worth a few million, in the eyes of these ordinary college students, being the boss of Shengyan restaurant was already very impressive, making Lin Chen a successful person. Alright, classmates, I, Lin Chen, am not a petty person. I won't dwell on the past with you. I just hope that in the future, you won't judge people with colored glasses. Lin Chen said. Yes, yes. The classmates nodded in agreement, feeling relieved. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, then turned to the floor manager Xiao Qian and said, Xiao Qian, prepare the tables. Today, our class will have dinner here. Instruct the kitchen to prepare all the signature dishes. Wow, we're in for a treat today. Lin Chen is mighty. Classmates listened to Lin Chen saying that all the signature dishes were ready, and their eyes lit up. The reputation of Shengyan restaurant near the school was quite significant. If it weren't for Lin Chen's suggestion, they might never have had the chance to eat the signature dishes at Shengyan restaurant. Okay boss, I'll go arrange it now. Xiao Qian nodded, then turned to give instructions to the staff. The dinner was held in the large private room on the second floor. Lin Chen seated Wang Shui next to him. Lin Chen, you have to tell me, what's going on? How did you become the boss of Shengyan restaurant? As soon as they sat down, Wang Shui curiously asked. I bought it, didn't I win tens of thousands in the lottery? Lin Chen chuckled. Wang Shui pouted. You're still lying to me. You said you won tens of thousands before, I believed you, but tens of thousands couldn't possibly buy Shengyan restaurant. I'm not a 3-year-old. The chubby guy next to them couldn't help but speak up. Wang Shui, actually, the boss is from. The chubby guy wanted to say that Lin Chen is the chairman of Huading Group, but before he could finish, Lin Chen interrupted him. Wang Shui, you'll know when the time comes. Lin Chen said. Lin Chen originally intended to tell Wang Shui the truth that he is the chairman of Huading Group and the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, but he thought that even if he wanted to say it, it should be done formally, not here. Okay. Wang Shui nodded. Since Lin Chen didn't say it, she felt that Lin Chen must have his own reasons, so she didn't ask further. However, Wang Shui felt more and more that Lin Chen had a big secret. At this moment, several female classmates from the class ran over. Lin Chen, we're here to toast to you, thank you for treating us, and we hope you can take care of us classmates in the future. These female classmates were very enthusiastic. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. These female classmates never talked to him before, completely treating Lin Chen as invisible. Now they actively came to toast, obviously because they saw that he had become successful and wanted to build a relationship with him. Okay. Lin Chen didn't say much, just raised his glass in response to their toast. After that, more classmates came to toast to Lin Chen. Those male classmates, in particular, called out Lin Chen affectionately. Compared to the scenes of classmates mocking, ridiculing, and looking down on Lin Chen in the classroom in the afternoon, now it was very friendly. Even the few classmates who were the most vicious in mocking in the classroom came over to toast to Lin Chen, apologizing profusely and hoping Lin Chen could forgive them. As for Hui Hui, she sat in the corner the whole time, too embarrassed to come and toast to Lin Chen. After this class gathering, Lin Chen had become the most popular person in the class. Without much thought, in the future, many classmates would definitely come to flatter Lin Chen and build a relationship with him. The reason was simple, Lin Chen is the boss of Shengyan restaurant. After the class gathering, it was already evening. After dinner, Lin Chen went with Wang Shui to the hospital to visit Wang Shui's mother. The next day, Lin Chen was about to prepare for class in the morning when he received a call from Huang Mengyi. Mengyi, why do you have time to call me? You and your dad should be very busy during this time. Lin Chen said. At the last banquet, Lin Chen not only reached a cooperation agreement with Huang Mingyi's family but also invested 1 billion in Huang Mingyi's family company to help them expand. It's indeed busy, but also very happy. The company is finally doing well, and of course, it's all thanks to you. Huang Mingyi's sweet voice came through the phone. So, did you call me today because there's something going on with the company? Lin Chen asked. Things are going well with the company, there's nothing wrong, just. Huang Mingyi hesitated. Money, if you consider me a friend, just say whatever is on your mind, no need to hesitate, Lin Chen said. In Lin Chen's eyes, Huang Mingyi was a good girl, and if she needed help, he would definitely help. It's like this, I have a personal matter and I was wondering if you could help. Huang Mingyi seemed hesitant. You can tell me, as long as I can help, Lin Chen nodded. Hearing Lin Chen's words on the phone, Huang Mingyi felt much relieved. The thing is, the son of the boss of Fengli Company asked me to have lunch with him and discuss some business, but, Huang Mingyi hesitated at the end. But he wants to use the excuse of discussing work to pursue you, right? Lin Chen said with a smile. Listening to Huang Mingyi's story, Lin Chen could probably guess. Yes. Huang Mingyi on the phone replied softly. So, I want to trouble you to pretend to be my boyfriend. When we meet him, and he sees that I have a boyfriend, he naturally won't be able to pursue me anymore, Huang Mingyi said. I see. Lin Chen nodded. Can you help me with this? The time is today at 12:30 noon. Huang Mingyi's sweet voice came through the phone. No problem, send me the restaurant address. Lin Chen replied directly. For Lin Chen, this was just a small matter. Huang Mingyi had helped him before, so helping her with this small favor was nothing. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Chen received the address sent by Huang Mingyi, Street, Lorton Western Restaurant on the first floor of Huading Square. Huading Square was a famous square in Xinjiang City, so meeting there for a meal was not unusual. In addition, the owner of this square was Huading Group, and to rent a shop here, one had to lease it from Huading Group, which was a major source of profit for the company. At 11:30, accompanied by the roar of a Lamborghini, Lin Chen arrived at Huading Square in his Lamborghini Aventador. As the most bustling square in Xinjiang City, Huading Square was naturally very lively and crowded. Wherever Lin Chen's Lamborghini Aventador passed, it attracted attention and exclamations, with some people even taking out their phones to take pictures. Huading Square's underground parking lot. After parking his Lamborghini, Lin Chen headed straight for the elevator. While parking, Lin Chen received a call from Huang Mingyi. Huang Mingyi told Lin Chen that she had already arrived at the restaurant and was waiting for him there. Not far ahead, a Porsche Cayenne came speeding towards him. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a series of urgent honking sounds rang out. Lin Chen frowned, as the piercing honking was clearly directed at him. The underground parking lot road was not wide, and this Porsche was still speeding so fast. Did the driver really have the nerve to honk at him like that? Seeing the Porsche Cayenne approaching rapidly, Lin Chen chose to step aside. After all, his life was more important. If they really collided, it would be Lin Chen going to the hospital, not the car owner. Amidst the blaring honking, the Porsche Cayenne came to a stop in front of Lin Chen. The Porsche's side mirror almost brushed against Lin Chen's chest as it passed by. Damn! Lin Chen's face instantly turned grim, and he blurted out a curse. He had already retreated as far as he could, and this guy almost hit him. Did he not slow down at all? Thinking about this, anger flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At this moment, the Porsche Cayenne stopped in front of him. The next moment, the Porsche Cayenne actually rolled down the window, and a young man with a big backcombed hairstyle looked out at Lin Chen. When Lin Chen took a closer look, he saw that it was a young man with a big backcombed hairstyle. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Don't you know how to reverse? If you hit my Porsche, can you afford to pay for it? The young man with the big backcombed hairstyle shouted aggressively at Lin Chen. If you hit me, can you afford to pay with your life? Lin Chen squinted his eyes and retorted directly. Damn, just thinking about it made Lin Chen furious. He had already retreated as far as he could, and this guy drove so fast that he almost hit him. Not only did he not apologize, but he also had the nerve to talk back to Lin Chen? In the past, Lin Chen might have been intimidated by someone driving a Porsche, but now he was not afraid of a damn thing. With Lin Chen's words, the young man with the big backcombed hairstyle also became angry. The grass mud horse, dare to talk to me like that. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. The big-headed young man shouted as he opened the car door, looking like he was about to come and settle the score with Lin Chen. Kill me? You better take a look at your own car, Lin Chen said coldly with a smile. The big-headed man who was about to charge overturned his head and saw his car slipping forward. It turned out that he had gotten out of the car too hastily without activating the electronic handbrake, causing the car to slip away. Bang! The Porsche Cayenne that slipped out crashed directly into a car parked in a parking space. My car! Seeing his car hit, the big-headed man quickly turned and ran towards his car, no longer caring about confronting Lin Chen. Stupid idiot, serves you right. After cursing coldly, Lin Chen turned and continued walking towards the elevator. After all, the big-headed man didn't scratch him, and Lin Chen didn't want to waste any more time on him, especially when Huang Mengyi was waiting for him. If the big-headed man had actually scratched him just now, Lin Chen would definitely make him pay a sufficient price. First floor of Huading Square, Stroden Western Restaurant. Lin Chen, over here. As Lin Chen walked into the restaurant, Huang Mengyi, sitting not far away by the window, waved to him. Today, Huang Mengyi was wearing a black off-the-shoulder dress, looking elegant with just the right amount of makeup complementing her exquisite features, making her almost flawless. A beauty like Huang Mengyi would definitely have a group of men chasing after her. There was only Huang Mengyi at the table, indicating that the man who invited her hadn't arrived yet. With a smile, Lin Chen walked briskly to Huang Mengyi. Lin Chen, I'm really glad you could help me. Thank you in advance. Huang Mengyi smiled at Lin Chen. It's nothing, just a small matter. Lin Chen smiled back. Please have a seat. Huang Mengyi still had a smile on her face. Lin Chen nodded and sat directly across from Huang Mengyi without hesitation. Huang Mengyi covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Lin Chen, that seat is for the son of Feng Li's boss. We are supposed to pretend to be a couple today, so come sit next to me, that way it looks more like a couple. Oh, right, I didn't think it through. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed and touched his nose. Then, Lin Chen stood up and sat next to Huang Mengyi. As soon as he sat down, Lin Chen caught a faint scent of perfume. Lin Chen didn't know much about perfumes, but he found this scent very pleasant, making him unable to resist wanting to smell it more. After sitting down, Lin Chen and Huang Mengyi didn't speak, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. By the way, Huang Mengyi, do you have a boyfriend? Lin Chen broke the awkward silence. If I had a boyfriend, would I need to find you to pretend? Huang Mengyi let out a laugh that was charming. Right, why did I ask such a silly question? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. What about you, do you have a girlfriend? Huang Mengyi looked at Lin Chen with a sunny smile. I had one before, but she broke up with me recently. Lin Chen shrugged. She broke up with you? She must have no taste. Huang Mengyi exclaimed. Let's not talk about the past. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. At that moment, a man walked into the restaurant. He had a big head of hair, was wearing a blue suit, a Rolex watch on his wrist, a gemstone ring on his finger, and a string of Porsche car keys around his waist. Lin Chen, here he is. The one in the blue suit is the one who invited me to dinner today, the son of the boss of Feng Li Company, named Xiaowen Bang. Huang Mengyi said. Lin Chen looked up and in the next moment, his pupils suddenly twitched. It's him. Lin Chen immediately recognized the man. Wasn't he the big-headed man who almost hit Lin Chen with his Porsche in the underground parking lot earlier? Mengyi, he's the one who invited you to dinner and wants to pursue you, right? Lin Chen confirmed with Huang Mengyi. Yes. Huang Mengyi nodded. What a small world. Lin Chen revealed a playful smile. At this moment, the big bald man also walked over. It's you, kid. After walking to the table, the big bald man immediately recognized Lin Chen. Damn it, I've been looking for you. So you're here, I'm going to settle the score with you. You caused my car to crash, I won't let you off today. The big bald man looked like he was about to start a fight with Lin Chen. What a coincidence, I was also planning to settle the score with you for what happened before. If you want a fight, go ahead and try. I guarantee I'll send you to the hospital for a vacation. Lin Chen coldly smiled and then picked up a fork from the table. If this big bald man dared to fight with Lin Chen would definitely stab him with the sharp fork. Regardless of being the son of the Feng Li Company's boss, if he dared to act up in front of Lin Chen, it wouldn't work. You! The big bald man's face changed when he saw the fork in Lin Chen's hand. He swallowed nervously, looking a bit scared. The big bald man was used to bullying others because of his background, but when it came to fighting, he was not that capable. He was truly afraid that if a fight broke out, Lin Chen would use the sharp fork on him. Xiaowen Bang, what are you doing? This is my boyfriend. Huang Mengyi spoke up. Boyfriend? Mengyi, he's your boyfriend? Since when did you have a boyfriend? The big bald man looked surprised. Young Master Bang, when I have a boyfriend is my personal matter, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Huang Mengyi said coldly. How does it not matter? Huang Mengyi, you are the woman I have set my eyes on. Xiao Wenbang's tone was sharp. At the same time, Xiao Wenbang looked at Lin Chen with hostility. Young Master Bang, we are here today to discuss business, so please have a seat first. Huang Mengyi said. Xiao Wenbang had no choice but to grit his teeth and sit across from them. Lin Chen also sat down with Huang Mingyi. When Xiao Wenbang saw Lin Chen and Huang Mingyi sitting together, he was extremely jealous. Sitting with Huang Mingyi was something he had longed for, but now he saw another man sitting with her. If it were someone with a much higher status, he could accept it. But seeing Lin Chen dressed in cheap clothes, he was clearly a poor boy. A poor boy managed to win over Huang Mingyi, whom he had pursued for a long time without success, which made him extremely upset. Huang Mingyi, with your status, you should find someone like me. Why choose such a poor boy? Xiao Wenbang couldn't help but say. Poor boy? Ha, Xiao Wenbang, do you know who he is? Huang Mingyi couldn't help but laugh. Huang Mingyi knew very well that Lin Chen was the chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch and the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, Lu Zhizhong. Who could he be? Just a poor boy. Xiao Wenbang said disdainfully. At this moment, the waiter approached. What would you like to order? The waiter asked with a smile. Kid, you go ahead and order. Xiao Wenbang smirked at Lin Chen. Xiao Wenbang was certain that a poor boy like Lin Chen had never been to such a high-end Western restaurant before. So he was sure Lin Chen wouldn't know what to order, deliberately letting Lin Chen order to make a fool of himself. 82 Lafite, white sturgeon caviar, plus 3 medium rare filet mignon. Lin Chen said calmly. Lin Chen used to be a poor boy and had never eaten caviar or been to a Western restaurant. But hasn't he seen pigs run even if he hasn't eaten pork? Lin Chen used to read novels and had seen this kind of combination in them. When Lin Chen spoke, the waiter was surprised. Xiao Wenbang's face instantly turned ugly. Xiao Wenbang didn't expect Lin Chen to easily order the most expensive and exquisite set meal. Kid, do you know how expensive these are? Xiao Wenbang gritted his teeth. Xiao Wenbang was well aware that he was the one who invited them to dinner, so he should be the one paying. Of course, I know. You won't tell me you can't afford it, right? If you can't, it's okay, I can pay for you. Lin Chen said with a smile. Xiao Wenbang's facial muscles twitched, his face turning purple. How could I not afford it? Waiter, just this much. Xiao Wenbang gritted his teeth. Although Xiao Wenbang felt the pain in his wallet, after this meal, he was missing half a Porsche Cayenne. But in front of Huang Mingyi, he had to save face, so he could only tough it out. Xiao Wenbang initially had Lin Chen order to teach him a lesson, but he never expected to end up shooting himself in the foot. Seeing Xiao Wenbang's pained expression, Huang Mingyi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Lin Chen also smirked coldly, thinking it served him right. Xiao Wenbang, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, determined to regain control and show Lin Chen who's boss. After the waiter left, Kid, do you know how much your order cost? Tens of thousands, I can afford it. Xiao Wenbang boasted. He then taunted, and you? You definitely can't afford that much. When you go out to eat with Mingyi in the future, you won't even be able to pay for a meal. Are you going to make Mingyi foot the bill? You can't even provide happiness for Mingyi. Following this, Xiao Wenbang pulled out the key to his Porsche Cayenne and slammed it on the table. Kid, do you know what car this is? Porsche Cayenne. Over $1 million. And you? Riding a bicycle? Are you going to make Mingyi ride your bicycle in the future? Xiao Wenbang boasted arrogantly. Seeing Xiao Wenbang flaunting his wealth and his luxury car, Huang Mingyi couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Lin Chen also said with a smile, is a car over $1 million expensive? Of course. A poor kid like you probably has never seen that much money in your life, and you will never be able to afford such a good luxury car in your life. Xiao Wenbang boasted proudly. That's not necessarily true. Lin Chen said with a playful smile. He then took out a bunch of car keys from his pocket. I think my car is much more expensive than your junk car. As he spoke, Lin Chen placed the Lamborghini car key on the table. Lamborghini. Xiao Wenbang's smile froze when he saw the Lamborghini car keys on the table, and he shuddered in shock. Xiao Wenbang never dreamed that Lin Chen would suddenly pull out a bunch of Lamborghini car keys. You bought these fake goods on Taobao just to show off, right? Xiao Wenbang gritted his teeth, refusing to believe that Lin Chen could afford a Lamborghini. Whether it's real or fake, you can verify it yourself. Lin Chen said with a smile. Xiao Wenbang quickly picked up the Lamborghini car keys on the table and inspected them. Cheap car keys bought on Taobao are easy to distinguish from real car keys, especially for luxury cars of this caliber, as the quality difference is significant. Anyone who has seen a real Lamborghini car key can easily tell the difference from a fake one. This is actually a real Lamborghini key. After Xiao Wenbang confirmed, his face turned pale. He realized that this was not just a real Lamborghini car key, but the key to an 8 million Lamborghini Aventador. How about that? My car should easily outshine your junk car. Lin Chen said with a smile. How? How do you have a Lamborghini? Who are you? Who are you? Xiao Wenbang's face turned ugly. At this moment, Huang Mingyi, who was beside them, said with a smile, Xiao Wenbang, I wanted to tell you earlier, my boyfriend is Lin Chen, the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Gulp! Gulp! Xiao Wenbang couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew that this identity was much more impressive than his own father's, let alone being just a rich second generation. Huang Mingyi continued, oh, and he also has another identity, he is the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, Lu Zhizhong. What? The grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Xiao Wenbang widened his eyes, his voice becoming unusually sharp due to the horror in his heart, and his eyes showed a look of confusion. Although Xiao Wenbang and Lin Chen both belonged to the second and third generation of the wealthy, Xiao Wenbang was just the son of a local company boss, a far cry from being the grandson of the richest man. If you don't believe my identity, you can check it yourself, Lin Chen said casually, holding his arms. Xiao Wenbang swallowed his saliva again, this time he did not doubt. Because being able to afford a Lamborghini was enough to prove that Lin Chen was a very impressive figure, and he knew Huang Mingyi wouldn't lie. Xiao Wenbang thought about how he had just boasted about being rich to the son of the richest man, and he felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. At this moment, Lin Chen directly embraced Huang Mingyi and, in a commanding tone, said to Xiao Wenbang, I solemnly tell you now, Huang Mingyi is my woman, you have no right to touch her. Stay away from Huang Mingyi in the future, understand? Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable dominance. Huang Mingyi trembled as she was embraced by Lin Chen, her face blushing instantly. For Huang Mingyi, no man had ever held her like this before. But Huang Mingyi did not struggle, she let Lin Chen hold her, knowing that he was doing it to make the act more convincing. Xiao Wenbang, watching his dream woman being held by someone else, felt jealous and envious. This was what he had always dreamed of. But he was helpless. Did you hear what I just said? Answer me. Lin Chen continued to question Xiao Wenbang coldly. I understand, young Master Lin, Xiao Wenbang nodded, gritting his teeth. After all, Lin Chen was much more impressive than him. Would he dare to compete with the grandson of the richest man for a woman? Absolutely not. You're being sensible. If you dare to refuse, I can guarantee that your family's company won't survive in Qingyang City, Lin Chen said coldly. Yes, young Master Lin is right. Xiao Wenbang nodded repeatedly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew that with Lin Chen's identity as the grandson of the richest man, he could definitely do it. Young Master Lin, Huang Mingyi, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I wish you 100 years of happiness, Xiao Wenbang said as he stood up. Xiao Wenbang was covered in cold sweat now. He didn't want to stay here for another second, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Wait! Lin Chen called out to him. Lin, young Master Lin, do you have something else? Xiao Wenbang turned to look at Lin Chen, looking very nervous, afraid that Lin Chen would cause trouble for him. I just want to remind you, you can leave early, but don't forget, this meal is on you. Before you go, don't forget to pay the bill, Lin Chen said with a half smile. Xiao Wenbang's facial muscles twitched, his face becoming even uglier. He thought that since he hadn't eaten, he wouldn't have to pay, especially since he believed that Lin Chen, being the grandson of the richest man, could easily cover the cost of the meal. He didn't expect Lin Chen to make him pay. Is there a problem? Anything wrong? Lin Chen put on a serious expression. And no problem, I'll go settle the bill now, Xiao Wenbang forced a smile. How could Xiao Wenbang dare to say there was a problem? His heart was bleeding, his car cost just over $1 million, and this meal cost tens of thousands. And he didn't even eat it. And he still couldn't refuse. Huang Mingyi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw Xiao Wenbang's expression of suffering and silent anger. After Xiao Wenbang left, can you let go of me now? Huang Mingyi said shyly, because Lin Chen was still holding her. Of course, Lin Chen awkwardly chuckled, then quickly let go of Huang Mingyi. However, the pleasant fragrance on Huang Mingyi's body still lingered on Lin Chen. I just wanted to make it more realistic, that's why I hugged you. You don't mind, right? Lin Chen touched his nose. Of course not, you were helping me, Huang Mingyi said shyly. Then, Huang Mingyi changed the subject and covered her mouth as she laughed, but it's so funny to see Xiao Wenbang suffer and look so helpless. Lin Chen also chuckled, he brought it upon himself, I think he won't dare to mess with you in the future. Lin Chen, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long Xiao Wenbang would have kept bothering me. You came and solved this big trouble for me. Huang Mingyi smiled. Next time you have such trouble, just find me. I'm at your service anytime. In Qingyang City, I don't think there's any rich second generation I can't handle, Lin Chen said casually. For Lin Chen, this was indeed a trivial matter. Great, that's what you said. You're really nice. Huang Mingyi seemed very happy. It must be said that her every smile and frown stirred people's hearts. No wonder so many people wanted to pursue her. At this moment, Lin Chen jokingly said, Huang Mingyi, you're single now. Since there are so many people pursuing you, why don't you choose one? When you're old and no one pursues you, it'll be too late. Huang Mingyi smiled secretly and replied, those people are only interested in my appearance. They can never be lifelong partners. I don't care if my future partner is rich, I only care about what kind of person he is. If I meet the right one, I will consider it naturally. Oh, what kind of person do you consider suitable in your eyes? Lin Chen asked curiously. Someone like you, Huang Mingyi said with a smile. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit awkward, as if he was being hinted at. At this point, the waiter started serving the food. Lin Chen and Huang Mingyi ate and chatted for nearly an hour. Originally, this lunch was arranged by Xiao Wenbang for Huang Mingyi, but it ended up being Lin Chen and Huang Mingyi having lunch together. Of course, they mainly discussed company matters, with little talk about personal matters. After eating, Lin Chen suggested to drive Huang Mingyi home, but she had driven there. So Lin Chen escorted Huang Mingyi to the underground parking lot, in front of Huang Mingyi's Audi car. Mingyi, drive safely on the road. If you have any trouble next time, remember to call me, Lin Chen said to Huang Mingyi in the car. Okay. Huang Mingyi nodded and smiled at Lin Chen before driving away. Watching Huang Mingyi's car leave, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Then, he headed straight to his own car. When Lin Chen returned to his Lamborghini, he saw a young man and a young woman sitting on the hood of his Lamborghini, taking selfies. The man was tall, about 185 meters, and the woman had heavy makeup and revealing clothes. They were having a great time taking pictures. Lin Chen shook his head and walked directly to them. Excuse me, sitting on someone else's car hood to take pictures isn't appropriate, right? Lin Chen said with a smile. When Lin Chen said this, the man and woman stopped and looked at him. After the tall man looked Lin Chen up and down, he said unhappily, what I do is none of your business. After the woman with heavy makeup glanced at Lin Chen, she also said arrogantly, kid, how do you know this is someone else's car? This is mine. I'm sitting on my own car, is there a problem with me taking pictures of my own car? Your car? Ha ha. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. This was Lin Chen's Lamborghini, and she claimed it was hers? When the woman with heavy makeup said this, she probably didn't realize that the person in front of her, Lin Chen, was the owner of this car. You said it's your car, right? Then show me the key, Lin Chen said with a smile. The tall man next to him shouted, who do you think you are? You said show it to you, so we show it to you? Who do you think you are? Sorry, I do think I am, because this Lamborghini is mine, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yours? Ha ha. The tall man and the heavily made-up woman burst into laughter. Kid, you're really good at boasting. With your outfit, can you drive a Lamborghini? The tall man laughed heartily. Kid, that shared bike next to you is your transportation, the heavily made-up woman sneered. After laughing a few times, the heavily made-up woman said, Kid, I see you're just trying to take some photos with the Lamborghini to show off, right? Okay, after we're done, you can have your turn. Really? Can I really take photos? Lin Chen pretended to look happy. Of course, but you'll have to wait in line, the heavily made-up woman said. After that, she took out her phone again and continued to sit on the hood to take pictures. Beauty, can I take a photo with you? Lin Chen said with a playful smile to the heavily made-up woman. The tall man next to him heard this and immediately became angry. F***CKU, kid, didn't you see me here? How dare you flirt with my woman in front of me? Are you looking to die? The tall man glared fiercely, looking menacing. The heavily made-up woman sneered, Kid, with your looks, you want to take a photo with me? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Are you even worthy? I think it's you who's not worthy, Lin Chen said casually. After speaking, Lin Chen took out his Lamborghini car keys and pressed the unlock button. Beep, beep. Along with the sound of unlocking, the Lamborghini's hazard lights also flashed arrogantly, like a beast opening its eyes. The tall man and the heavily made-up woman, upon seeing this scene, were completely stunned, mouths wide open in shock. Is this your car? The heavily made-up woman looked at Lin Chen incredulously. Didn't I just tell you guys? Lin Chen said with a smirk. The tall man and the heavily made-up woman couldn't help but swallow their dry saliva. So, did you have my permission to sit on the hood of my car and take photos? Lin Chen still had a playful smile on his face. The tall man and the heavily made-up woman turned pale, looking terrified, not daring to answer. In their eyes, as ordinary people, owning a Lamborghini was absolutely impressive, something they wouldn't dare offend. Lin Chen then looked at the heavily made-up woman and asked with a smile, So, do you now think I'm worthy of taking a photo with you? Worthy, worthy, worthy. The heavily made-up woman nodded repeatedly. Unfortunately, you're not worthy, Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. With that, Lin Chen turned and walked to the driver's seat, opened the car door, and got into the Lamborghini. Vroom vroom. With the sound of the engine starting, the dormant Lamborghini came to life. Lin Chen rolled down the window, smiling at the heavily made-up woman. "Beauty, interested in getting on my car? Are you talking to me?" The heavily made-up woman, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, looked pleasantly surprised, even unable to imagine. "Of course, I'm talking to you. Are there other women here?" Lin Chen said lightly. After a pause, Lin Chen continued, "If you're willing, hurry up and get in the car. Following your useless boyfriend has no future." I'm willing. The heavily made-up woman quickly nodded, then hurriedly opened the passenger door of the Lamborghini and got in. For the heavily made-up woman, perhaps she would never have the chance to climb up to the rich second generation who drives a Lamborghini in her lifetime. "Zhou Shan, you, come back to me." The tall man, seeing his girlfriend get into Lin Chen's car, was so angry he almost spat blood. Normally, if someone dared to flirt with his woman, he would definitely go up and beat them up. But seeing that Lin Chen was driving a Lamborghini, he didn't dare to act. He didn't even dare to curse at Lin Chen, only at the heavily made-up woman. After the heavily made-up woman got into the passenger seat, Lin Chen looked at the tall man. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Mocking me? Even wanting to hit me? Too bad you can't even keep your woman." Lin Chen sneered. "You." The tall man's face turned from red to green, looking extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to retort to Lin Chen. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he rolled up the window and stepped on the gas pedal. Vroom vroom. With the roaring engine of the Lamborghini, the cool orange Lamborghini kicked up dust and sped away. Inside the Lamborghini. "Handsome, where are we going, to your place or a hotel?" the heavily made-up woman coquettishly said. At the same time, she deliberately played with her hair, showing a very flirtatious look. "You'll find out when we get there," Lin Chen smiled. The heavily made-up woman was extremely excited, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect that I, Zhou Shan, could climb up to a rich second generation. I'm going to be successful in the future." 20 minutes later. "We're here, you can get off now." Lin Chen parked the car by the roadside. Where is this?" The heavily made-up woman looked outside in confusion, the place outside looking desolate. "That's a garbage dump over there," Lin Chen said casually. "A garbage dump? Why would we come to a garbage dump?" The heavily made-up woman looked puzzled. "Because garbage belongs in the dump," Lin Chen said with a smile. After a moment of confusion, the heavily made-up woman suddenly realized that Lin Chen was calling her garbage and intended to leave her there. You're playing me?" The heavily made-up woman's face turned ugly. "Do you really think I would be interested in someone like you? You're not even worthy to shine my shoes," Lin Chen sneered. "How could you do this? You jerk!" The heavily made-up woman stomped her foot in anger, realizing that she had been played by Lin Chen. "If you hadn't been after my wealth and status to get a ride in my car, you wouldn't have been played by me. Understand? Look for the reasons within yourself," Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Pausing for a moment, Lin Chen continued, "If you still want to save face, get out of the car yourself. If I have to make you leave, you won't even have that dignity left." The heavily made-up woman knew that Lin Chen was determined to leave her there, so she had to open the car door and get out. After she got out of the car, Lin Chen lowered the window and said to her, "If you can learn from this experience and wake up, then it's a good thing for you. If you can't, then consider it as if I never said anything." With that, Lin Chen stepped on the gas and left in a cloud of dust. Jerk! Watching the Lamborghini disappear in the distance, the heavily made-up woman sat down on the ground. She had experienced the ups and downs, thinking she had climbed up to the rich second generation and was about to reach the peak of her life. But the next moment, she found herself abandoned in a garbage dump, shattering all her fantasies in an instant. And she knew that as a result, she had lost her current boyfriend as well. After leaving the heavily made-up woman behind, Lin Chen had originally planned to drive back to school, but he suddenly received a call from the company's general manager, Lu Bo, saying there was an issue. So Lin Chen changed direction and headed to the company. Huading Building. General Manager's office. "Lu Bo, what's the matter again?" Lin Chen asked as he walked into the office. "It's the Jinxian Group again. They've sent people to cause trouble at our construction site," Lu Bo said. "What?" Lin Chen's face darkened. On the way there, Lin Chen had been thinking, could it be Jinxian Group causing trouble again? He didn't expect to be right. "How's the situation at the construction site? Any incidents?" Lin Chen asked quickly. Lin Chen knew that if there were any more incidents, it would mean big trouble. "After the last incident, you ordered me to strengthen security at all construction sites. Luckily, with the increased security, we caught the troublemakers," Lu Bo said. "They were caught?" Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then, a flash of anger crossed his face. This Jinxian, daring to send people to cause trouble again. He must not take me seriously, treating me like a soft persimmon to squeeze. Lin Chen slammed his fist on the table in anger. Just a few days after Jinxiang Group's attempted assassination, they were causing trouble again? How could Lin Chen not be angry? If I don't bring down Jinxiang Group, my name is written backward, Lin Chen said fiercely. Director Lin, calm down. Taking down Jinxiang Group is not something that can be done overnight, Lu Bo said. I understand. It seems he's idle now, so we can't let him off easily. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Jinxiang Group repeatedly causing trouble for Lin Chen. How could he allow himself to be bullied? Tit for tat. Chairman, what's your plan? Lu Bo asked curiously. Kill with a borrowed knife. Since we want to cause trouble for him, let's use psychological warfare, Lin Chen said coldly, already forming a plan in his mind. Chairman, please explain further. Lu Bo looked puzzled. Does Xiang Jin have a wife? Lin Chen asked. Yes, Xiang Jin is now 40 years old, and he has been married for 20 years, Lu Bo nodded. Then, Lu Bo changed the subject. However, Xiang Jin has many mistresses outside, and his wife knows about it but is helpless. I heard that his wife is also having an affair secretly. Very good, my plan is. Lin Chen leaned in and whispered his plan to Lu Bo. Chairman, brilliant plan. Lu Bo exclaimed with joy after hearing Lin Chen's strategy. Ha, Xiang Jin will definitely be furious to the point of spitting blood. Lu Bo laughed. He tried to harm us, so it's only fair for him to be enraged to that extent, Lin Chen said with a smile. Last time, Xiang Jin almost sent someone to kill Lin Chen, so no revenge against him would be too much. You arrange this matter, Lin Chen said. Okay. I will do my best to arrange this matter, Chairman, you can rest assured, Lu Bo nodded vigorously. Lu Bo couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's brilliant plan. It was indeed a ruthless strategy, 1,000 times more powerful than the last time they played a dirty trick on Xiang Jin. By the way, Lu Bo, security must be strengthened at all construction sites. Everyone should be on high alert, and all aspects should be taken care of to prevent Xiang Jin from causing trouble again, Lin Chen reminded. Yes, Chairman. Lu Bo nodded earnestly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lin Chen went to school and work as usual, and nothing unusual happened. On the other hand, Wang Shue's mother had completed her surgery successfully and would be able to walk again after a period of rest. At noon on the third day, inside Xiang Jin's villa. This Huading group is really vigilant. Xiang Jin sat on the sofa with a troubled expression. During this time, Xiang Jin had wanted to cause trouble for the Huading group, but every attempt to send people ended in failure. Yes, Master Xiang, the Huading group has tightened security measures compared to before, the strategist agreed. By the way, strategist, have you found out the whereabouts of the people sent to kill that kid last time? Xiang Jin asked. The strategist lowered his head. I have been ineffective, and we still have no trace of them. They seem to have disappeared without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Continue to search. Dig 3 feet if necessary to find them for me, Xiang Jin said coldly. Yes, yes. The strategist nodded repeatedly. Ding dong. At that moment, the strategist's phone suddenly rang with the sound of a text message. He took out his phone and saw a multimedia message with a video attached. The title of the message was, The Glorious Deeds of Xiang Jin's Wife. After hesitating for a moment, the strategist opened the video. In an instant, what appeared before his eyes was a scene of Xiang Jin's wife engaging in inappropriate behavior with a young handsome man on the bed. The strategist's face changed as he watched the video. Then, he glanced at Xiang Jin in front of him, unsure whether he should tell him. Strategist, what did you see with that expression? Give me the phone, let me see. Xiang Jin reached out. Master Xiang, there's nothing worth seeing. The strategist forced a smile. He knew that if Xiang Jin saw the video, the consequences would be unimaginable. I asked you to give it to me, so give it to me quickly, no need for so much nonsense. Xiang Jin frowned. Just as Xiang Jin was about to reach for it, his own phone also rang with a ding-dong sound. Seeing this, Xiang Jin picked up the phone on the table directly. A multimedia message? The Glorious Deeds of Xiang Jin's Wife? Xiang Jin read the title of the message with confusion. Master Xiang, please don't. The strategist's face turned pale as he saw Xiang Jin about to open the message, but Xiang Jin had already clicked on it. After watching the content of the video, Xiang Jin's face turned pale with anger. Damn it! Bang! Less than 10 seconds after Xiang Jinshan looked at it, he angrily smashed his phone on the ground. This was a cuckold situation. Who was Xiang Jinshan? He was the big brother of the underground forces in Xingyang City. How could he, the big brother, be cuckolded? Calm down, my lord. The authenticity of this video is still uncertain. What if your wife is innocent or being forced? the strategist quickly advised. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jinshan's expression changed again. Strategist, what do you mean by that? Did you receive the same video I did just now? Xiang Jinshan gritted his teeth. The strategist could only nod. Damn it! After getting a confirmation from the strategist, Xiang Jinshan was furious, his face turning purple with anger. This was a family disgrace, letting his subordinates see his wife cheating on him. Where could he hide his face? Ding dong! Ding dong! At that moment, the cell phones of several bodyguards in the room also rang. These bodyguards picked up their phones, and after seeing the received MMS, they all looked embarrassed. Give me your phones! Seeing the bodyguards' strange expressions, Xiang Jinshan scolded them to hand over their phones. After taking the bodyguards' phones, Xiang Jinshan carefully examined them and found that they all received the MMS titled The Glorious Deeds of Xiang Jinshan's Wife. My lord, this must be intentional. It seems that our brothers have also received this MMS, the strategist cautiously said. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Upon hearing the strategist's words, Xiang Jinshan kicked the nearby sofa hard. Xiang Jinshan's pupils contracted in horror, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger, like a lion about to devour someone. Xiang Jinshan realized that if all his subordinates received this MMS, wouldn't it mean that his subordinates knew he had been cuckolded? How could he face his subordinates in the future? Puff! Upon thinking of this, Xiang Jinshan actually spat out a mouthful of blood. My lord! The strategist and the nearby bodyguards quickly stepped forward to support Xiang Jinshan. My lord, calm down. It's not worth getting sick over this anger, the strategist advised. Go, and bring that damn woman to me. Xiang Jinshan clutched his chest, his face turning purple and blue. My lord, why not investigate first? This must be intentional, meant to provoke you, to make you angry. If you act like this, you will be playing into the enemy's hands, the strategist advised. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm telling you to bring that damn woman to me. Bring her! Bring her! Xiang Jinshan shouted frantically, as if he had gone mad. The strategist was scared pale, and he dared not advise further. You guys, go and bring the sister-in-law down here, the strategist instructed the bodyguards. After the bodyguards responded, they turned and went upstairs to arrest the person. 1 minute later, a graceful lady, led by the bodyguards, walked down from upstairs. She was Xiang Jinshan's wife. Xiang Jinshan, why did you urgently call me down here? The graceful lady looked impatient. Take a good look at this. What is this? Xiang Jinshan threw a phone in front of the graceful lady. The graceful lady impatiently picked up the phone, but when she saw the video on the phone, her face turned pale in an instant. How did you get this? The graceful lady widened her eyes in fear, unable to imagine what consequences Xiang Jinshan would bring after seeing this. Bang! Without a word, Xiang Jinshan kicked the graceful lady, knocking her to the ground. You, how dare you cheat on me behind my back? Watch me kill you today. Xiang Jinshan, with a face full of anger, picked up a knife from the table. Xiang Jinshan, no, my lord. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. The graceful noblewoman who fell to the ground, seeing Xiang Jinshan wielding a knife, was so scared that she kept begging for mercy, her face full of fear. I'll spare you. How dare you cuckold me? Go to hell. Angry, Xiang Jinshan stabbed directly at the noblewoman. Accompanied by a sharp scream, the knife stabbed directly into the noblewoman's belly. The strategist on the side shook his head helplessly. He knew that someone deliberately leaked this video, deliberately trying to provoke Xiang Jinshan, and Xiang Jinshan's current behavior was exactly what others expected, right? But he dared not dissuade him because he knew Xiang Jinshan was in a rage, and trying to persuade him might make Xiang Jinshan turn his anger towards him. After stabbing once, Xiang Jinshan did not stop but continued to stab while cursing angrily, venting his endless anger. He stabbed more than 10 times in a row until the noblewoman ran out of breath, then Xiang Jinshan stopped. Next, Xiang Jinshan looked at the strategist and roared fiercely, "Find that little white-faced person in the video for me, chop him into pieces, and feed him to the dogs." Yes. The strategist nodded repeatedly. After a pause, the strategist continued, "Sir, you should also consider who sent this video. Sending this video to our people is clearly meant to embarrass you." Who dares to embarrass me? Xiang Jinshan gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Huading Group dares, if I'm not mistaken, it must be Lin Chen retaliating against you, sir, the strategist said. It's him again. Xiang Jinshan spat out another mouthful of blood. He was too angry, not knowing how his subordinates would view him after receiving this video. Lin Chen, I swear to Xiang Jinshan, even if you are the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, I will definitely chop you into pieces. Xiang Jinxiang's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. On the other side, Lin Chen was on his way to school when he suddenly received a call from Lu Bo. Director Lin, the video has been sent out. I think Xiang Jinxiang must be furious. Lu Bo's voice came through the phone. Very good. This is all his own doing, daring to repeatedly cause trouble for us, thinking we are easy to mess with? Lin Chen sneered. Yes, the idea of filming the video was Lin Chen's. This was Lin Chen's way of killing with a borrowed knife, definitely able to strike at Xiang Jinxiang's heart. Lin Chen now abided by one principle: if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them, but if someone offends me, I will definitely retaliate. Yes, Xiang Jinxiang must be spitting blood with anger now. Director Lin, your method is really ruthless, ha, Lu Bo's laughter came through the phone. After hanging up, Lin Chen felt very good because he had once again successfully dealt a blow to Xiang Jinxiang. At this moment, Lin Chen had reached the school gate. Standing at the gate was a tall and beautiful figure. The woman had fair skin, wore a white dress, had long golden wavy hair, dressed very elegantly and stylishly, and carried a new LV bag in her hand. Her features were exquisite. Her name was Su Yan, the most famous campus beauty at Qingyang University. She was also a typical wealthy beauty. Very beautiful, very rich, a perfect match in the hearts of many men. Because of this, she was the goddess in the hearts of countless male students at Qingyang University. Of course, not many male students rushed to pursue her because in Qingyang University, there were not many who came from better backgrounds than Su Yan. At this moment, a young man was talking to Su Yan. Lin Chen also knew him, and others called him Jiang Xiao, a genuine high-level second-generation rich kid. Why do they say he is a high-level second-generation rich kid? Because his family runs a chain restaurant business. They have a large business and assets worth about 7 to 8 billion. In the circle of rich second generation in Xingyang City, he is considered quite powerful. As Lin Chen knows, this Jiang Xiao has been pursuing Su Yan all along, and many people in this school know about it. Jiang Xiao, can you stop bothering me? I really have a boyfriend now, Su Yan said unhappily. Alright, then tell me, who is your boyfriend? I dare anyone to try to steal my boyfriend, Jiang Xiao said arrogantly. At this moment, Lin Chen happened to pass by them, and their conversation fell into Lin Chen's ears. It's him, Su Yan said, turning her head to look at Lin Chen. So, Su Yan directly grabbed Lin Chen and then hooked her arm around Lin Chen's. Lin Chen was stunned. What's going on? Is the school flower using him as a shield? He is my boyfriend, Su Yan said to Jiang Xiao while holding onto Lin Chen. Just him? Su Yan, do you think I will believe that? Jiang Xiao sneered. Then, Jiang Xiao turned to Lin Chen with a disdainful tone and said, Kid, tell me, are you Su Yan's boyfriend? Seeing this, Su Yan quickly pinched Lin Chen's arm while continuously signaling to him with her eyes, indicating for Lin Chen to say yes. Kid, think carefully before you speak, don't talk nonsense, otherwise the consequences are something you can't afford as a loser, Jiang Xiao said with a haughty attitude. I am indeed her boyfriend, is there a problem? Lin Chen said with a smile. Originally, Lin Chen didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But Jiang Xiao's attitude towards Lin Chen just now, and his words of disdain towards Lin Chen as a loser, made Lin Chen very unhappy, so Lin Chen chose to answer I am. When Lin Chen said this, Jiang Xiao's face immediately darkened. Kid, you really dare to admit it. Do you know who I am? Jiang Xiao said arrogantly. You are the illustrious Jiang Xiao, how could I not know? Lin Chen said calmly. Since you know who I am, do you dare to admit it again? Do you know the consequences of opposing me? Jiang Xiao said coldly. Oh, what are the consequences? Lin Chen asked with a half-smile. Half a year ago, a guy openly confessed his love to Su Yan at school, and the next day he was paralyzed. He is still paralyzed at home, a useless person for life. I'll tell you the truth, that was my doing. Jiang Xiao said arrogantly. Is it that ruthless? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Knowing that I'm ruthless is enough, I'll give you one more chance to ask you again. Are you Su Yan's boyfriend? Think carefully before you answer. Jiang Xiao glared fiercely at Lin Chen. No need to think, I am Su Yan's boyfriend, Lin Chen said without hesitation. You. Jiang Xiao's face completely darkened. Jiang Xiao thought that by revealing his identity and then threatening him, he could definitely scare off this kid, right? But it was useless at all. This made him even angrier. Did the other party look down on him? Even Su Yan, after hearing Lin Chen's words, looked somewhat surprised. She also thought that under Jiang Xiao's threat, Lin Chen probably wouldn't dare to help her again. After all, they were strangers. Who would risk their life for a stranger? Jiang Xiao, did you hear that? He is my boyfriend. I really have a boyfriend now, so I hope you won't bother me again in the future, Su Yan said. Jiang Xiao's face turned purple. He glanced at Su Yan and then turned to Lin Chen. Fine, kid, you wait for me, I will make you pay. Jiang Xiao said fiercely. After saying this, Jiang Shao turned and left. After Jiang Shao left, Miss Su Yan, can you let go of me now? Lin Chen glanced at Su Yan's fair jade hand holding onto him. Just now, Su Yan had been holding onto Lin Chen the whole time for effect. Many people wish to have the opportunity to hold onto me voluntarily, and you are urging me to let go? Su Yan pursed her lips and let go of Lin Chen at the same time. I don't know about others, but I'm not interested in you, Lin Chen said casually. Not interested in me? Su Yan was taken aback. As a typical wealthy beauty in the most famous school flower at Qingyang University, she was very confident in herself. Then, Su Yan smiled and said, if you're not interested in me, it can only mean that you might have some orientation issues. Ha, you're too confident in yourself. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. Anyway, thank you for helping me just now. I didn't expect that you would continue to help me even under Jiang Shao's threat, Su Yan said. Pausing for a moment, Su Yan smiled and said, we are strangers, but you are willing to help me like this. You say you're not interested in me, but I don't believe it. In Su Yan's view, in their situation of being strangers, Lin Chen's willingness to help her could only mean that she had charm and that Lin Chen was attracted to her charm. Lin Chen was speechless. You're really overthinking it. I helped you just because I didn't like that Jiang Shao, that's all. I'm really not interested in you. Lin Chen didn't expect that this school flower Su Yan would be so narcissistic. Of course, she had the capital to be narcissistic. At this point, Su Yan opened his LV bag and took out a stack of money. Regardless of the reason, since you helped me, this is your reward. Su Yan handed the stack of money to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at it, and there was at least 10,000 in that stack. Truly a wealthy beauty, extravagant in her actions. Sorry, I'm not interested. I told you, I helped you just because I didn't like that Jiang Shao, that's all. Lin Chen refused to take the money. For the Lin Chen of the past, this amount of money would have been a huge sum. But for the present Lin Chen, he couldn't even be bothered to bend down to pick up that much money if it fell on the ground. You don't want it? Is it too little for you? Su Yan raised her eyebrows. Su Yan also looked at Lin Chen's attire. In Su Yan's eyes, this money was pocket change for herself, but for someone like Lin Chen, it should be a substantial sum. Then, Su Yan took out another stack of money from her bag and handed it to Lin Chen. This is 20,000, don't think it's too little. For you, it should be a significant amount. I already said, didn't I? I'm not interested, Lin Chen said coldly. After saying that, Lin Chen turned and walked towards the school. You. Watching Lin Chen leave like that, Su Yan stomped her foot in anger. For Su Yan, other boys would go out of their way to please her, and many boys hoped to talk to her but never had the chance. And yet, Lin Chen was indifferent to her, even saying he wasn't interested in her? This was the first time she had encountered such a man. Su Yan watched Lin Chen's departing figure and stomped her foot. Humph, I see right through your act. I'm so beautiful, I refuse to believe you have no interest in me. In this matter, Lin Chen really didn't think much of it, and for the present Lin Chen, it was just a small matter. As for Jiang Shao, Lin Chen was not afraid of him at all. If he didn't come looking for trouble, it was his good fortune. If he dared to come and cause trouble for Lin Chen, he would be digging his own grave. Just after the first class in the afternoon, Lin Chen, school flower Su Yan is looking for you, right outside the door. A male student sitting at the door called out to Lin Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, the classmates in the class were in an uproar. Wow! School flower Su Yan is looking for Lin Chen? Lin Chen's luck with women is too good. In the eyes of most male students, Su Yan was a goddess who was high above and out of reach. The aloofness of the goddess Su Yan was famous in the school. Now, the goddess Su Yan actually came to look for Lin Chen? This made the classmates envious. Of course, the classmates were only envious, and no one dared to be jealous of Lin. Because Lin Chen was the owner of Shengyan restaurant, just based on this, Lin Chen was many times stronger than they were. Fatty also patted Lin Chen's shoulder excitedly. Boss, what's going on? The school beauty Su Yan actually came to find you on her own initiative. If this gets out, I don't know how many people will envy you to death. I don't know either, Lin Chen said helplessly, shrugging his hands. At noon, he was used as a shield by Su Yan, and the matter had already passed. Why did she come to find him again? Following that, Lin Chen got up and walked out. Lin Chen didn't know why she came to find him, but since she had found the classroom door, Lin Chen would definitely go and see what she wanted. These words were clearly heard by Wang Shui sitting in front. The school beauty Su Yan is looking for him? Wang Shui felt a bit lost at the thought. Could it be that Lin Chen had some relationship with the school beauty? She started to feel a bit anxious, knowing that she couldn't compare to a beauty like Su Yan. Then, Wang Shui self-mockingly said, I'm not Lin Chen's girlfriend. Why am I thinking about this? Outside the classroom. Why are you looking for me? Lin Chen leaned against the wall, giving Su Yan a casual glance. You, is this your attitude towards me? I'm the school beauty, Su Yan said unhappily. Su Yan was very annoyed. Other boys would be excited and infatuated when they saw her, but why was this guy so indifferent towards her? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll go back to the classroom, Lin Chen said, then turned and walked back into the classroom. Hey, come back here. Su Yan stomped her foot in anger. Su Yan was almost furious. No other boy had treated her like this before. Lin Chen turned back again. If you have something to say, say it quickly. I came to find you to help you, and you have this attitude. Su Yan pouted and glared at Lin Chen. Help me? What do you want to help me with? Lin Chen asked with a playful smile. Of course, it's about Jiang Shao. I thought about it. When you pretended to be my boyfriend at the school gate at noon, he will definitely come looking for trouble with you, Su Yan said. Pausing for a moment, Su Yan continued, you were my shield, which offended Jiang Shao. He might retaliate against you. I can't let anything happen to you. So, I will arrange a few bodyguards to protect you for a while. Lin Chen smiled. Although the school beauty Su Yan had a bit of a princess attitude, he could see that she had a good heart. I appreciate your kindness, but I can protect myself, Lin Chen said calmly. With Lone Wolf to protect him, why would he be afraid of Jiang Shao's retaliation? Did he need Su Yan to send bodyguards to him? Of course not. Even if Lin Chen needed bodyguards, he could easily afford to hire them himself. You can protect yourself? Since you don't appreciate it, forget it. Don't blame me when Jiang Shao retaliates against you, Su Yan pouted. With Su Yan's temper, she would not try to persuade him further. That was not her style. Is there nothing else? I'm going back. Lin Chen turned around again. Stop, I haven't finished yet, Su Yan said coquettishly. What else is there? Say it all at once. Lin Chen turned around helplessly. Tomorrow is Saturday, there is a small circle gathering. Jiang Shao will be there, and I will be there too. Since you pretended to be my boyfriend today, you have to see it through. You accompany me tomorrow to prevent Jiang Shao from harassing me again, Su Yan said. A small circle gathering? Who will be there? Lin Chen asked. They are all second-generation rich kids, about a dozen people, Su Yan said. But why should I help you? Give me a reason to help you, Lin Chen shrugged. Because I am the school beauty Su Yan, many people want to help me but haven't had the chance yet, Su Yan said confidently. Sorry, I'm not one of them. I'm not a lackey, so your reason doesn't move me. Go find someone else, Lin Chen said dismissively. You. The school beauty Su Yan's face changed. She was the dignified school beauty, yet this guy didn't give her any face. Next, Su Yan's tone changed. Alright, how about this, 500,000? I'll pay you 500,000 to help me continue pretending. After all, you've helped me once today, and I can't just switch to someone else. Do you think I'm short of money? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Don't you need it? 500,000, that's definitely a huge sum for you, enough to change your life. Just pretending to be a boyfriend can earn you so much money, isn't this deal worth it? Su Yan said. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then said, give me the address of the party. Lin Chen decided to help her to the end. Since Lin Chen had helped her once, he might as well help her again. Lin Chen also couldn't stand that Jiang Shao, and since Lin Chen had nothing to do on Saturday, he might as well go and have some fun. So, you agree, right? I thought you were so noble, but in the end, you succumbed to money, Su Yan laughed. Su Yan judged from Lin Chen's appearance that his family background must not be good, so she was sure that Lin Chen couldn't resist such a large sum of money. Enough talk, give me the address, or I might change my mind, Lin Chen said impatiently. Lin Chen, the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, would he be short of this 500,000? Of course, Lin Chen was not doing it for the money, he just didn't feel like explaining so much. Lin Chen also had no intention of taking her 500,000, because he didn't care for it. Just give me your home address, and I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning, Su Yan said. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then gave the address to Su Yan. Back in the classroom. Lin Chen, you're really lucky. That's the school flower Su Yan, the chubby guy envied. It's also troublesome, Lin Chen said helplessly. Yeah, Lin Chen, for example, being misunderstood. Look at the class monitor Wang Shui, she seems a bit lost. Could she have misunderstood something? The chubby guy whispered. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Shui in front and gave a bitter smile. Lin Chen had wanted to explain, but then he thought that he and Wang Shui were not even dating, so it wouldn't be appropriate to explain proactively, and he was innocent anyway. Proactively explaining would only make things seem more suspicious. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lin Chen received a call from the school flower Su Yan, saying she had arrived outside Lin Chen's house. At Lin Chen's doorstep, a red Ferrari sports car was parked there. Next to the car stood a stunning, stylish, and elegant beauty. Just from her attire, one could tell she was a wealthy young lady. She was none other than the school flower Su Yan. Wow! Such a beautiful car, such a beautiful lady. Passers-by couldn't help but exclaim. Su Yan paired with this red Ferrari sports car was definitely eye-catching, with a 100% head turning rate. This is what they call a luxury car with a beautiful woman? At this moment, Lin Chen walked over. Lin Chen noticed that Su Yan was wearing a white lace-off shoulder dress today, exuding even more elegance than usual. Lin Chen, I didn't expect the environment here to be so poor, the house is so run down. I've been in Xingyang City for so many years, and I never knew there was such a dilapidated place in Xingyang City, Su Yan said. You're a young lady, of course, you've never been to such a slum, Lin Chen shrugged. Su Yan seemed to have been living a good life and had never experienced the life of the poor. Have you always lived here? I really doubt if such a rundown house can accommodate people. Su Yan looked at these houses. You're a young lady, how can we compare with you? Lin Chen smiled. Alright, get in the car. Su Yan opened the door of the Ferrari. Your car is quite beautiful. Lin Chen glanced at the Ferrari. Of course, this car costs over 2 million, how about it? Do you like it? Su Yan said with a smile. It's okay, it's decent. Compared to my car, there's still a big gap, Lin Chen said casually. Your car? What car do you have? Su Yan seemed surprised. In Su Yan's eyes, Lin Chen lived in a shantytown, the house was so run down, his family should be very poor, right? How could he possibly have a car? Okay, it's over there. Lin Chen pointed not far away. Following Lin Chen's direction, Su Yan looked over and saw a yellow shared bike. Put. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh when she saw the shared bike. You're talking about that shared bike, huh? I find you quite amusing, Su Yan said with a smile. If you find it amusing, then it is, Lin Chen replied. Of course, Lin Chen was not pointing at the shared bike, but at the Lamborghini parked on the other side of the corner. However, it was blocked by a wall, so it couldn't be seen from here. Lin Chen didn't bother to explain further. Alright, get in the car. Today, I'll let you experience what it's like to ride in a sports car, Su Yan said before getting into the driver's seat. Lin Chen walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. With the roar of the engine, the Ferrari sped away. Qingshan Hot Spring Resort. This hot spring resort is located at the foot of Qingshan. Originally, there was a natural hot spring here, which was contracted by a boss who spent a huge amount of money to build it into the top resort in Xingyang City. This is the gathering place that Su Yan mentioned. Su Yan parked the car in the parking lot. Inside the parking lot, there were also parked BMWs, Maseratis, Porsches, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and other luxury cars, indicating that many wealthy people had come today. Lin Chen glanced around and noticed that none of these cars were as expensive as his Lamborghini. Why does that Porsche Cayenne look so familiar? Lin Chen's gaze fell on a Porsche Cayenne parked nearby. Then, he slapped his head, remembering, right, that day when I helped Huang Mingyi pretend to have a boyfriend, in the underground parking lot, almost hit my Porsche Cayenne, it was this one. And that guy was trying to hit on Huang Mingyi, but in the end, Lin Chen drove him away. That guy seems to be called Xiao Wenbang, is he also at the resort? Lin Chen wondered aloud. Then, he shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. At that moment, Su Yan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned to look at Lin Chen in the passenger seat and said, Lin Chen, behave well today. If you do well, I'll give you extra money, enough for you to buy a small new apartment. Behave well? Alright, Lin Chen grinned. Okay, get out of the car, Su Yan said as she opened the door. After getting out of the car, Zhang Xiao, who had confessed his love to Su Yan at the school gate yesterday, was already standing there. Su Yan, you finally came. I've been waiting here for you for almost half an hour, Zhang Xiao said with a smile as he approached. I went to pick up my boyfriend, so I'm a bit late, Su Yan said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao's face darkened, and then he looked at Lin Chen. It's you again. Zhang Xiao stared at Lin Chen with hostility in his eyes. What? Any problem? Lin Chen said with a smile. As he spoke, he walked to Su Yan's side and put his arm around her. Su Yan trembled slightly. She didn't expect Lin Chen to dare to hug her. No one had ever dared to take advantage of her like this. If this had happened at any other time, she would have made sure Lin Chen suffered. But if she were to get angry at Lin Chen now, their fake relationship would be exposed. Thinking of this, Su Yan had to hold back and swallow this bitter pill. Kid, how dare you hug Su Yan? Zhang Xiao, seeing Lin Chen hugging Su Yan, was furious. She's my girlfriend, why can't I hug her? Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Yan also spoke up. Yeah, he has every right to, it's none of your business. Although Su Yan was also angry that Lin Chen hugged her, she had to pretend otherwise. Kid, remember this, you're done for, Zhang Xiao said angrily before turning and leaving. Seeing Zhang Xiao leave in anger, Su Yan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Then, she turned to glare fiercely at Lin Chen. He's gone, why are you still hugging me? Are you not satisfied with taking advantage of me? Let go, Su-Yen said as she pushed Lin Chen away. Su-Yen had never been embraced by a man before. She never dreamed that she would be embraced by the fake boyfriend she found. Why are you so fierce? Weren't you the one who told me to behave well in the car just now? I was just following your instructions, Lin Chen defended himself. You. Su-Yen was speechless for a moment, unable to find a way to retort. But you do smell good and feel soft, Lin Chen said with a smile. You jerk. Su-Yen kicked Lin Chen's leg in anger. Alright, keep kicking, and no one will help you pretend to be a boyfriend anymore, Lin Chen said with a wry smile. If it weren't for that, I would have torn you to pieces long ago, Su-Yen said angrily. Come with me, Su-Yen said, then walked forward. Following Su-Yen's lead, the two arrived at the second floor of the resort restaurant, outside a luxurious private room. Instead of directly pushing the door open, Su-Yen turned to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the people inside are all rich and influential second generation, especially the host of tonight's banquet. He has a big background, so you must not provoke him, otherwise I won't be able to help you, Su-Yen said seriously. Oh, who is the host of the banquet? How does he compare to that Zhang Xiao? Su-Yen smiled. Zhang Xiao? Although he is considered powerful in the rich second-generation circle in Xingyang City, compared to the main host today, he is nothing. Oh, then who is he? Lin Chen asked curiously. Everyone calls him Brother Ping. His father is a local in Xingyang, but his business has expanded to the provincial capital, with a total family assets of at least 3 billion. In our Xingyang rich second-generation circle, hardly anyone can compare to Brother Ping, Su-Yen said. Brother Ping? Lin Chen muttered. Yes, even this hot spring resort was invested and built by his family. It is said that his father is planning to hand over the resort to Brother Ping to manage alone, to exercise his business skills, Su-Yen said. Alright, it's useless to tell you so much, come in with me. Su-Yen prepared to push the door. I need to use the restroom, I'll go first, you go in, Lin Chen said. Go ahead, you can come in by yourself later, Su-Yen waved her hand. Then, Su-Yen pushed open the door of the private room and walked in. Inside the room, there were already more than 10 young men and women, all dressed in designer clothes, with expensive watches and jewelry, and car keys hanging from their waists. Zhang Xiao was among them. Sitting at the main table were 8 people. One of them was a man with a crew cut. He was Brother Ping as mentioned by Su-Yen. After Su-Yen entered, everyone in the room turned their gaze towards her. Sister Su-Yen, you finally arrived, please take a seat, Brother Ping said confidently. I went to pick up my boyfriend, so I'm a bit late, Su-Yen said with a smile. Boyfriend? Wasn't Xiao Jiang always pursuing you? Do you have another boyfriend now? And I don't see anyone else with you? Brother Ping asked in confusion. Brother Ping, my boyfriend went to the restroom, he'll be here soon, Su-Yen smiled. Oh, then Sister Su-Yen, please take a seat first, Brother Ping gestured. After sitting down, Brother Ping, I heard that this time you came back from the provincial capital to take over this Qingshan resort? Zhang Xiao asked. That's right, my dad said he wanted to train me, so he handed over Qingshan resort to me to manage alone, Brother Ping said. A young lady asked curiously, Brother Ping, I wonder how much money has been invested in this Qingshan resort? Not much, the resort was invested with 150 million, this time when I came back, my dad gave me an additional 50 million for further investment, to develop the second phase of the water amusement project, Brother Ping said proudly. 200 million? Wow! The rich second generation at the table couldn't help but gasp. Pingu, we are of similar age, but you are already able to independently manage 2 billion worth of industries. You are truly the role model of our generation, Zhang Xiao said. Yes, in another 10 or 20 years, we might only reach the level where Pingu is now. Other second-generation wealthy individuals echoed. Most of the wealthy families present had total assets of only 2 to 3 billion. Pingu, on the other hand, was already able to independently manage 2 billion worth of industries, and this was just a test given by Ping Ji's father. So they were not qualified to compare themselves to Pingu. Even Su-Yen couldn't help but be amazed by his power. She had to admire him. Pingu, in the future when you develop in Xingyang City, please take care of us more. I toasted Zhang Xiao, Zhang Xiao said as he raised his glass, his face full of flattery. Yes, Pingu, please take care of us more in the future. The wealthy second-generation individuals present all stood up with their glasses, ready to toast Pingu. After saying that, everyone raised their glasses and drank up without leaving a drop. You are too kind. It should be you taking care of my business. In the future, when you come to the resort, make sure to choose my Qingshan Hot Spring Resort, Pingu said, taking a sip from his glass without even lifting his butt. To be honest, for Pingu, these wealthy second-generation individuals present were not even worth his attention. His vision had long surpassed the small Qingyang city. He invited these people mainly because these wealthy second-generation individuals might be the main customers of the resort in the future. Of course, since Pinggu is in the resort business, how can we dare to consume at other resorts? Jiang Shao led the way. Exactly, taking care of Ping Ji's business is a must. Other wealthy second-generation individuals echoed. After everyone sat down, Jiang Shao continued to flatter, Pinggu, when you come back, you will be the most awesome in the second-generation circle in Qingyang City. Jiang, you are exaggerating. As far as I know, there is a truly top-notch third-generation wealthy individual in Qingyang City. Compared to him, I am far behind, Pinggu said. Oh, do we have such an amazing figure in Qingyang City? Even you, Pinggu, say so. I wonder who this great figure is. Jiang Shao curiously asked. Do you know about the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group? Pinggu said slowly. We know. We've heard a bit. The wealthy second-generation individuals present all nodded. Do you know the background of this new chairman? Pinggu smiled and asked. What background? Everyone looked very curious. They knew that Huading Group had a new chairman, but they didn't know the background of this new chairman. Even Su Yan seemed very curious. Oh, your information is really outdated. There is such a big figure in Qingyang City, and you local wealthy second-generation individuals in Qingyang City don't even know? Pinggu shook his head with a smile. We dare not compare our information with yours, Pinggu. Please enlighten us, Jiang Shao said with a dry smile. Then let me tell you. This new chairman is the grandson-in-law of Lu Zhizhong, Pinggu said with a smile. What? The grandson-in-law of Lu Zhizhong? Hiss. After hearing this news, the wealthy second-generation individuals at the table couldn't help but gasp. Everyone present knew the reputation of Lu Zhizhong. They knew what kind of terrifying figure he was. Lu Lao's grandson-in-law is actually in our Qingyang City. TSK, no wonder you said that just now, Pinggu. This is truly a great figure. Yes, such a powerful figure in our Qingyang City, and we didn't even know. Lu Lao's grandson-in-law, this is indeed a top third-generation wealthy individual. The wealthy second-generation individuals present all sighed. It should be noted that Lu Lao's entire Huading Group had a market value of over 100 billion. Their family's industry is simply miles behind compared to the Huading Group. The level of wealth of the third generation is also miles behind compared to them. Pinggu, have you seen this grandson of Lu Zhizhong? Asked a second-generation wealthy individual. Not yet, I was planning to invite him to the gathering, but I think I will choose a time to visit him in person. Pinggu said. Ping Ji's father does business in the provincial capital and has a lot of cooperation with the Huading Group. So before he returned to Qingyang City, Ping Ji's father instructed him to visit Lu's grandson after returning to Qingyang City, and to treat Lu's grandson with respect as if he were an elder. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in realization that even someone as impressive as Pinggu would have to visit in person. At this moment, a man with a big back head at the table suddenly spoke up. I have met the new chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch, Lu Zhizhong's grandson. This man with the big back head is the second-generation wealthy individual Xiao Wenbang, who was driven away by Lin Chen when he tried to date Huang Mingyi at the Western restaurant the other day. At that time in the underground parking lot, he almost hit Lin Chen with his Porsche Cayenne. Young Bang, have you seen him? Xiao Wenbang's words made everyone turn to look at him. Young Bang, since you know him, tell us, what does this grandson of Lu Zhizhong look like? Pinggu asked. Everyone looked at Xiao Wenbang with curiosity. He is very young, dressed very casually. You can't tell he is a top third-generation wealthy individual. Oh, his name seems to be Lin, Xiao Wenbang said, looking up as he spoke. When he got to the end, he suddenly saw Lin Chen entering the private room from outside. In an instant, Xiao Wenbang was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. His face turned pale in that moment. Oh my, isn't this Lu Zhizhong's grandson Lin Chen? He never expected to suddenly see Lin Chen here. Lin Chen's sudden entrance also drew everyone's attention. Who is this kid? Everyone looked puzzled. At this moment, Su Yan quickly got up and walked to Lin Chen's side, took the initiative to hold Lin Chen, and then said to everyone, let me introduce you, this is my new boyfriend Lin Chen. Su Yan said with a smile. Xiao Wenbang was completely confused when he heard this. Lin Chen was Huang Mingyi's boyfriend a few days ago, and now he has become Su Yan's boyfriend? Could it be that Lin Chen now has both of these stunning beauties? Xiao Wenbang could only envy and be jealous. After all, Lin Chen's status and position were much higher. Young man, please sit down. The host Pinggu gestured. During this process, Lin Chen also saw the pale-faced Xiao Wenbang. Lin Chen glared at him, scaring Xiao Wenbang again. After Lin Chen sat down, Pinggu looked at him and asked, young man, from what I know, Su Yan's sister has high standards, you can pursue Su Yan's sister, your family background must be extraordinary, right? I wonder which family you are from. Before Lin Chen could answer, Jiang Xiao, who was sitting at the table, spoke up. Pingu, this kid is not from any prominent family, he is just a poor kid from a shantytown. I have investigated his background, he has no significant background, his family is very poor. Yesterday at noon, after Lin Chen was used as a shield by Su Yan, Jiang Xiao went to the school archives and obtained Lin Chen's information. Oh, everyone present seemed somewhat surprised. Su Yan actually chose a poor kid as her boyfriend. And looking at Lin Chen's attire, he indeed looked like a poor kid. TSK, Su Yan, you actually chose a poor kid as your boyfriend, this is incomprehensible. Pingu shook his head and laughed. The other second-generation wealthy individuals present also expressed the same doubts at this time. Only Xiao Wenbang secretly sighed. Where was he a poor kid? He is clearly the new chairman of Huading Group, and he is clearly the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Of course, Xiao Wenbang didn't say it out loud, because Lin Chen gave him a glare when he entered the door, and Lin Chen didn't actively reveal his identity, indicating that Lin Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, so he naturally didn't dare to speak too much. I like poor boys, no way, Su Yan said, then pulled Lin Chen to sit down. After sitting down, this little brother, you are really capable, even able to charm Su Yan's sister. I wonder what tricks the little brother used. Pingu said to Lin Chen. Not bad, Lin Chen casually responded. Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent attitude towards him, Pingu frowned, daring to be indifferent to him as a poor boy? But he didn't erupt. Next, Pingu looked at Xiao Wenbang and said, Xiaobang, weren't you just talking about that Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Continue. Yes. The other rich second-generation people at the table also looked at Xiao Wenbang one after another, wanting to hear more. Xiao Wenbang glanced at Lin Chen, then stuttered, Pingu, I can't remember clearly. Xiao Wenbang actually wanted to say that the person you want to know about is actually right here. Lin Chen was slightly surprised to hear everyone mention him. At this moment, Xiao Wenbang stood up. Pingu, I suddenly remembered that there is something urgent at home, so I will leave first. Xiao Wenbang said with a smile, but his face was even uglier than crying. For Xiao Wenbang, seeing Lin Chen here gave him a feeling of sitting on pins and needles, and he didn't want to stay here for another moment. Okay, go ahead. Pingu waved his hand. As Xiao Wenbang left, he thought to himself, if any of you provoke Lin Chen today, then you're in for big trouble. After Xiao Wenbang left. By the way, Pingu, are you going to attend the auction at Qingyun Hotel in 3 days? Jiang Xiao asked. Another rich second generation also said, the highlight of this auction is the land auction, but there are also some other items up for auction. It is said that many bosses will attend, including Huading Group and Jinxiang Group. Jiang Xiao also said, this is the annual auction in our Qingyang city, very lively. Even if you don't bid on anything, you can still go in to see the world and even make many connections. Although I won't participate in the auction, I will definitely attend this auction. Pingu said. Will you guys go too? Pingu looked at the rich second generation. Of course, for such a major auction, we must go to see the world. The rich second generation nodded one after another. The entry qualification for the auction is a total asset of over 1 billion. Although these rich second generation people do not have the qualification, their dads do, so they can follow their dads in. They won't bid on anything when they go, mainly to see the world. As for those multi-millionaire assets, sorry, they don't even have the qualification to enter. Auction? Lin Chen muttered. At this moment, Lin Chen remembered that a few days ago, Lu Bo mentioned this auction to him. It should be the auction they were talking about, the time and place match. At that time, Lu Bo said that this auction was very important, and Lin Chen must attend and be prepared to compete with Jinxiang Group for land. In this case, at the auction 3 days later, if these rich second-generation people are going, Lin Chen will probably meet them, right? Then, Lin Chen looked at Su Yan and asked, Su Yan, are you going to the auction in 3 days? No, I have no interest in that kind of auction. I'd rather go shopping, but my dad will go. Su Yan said. Then Su Yan asked, why are you asking? It has nothing to do with you, you have no chance to go in. That's not necessarily. Lin Chen smiled. You can go in, my name Su Yan is written backwards, unless you go in as a waiter to serve tea and pour water. Su Yan said. Lin Chen just smiled faintly and didn't say much. At this moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly looked at Lin Chen and said with a smile, today's host is Pingu. We have all toasted with Pingu. It's your turn to toast as well, kid. Jiang Xiao couldn't stand Lin Chen, so he took the initiative to provoke him. Jiang Xiao is right. You've been here for a while, but you haven't even toasted. Are you looking down on Pingu? Another rich second generation also chimed in, Lin Chen, quickly toast Pingu. Given Ping Ji's status, it would be disrespectful not to toast him. Su Yan pushed Lin Chen's back. If it were other rich second generations present, Su Yan could ignore it. But this was Pinggu, even Su Yan didn't dare to offend him. After hearing this, Pinggu also looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, Pinggu, I think it should be you to toast me instead. With that, the whole private room erupted in astonishment. Damn, is this kid crazy? He actually wants Pinggu to toast him. He's asking for trouble. This kid is just asking for trouble. Everyone looked at Lin Chen as if he were a lunatic. They never expected Lin Chen to dare speak to Pinggu like that. Zhang Xiao was secretly pleased. Huh, kid, challenging me is one thing, but now you dare talk to Pinggu like this, you're asking for trouble. Zhang Xiao's purpose of provoking had clearly been achieved. As for Su Yan, she widened her eyes, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief and incomprehension. Lin Chen actually confronted Zhang Xiao? She couldn't understand Lin Chen's behavior at all. Before entering, Su Yan had emphasized to Lin Chen how powerful Pinggu was and specifically warned him not to offend Pinggu. But Lin Chen seemed to have ignored her words. As for Pinggu, his face naturally darkened after hearing Lin Chen's words. When Lin Chen first entered, Pinggu had already felt displeased with his casual response. Now, he dared to speak to him like this? Young man, you have quite the audacity, asking me to toast you? What gives you the right? Pinggu said coldly. I go by the name Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied casually, lifting his glass to take a sip, showing no regard for Pinggu. Ha, indeed quite audacious. Do you know that if we were in the provincial capital, you wouldn't survive 3 seconds talking to me like this? Pinggu narrowed his eyes, a cold chill in his gaze. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Su Yan angrily pinched Lin Chen's back. Then, Su Yan quickly stood up and said, Pinggu, please calm down. My boyfriend is inexperienced and doesn't know how to speak. Please don't take it out on him. Although to Su Yan, Lin Chen was just a temporary stand-in for her boyfriend, she couldn't bear to see him in trouble. Su Yan then raised her glass. Pinggu, let me apologize on behalf of my boyfriend by toasting you. However, Zhang Xiao interjected, Su Yan, your boyfriend should be the one to apologize, not you. How can you take his place? Zhang Xiao then turned to Lin Chen and said, Kid, as a grown man, you can't hide behind a woman. If you have the guts, take responsibility yourself. Zhang Xiao hoped to escalate the situation with Ping Ji's help to deal with Lin Chen. Zhang, shut up. Su Yan angrily scolded, glaring at Zhang Xiao. Pinggu slammed the table. Bang! Su Yan, you should be the one to shut up. Today, your boyfriend must apologize to me. Remember, I've already given you enough face. If he wasn't your boyfriend, I would have dealt with him on the spot. With that slam, the entire private room fell silent, the atmosphere becoming awkward. The rich second generation in the private room were all secretly thinking at this moment, how dare this poor boy provoke Pinggu to anger, isn't he seeking death? They couldn't understand why Su Yan would choose such a strange boyfriend. Zhang Xiao was gloating, showing a look of watching a show. Lin Chen, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, sitting at the table as if unaffected. The pale-faced Su Yan could only look towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you better apologize to Pinggu quickly. With Ping Ji's status, it's really embarrassing for you to apologize to him. Su Yan said this sentence with a pleading tone. She knew that if Lin Chen didn't apologize, she would really lose control of the situation. Apologize to him? Sorry, he doesn't deserve it. Even if his dad is here, he still doesn't deserve it. Lin Chen's tone was sharp, word by word. Boom! With Lin Chen's words, the whole private room exploded. Heavens, this kid actually said Pinggu doesn't deserve it? This kid even said Ping Ji's dad doesn't deserve it? This kid is too damn good at boasting. A poor boy can say such things, it's a huge joke. Everyone looked at Lin Chen as if he were a madman. You know, Ping Ji's father has a total assets of 3 billion, definitely considered a top-notch rich man in the city, right? And this kid actually dared to say that even Ping Ji's father doesn't deserve it? At the same time, they also knew that this kid, daring to speak to Pinggu like this, was definitely finished. Pinggu was now furious and laughing. Huh, you say my dad doesn't deserve it. If you were the son of a top rich man, I could understand. But you, a poor boy from the slums, can say such things, it's really ridiculous. Only Su Yan shook her head helplessly, she couldn't understand Lin Chen at all. Because she knew Lin Chen lived in the slums, his family was poor, she couldn't figure out where Lin Chen got the confidence to say such things. At this moment, everyone in the private room was looking at Lin Chen and Pinggu. They wanted to see how Pinggu would deal with Lin Chen. Zhang Xiao was especially eager. Kid, do you know, I am the owner of the Qingshan Hot Spring Resort? With just a word from me, the security guards at the resort can come in and take care of you. Pinggu stared at Lin Chen with narrowed eyes. You can try. Lin Chen showed no fear. With a lone wolf protecting him, what were a few security guards? Lin Chen had seen how powerful a lone wolf could be. When everyone heard Lin Chen's words, they thought he was even more ridiculous. They could see that Lin Chen was about to be finished soon. Su Yan was now at a loss, because Lin Chen had completely angered Pingu. Her pleas to Pingu were useless. Seeing that Lin Chen was still stubborn, Pingu was also completely furious. He had originally intended to spare Lin Chen, so he gave Lin Chen several chances to apologize, but Lin Chen didn't appreciate it at all. So, if he didn't give Lin Chen a lesson, how could he establish his authority in front of these rich second-generation kids? How could he survive in Xinjiang City in the future? Fine. I'll see if you can still be so tough when the security guards come in, Pingu said coldly. As Pingu was speaking, he picked up the phone on the table, ready to call the security guards in. After picking up the phone, Pingu found 2 text messages on it, both from the same person. The first one read, "Pingu, I am Xiao Wenbang. You asked me about the matter of Lu's grandson before. After some thought, I think it's necessary to tell you that the Lin Chen who just came in is the new chairman of Huading, Lu's own grandson." The second one read, "Pingu, I have seen him, so I can guarantee that what I say is absolutely true. If he doesn't voluntarily reveal his identity, maybe he doesn't want everyone to know his true identity. Pingu, you must treat this matter carefully." These 2 text messages were sent by Xiao Wenbang, who had just left, to Pingu. After Xiao Wenbang left, he pondered for a long time and thought that telling Pingu this news might help Pingu, thus making Pingu owe him a favor. So he chose to send a text message quietly informing Pingu of this news, thinking that notifying only one person should not anger Lin Chen, right? Pingu, who was originally in a rage, felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on him when he saw this text message, extinguishing his anger instantly. Pingu knew clearly that since Xiao Wenbang had met Lin Chen, Xiao Wenbang would definitely not dare to lie to him. When Pingu looked at Lin Chen again, his expression changed. This is actually Lao Lu's grandson? He had just been saying that he wanted to find a time to visit in person. And now Lao Lu's grandson was right in front of him, and he didn't even know? Thinking that Lin Chen was Lao Lu's grandson, he suddenly understood why Lin Chen had said he should toast to him before, and why Lin Chen had just said he was not qualified to accept Lin Chen's apology. Even his father was not qualified. At that moment, Pingu found it to be a huge joke. However, if Lin Chen was Lao Lu's grandson, everything made sense, and he finally understood why Lin Chen dared to challenge him. Despite Ping Ji's father being quite powerful, in the presence of Lao Lu's grandson, he and his father were indeed not qualified. What's wrong with Pingu? Wasn't he going to have the security deal with this kid? Everyone saw Pingu about to call the security, but suddenly he froze, leaving everyone puzzled. Seeing Pingu freeze, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but call out, "Pingu, what's wrong? Quickly call the security to deal with this kid." "Shut up, do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Pingu looked at Zhang Xiao and coldly rebuked. This sudden rebuke startled Zhang Xiao, as Pingu was supposed to be furious with Lin Chen, so why was he rebuking him instead? Although Zhang Xiao didn't know why, he quickly lowered his head and dared not say anything more. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Pingu, weren't you going to have the security deal with me? Why didn't you call them?" Ping Ji's facial muscles twitched. Thinking that he had just shown off in front of Lao Lu's grandson, Pingu felt like he was falling into the depths of hell. "Lin, brother, I was just joking earlier. Why would I call the security to deal with you?" Pingu forced a smile. The rich second generation present were all dumbfounded after hearing Ping Ji's words. What's going on? Pingu had just threatened to deal with Lin Chen, but now he made a complete U-turn in attitude, showing great respect to Lin Chen instead? "I said earlier, if we're talking about toasting, it should be you toasting to me, don't you think?" Lin Chen stared at Pingu with a half-smile. Based on Ping Ji's reaction, Lin Chen understood that Pingu probably knew his identity, although Lin Chen didn't know how he found out. Yes. Pingu nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Then, Pingu stood up, raised his glass with an awkward smile, and said to Lin Chen, "Lin, brother, as the host, I was impolite just now. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me." After saying this, Pingu raised his glass and drank it all in one go. It's worth noting that before this, Pingu had been toasting with everyone present, not even lifting his butt, just taking a sip each time. Now he actually took the initiative to stand up and toast, and he didn't leave a drop. This scene left the rich second-generation present speechless. Did Pingu really just toast to this kid? What's going on here? Even Su Yan was stunned. She thought Lin Chen was in for a tough time today, and she couldn't even help, but now there was a sudden reversal? Pingu was actually toasting to Lin Chen? Zhang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Ping Xiao, what are you doing? He's just a poor boy, and he dares to challenge you. You should teach him a lesson." Zhang Xiao was originally waiting to see Lin Chen being dealt with. He couldn't understand why Pingu was acting this way. Bang! Jiang Shao, if you speak out of turn again, get out of here immediately. Pinggu slammed his hand on the table, shouting loudly. For Pinggu, he was trying to calm down Lin Chen, but Jiang Shao was adding fuel to the fire. How could he not be angry? This loud shout scared Jiang Shao, making him tremble all over, his face turning pale. Even though Jiang Shao had countless questions in his mind, he didn't dare to ask anymore. The other rich second generation in the room, although also puzzled, didn't dare to speak up either. Su Yan, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the restroom again, Lin Chen said to Su Yan. After speaking, Lin Chen stood up, glanced at Pinggu, and then walked out of the private room. After receiving Lin Chen's gaze, Pinggu said to everyone, you guys go ahead and eat, I have something to take care of, you eat first, I'll be right back. After that, Pinggu quickly walked out of the private room. Once outside, Pinggu looked around and immediately saw Lin Chen standing at the end of the corridor with his hands behind his back. Pinggu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then hurriedly walked towards Lin Chen. Pinggu was naturally waiting for Lin Chen at the end of the corridor. Greetings, young Master Lin. After walking up to Lin Chen, Pinggu quickly bowed respectfully. While in the private room, Pinggu had wanted to address Lin Chen as young Master Lin, but he knew that Lin Chen had reasons for not revealing his identity, so he didn't address him that way in the private room. It seems you already know about my grandfather being Lu Zhizhong. How did you find out? Lin Chen said calmly with his hands behind his back. Young Master Lin, it was Xiao Wenbang who texted me about it, Pinggu said cautiously. Pinggu was considered a top rich second generation in Qingyang City, but compared to Lin Chen, he was far behind, and Pinggu was very clear about that. Not to mention him, even his father wouldn't dare to offend Lin Chen. Pinggu continued, young Master Lin, I apologize again for my rudeness earlier, please forgive me. Pinggu was almost kneeling to Lin Chen. Forget it, I, Lin Chen, am not petty. Since you have apologized, I won't hold it against you for what happened in the private room. Lin Chen waved his hand. Lin Chen knew that his conflict with Pinggu wasn't that serious, and he didn't want to make too many enemies. Since Pinggu had apologized repeatedly, Lin Chen decided to give him a chance. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Pinggu was overjoyed that Lin Chen forgave him, nodding repeatedly, and he also let out a sigh of relief. I don't want to reveal the fact that I am Lu Zhizhong's grandson for now, do you understand? Lin Chen said. I understand. Young Master Lin, you just want to pretend to be a commoner to pick up girls, right? I understand, Pinggu said respectfully, even calling himself Zhaoping. Then, Pinggu took out a business card and handed it to Lin Chen with both hands. Young Master Lin, this is my business card, it has my number on it. If young Master Lin comes to Qingshan Hot Spring Resort in the future, everything will be free. And you will receive the top-notch service. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Chen accepted the business card without refusal. Seeing Lin Chen take his business card, Pinggu smiled happily, knowing that Lin Chen had truly forgiven him. By the way, young Master Lin, that Jiang Shao dared to go against you, even dared to steal your girlfriend. Do you want me to find a few people to secretly beat him up? Pinggu said. Ping Ji's intention was clearly to show his goodwill and gain Lin Chen's favor. No need, if I really want to deal with him, I can do it openly. No need for sneaky actions, Lin Chen said casually. Master Lin is right, it was my oversight, Ping laughed. I'll head back first. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he went straight back to the private room. Inside the private room, as Lin Chen walked in, the rich second-generation individuals inside all looked at him with strange eyes. The scene of Ping toasting Lin Chen was still fresh in their minds, yet they still didn't know why. Just as Lin Chen sat down, Su Yan couldn't help but feel surprised and curious in her heart, so she quickly asked Lin Chen about it. Lin Chen, you have to tell me, what exactly happened? Ping was clearly about to have security come deal with you earlier, so how did his attitude suddenly do a complete 180-degree turn, actively toasting you and even apologizing to you? How would I know? Maybe my charm was just too irresistible for Ping, Lin Chen shrugged. Your charm was too irresistible? Winning over Ping with your charm? Su Yan rolled her eyes, not believing such nonsense even if she believed in ghosts. I guess Ping must have made a mistake, definitely underestimated your identity, that's why he acted that way, Su Yan speculated. Maybe, Lin Chen shrugged. Lin Chen didn't want Su Yan to know that he was the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group and also the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, as it would ruin the fun. You're lucky today, Ping made a mistake, Su Yan said. Su Yan had gone to Lin Chen's house today to pick him up, and she saw firsthand how rundown his house was, so she naturally didn't think Lin Chen had any impressive status that could intimidate Ping. She could only think that Ping had made a mistake, which led to the sudden change in attitude towards Lin Chen. After a pause, Su Yan scolded, I really don't understand you. I warned you at the time, but you still had to challenge Ping. If Ping hadn't made a mistake, You would have been done for, and I wouldn't have been able to save you. Blame me then, Lin Chen shrugged. Just then, Jiang suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed directly on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I don't know what Ping is up to, not dealing with you, but I know your background very well. You're just a poor kid. Don't worry, if Ping doesn't take care of you, then I will. Jiang had taken Lin Chen's information from the school archives yesterday, so he knew Lin Chen was just a poor kid, and he was very sure of it. Alright, I'll be waiting, Lin Chen said with a smile. At that moment, Ping walked in. The banquet continued, and Ping naturally didn't trouble Lin Chen anymore, instead being very polite to him. After the banquet, Ping invited everyone to soak in the natural hot springs. Qingshan Hot Springs. Lin Chen and Su Yan pretended to be a couple, so they naturally had to be in the same hot spring pool, which allowed Lin Chen to feast his eyes. After soaking in the hot springs, the banquet finally ended. By the time the banquet ended, it was already evening, and Su Yan drove Lin Chen back to the shantytown. At the entrance of Lin Chen's house, the red Ferrari slowly pulled over. Inside the car. Although your performance today was not good, I won't deduct your 50,000 reward. Give me your account number, Su Yan said to Lin Chen. There's no need for the reward. I don't lack money, Lin Chen said casually. After saying that, Lin Chen opened the car door and walked straight to his house, without any hesitation. Hey! Watching Lin Chen leave directly, Su Yan was stunned. In Su Yan's eyes, Lin Chen had helped her continue to pretend to be her boyfriend today just for money, right? Now he didn't want the money? And Lin Chen left quickly, she didn't even have a chance to stop him. Su Yan opened the driver's door, originally wanting to catch up. But then she thought, why should I chase after him? If he doesn't want the money, does this lady still have to insist he take it? After thinking this, Su Yan closed the driver's door directly. Su Yan watched Lin Chen's back as he left the car, pouting and saying, "Humph, what a strange person. Clearly poor at home, yet still refuses to take money, trying to show off your manly pride?" After speaking, Su Yan started the car and drove away. On the other side, Jiang Xiao returned from the resort. That jerk is actually soaking in the hot springs with Su Yan. Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Xiao was almost exploding with anger. What made Jiang Xiao most upset was that the person he couldn't get no matter what, was now being obtained by a poor boy. Why? Kid, you are not worthy of Su Yan at all. I will definitely break you two up. After saying this, Jiang Xiao took out his phone. Jiang Xiao had already planned to call and tell Su Yan's father about this matter. He didn't believe that Su Yan's father would allow his daughter to date a poor boy. The next morning at Qingyang University, in Lin Chen's dorm room, kill, kill, kill. Shouts of killing came, as it turned out that the fat guy was playing League of Legends with Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen rarely played games before, he still knew a bit about the very popular League of Legends, but Lin Chen played poorly and couldn't climb out of the silver pit. At this moment, a man in a suit pushed open the slightly ajar dorm room door and walked in. You must be Lin Chen, right? The man in the suit came directly in front of Lin Chen. Who are you? Lin Chen frowned and turned to look at the man in the suit. Lin Chen confirmed that he did not know this man in the suit. Our President Su wants to see you, please come with me. The man in the suit said. President Su? Sorry, I don't know President Su. If he wants to see me, he should come himself. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he continued to turn back to play the game. Lin Chen, the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, was actually asked to go to him? Where did this President Su come from with such a big face? He called me to see him as soon as he came? Kid, you have a big attitude. You are involved with our young lady, and now the master wants to see you, and you still make the master come to see you? The man in the suit's tone turned cold. Lin Chen's expression froze when he heard this. What do you mean by being involved with your young lady? Wait a minute, President Su? Su Yan? Lin Chen suddenly thought of Su Yan. The President Su you mentioned is Su Yan's father? Lin Chen quickly looked at the man in the suit. It seems you are quite clear. Since you are clear, why do you still show an attitude to our President Su? What do you mean by this? The man in the suit's expression turned cold. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Lin Chen originally thought that this President Su knew that the chairman was coming to see him. Now it seems that Su Yan's father came to find him, and he didn't know that he was the chairman of Huading Group, nor did he know that he was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, so he asked him to see him. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder why Su Yan's father suddenly came to him. What was he looking for from me? Fatty, you keep playing, I'm going out to meet someone, Lin Chen said as he got up. Boss, are you going to trick me again? The fat guy joked. After leaving the dorm room, the man in the suit led Lin Chen all the way to the side of Yanglu Lake at the school. Standing by the lake was a middle-aged man in a suit, with a straight figure, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at Yanlu Lake, showing extraordinary demeanor, clearly a wealthy boss. He should be Su Yan's father, President Su. President Su, the person has been brought here. The man in the suit brought Lin Chen to President Su's side. President Su turned his head to glance at Lin Chen, then continued to gaze at Yang Lu Lake, appearing very calm, leaving only his back to Lin Chen. You are the boy who is dating my daughter, Lin Chen, right? President Su spoke while staring at Yang Lu Lake, appearing very calm, leaving only his back to Lin Chen. President Su, you are quite well informed, to know this already. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He and Su Yan were just pretending to be a couple, and her father already knew so quickly? I naturally care about my daughter's affairs, President Su replied. I wonder what advice President Su has. Lin Chen is neither humble nor arrogant. Do you know what kind of family my daughter comes from? Do you know how much wealth my family has? Mr. Su said calmly. I know, Lin Chen responded. Since you know, you should be very clear that you are not worthy of my daughter. If you have any sense, please leave her, Mr. Su said calmly. Throughout Mr. Su's speech, he didn't even glance at Lin Chen, showing how little he thought of him. Mr. Su, how do you know that I am not worthy of your daughter? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. I have seen your personal file, living in a shantytown, from a single-parent family, financially poor. Do I need to say more? Mr. Su sneered. Mr. Su, look at the Yang Lu Lake in front of you. What do you see? Lin Chen asked with a calm smile. The rippling blue waves, beautiful beyond words, Mr. Su answered, though he didn't understand why Lin Chen asked that question. Lin Chen then stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the lake, and said slowly, yes, the rippling blue waves, beautiful beyond words, but it's just the surface. The real scene lies beneath the water, hidden from view. Just like your understanding of me, only scratching the surface. Are you suggesting that I should spend time understanding your depth? Sorry, no matter how much I understand, you are just a poor boy who is not worthy of my daughter Su Yan. Mr. Su shook his head and sneered. May I ask, at what level do you think one can be worthy of your daughter? Isn't there a Jiang Shao pursuing Su Yan? Do you think Jiang Shao is worthy of your daughter? Lin Chen asked with a smile. I, Su, have assets close to 1 billion. To be worthy of my daughter, the total family assets should be at least 20 billion or more. Jiang Shao falls far short of that. Mr. Su continued slowly, looking at the whole Qingyang city, there are few young people who can match my daughter. Only Ping Shao, brother Ping, who just returned from the provincial capital, with his assets and influence, can be worthy of my daughter. Brother Ping? Lin Chen smiled. That brother Ping was still nodding and bowing to him at the resort yesterday. At this moment, Mr. Su turned to look at Lin Chen. Although I don't know how you managed to captivate my daughter Su Yan, being with her is all about money, Mr. Su said, taking out a check. This is a 1 million check, enough to turn you from a poor boy into a millionaire. Take the money, leave my daughter, you are not worthy of her. Mr. Su handed the check to the man in a suit next to him, who then passed it to Lin Chen. Money? Lin Chen stared at the check handed to him, shaking his head and smiling. As the grandson of the richest man, was he lacking money? Lin Chen took the check and tore it in half. He continued to fold and tear it, then scattered the torn pieces on the ground. You, Mr. Su's face darkened as he saw Lin Chen tear up the check. What? Do you think it's too little? Mr. Su's face turned red. Then, Mr. Su took out another check. This is 5 million, the highest amount I can offer. I hope you consider it carefully, take the money, and leave my daughter forever. Mr. Su personally handed the check to Lin Chen. This time, Lin Chen did not take it but shook his head and said, Mr. Su, if you offer me several billion, maybe then you might catch my eye. The man in the suit next to him was furious upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Kid, you are asking for trouble. Do you even know who you are? The man in the suit shouted angrily. Xiaoliang, Mr. Su waved his hand to the man in the suit, signaling him to step back. Then, Mr. Su looked at Lin Chen again. From Mr. Su's expression, it was clear that he was also somewhat annoyed, but as an experienced businessman, he could control his emotions. Kid, if you're trying to extort more money from me, I can only tell you clearly that 5 million is the limit I can give you. I hope you'll take it and leave. Pausing for a moment, Mr. Su continued, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Once you've made up your mind, you can come and get the 5 million from me anytime. If after 3 days you still refuse to take the money and won't leave my daughter alone, then I'll have to resort to more forceful measures. Mr. Su's tone turned cold as he finished his last sentence. Mr. Su, I believe your attitude will change the next time we meet, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xiaoliang, let's go. Mr. Su ignored Lin Chen and walked away with the man in a suit beside him. Watching Mr. Su's departing figure, Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. If Mr. Su knew Lin Chen's identity, would he still think that Lin Chen was unworthy of his daughter? On the other side, after Mr. Su walked away, Mr. Su, this kid is really too arrogant. Mrs. Standards are clearly high. I really don't understand how she could be interested in this kind of kid, the man in the suit said through gritted teeth. I hope this kid knows what's good for him, otherwise don't blame me for being rude, Mr. Su said with a stern face and a cold voice. By the way, Mr. Su, are you going to invite Miss to tomorrow's auction? I heard Ping Xiao, brother Ping, will be there, and it would be a good opportunity to introduce Miss to Ping Xiao, the man in the suit said. I will talk to her about it, Mr. Su nodded. On the other side, Lin Chen had just returned to the dormitory from the Yanglu Lake when the phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from his grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, Lin Chen knew there must be something important. Grandpa, Lin Chen quickly answered the phone. Yuner, I'm at your house right now. Come back, I have something good to give you. I think it will be very helpful to you, came the kind voice of his grandfather over the phone. Something good? What good thing? Lin Chen was taken aback. What kind of person was his grandfather? As the richest man in the southwest, his vision was naturally very high. Lin Chen couldn't imagine what kind of thing his grandfather would consider good. And his grandfather said it would be very helpful to him? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited, wondering what the good thing was. Ha, you'll find out when you come back, his grandfather's laughter came over the phone. Okay, I'll come back right away. Lin Chen nodded. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen hurried back home. In the shantytown, when Lin Chen returned home, his grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, was sitting on the old sofa where his mother often sat. Yuner, you're back, Lu Zhizhong said with a kind smile. Grandpa, how is my mother doing with her recovery abroad? Lin Chen asked as soon as he entered. Don't worry, with my arrangements, she's doing very well. Lu Zhizhong smiled. That's good, Lin Chen nodded in relief. Yuner, the auction tomorrow in Xingyang City is very important for you. I came back today for this matter, Lu Zhizhong said. Lin Chen looked surprised. Although this auction is important, is it necessary for you, Grandpa, to come all the way back from the provincial capital to see me? If it were just the auction, it wouldn't be necessary, but this auction also involves the war between you and the Jinxiang Group, Grandpa Lu Zhizhong said. The Jinxiang Group? Lin Chen muttered. Lin Chen remembered that the general manager, Lu Bo, had told him before that this auction was about competing with the Jinxiang Group for land. So, this auction was a war without gunpowder between him and the Jinxiang Group. Yes, it's the Jinxiang Group. I'm sure you can't wait to take down the Jinxiang Group, Grandpa Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Of course. Lin Chen nodded with narrowed eyes. The things the Jinxiang Group had done before made Lin Chen wish he could destroy them in his dreams. However, as the local leader, the chairman of Jinxiang Group, who is the big brother of the underground power in Xingyang City, has been deeply rooted in Xingyang City for more than 10 years. So it is very, very difficult for Lin Chen to eliminate Jinxiang Group based on his own abilities. I will entrust you with the task of eliminating Jinxiang Group. This can also be considered as the ultimate test for you, Grandfather Lu Zhizhong said. Grandfather, even if you didn't say it, I would still be thinking of ways to eliminate Jinxiang Group on my own. Otherwise, I would have asked for your help long ago, Lin Chen smiled. Ha, good. Courageous. Lu Zhizhong nodded happily. Then, Lu Zhizhong said, however, I won't let you fight alone. After all, Jin Chang is cunning and has been dominating Xingyang City for many years. When necessary, I will help you from behind, but of course, you will need to do most of it yourself. Thank you, Grandfather, Lin Chen nodded. For example, in this auction, I will provide you with some assistance, Grandfather said with a smile. Oh, what kind of help? Lin Chen asked curiously. This auction is Lin Chen's first direct confrontation with Jin Chang. And of course, Lin Chen wants to start off on the right foot. First, I will provide you with 10 billion in financial support. As long as it's important land, just bid and grab it no matter what, regardless of the cost, even if it's not worth it. The point is to prevent Jin Chang from building houses next year, Grandfather said. So, Grandfather's idea is to use money to block Jin Chang's path, right? Lin Chen exclaimed. Exactly. That's the idea. So what if he's a local leader? Compared to funds, my Huading Group can crush him. Grandfather Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Grandfather, you truly deserve to be the richest person, so domineering, hee, Lin Chen grinned. By the way, Grandfather, is this 10 billion the good thing you mentioned on the phone? Lin Chen asked. Of course not, the good thing I mentioned is something else, which will be of great help to you, Grandfather Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Then, Grandfather took a document from his secretary and handed it to Lin Chen. Yuner, this is the good thing I want to give you. Lin Chen quickly took the document. In Lin Chen's eyes, something referred to as a good thing by grandfather must be a treasure. After receiving the document, Lin Chen carefully put away this precious document. This is all I can do. As for how far you can go, it depends on your performance, grandfather Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Rest assured, grandfather, I will not disappoint you. With all your help, I will definitely make Jin Chang Group suffer a lot in this auction. Lin Chen's tone was resolute. Although grandfather is only helping Lin Chen from behind, his assistance is very significant for Lin Chen. With these things, Lin Chen is in a very strong position for tomorrow's auction. Alright, the items have been delivered. I will head back to the province first. Lu Zhizhong stood up. Lin Chen escorted grandfather Lu Zhizhong all the way out of the house and saw him off to the car. On the other side, on the top floor of Jin Chang building, Boss Xiang, for tomorrow's auction, a total of 3 billion has been prepared in the account. Based on previous year's prices, we should have more than enough to secure those pieces of land, the strategist said. In previous year's land auctions, Jin Chang Group and Huading Group basically each took half of the land, and the two sides did not fight too fiercely because if they did, both sides would suffer losses. At that time, the Qingyang branch of Huading Group was still under the control of the Wu family. The Wu family at that time also advocated for a certain degree of compromise with Jin Chang Group. Xiang Jinxiang shook his head. This time is different from before. This Lin Chen is not as easy to scare as the previous Wu family father and son. And with our recent disputes with Huading Group will definitely compete with us for land. Does Mr. Xiang mean we should prepare more money? The strategist asked. That's right, find a way to prepare another 3 billion, totaling 6 billion. That should be enough to grab some good land. Xiang Jinxiang said. Xiang Jinxiang was well aware of the importance of grabbing land. That kid embarrassed me last time. This time at the auction, I have to make trouble for him no matter what. Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth. Xiang Jinxiang thought of the video where he was cuckolded, which was unexpectedly sent to his subordinates, igniting endless anger in his heart. Night fell at the villa halfway up the mountain in the Su Yan family. Dad, what's up? Su Yan came down from upstairs and casually sat on the sofa. Su Yan's father, Su Zong, sat across from Su Yan. Daughter, I've looked into the information about that Lin Chen. He's just a poor boy. Why are you with him? I don't understand. Su Zong said. Put. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh when she heard her dad mention this. Su Yan was just pretending to be Lin Chen's girlfriend. She didn't expect her dad to know, and believe it? Then, Su Yan thought to herself, since dad believes it, I'll play along. That's right, I'm with him. So what if he's poor? I'm not short of money anyway. Su Yan shrugged. After a pause, Su Yan continued, so dad, I already have a boyfriend, so please don't introduce me to any other young masters in the future. Nonsense. How can that Lin Chen be worthy of you? Tomorrow's auction, you will come with me. Talk more with Ping Xiao, Pinggu, I will match you too. Su Zong said sternly. I'm not interested in any auction. If you force me, I'll jump off a building and go underground to complain to my mom. Su Yan pouted. You. Su Zong's face turned purple with anger. Su Yan couldn't help but cover her red lips and smile secretly. Okay, Dad, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. As for that Ping Xiao, I really have no feelings for him, so don't mention matching me with him again in the future. After Su Yan finished speaking, she went straight upstairs. Even if Ping Xiao is nothing special, he's still 1,000 times better than that poor boy Lin Chen. Su Zong shouted loudly at Su Yan's retreating figure. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. At 8 a.m. in the general manager's office of Huading Group. Lu Bo, are you ready? Lin Chen walked into the office. Mr. Lin, this auction will definitely be a bloody battle with the Jinxiang Group, so I have prepared 5 billion. I don't know if it's enough. If not, I still have time to find ways to raise more funds. Lu Bo said. It's enough, let's go. Lin Chen said with a smile. Yesterday, Grandpa gave him 10 billion in support, plus the 5 billion here with Lu Bo, making it 15 billion. And the last time Grandpa came to Qingyang City to see Lin Chen, he also rewarded Lin Chen with 10 billion. Lin Chen hadn't used that money much yet, but if necessary, he could use it to crush the Jinxiang Group. Xingyun Grand Hotel. From 9 a.m., various luxury cars began to enter the hotel's parking lot. Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Bentley. All kinds of luxury cars gathered. Passers-by were amazed by the sight of so many luxury cars and couldn't help but ask what day it was and why so many luxury cars were gathered. Everything was because of today's auction, where half of the business tycoons in Qingyang City were gathered. Those with a net worth of less than 1 billion were not qualified to enter. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz drove into the parking lot. Lin Chen and Lu Bo got out of the car, which belonged to Lu Bo. After getting out of the car, Director Lin, president of the Qingyang City Chamber of Commerce, said he wants to meet you, Lu Bo said. Oh, where is he? Lin Chen asked. He is already at the hotel. If you want to meet Director Lin, I will show you the way, Lu Bo said. Alright, let's go meet him then, Lin Chen said. Since Lin Chen had expanded the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, making more friends was naturally a good thing. Young Master Lin. Just then, a respectful voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around to see Pinggu from the Qingshan Hot Spring Resort. Pinggu, it's you, Lin Chen said to Pinggu. Young Master Lin, you can just call me Xiaoping. Calling me Pinggu is too formal, Pinggu chuckled. After a pause, Pinggu continued, Young Master Lin, since we coincidentally met at the entrance, shall we go in together? I have some other matters to attend to, you go ahead, Lin Chen waved his hand. Lin Chen did indeed have something to do, as he needed to meet the president of the Chamber of Commerce first. I see, I won't disturb you then, I'll leave first, Pinggu nodded understandingly, then bid farewell and left. Inside a VIP lounge at the Qingyun Grand Hotel, Lin Chen, led by Lu Bo, entered the private room and saw an elderly man with gray hair, around 60 years old. Manager Lu, you're here. This must be Director Lin, right? The old man said, smiling as he stood up to greet Lu Bo and Lin Chen. Director Lin, this is President Yin, president of the Qingyang City Chamber of Commerce, a respected elder in our business community, Lu Bo said to Lin Chen. President Yin, hello, I'm Lin Chen, Lin Chen said with a smile, extending his right hand. Young Master Lin, nice to meet you. President Yin eagerly shook hands with Lin Chen. President Yin had already learned that Lin Chen was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, so he was naturally very warm and welcoming. President Yin, please continue to pay attention in the future, Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Young Master Lin, you're too kind. It should be me who needs to rely on young Master Lin in the future, President Yin laughed. Then, President Yin took out a business card and respectfully handed it to Lin Chen, offering his assistance for any future needs. President Yin was well aware that as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, Lin Chen would surely rise beyond Qingyang City to a higher platform, with limitless potential. Lin Chen politely accepted the business card. On the other side, inside the second-floor hall, the auction had not yet begun, and the bosses and second-generation rich who came to attend the auction were gathered in the second-floor hall. The bosses were in the inner circle, chatting with each other. The bosses were saying, Manager Lu, I heard you recently opened another hotel, and business is booming. Director Li, you invested another 50 million in a project, how's the return? Director Gua, I heard your business partner is here, introduce me to him. The second-generation rich were gathered in the outer circle of the hall. They formed their own circles, with the young ladies chatting about new handbag brands and the young men discussing sports cars and beautiful women. Jiang Shao and over 10 second-generation rich were also gathered together. Jiang Shao's family had total assets of around 800 million, making him one of the top tier among the second-generation rich, and he was always praised by the others. Jiang Shao, look, Pinggu is here. One of the second-generation rich pointed to the entrance. Jiang Shao saw Pinggu indeed. Let's go greet Pinggu. Jiang Shao led the group of second-generation rich towards Pinggu. Although Jiang Shao was at the top level among the second-generation rich, he was still far behind Pinggu. Hello, Pinggu. Jiang Shao and the others greeted Pinggu as they approached. Oh, it's you guys, Pinggu responded. Pinggu, you just returned to Qingyang City, not many friends, why don't you join us? Jiang Shao took the initiative to extend an olive branch. Jiang Shao naturally wanted to establish a relationship with Pinggu. If he could become friends with Pinggu, it would be very beneficial for him. I'm sorry, I have other people to meet. Pinggu directly refused. If Pinggu didn't think that he would rely on these rich second-generation kids to take care of his hot spring resort business in the future, he wouldn't even bother with Jiang Shao. The reason is simple, Jiang Shao offended Lin Chen. I see, then we won't disturb Pinggu. Seeing Pinggu politely decline, Jiang Shao could only nod in agreement. After leaving, Pinggu headed straight to the inner circle. Young Master Ping. As soon as Pinggu entered the inner circle, he heard someone greet him from behind. Turning his head, he saw Mr. Su Yan's father. Young Master Ping, I heard you just returned to Qingyang City. I was planning to visit you at some point, but unexpectedly met you here today. Mr. Su warmly approached Pinggu and extended his hand. Mr. Su's total assets were around 1 billion, making him a prominent figure in the business world in Qingyang City, but he still had a long way to go compared to Ping Ji's father, whose total assets were around 3 billion and had already expanded his business to the provincial capital. Mr. Su, is that you? Why didn't I see Su Yan? Pinggu smiled and shook hands with Mr. Su. My daughter is quite stubborn. I asked her to come, but she refused. Mr. Su smiled helplessly. Girls, it's normal for them to lack interest in this kind of social gathering, Pingu said. At this moment, Mr. Su leaned in closer to Pingu and whispered, Young Master Ping, what do you think of our Su Yen? You are a talented person, and I think you and our Su Yen make a perfect match. Well, after hearing this, Ping Ji's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. Pingu was not stupid, Mr. Su's words were clearly hinting at a potential relationship between him and Su Yen. But would Pingu dare? Absolutely not. Because Pingu knew that Su Yen was Lin Chen's girlfriend, and he wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about a woman associated with Lin Chen. What's wrong, young Master Ping? Do you think our Su Yen is not pretty? Mr. Su asked in confusion. It's not that, Su Yen is indeed beautiful, but, as far as I know, Su Yen already has a boyfriend, Pingu chuckled. You know that Su Yen has a boyfriend? Mr. Su was surprised. He then shook his head and said, Su Yen's boyfriend lives in a shantytown, his family is poor, is he worthy of my Su Yen? He's like a flower in cow dung. Mr. Su's words were full of disdain towards Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Pingu couldn't help but chuckle. In his mind, Pingu couldn't help but think, Mr. Su, oh Mr. Su, do you know that your daughter's boyfriend is not just some poor guy? He is the grandson of the richest man in the Southwest, far more impressive than me. How could you not know about such an impressive son-in-law and still complain like this? After a moment of contemplation, Pingu smiled and said, Mr. Su, do you know about the new chairman at the Qingyang branch of Huading Group? Pingu knew that Lin Chen was keeping his identity hidden, so he couldn't directly reveal Lin Chen's identity, but he decided to subtly hint at it. The new chairman of Huading Group? I've heard a little about it. Mr. Su nodded. Do you know who this new chairman is and what his background is? Pingu continued to inquire with a smile. I'm not sure about that. Since I'm not in the same industry as Huading Group, I haven't delved into it, Mr. Su replied. He then asked, Young Master Ping, why suddenly mention this new chairman? Does he have something special? Of course, the background of this new chairman is shocking, Pingu said with a smile. Oh, shocking background? If young Master Ping says so, I wonder what his background is. Suzong seemed a bit curious. The chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group is the biological grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Do you think this background is shocking? Pingu said with a smile. What? The biological grandson of Lu Zhizhong? After hearing this news, Suzong was taken aback. Suzong was well aware of how powerful Lu Zhizhong was, so his biological grandson must be a top-tier wealthy heir. In Suzong's eyes, Pingu was already a high-level second-generation wealthy individual, but compared to Lu's biological grandson, there was a world of difference. I didn't expect that there would be such a figure hidden in our Qingyang city. I really am ignorant. Suzong chuckled. Suzong, this biological grandson of Lu Zhizhong is around the same age as your daughter. He should be attending today's auction, so you might meet him, Pingu said with a smile. I see. Suzong nodded in realization. Suzong made up his mind to seize the opportunity to get to know Lu Zhizhong's biological grandson. In Suzong's view, if he could matchmake his daughter with Lu's biological grandson, it would be a significant step up. Although Suzong now knew that the new chairman of Huading Group was Lu's grandson, he was unaware that this grandson was Lin Chen, whom he had seen by the lake at Qingyang University yesterday. On the other side, while Suzong was chatting with Pingu, Lin Chen had already entered the venue. Lu Bo had gone to the restroom and was not by Lin Chen's side. Kid, stop right there. As Lin Chen entered the venue and took a few steps, he was suddenly surrounded by more than 10 second-generation wealthy individuals. To his surprise, the leader was Jiang Shao. Kid, what a small world. I never expected to meet you here. Jiang Shao stepped forward with a smug smile. Meeting you was expected. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shao and replied casually. Kid, unlike you, meeting you here was beyond my expectations. To enter here, the minimum requirement is assets worth over $1 billion from your family. With your background, do you even qualify to be here? Jiang Shao sneered. So, what are you implying? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shao with a smirk. It's simple, you don't qualify to be here at all. Yet here you are, which can only mean that you sneaked in. Jiang Shao crossed his arms. Jiang Shao had checked Lin Chen's background at school and knew that his family was poor, making him unqualified to be there. But seeing Lin Chen there led Jiang Shao to believe that he had sneaked in. Several other wealthy individuals chimed in. Kid, daring to sneak in here, do you know the consequences if you're caught? Jiang Shao added, Kid, this time you've fallen into my hands. Let me tell you, this hotel belongs to my second uncle. With just a word from me, the hotel security can arrest you, beat you up, and throw you out. Jiang Shao had long wanted to deal with Lin Chen, and today was the perfect opportunity for him. Oh, and what do you want? Lin Chen crossed his arms, wearing a playful smile. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, then leave Su Yan, I can spare you. Jiang Shao said arrogantly. Let me tell you, if you kneel down and beg for mercy right now, I can spare you too. Otherwise, with just a word, I can have you thrown out as well. Lin Chen sneered. Ha ha. When Lin Chen spoke, Jiang Shao and the others burst into laughter. Kid, do you even know your place? You dare to throw Jiang Shao out? What a joke. Does this kid not know that the owner of the Qingyun Hotel is Jiang Shao's second uncle? This kid is really something. Sneaking in here and still acting so confident? After laughing a few times, Jiang Shao's smile suddenly disappeared from his face. His expression turned serious, and he said in a cold tone, Kid, weren't you relying on Su Yan to protect you before? Now that Su Yan is not by your side, you dare to act so arrogantly. I won't deal with you today. The word Jiang can also be written upside down. Go, call the security. Jiang Shao gestured to a rich second-generation guy next to him. Okay, Jiang Gu. After receiving the order, the rich second-generation guy prepared to call the security. What are you doing? At that moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. Jiang Shao turned his head and saw Zhu Zhe, the owner of the Qingyun Hotel. Uncle, it's you. I found a kid who sneaked into the venue and was about to call the security to kick him out, Jiang Shao said with a smile, pointing at Lin Chen. Zhu Zhe followed Jiang Shao's finger and looked in Lin Chen's direction. When Zhu Zhe saw Lin Chen, he was suddenly shocked. Isn't this the new chairman of Huading Group? Isn't this Louis Zhizhong's grandson-in-law? Lin Chen had previously held a small cocktail party at the Qingyang Hotel to entertain Huading Group's business partners. At that time, Zhu Zhe had personally met Lin Chen and even gave him a diamond membership card for the Qingyang Hotel. Zhu Zhe certainly recognized Lin Chen. Director Lin. Terrified, Zhu Zhe quickly walked up to Lin Chen and respectfully greeted him. Jiang Shao and the other rich second-generation guys were all stunned when they saw this scene. How could Zhu Zhe be so respectful to Lin Chen? Uncle, what are you doing? This kid is just a poor boy. Jiang Shao couldn't help but speak out loudly. Shut up. Zhu Zhe turned his head and glared fiercely at Jiang Shao, his expression as if he wanted to devour someone. Zhu Zhe was very clear that as Louis Zhizhong's grandson-in-law, offending Lin Chen would be a dead end. With just a snap of his fingers, Louis Zhizhong could easily destroy these local small business owners. Jiang Shao turned pale with fear. He had never seen his uncle show such a fierce expression before. The other rich second-generation guys around Jiang Shao naturally dared not speak. Mr. Shu, Jiang Shao is your nephew, right? He was just about to kick me out, Lin Chen said coldly, staring at Zhu Zhe. Zhu Zhe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Director Lin, this kid is too arrogant and domineering. Director Lin, how do you want to deal with him? Out of sight, out of mind. I don't want to see them. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Chen said casually. Understood. Understood. Zhu Zhe nodded quickly. Then, Zhu Zhe turned to Jiang Shao and his group. You little bastards, all of you get out. Zhu Zhe shouted coldly. Get out? Uncle, shouldn't he be the one to get out? Jiang Shao gritted his teeth. Jiang Shao couldn't understand why his uncle wanted him to leave. Slap. Without saying a word, Zhu Zhe walked up to Jiang Shao and slapped him across the face. I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? If you don't leave, I'll have to call the security to kick you out. Zhu Zhe said coldly. Jiang Shao held his face, looking pale. He had 1,000 whys in his mind. Although Jiang Shao felt wronged, he didn't doubt for a second that his uncle would have the security escort him out. I'll go. Jiang Shao nodded through gritted teeth. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shao and said with a smile, I already told you that with just a word from me, you would have to leave. Do you believe it now? Jiang Shao was so angry that he gritted his teeth, especially when he saw the smile on Lin Chen's face. He felt like spitting blood. He wanted to curse at Lin Chen, but when he saw his uncle staring at him with a murderous look, he could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Why are you still here? Zhu Zhe urged coldly. Let's go. After giving Lin Chen a resentful look, Jiang Shao quickly turned and left. After Jiang Shao and his group left, Zhu Zhe apologized respectfully to Lin Chen. Director Lin, I apologize for my nephew's rudeness. I will bring him to apologize to you. Mr. Zhu, no need to be so polite, Lin Chen waved his hand. As the saying goes, do not hit a smiling face. Zhu Zhe showed respect, so Lin Chen saw no need to cause trouble. Zhu Zhe relaxed when he heard Lin Chen's response. The incident that occurred here, on the outskirts of the venue, did not attract much attention due to the noisy environment, especially the big bosses inside the venue who did not notice anything. Even Su Yan's father, Su Zong, did not notice Lin Chen here as he was talking to Pinggu. At this moment, Lu Bo, who had just come out of the restroom, walked in. Director Lin, what happened? Lu Bo noticed the tense atmosphere. Nothing, just some clowns. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Mr. Shu, you must be busy today, so please go ahead. Lin Chen gestured for him to leave. Alright, then I'll take my leave. Xu Zhe nodded with a smile and left. After Xu Zhe left, Lu Bo said, Director Lin, I just saw the boss of Jin Chang Group outside, he should be coming in soon. Jin Chang? Lin Chen murmured. Yes, if he comes in, he will definitely pass by here and might meet us, Lu Bo said. Since Lin Chen was near the entrance, he decided to meet him. A middle-aged man wearing a floral shirt, sunglasses, with acne on his face, walked in. Hello, Mr. Xiang. People around greeted him respectfully as he walked past, but he ignored them and walked confidently. He was Xiang Jin Chang, the chairman of Jin Chang Group. In no time, Xiang Jin Chang stood in front of Lin Chen. You must be the famous Mr. Xiang? Lin Chen smiled. Who dares to block my way? Xiang Jin Chang said arrogantly. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Although they had not met before, Lin Chen believed Xiang Jin Chang had seen his photo, and Lu Bo was there to confirm his identity. However, Xiang Jin Chang pretended not to recognize him, clearly trying to embarrass Lin Chen. Mr. Xiang, your arrogance is impressive, but it's a pity you're still being cuckolded by your wife. Lin Chen sneered. Xiang Jin Chang, who was initially proud, twitched at the corner of his eye and his face turned ugly upon hearing Lin Chen's words. This was a sore spot for Xiang Jin Chang, a painful memory. Lin Chen hit a nerve with his words. Lin Chen, do you want to die? Xiang Jin Chang's eyes burned with anger. Oh, Mr. Xiang, you know my name is Lin Chen? If you knew, why pretend not to recognize me just now? What are you pretending for? Lin Chen laughed. Xiang Jin Chang turned pale, unable to retort. Lin Chen, believe me, I will kill you now. Xiang Jin Chang glared at Lin Chen with a menacing look, pulling out a military dagger aimed at Lin Chen's neck. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. In front of everyone, you want to kill me? Do you think I'm here to be killed? If you dare to kill me openly, believe me, you will also die without a doubt. Lin Chen is not afraid to take action against Jin Chang. One reason is that Lin Chen is confident that Jin Chang will not be foolish enough to personally attack him in public. The other reason is that the lone wolf is also protecting himself in the shadows. If Jin Chang really loses his mind and attacks, the lone wolf will also intervene. These 2 points make Lin Chen fearless. Seeing this, Jin Chang's military advisor quickly pulled Jin Chang back. Sir, put down the dagger quickly. This is not the place for violence. He's right, if you act here, we will all be doomed. Although Jin Chang was angry, he could only grit his teeth and put down the dagger after hearing this. Besides being ruthless, Jin Chang has brains to understand the situation. Kid, rest assured, even if I don't act now, I can guarantee you won't live long. Jin Chang gritted his teeth. If you still want to send someone to kill me in secret, you may be disappointed. The last time you sent those dozen lackeys, they were no match for me. Lin Chen sneered. Jin Chang's face changed. Did you kill those people you sent? Jin Chang's face turned pale. He had never found the dozen people he sent to kill Lin Chen last time, and now, hearing Lin Chen's words, he was more convinced that those people were dead. Jin Chang couldn't understand how Lin Chen managed to defeat those dozen people when they attacked him alone. Blame your men for being too weak, not even enough to challenge me, Lin Chen said disdainfully. After a pause, Lin Chen continued with a smile, by the way, you just threatened me, right? Well, I'll threaten you too. Threaten me? Ha, what do you have to threaten me with? Jin Chang also sneered. Of course, with this. Lin Chen took out his phone and waved it in front of Jin Chang. What do you mean? Jin Chang asked, puzzled. It's simple. My phone contains evidence of your affair with your wife. If I'm not in a good mood, I might share it with many people. Lin Chen said with a smile. You. Jin Chang's face turned green upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Although the video was sent to his subordinates last time, he had given strict orders that anyone who dared to spread it would die without a doubt. So the video never leaked. If the video were to spread, he would lose face. Jin Chang was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Sir! Jin Chang's military advisor quickly supported him. How about that? This leverage of yours isn't weak, right? Lin Chen said with a smile. You despicable brat, using such means to threaten me. Jin Chang gritted his teeth. Despicable? Ha, you were despicable first. If you hadn't caused trouble for me in secret, if you hadn't sent people to assassinate me, would I have resorted to this? It's all your own doing. Lin Chen sneered. After a pause, Lin Chen continued, furthermore, I will keep this video for now. If you dare to play dirty tricks again, I promise to let all the citizens of Qingyang City see this video. Bastard! 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 Jin Chang was almost exploding with anger, knowing that Lin Chen held this leverage over him. You're angry, right? It's okay. Let's compete fair and square at today's auction, Lin Chen said with a smile. At this moment, Jin Chang's eyes were bloodshot, filled with uncontrollable rage. He felt the anger in his chest about to explode, wanting to rush up and kill Lin Chen now, but he knew he couldn't do that. Lin Chen, I will make you pay at today's auction. Jin Chang stared coldly at Lin Chen. Zhang Jinxiang is unable to take action against Lin Chen at the moment, so he can only show his colors through today's auction. Zhang Jinxiang has made up his mind that no matter the cost, he will give Lin Chen a good fight today. Will the auction make me look good? Well, you might be disappointed because today's auction will only make you look bad. Lin smiled with a hint of a smile on his lips. Lu Bo, let's go. After saying this, Lin Chen directly took Lu Bo and left. Damn bastard. Zhang Jinxiang watched Lin Chen leave, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Zhang Jinxiang asked himself, it has been a long time since someone dared to challenge him like this face to face. It has been a long time since someone could make him so angry. Some wealthy second generation and bosses who were watching nearby were even more shocked after seeing what had just happened. Who is that young man who dared to challenge Mr. Zhang like that and make him so angry? Yeah, who is he, to have such courage? The bosses and wealthy second generation who did not know Lin Chen were puzzled. You guys are so ignorant. That guy who just spoke is the new chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Do you know what background he has? It will scare you if I tell you. A bald boss who knew the inside story said with a smile. This boss who knew the truth had attended a small party hosted by Lin Chen last time, so he knew who Lin Chen was. What background? The people around looked very puzzled. This new chairman is the grandson-in-law of Mr. Lu Shizhong, the bald boss said. The grandson-in-law of Mr. Lu Shizhong? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. They were very aware of how powerful Mr. Lu Shizhong was, the richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces. Compared to them, who were just local-level bosses, he was many times more powerful. No wonder he dared to challenge Mr. Jiang. No wonder he made Mr. Jiang so angry. Mr. Jiang didn't dare to act against him on the spot. After they learned about Lin Chen's identity, their doubts were instantly resolved. When they looked up at Lin Chen's departing figure, they all had a look of fear, knowing that he was someone they couldn't afford to offend. The grandson-in-law of Mr. Lu was actually in Qingyang City. They couldn't imagine what kind of storm this seemingly ordinary and thin young man would stir up in Qingyang City. On the other side, Director Lin, you shut Zhang Jinxiang up with just a few words, made him furious, and he couldn't vent his anger. It was really satisfying to watch, Lu Bo said happily. He brought it upon himself, Lin Chen said with a smile. But Director Lin, there is a downside to this. Just now you angered him, and he threatened to make us look bad at the auction. It means he will definitely cause trouble at the auction later. We only prepared 5 billion, I'm afraid. Lu Bo showed a hint of worry. He could foresee that the auction later would be a bloody battle. Lu Bo knew that if Zhang Jinxiang really spared no expense in the competition, the 5 billion they prepared might not be enough. Even if I didn't provoke him just now, today's auction would still be a bloodbath, Lin Chen said calmly. That's true, Lu Bo nodded. As for the money, you don't need to worry, I have made arrangements. Lin Chen showed a confident smile. Inside the venue circle, I heard that just now at the entrance, Mr. Zhang had a conflict with the new director of Huading, almost coming to blows. What happened just now at the entrance quickly spread to the inner circle of the venue, reaching the ears of these bosses in the inner circle. Huading Group and Mr. Zhang's Jinxiang Group are competitors to begin with. Now that they have clashed again, this auction will be quite a show. When 2 tigers fight, one will get hurt. Yes, this auction will be very intense with the competition between the 2 of them. I don't know who the final winner will be. As the top commercial group in the southwest region, Huading Group is definitely superior. It's hard to say, although Huading Group is impressive, this is just the Qingyang branch after all. Xianye has been the local boss in Qingyang for over 10 years, and the capital he has accumulated should not be underestimated. The debate was intense. Who will be the winner of this auction? Of course, the only thing everyone can be sure of is that if the competition is too fierce, even the ultimate winner will pay a high price. With this in mind, everyone became more eager for this auction. Of course, many bosses in the inner circle only knew that there was a conflict between the new chairman of Huading and Xianye, but many of them did not know that the new chairman of Huading is the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. In a certain place in the inner circle, Su Yan's father, Su Zong, also heard this news. Su Zong was chatting with the president of the Qingyang City Chamber of Commerce. President Yin, I just heard someone say that the new chairman of Huading Group is the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Is this true? Su Zong asked. Su Zong, you are right. This new chairman is indeed the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. President Yin nodded. After a pause, President Yin continued, I just met him before. Although he is young, he is talented and does not have the air of a second-generation rich kid. He dresses very casually without any luxury brands. Among the second and third-generation rich kids, he is a rare breed. I believe he will have a bright future. Oh, President Yin has always been good at judging people. In that case, he is truly a rare talent. Su Zong exclaimed. Su Zong thought to himself that this person is not only a top third-generation rich kid but also lacks the air of arrogance, making him truly unique. He became more determined to find a way to introduce his daughter to him. So Su Zong smiled and said, President Yin, you mentioned that you have met him before. Could you help introduce me to him? I would like to meet this grandson of Mr. Lu. Of course, no problem. Follow me, President Yin said with a smile. Then, President Yin led Su Zong forward. Yes, we're almost there. President Yin pointed ahead as they walked. Su Zong followed President Yin's direction and saw a young figure ahead. Why does he look familiar? Su Zong muttered to himself when he saw the figure, feeling like he had seen this person before but couldn't remember who. Because the person had their back to him, he couldn't see their face and couldn't make a judgment. Su Zong, you must show utmost respect later, he is not on the same level as us. President Yin reminded. Don't worry, President Yin, I understand even without you saying it. Su Zong replied with a smile. Soon, President Yin led Su Zong to the figure. President Yin respectfully said to the figure, Chairman Lin, I am President Yin, here to introduce someone to you. Su Zong also stood respectfully in place, smiling as he looked at the figure. Under Su Zong's gaze, the figure slowly turned around. To Su Zong's surprise, it was not someone else but Lin Chen. When Su Zong saw Lin Chen, his smile froze on his face, his complexion turned pale, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. In Su Zong's mind, everything seemed to explode. It's you! Su Zong stared at Lin Chen in shock, his voice sharp with extreme horror. Su Zong never dreamed that it would be Lin Chen. When Lin Chen saw Su Zong, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, then he returned to calmness, and a smile appeared on his lips. Because Lin Chen had anticipated the possibility of encountering Su Yan's father, Mr. Su, at the auction. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Hurry up and say hello to Director Lin. President Yin pushed Mr. Su's back. How could he be Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Isn't he a student at Qingyang University? Mr. Su's eyes were full of disbelief. He had just seen Lin Chen yesterday and obtained Lin Chen's personal information from the school, which clearly showed that Lin Chen was from a poor family. At this moment, Lu Bo sitting next to Lin Chen also turned around. Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? Our Director Lin does study at Qingyang University. Being the chairman is just Director Lin's side job, Lu Bo said with a smile. This, Mr. Su certainly knew Lu Bo, he was the chairman of Huading Group. Even if Mr. Su didn't believe it, he had to believe it at this moment when even the general manager of Huading Group said so. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me to introduce Director Lin to you? I introduced you, why are you like this? President Yin frowned. President Yin had specifically instructed Mr. Su before coming to treat Lin Chen with a good attitude, but he didn't expect Mr. Su to react like this upon seeing Lin Chen. President Yin. Lin Chen waved his hand at President Yin, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Then, Lin Chen looked at Mr. Su and smiled. Mr. Su, that's right, I am the new chairman of Huading Group, and yes, I am Lu Zhizhong's grandson. But, Mr. Su stared at Lin Chen, still unable to understand. Yesterday by the Yanglu Lake, I told you that what you see is just the surface of the lake, you know nothing about what lies beneath, just like your understanding of me, only on the surface. In fact, you know nothing about me, Lin Chen said calmly. After hearing this, Mr. Su sighed deeply, finally understanding that Lin Chen was just hiding his identity. He realized that with Lin Chen's status, creating a fake personal profile would be easy. I, Su, have indeed misjudged. Mr. Su lowered his head. Mr. Su had been thinking of finding a way to match his daughter with Lu Lao's grandson. He never dreamed that this person would turn out to be Lin Chen. Just yesterday at Qingyang University by the Yanglu Lake, he warned Lin Chen to stay away from his daughter. How dramatic and ridiculous it all seemed now. Mr. Su, how do you feel now? Do you think I am worthy of your daughter? Lin Chen stared at Mr. Su, showing a smile. Of course. Mr. Su nodded with a forced smile. Mr. Su knew very well that just being Lu Zhizhong's grandson made Lin Chen more than suitable for his daughter. It was his daughter who might not be up to his level. Mr. Su continued with a smile, Director Lin, yesterday I was out of my mind. I fully support you and Su Yen now. Mr. Su realized that Lin Chen and his daughter were already a couple, which made him very happy. Mr. Su, let me tell you the truth about me and Su Yen. We are not a couple. I just pretended to be her boyfriend for a few days to help her deal with Jiang Xiao's harassment, Lin Chen said calmly. What? Mr. Su's expression stiffened. Just a moment ago, Mr. Su was celebrating the fact that Lin Chen and his daughter were a couple, making him Lin Chen's father-in-law and related to Lu Zhizhong. But before he could even enjoy it for 3 seconds, Lin Chen revealed the truth. At this moment, the auction staff had picked up the microphone and announced that the auction was about to begin. Lin Chen stood up. Mr. Su, about my identity, I hope you won't tell Su Yen. Yes. Mr. Su nodded quickly. Lu Bo, let's go. Lin Chen called Lu Bo to go to the auction venue together. Mr. Su watched Lin Chen leave, his expression complex. At the same time, Mr. Su secretly made up his mind to find a way to match Lin Chen and his daughter. Even if their relationship was fake, he wanted them to end up together. The auction was about to begin, and the big bosses inside the venue started making their way there. As for the wealthy second-generation individuals, they could play in the lobby outside but did not have the qualifications to enter the main auction hall. The main auction hall was on the 3rd floor, and Lin Chen and Lu Bo entered together, taking their assigned seats in the front row of the VIP section. As the chairman of Huading Group, Lin Chen would be seated in the VIP section even without saying a word. This was Lin Chen's first time in such a place, but he remained calm because the balance in his account gave him enough confidence. Glancing around, Lin Chen saw that the auction was not very large, able to accommodate about 100 people. As Lin Chen looked around, Xiang Jinxiang from Jin Chang Group happened to pass by him. Let's wait and see, kid. Xiang Jinxiang glared at Lin Chen fiercely. Sure, let's see who will have the last laugh at today's auction, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Xiang Jinxiang did not respond and walked directly to his seat. Xiang Jinxiang also sat in the front row of the VIP section, but he was on the left side while Lin Chen was on the right side, deliberately separated by the auction organizers. A few minutes later, all the bosses had taken their seats. Boom! The lights in the auction suddenly went out, leaving only a few small lights in the spotlight on the auction stage. At that moment, a host strode onto the stage. Welcome, bosses, to the annual auction in Xingyang City, the host said warmly. After a brief introduction to today's auction, the host invited several officials from Xingyang City to give speeches. After the speeches, 15 minutes had passed. I believe you are all eagerly anticipating the start of the auction, right? Well, without further ado, let the auction begin. The host raised his hand. The first item up for auction was brought out. It was a calligraphy painting with a starting price of 100,000, with increments of at least 10,000. Lin Chen wasn't interested in calligraphy paintings, but the auctioneer's introduction made him sleepy. To Lin Chen's surprise, many bidders raised the price of the painting, which was eventually sold for 550,000. The second item, an antique vase, also sold for 400,000. The third item was a jade bracelet made of glass, starting at 300,000. 350,000. 400,000. 450,000. Bidding started with a flurry of voices. Lu Bo, what is glass jade? Lin Chen asked Lu Bo. Having been a poor boy before, Lin Chen knew about jade but was not familiar with specific classifications. Chairman Lin, glass jade is the best type of jade. This glass jade bracelet has good quality. If nothing unexpected happens, it might fetch a high price in the millions, Lu Bo explained while looking at the stage. Then, Lu Bo turned to Lin Chen curiously and asked, Chairman Lin, are you interested in this jade bracelet? Somewhat interested, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. The price had already reached a high of 15 million. Mr. Ting bids 15 million. Is there a higher bid than 15 million? 15 million for the first time. 155 million for the second time. The host on stage raised the auction hammer and began the countdown. I bid 5 million. At that moment, a loud voice rang out. Everyone followed the sound and saw the person who appeared. It was Lin Chen. Wow, the new chairman of Huading is so generous, raising the price so much in one go. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when Lin Chen raised the bid to 5 million. Boss Ting, I have my eye on this jade bracelet, do you mind? Lin Chen turned to Boss Ting, who was sitting not far away. Boss Ting was the one who had just bid 15 million. No, no. Boss Ting could only laugh awkwardly. He had set his sights on this jade bracelet, thinking he could definitely win it. But Lin Chen raised the bid to 1.5 million directly, so he didn't dare to bid any higher. He didn't think his financial luck could compare to Lin Chen's 1.5 million. This jade bracelet belongs to Chairman Lin of Huading. The host saw no one else bidding and immediately hammered down. The auction continued with many items being auctioned off one after another, but Lin Chen did not bid again. Lin Chen was waiting for the main event, the land auction. On the stage, after another item was auctioned off, the host's voice rang out loudly. Many bosses in the audience perked up upon hearing this. The first piece of land is the land near the East City Fire Temple, starting at 2 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. The host announced, 2.5 million, 2.8 million. Bidding voices immediately filled the air. Chairman Lin, this piece of land is in the outskirts, quite remote, not of high value. Our company has no development intentions, Lu Bo said. Lin Chen nodded. Lu Bo had told Lin Chen before that the Fire Temple land was not one of the must-grab pieces of land. Xiang Jinxiang also did not participate in the bidding, apparently not interested in this piece of land. In the end, this piece of land was taken by a local small developer for 8 million. Such low-value locations were left to these smaller developers. Of course, these local small developers could only afford some inconspicuous land, as they had no capital to compete with Jin Chang Group and Huading Group for prime locations. At this point, the auction for the second piece of land began. Development Zone No. 12, total area of 78 acres. The value of this land is very high. I believe many bosses have an idea in mind, starting at 8 million. Minimum increment of 500,000. The host announced. Wow, this land is in the prime location on the left side of the development zone. This is a valuable piece of land. That's right, the value of this land is very high. Huading Group and Jin Chang Group will definitely engage in fierce competition. I wonder which side will ultimately win this land. Many bosses in the audience couldn't help but discuss when they heard about Development Zone No. 12. They could foresee a fierce battle about to unfold. 8.5 million, 9 million, 9.5 million. Some local real estate bosses tentatively started bidding. Although they knew they couldn't compete with Huading Group and Jin Chang Group once the price went up, they could still try bidding at lower price levels. Lin Chen, who had been resting his eyes, opened them upon hearing about Development Zone No. 12. The importance of this piece of land had been explained to Lin Chen by Lu Bo on the way here. Xiang Jinxiang, who had been leaning back in his chair, also sat up at this moment. 50 million. A young voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Lin Chen who had bid. Wow, the chairman of Huading actually raised the bid to 50 million in one go. This shows his confidence in winning. Everyone was startled by Lin Chen's sudden increase in bid. Although the value of this land was high, normally it could be won for around 80 million. After all, Xingyang City was not a provincial capital, and the property prices here had not skyrocketed to the terrifying levels of provincial capitals. Those local bosses who were originally testing the waters immediately shut up. At this price, they no longer had the capital to bid. Xiang Jinxiang was also shocked by Lin Chen's sudden increase in price. Since Lin Chen had made a move, Xiang Jinxiang naturally wouldn't wait any longer. 60 million. Xiang Jinxiang raised his placard in bid, adding another 10 million. Xiang Yi bid 60 million, is there a higher bid? The host on stage shouted loudly. 1 billion. Lin Chen's voice rang out again. The bosses present were all astonished to hear the price suddenly raised to 1 billion. It's already at 1 billion? Although this piece of land is valuable, it's worth at most 1 billion, right? The chairman of Huading directly bid 1 billion, he doesn't want to slowly increase, he wants to take it directly. I wonder what Xiang Yi will do. Everyone looked at Xiang Jinxiang one after another. This kid is not playing by the rules. Xiang Jinxiang saw Lin Chen bid 1 billion, his face looked a bit gloomy. Xiang Jinxiang had planned to increase by 10 million each time. This increase was already quite high. They didn't expect Lin Chen to bid 1 billion instantly. Normally, buying this piece of land wouldn't cost 1 billion. Xiang Yi, this kid is clearly trying to compete with us. The strategist sitting next to Xiang Jinxiang said, my 6 billion was not prepared in vain. Xiang Jinxiang said with narrowed eyes. Lin Dong bid 1 billion, is there a higher bid than 1 billion? The host on stage shouted loudly. I bid 1 billion 100 million. Xiang Jinxiang raised his placard to bid. Xiang Yi bids 1 billion 100 million. Is there a higher bid? The host's voice was loud. Lin Chen looked at Xiang Jinxiang and said, I say Xiang Yi, are you not tired of adding only 10 million each time? You. Xiang Jinxiang's face changed, This was a blatant provocation to him. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, then smiled and raised his placard to bid again. I bid 2 billion. 2 billion? In our Qingyang city, land has never been auctioned for 2 billion. The people present were shocked to hear Lin Chen suddenly raise the price to 2 billion. This increase was too fierce, right? Even the host on stage was shocked to hear 2 billion. This number had already set a record in the history of land auctions in Qingyang City. The highest price for land auctioned in Qingyang City last time was 1,200,000,000. And today's land auction had just begun, and it had already broken the historical record? Even Lu Bo, sitting next to Lin Chen, was shocked by Lin Chen. After a moment of stunned silence, the host quickly announced loudly, 2 billion. Director Lin bids 2 billion. Is there a higher bid than 2 billion? The bosses in the venue, as well as the host on stage, all looked at Xiang Jinxiang at this time. They knew that only Xiang Jinxiang had the qualification to compete. Xiang Jinxiang's face looked a bit ugly at this moment. 2 billion, it had already far exceeded the original price of this piece of land. Xiang Jinxiang had initially prepared only 3 billion, and later increased it to 6 billion to deal with Lin Chen, but now bidding for a piece of land had reached 2 billion? Damn, this kid is not considering the cost. Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth. Lin Chen's aggressive bidding caught Xiang Jinxiang off guard. But Xiang Jinxiang had talked tough today. He wanted to embarrass Lin Chen at the auction today. If he backed down now, he would be the one looking bad. Xiang Jinxiang, who was in a difficult position, could only grit his teeth and raise his placard to bid 2,500,000,000. This time, Xiang Jinxiang bravely added 500 million at once. After quoting this price, Xiang Jinxiang was already bleeding in his heart. I bid 3,500,000,000. Before Xiang Jinxiang's words fell, Lin Chen once again quoted 3,500,000,000 before the host on stage could ask. 3,500,000,000? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this bid. Oh my, this piece of land, originally worth around 80 to 90 million, was bid up to 350 million? That's more than 3 times the value. What? 350 million? Xiang Jinxiang's facial muscles twitched. Normally, the higher the price goes, the smaller the increments, but he didn't expect it to reach such a high price, with Lin Chen raising the bid by another billion. Xiang Yi, this kid is completely disregarding the cost. Should we continue bidding? The strategist was also flustered. They had anticipated that Lin Chen might raise the price, but they didn't expect him to raise it so aggressively. Xiang Jinxiang was also hesitant at this point. If he bid more, it would be a big loss, but he couldn't bear to give up. As Xiang Jinxiang hesitated, Lin Chen spoke up. I say, Xiang Yi, you talked tough before the auction started. What's wrong? Can't handle it now? Xiang Jinxiang, can't handle it? Xiang Jinxiang was instantly furious. 4 billion. I'll offer 4 billion. Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth and shouted. Fine, I'll offer 5 billion. Lin Chen directly countered with a smile. When Lin Chen made his bid, the whole room erupted in shock. 5 billion? Goodness! To bid 5 billion for this piece of land. The entire venue was buzzing. Everyone knew that this land was definitely not worth that much money. Is Director Lin too aggressive? To bid 5 billion just to compete with Xiang Yi? Even Lu Bo beside him couldn't help but pull Lin Chen back. Director Lin, I only prepared 5 billion in total. This is just the first piece of land, and you've put it all out there, and to spend 5 billion on this land, it's not worth it. Lu Bo urged anxiously. I have my own plans. Lin Chen smiled. Then, Lin Chen stood up and looked at Xiang Jinxiang. Xiang Yi, are you still in the game? If you are, let's continue. Lin Chen said with a smile. You. Xiang Jinxiang's face turned green. If he continued to bid, the price would exceed his limit. If he didn't bid, he couldn't back down with so many people watching. Xiang Yi, forget it. Don't fight for it, there are better opportunities ahead, the strategist advised. Just then, Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiang Jinxiang, if you can't handle it, then get out. You're not qualified to compete with me in an auction. Damn it! Furious, Xiang Jinxiang slammed the armrest of his chair with both hands and stood up abruptly. If I don't win this land today, I won't be surnamed Xiang. 6 billion. I offer 6 billion. Angry Xiang Jinxiang directly raised the bid by another billion this time. 6 billion. Goodness, 6 billion. The bosses in the venue were almost numb with shock at such a figure. Before the auction began, everyone had anticipated that today's land auction would be intense. But no one expected it to reach this level. At that moment, Lin suddenly stood up, looked at Xiang Jinxiang, and said with a smile, fine, 6 billion. This land is yours. Then, Lin Chen looked up at the stage and said to the host, Xiang Yi bid 6 billion, I don't think anyone else will bid, so let's close the deal. Oh, alright. The host, still in a daze, nodded quickly upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Then, with a sharp sound, the host slammed the gavel and loudly announced, Development Zone, Plot 12, 6 billion. It belongs to Xiang Yi. This price directly set a new record for the highest price ever in Xinjiang City. At that moment, Xiang Yi was dumbfounded. Kid, you're not bidding anymore? Xiang Jinxiang glared at Lin Chen on the other side. Just now, Xiang Jinxiang had been riled up by Lin Chen, thinking that Lin Chen would continue to compete with him. 6 billion for this land? Only a fool like you would buy it. I don't even want to bid a single billion. Lin Chen laughed. After a pause, Lin Chen continued with a smile, I raised the price just to trick you. The things I said before were just to provoke you on purpose. I didn't expect you to be so foolish, falling into my trap so easily. Then, Lin Chen clapped his hands and said, Congratulations, my lord, for winning Lot 12 in the development zone for 6 billion, setting a record. Let's give him a round of applause. Put. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiang Jinxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen was actually setting him up, intentionally provoking him and then deliberately tricking him? Bastard, I'll kill you. Xiang Jinxiang stood up violently, as if he was going to rush over and kill Lin Chen, his eyes filled with rage. My lord, you can't do this. The strategist held Xiang Jinxiang back. My lord, the auction is officially organized, you can't do this. If you act violently here, we won't be able to cover for you, the strategist urgently advised. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jinxiang calmed down. Lin Chen, I'm not done with you. Not done. After shouting loudly at Lin Chen, Xiang Jinxiang sat back heavily on his chair. At this moment, Xiang Jinxiang's face turned purple with anger. 6 billion was a huge sum, and he was tricked by Lin Chen like this. Most importantly, how could Xiang Jinxiang swallow his pride in front of so many bosses? The whole venue was still buzzing with excitement. I can't believe it, the new chairman of Huading intentionally raised the price to trick my lord. He tricked my lord out of 6 billion this time. In the entire business community of Xinjiang City, perhaps only he dares to trick my lord like this? My lord must be furious now. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Jinxiang trembled with anger. On the other side, Director Lin, your move was really clever. We made Xiang Jinxiang lose a lot of money without any loss on our side, and we also gave him a lesson, making him so angry that he's spitting blood. Lu Bo couldn't help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Just a moment ago, Lu Bo was very worried about why Lin Chen was raising the price so crazily, but now he realized how clever Lin Chen was. After a pause, Lu Bo continued, after Xiang Jinxiang spends this 6 billion, I estimate that he will be running out of money, and after the recent turmoil, he probably won't dare to bid recklessly again. I guarantee that this will be the only piece of land he will win at today's auction. I won't let him win another piece of land. Lin Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, the host on stage said, Next, we will auction Lot 16 in the new park, with a total area of 91 acres, starting at 10 million. On the way here, Lu Bo also introduced this piece of land to Lin Chen. The price of this land was even higher than the previous one. The normal valuation of this land was around 120 million. I bid 1 billion. Before the host could finish, Lin Chen directly raised his paddle to bid. Hiss. Director Lin is bidding again. And it's such a terrifying raise. I wonder if Director Lin is trying to continue raising the price against my lord, or if he really wants to win this piece of land. Lin Chen's bid once again ignited the atmosphere in the room. Everyone looked at Xiang Jinxiang, wanting to know how he would respond. Everyone knew that the current auction was a battle between Xiang Jinxiang and Lin Chen. My lord is raising the price again. Is he trying to trick us intentionally again? What should we do? The strategist expressed concern. Damn bastard. Xiang Jinxiang's face turned pale. For Xiang Jinxiang, after being tricked just now, facing Lin Chen's significant price increase now put him in a dilemma. If he continues to raise the price, he fears Lin Chen will trick him, but if he doesn't raise the price, he will have to hand over the land to Lin Chen, which he is unwilling to do. Next, with a fierce slap on the armrest of the Grandmaster's chair, Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth and said, No matter what, I can't just give in to him. This piece of land is the best today. He just put down one piece. I don't believe he would be willing to give this piece of land to me. Xiang Jinxiang was determined. Lin Chen couldn't possibly give him this piece of land. But Xiang Yi, this time we only prepared a total of 6 billion. We just spent all the money on the development zone land. We don't have money to bid. The strategist said helplessly. Don't worry, I still have 3 billion in my private account. Xiang Jinxiang said with narrowed eyes. 1 billion for the second time. Any higher bids? The host on stage began the countdown. I bid 2 billion. Xiang Jinxiang immediately raised the bid. After Xiang Jinxiang made the bid, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Xiang Yi in surprise and said, "Xiang Yi, are you still daring to bid? Aren't you afraid I will continue to outsmart you?" Lin Chen thought that after deliberately raising the price to deceive Xiang Jinxiang, he wouldn't dare to bid recklessly again, right? He shouldn't bid again, right? Lin Chen thought that this way, he should be able to get this piece of land at a cheap price. So Xiang Jinxiang's bid again made Lin Chen somewhat surprised, and this time Xiang Jinxiang raised the bid by a full billion. "If you have the guts, deceive me. This piece of land is the most important, I don't believe you will give up." Xiang Jinxiang's voice was loud. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in them. Lin Chen didn't expect Xiang Jinxiang to guess his thoughts. Indeed, this piece of land was a must-win for Lin Chen. Lu Bo couldn't help but whisper, "Xiang Jinxiang does have some brains, he can actually determine that we must have this piece of land." "Ah, kid, look at your expression, I probably guessed it right, didn't I? This time, it's my turn to raise your bid. If you want this land, be prepared to pay more than I just did." Xiang Jinxiang laughed. "Damn it!" Lin Chen's face darkened. At this moment, the auction host above looked at Lin Chen and said, "Xiang Yi bids 2 billion, does anyone want to bid higher?" This statement was obviously directed at Lin Chen, as he was the only one with the capital to continue bidding. "I bid 3 billion. Lin Chen raised his paddle and bid 4 billion. Xiang Jinxiang smiled and raised the bid. Xiang Jinxiang's intention was clear, that is, if Lin Chen wanted this piece of land, he would have to pay a heavy price. He wanted revenge for what happened earlier. 5 billion. Lin Chen continued to bid 6 billion. Xiang Jinxiang continued to raise the bid without hesitation. 8 billion. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and raised the bid by 2 billion. This price had already exceeded the original value of the land and once again broke the record for the highest land price in Xingyang City. But there was no other way. As Xiang Jinxiang had said earlier, Lin Chen had already let go of an important piece of land to deceive him. How could he let go of this one? "Kid, now you know how difficult it is to get land, right? As I said, if you want this land, you have to pay a heavy price." Xiang Jinxiang showed a smug smile. Then, Xiang Jinxiang raised the gavel again. 9 billion, I bid 9 billion. Hiss. 9 billion. The bosses present gasped at this price. Even though they were prepared after the last round of bidding, hearing such a terrifying number like 9 billion still made their hearts race. Even in the provincial capital, it was difficult to bid a piece of land to such a terrifying price. This price was enough to become the king's price of the entire province. The total net worth of many bosses present was less than 9 billion. 9 billion? Lin Chen squinted at the stage, his gaze complex. Xiang Yi bids 9 billion for the first time. The host on stage called out, his voice hoarse and his face flushed. The host, who has hosted many auctions, had never experienced such a terrifying land price before. "This is a whopping 9 billion. 9 billion for the second time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 9 billion? The host shouted while looking at Lin Chen, knowing that only Lin Chen could possibly continue bidding. After some thought, Lin Chen said, "No one is bidding higher than 9 billion. With that, Lin Chen sat down. The smile on Xiang Yi's face disappeared when he saw Lin Chen sit down, and he exclaimed, "Hey, why did you sit down?" Lin Chen calmly replied, "I'm not crazy enough to spend 9 billion on this piece of land." He then closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Xiang Yi panicked when he saw Lin Chen close his eyes and shouted, Hey, don't stop bidding. Bid again, and I won't raise the price. Hurry and bid." Lin Chen, with his eyes closed, shook his head and muttered, "Idiot." The host on stage raised the auction hammer and declared, 9 billion for the third time. "If no one bids higher, I will close the auction." Xiang Yi, realizing he couldn't afford the land, frantically shouted to retract his bid, but the rules didn't allow it. The auctioneer then slammed the hammer down, and Xiang Yi ended up winning the land for 9 billion. As the hammer fell, Xiang Yi turned pale and fainted. The strategist rushed to his side, trying to revive him. The audience was shocked to see Xiang Yi faint, realizing that his plan to outsmart Lin Chen backfired. Meanwhile, Lin Chen joked about Xiang Yi's fainting spell, and they discussed the situation. Lin Chen had initially planned to acquire the land but decided against it after Xiang Yi bid 9 billion. He saw no point in spending that much money on land that would not yield a profit. On the other side, the strategist revived Xiang Yi, who was shocked to learn that he had won the land for 9 billion. Realizing the financial burden, Xiang Yi spat out blood in disbelief. After all, most of the money in this kind of industrial company is invested in projects, so it's difficult to come up with a large sum of money all at once. Xiang Jinxiang wanted to come up with these 9 billion in a short time, so he had to think of many ways. "Xiang Yi, take care of your health. Take care of your health. You can always make more money." The military advisor comforted him repeatedly. Make way. Xiang Jinxiang stood up abruptly and then looked at Lin Chen sitting on his right. Kid, why didn't you bid? Why didn't you bid? Xiang Jinxiang shouted hysterically. Xiang Yi, I can only say that you are too foolish. You were tricked by me twice in the same time and place, that's your own fault. Lin Chen shrugged. After a pause, Lin Chen smiled and said, 6 billion plus 9 billion, that's a total of 15 billion. Xiang Yi, you are really extravagant. Those two pieces of land are worth less than 2 billion, but you insist on spending 15 billion, TSK. You. Xiang Jinxiang trembled with anger. Xiang Yi, calm down. The military advisor comforted him from behind. Although Xiang Jinxiang was angry, he couldn't do anything at the auction. Kid, just you wait. I will settle the score with you for sure. After saying this, Xiang Jinxiang sat back heavily in his seat. Xiang Jinxiang had already regained consciousness from his fainting spell, and the auction continued. Next up for auction is the C5 plot in the development zone, covering an area of 63 acres, with a starting price of 7 million. The host on stage said, the C5 plot in the development zone, in terms of location and size, was slightly inferior to the previous two plots, but it was also one of Lin Chen's targets. I bid 50 million. Lin Chen directly made an offer. After making the bid, Lin Chen looked at Xiang Jinxiang and said with a smile, Xiang Yi, are we still competing? Get lost. Xiang Jinxiang spat out a word and closed his eyes directly. After the lessons of the past two times, Xiang Jinxiang dared not compete with Lin Chen anymore. He absolutely believed that Lin Chen would bid even higher next time. The C3 plot in the development zone, Chairman Lin bids 50 million. 50 million for the first time. 50 million for the second time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 50 million? The host's voice spread throughout the venue. The entire auction was silent, with no one making a bid. The reason was simple, they had just witnessed how aggressive Lin Chen's bidding was, and they saw how miserable it was to compete with him. In addition, 50 million was already a high price, so no one bid. 50 million for the third time. The C3 plot in the development zone belongs to Chairman Lin. Asterisk bang. Asterisk seeing no one raising the bid, the host immediately hammered down. Well done. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. 50 million to acquire this plot of land was definitely worth it, and the process went very smoothly. Although the value of this land was not as high as the previous two plots, after the development with the prestigious Huading brand, making a profit of 3 to 5 billion in the end would not be a problem. Unlike the previous two plots, acquiring them at such a high price would have resulted in a loss. Damn it! Xiang Jinxiang, seeing Lin Chen easily acquire this plot of land, naturally felt envious, but he had no way to do anything about it. Next, the auction continued, and 3 more plots of land were auctioned off one after another. Lin Chen acquired 2 of them for 40 million and 35 million respectively, which were the normal values of these lands, and no one competed with Lin Chen after he made the bid. As for one plot of land, because of its location and size, it didn't catch Lin Chen's eye, so he didn't make a move, and it was acquired by a local small real estate company for 7.5 million. During this time, Xiang Jinxiang had been sitting pale-faced in his chair, not making a bid again. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is the largest piece of land in this auction, the protected area No. 1 plot, with a total area of 500 acres and a starting price of 50 million. The host announced. The previous largest plot of land was only close to 100 acres, but this time it was a whopping 500 acres. The host's words caused a stir among the crowd. Protective Zone No. 1, it's a prime location, near the core business district of Qingyang City. It's a shame that this land is designated as a protected area by the province, no development allowed for 50 years, buying it would be useless. Indeed, if this land could be developed, it would be a treasure, but it's off limits for development, so buying it is pointless. If I remember correctly, didn't this land go unsold at last year's auction? People whispered and discussed among themselves. For a moment, no one in the entire venue made a bid. A piece of land that couldn't be developed, even at the minimum price of 50 million, no one was willing to take it. Is there any bid for Protective Zone No. 1? The host inquired. I bid 50 million. A loud voice rang out. Everyone turned to see who was bidding. It was Lin Chen. Is the chairman of Huading trying to buy this land? Even if he's wealthy, he shouldn't waste 50 million for nothing, right? Seeing Lin Chen's bid, everyone seemed surprised. Fool, buying land that can't be developed for 50 years. Xiang Yi sneered disdainfully. Where Lin Chen was. Director Lin, this land can't be developed for 50 years, why are you buying it? Lu Bo was puzzled when he saw Lin Chen bidding. Lu Bo, I have my plans, Lin Chen said with a smile. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Bo felt a sense of relief, as he noticed that every time Lin Chen said something like this, it led to surprises. Protective Zone No. 1. Lin Director bids 50 million, any higher bids? Great! This land belongs to Lin Director of Huading Group. Seeing no further bids, the host quickly hammered down. He knew this land had gone unsold several times, with the starting price dropping from 1 billion to 50 million, so it was not easy for someone to buy it now. Who would buy land that couldn't be used for 50 years? After winning this land, Lin Chen also acquired 2 more pieces of land, one for 25 million and another that he didn't fancy, bought by a small real estate company for 8 million. Thus, the auction finally concluded. This time, Lin Chen bought a total of 5 pieces of land, spending exactly 2 billion. Although he couldn't secure the best 2 pieces of land, the remaining 4 in the protected area were worth it, especially considering the low prices. Originally prepared with 25 billion, the plan was to outspend Xiang Jinxiang, preventing him from getting any land, as suggested by Grandpa initially, a straightforward approach. However, Lin Chen changed the plan on the spot, showing adaptability crucial for a company chairman. In Lin Chen's view, the new plan cost Xiang Jinxiang 15 billion, saved him a significant amount of money, acquired some land, which was definitely a good deal. After the auction ended, it was already noon, and the auction organizers had prepared lunch. The landowners who participated in the auction were invited to a separate lunch at the hotel's rooftop restaurant. Luo Ming, the auctioneer, couldn't stop smiling because the land auction today fetched nearly 18 billion. Considering that the land was originally valued at around 4 billion, they undoubtedly made a huge profit this time. Of the nearly 18 billion, 15 billion was contributed by Xiang Yi. Inside the restaurant, 10 real estate bosses sat at the same table, including Lin Chen and Xiang Yi. Thank you, bosses, for your support of our work. Luo Ming stood up first to propose a toast. After a round of toasts, Lin Chen casually suggested, Luo Ming, you should toast Xiang Jinxiang separately, after all, he contributed 15 billion today. Alright, I'll toast Xiang Yi. Luo Ming chuckled awkwardly. Jin Chang's face darkened as he realized he had been swindled out of 15 billion. His heart was bleeding. Although Jin Chang had made a lot of money over the years, it would still take him several years to earn back the 15 billion. Despite this, he managed to force a smile when Luo Ming offered him a toast. Just as they raised their glasses, Lin Chen chuckled and said, spending 15 billion to buy land that was originally worth only 2 billion shows that you, Mr. Xiang, truly want to make a contribution. You! Jin Chang slammed his glass on the table and glared angrily at Lin Chen. How dare you spend 15 billion to buy 2 billion worth of land? Everyone knows about it. Are you afraid of it being exposed? Lin Chen said with a smile. Seeing the situation, Luo Ming intervened. Both of you, let's calm down. Here, let me offer you a drink. No problem. Lin Chen raised his glass with a smile. Jin Chang, of course, couldn't appear lacking in grace, so he also raised his glass. After a drink, Jin Chang proudly declared, Lin Chen, what are you so proud of? Although I spent a lot of money at the auction, I managed to secure the 2 best pieces of land. Jin Chang was full of anger at the auction and now he wanted to find a way to retaliate against Lin Chen and vent his frustration. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said with a smile, the 2 pieces of land you acquired are indeed good, but compared to the protection zone no. One that I acquired, your 2 pieces of land are simply worthless, pure garbage. Ha, you still have the nerve to mention protection zone no. 1. You are such a fool, spending money on a piece of land that cannot be developed for 50 years, and you still have the face to talk about it. Jin Chang sneered. For Jin Chang, Lin Chen's purchase of protection zone no. 1 was the only thing he could use to mock Lin Chen. The local real estate bosses at the table nodded in agreement. Yes, although that protection zone no. 1 is a valuable piece of land, it is designated as a protected area by the province, and development is prohibited for 50 years. Even if you buy it, it can only be left idle. Lin Chen, however, said, Mr. Xiang, I didn't buy it to leave it idle. I plan to develop a top-notch commercial center and high-end residential area on this land, making it the most prosperous place in Xinjiang City. This piece of land is a whopping 500 acres in size, with great development potential if it were to be developed. What? You want to build a commercial center on this land? Ha, you are too naive. Haven't we told you already? This land is a protected area designated by the province, and development is prohibited for 50 years. Don't you understand? Jin Chang mocked. Of course I understand, but the province has already lifted the ban. Lin Chen shrugged. What did you say? Jin Chang stood up abruptly. Nonsense. How could the province lift the ban? If they did, why haven't we heard any news about it? You are just trying to argue here. Jin Chang shouted. That just shows how useless you are. Lin Chen shrugged. Then, Lin Chen took out a document and threw it on the table. The lifting document is right here. If you don't believe it, open your eyes wide and take a good look. This document was the mysterious gift that Lin Chen's grandfather personally gave him at home yesterday. Jean Chang, with an incredulous expression, quickly grabbed the document. After reading it, he slumped back in his chair, his face filled with despair, and the document fell on the table. Could it really have been lifted? Luo Ming, next to him, noticed Jean Chang's expression and quickly grabbed the document. It's true. It's actually been lifted. Luo Ming exclaimed after reading the document, his voice sharp with astonishment. Boom! As Luo Ming's words rang out, the entire private room erupted. Wow, has Protected Area No. 1 really been lifted from the development ban after 6 years? If this land is developed, the value will be enormous. After all, the location is excellent. If Huading Group develops this land and turns it into the most prosperous area in Xinjiang City, they will definitely make a fortune on this project. The bosses sitting at the table are all real estate tycoons in Xinjiang City, so they are well aware of the potential profits from developing Protected Area No. 1. Of course, they are not envious because they know that their companies do not have the capability to undertake such a large project. However, Xiang Jinxiang is different. Why? Why was I not informed at all? Xiang Jinxiang roared in anger. If he had known that the ban on this land was lifted, he would have done everything possible to acquire it because of its immense value. But the fact is, Lin Chen easily acquired this valuable land for 50 million? Undoubtedly, Lin Chen is the biggest winner of today's auction. Xiang, how about that? My land is much better than the 2 pieces you acquired combined, right? And I only spent 50 million, while you spent 15 billion, TSK, Lin Chen said with a smile. You. Xiang Jinxiang was trembling with anger, his face turning purple and blue, as if he was about to explode. You really want to know why, don't you? Well, let me tell you, this land was indeed originally prohibited from development, Lin Chen said with a smile. Then he continued, but under the operation of my grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, the ban was directly lifted. And the information was blocked by my grandfather, so no one in Xinjiang City knew, all to make it easy for me to acquire and develop the land, so it's normal that you didn't know. So that's how it is, Luo Ming nodded in realization. As the land manager of Xinjiang City, Luo Ming should have been the first to receive the news if the ban on Protected Area No. 1 was lifted. But he didn't receive any information at all, and now he understands that it was Lin Chen's grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, who was behind the operation. Through this incident, it is evident that Lin Chen's grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, has great capabilities. Everyone became even more fearful of Lin Chen, understanding that he is a terrifying presence they cannot afford to provoke. Even Luo Ming secretly decided that he must not offend Lin Chen and should instead try to befriend him. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Xiang Jinxiang's face turned even paler. At this moment, Lin Chen stood up, took back the document, and said to Luo Ming, I've finished my meal, so I'll take my leave now. Then he looked at Xiang Jinxiang. Xiang Jinxiang, do you really think you can compete with Huading Group? Dream on. The power of my grandfather is not something you can match. Remember, challenging our Huading Group is a dead end for you. Lin Chen's tone was sharp and fierce as he spoke each word. Lu Bo, let's go. After saying that, Lin Chen directly walked out with Lu Bo. Bang! Damn it! Xiang Jinxiang slammed his fist hard on the table and hysterically shouted at Lin Chen's back. Under this punch, many wine glasses on the table were knocked over. Enraged, the bosses sitting there were all pale with fear. After leaving the rooftop restaurant, Lin Chen said, Lin Dong, seeing Xiang Jinxiang so angry today is really satisfying. Lu Bo said excitedly. He brought it upon himself. Daring to go against me, Lin Chen, will definitely not end well for him, Lin Chen said with a smile. But Lin Dong, you are truly amazing. To make Xiang Jinxiang so angry, it is closely related to your courage and wisdom. Lu Bo praised. Through today's events, Lu Bo has an even higher regard for Lin Chen. Lu Bo increasingly believes that Lin Chen has the ability to take the Qingyang branch of Huading Group to new heights. And about acquiring the No. 1 plot in the protected area, this land is truly a treasure. Now that the ban has been lifted and it belongs to our company, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Haha, Lu Bo exclaimed. The value of the No. 1 plot in the protected area is well known to Lu Bo. So, next I will entrust you with a very challenging task. Lin Chen stopped and looked at Lu Bo. Is it about developing the No. 1 plot in the protected area? Lu Bo asked eagerly. Exactly, that's the task. Starting today, for the next year, this will be our company's key project. I've said that we will turn this place into the most prosperous area in Xinjiang City, Lin Chen said. The No. One plot in the protected area is the mysterious gift that his grandfather gave him this time, a gift that is truly precious to Lin Chen. Director Lin, if this project is completed, the direct benefits it brings will be no less than 2 billion, and the future indirect benefits will be even more terrifying. The influence of our Huading Group in Xinjiang City will also reach new heights, completely stepping on Jin Chang Group, Lu Bo exclaimed. Then, Lu Bo's tone changed, expressing concern. This will be a huge project. Even though our branch is in Xinjiang City, it is an unprecedented large project, so the investment will inevitably be very large, and our company may not be able to bear it. Don't worry, in addition to the company's funds and resources, I will also invest 15 billion specifically for this project. You just need to put your heart into making this project the best it can be, Lin Chen said seriously. This time at the auction, Lin Chen had prepared 25 billion, originally intended to be used against Jin Chang, but this time only 2 billion was used, leaving 23 billion, which could be used to invest in this massive project. 15 billion investment? Lu Bo was taken aback. Then, Lu Bo exclaimed, Director Lin, with such a large investment, plus the funds we already have, I have absolute confidence in this project. But you need to be fully focused, and you must increase security measures, never let Jin Chang cause trouble, Lin Chen said seriously. Yes, Jin Chang suffered such a big loss today, he will definitely not take it lying down. Director Lin, you also need to be careful, or should I arrange a few bodyguards for you? Lu Bo said. Given Jin Chang's character, after suffering such a big loss today, he will definitely seek crazy revenge. No need to arrange for me, I have my own way of ensuring security, but you should arrange a few bodyguards for yourself, Lin Chen advised. As they spoke, Lin Chen and Lu Bo had already taken the elevator to the first floor of the hotel. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Lin Chen noticed that there were about 10 to 20 bosses gathered here. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, these bosses came up to him. Young Master Lin, I am Zhang Zhiyong from Gaoqing Group, here is my business card. Young Master Lin, I am Zhang Li from Tianming Group, here is my business card. Each of these bosses respectfully handed their business cards to Lin Chen. These bosses had all been present at the auction, where they witnessed Lin Chen's courage and wisdom. Knowing that Lin Chen was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, they naturally wanted to befriend him. Lu Bo, please take the business cards for me, Lin Chen said calmly. Okay, Director Lin. Lu Bo nodded, then took the business cards on behalf of Lin Chen. Gentlemen, it's an honor to meet you all. I, Lin Chen, look forward to working with you in the future. After saying this confidently, Lin Chen turned and walked out of the hotel. Although he is not yet 20 years old, he handles things calmly and his attitude towards people is just right, completely unlike a rich third generation. Yes, as a top-tier rich third generation, he doesn't wear any designer brands at all, it's really unbelievable. This young man is destined for great things. When I go back, I must educate my children well and learn from Chairman Lin. Everyone watched as Lin Chen walked away, full of admiration. Hotel parking lot. Director Lin. Just as Lin Chen was about to get into the car, a flattering voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around and saw a middle-aged bald man. Director Lin, my name is Jiang Chang, I run a brand chain restaurant, here's my business card. The bald man handed over his business card with a smile on his face. You're quite smart, waiting for me here alone while others are waiting for me at the elevator. Lin Chen said. Hee, how can I make sure you remember me if I don't meet you alone, Director Lin? The bald man chuckled. After taking a look at the business card, Lin Chen realized that this Jiang Cheng in front of him was actually Jiang Xiao's father. Director Lin, if you ever need anything from me in the future, feel free to contact me. The number on the business card is my personal 24-hour hotline, the bald man said with a smile. I understand. Lin Chen nodded, then got into the car and slowly drove away from the hotel. Inside the Li family manor in the provincial capital, Li Zhizhong sat on the sofa, holding a tablet in his hand. The tablet was playing a live video of the auction in Xinjiang City just now. Li Zhizhong had already watched the entire video. This kid actually made Xiang Jinxiang faint. Li Zhizhong couldn't help but laugh. The secretary also smiled. Mr. Li, the young master's ability to adapt on the fly is really strong. Yes, I originally wanted him to use money to deal with Xiang Jinxiang, but he was able to adapt to the situation on the spot and ended up tricking Xiang Jinxiang out of 15 billion. The kid is quite clever. Li Zhizhong looked pleased. Lin Chen's performance once again exceeded Li Zhizhong's expectations. He found that Lin Chen was giving him more and more surprises. At this moment, the secretary changed the subject, but with Xiang Jinxiang's personality, after suffering such a big loss today, he will definitely try to retaliate crazily. In the next period of time, there may be many things that will give the young master a headache. He has the lone wolf to protect him, so safety is not a concern. But in other aspects, there may be some troubles. Let's see how he handles it. As I said before, this is a test for him and also a training. Mr. Lee said. Inside Xiang Jinxian's villa on the hillside. Bang! 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 Antique vases, various fine wines, and all kinds of decorations in the villa were smashed to the ground, creating a mess. Bastard! 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 I am Xiang Jinxiang. How dare he betray me like this on my turf? How dare he go against me like this? Angry, Xiang Jinxiang cursed loudly while smashing things. The servants and bodyguards in the house were all trembling with fear, hiding in the corners without daring to make any movement, afraid that any slight mistake would provoke Xiang Jinxiang's anger towards them. Even the strategist stood far away, not daring to offer any advice. The atmosphere in the entire villa was exceptionally tense. Xiang Jinxiang smashed for a full hour until he was too tired to continue, then he sat heavily back on the sofa. Strategist, come here! Xiang Jinxiang, with a dark expression, shouted loudly. The strategist hurriedly ran to Xiang Jinxiang. Strategist, that kid Lin Chen, I must kill him. Xiang Jinxiang said through gritted teeth. Master Xiang, he is Li Zhizhong's grandson. If we want to deal with him, we must do it discreetly and cleanly, rather than openly targeting him, the strategist said. After a pause, the military advisor continued, and the people we sent out to kill this kid last time all died inexplicably, and now their bodies haven't been found. Military advisor, what is your suggestion? Xiang Jinxiang looked up at the military advisor. Xiang Yi, I have truly come up with a brilliant plan. The military advisor revealed a sly smile. Then, the military advisor leaned in close to Xiang Jinxiang's ear and quietly explained the plan to him. Ah, brilliant! Your method is truly brilliant. How could I have forgotten about this method before? After hearing the plan, Xiang Jinxiang couldn't help but applaud. The military advisor also smiled. Xiang Yi, with this method, I believe that Lin Chen will definitely meet his end, and we can also distance ourselves from it. Good, military advisor, I leave this matter to you. Make sure to kill Lin Chen this time. Xiang Jinxiang showed a look of anticipation. Rest assured, Xiang Yi, no matter how lucky this kid is, he will not escape this time. I will go and make arrangements for this matter, the military advisor said with a smile. After finishing speaking, the military advisor quickly left the villa. Xiang Jinxiang stood up. Lin Chen, how dare you deceive me, dare to go against me? Even if you are the grandson-in-law of Lu Zhizhong, you will only have a dead end. Die for me. Ha ha. Xiang Jinxiang let out a harsh laugh, confident that the military advisor's plan would ensure Lin Chen's demise. On the other side, at the Su Yan residence, Su Yan was sitting on the sofa watching TV when her father, Su Zong, walked in from outside. Dad, you're back. How was the auction? Su Yan asked while snacking on melon seeds, her eyes fixed on the TV. Not bad. If you were to go, I think you would be pleasantly surprised, Su Zong said with a smile. As they talked, Su Zong sat down opposite Su Yan. Surprised? What surprise could I have? Is there something I like at the auction? Then you should just buy it for me, Su Yan said. It's not a thing, it's a person. Su Zong smiled. Alright, isn't it Pingu? You just want to set me up with him, right? How is that a surprise? I'm not interested in him, Su Yan said dismissively. I'm not talking about Ping young master, I'm talking about. Su Zong wanted to say Lin Chen, but he stopped himself halfway because Lin Chen had asked him not to reveal his identity to Su Yan. Who is it? Su Yan looked at Su Zong. Forget it, let me tell you something else, Su Zong said. After a pause, Su Zong continued, your boyfriend's name is Lin Chen, right? Dad, are you going to say that he's a poor boy and not good enough for me, and ask me to leave him, right? My ears are getting calloused from hearing it. Su Yan pouted. No, no, no. Su Zong shook his head with a smile. What I want to say is, I fully support you being in a relationship with him, Su Zong said with a smile. What? Su Yan, who had been calm, turned her head in surprise. Dad, you said you support me? Are you feverish? Is your brain fried? Su Yan knew her father very well. He had always wanted her to find a second-generation boyfriend with a better family background than theirs. And now, her father was actually supporting her being in a relationship with a poor boy? And even wholeheartedly supporting it? Su Yan couldn't believe it. Was this really her father? Su Yan, you didn't hear wrong. I do indeed fully support you being with Lin Chen, Su Zong said with a smile. Why? Dad, did you attend an auction and have a change of perspective on life? Did something happen to you at the auction? Su Yan said. Your old man is fine, I just realized that it's most important for you to find a man you like. Su Zong smiled. Dad, you finally see the light. You won't introduce me to any rich kids in the future, right? Su Yan was overjoyed. Don't worry, I definitely won't, Su Zong said firmly. Hee hee, that's great. Su Yan happily jumped up on the sofa. But I have a request. You must bring your boyfriend Lin Chen to our house so we can have a meal together, Su Yan said with a smile. Su Yan already knew that the relationship between Su Yan and Lin Chen was fake, but he didn't reveal it. He wanted to use this as an excuse to help Lin Chen and Su Yan get together. Well, okay, Su Yan agreed in order to prevent her dad from setting her up on blind dates in the future. 4:30 in the afternoon. Lin Chen was driving his Lamborghini towards the school. He had entrusted the company's affairs and the development of Protection Zone No. 1 to Lu Bo to handle, while he only needed to review and oversee. Just as Lin Chen was nearing the school, his phone rang. Looking at his phone, it was a call from Fatty. Hello, Fatty, Lin Chen answered the phone. Lin Chen, where are you now? Hurry to the school gate, Fatty sounded urgent on the phone. I'm almost at the school, what's the matter? Lin Chen felt a sense of unease upon hearing Fatty's urgency, as if something had happened. There's a guy in an Audi downstairs at the 5th female dormitory building, publicly confessing his love to the class monitor Wang Shui, Fatty said. Confessing his love to Wang Shui? Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Although he and Wang Shui didn't have a confirmed relationship, and they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, Lin Chen felt uncomfortable upon hearing this news, as if someone was trying to take something important from him. Got it. I'll be there soon, Lin Chen quickly hung up the phone. Immediately, Lin Chen stepped on the gas pedal, accompanied by the roaring sound of the Lamborghini engine, heading straight to the school. Xingyan University. Under the 5th female dormitory building, a silver Audi A4 was parked, with a large heart-shaped arrangement of bright red roses in front of the Audi. In the middle of the heart-shaped roses stood a man in a suit. The man held a bouquet of roses made of 100 yuan bills, with a bank card inserted in the middle. As this was below the female dormitory, it naturally attracted many female students to watch. Wow, so romantic. Audi, roses, and money. If someone proposed to me like this, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Many female students watching showed a dreamy expression. Many female university students were inexperienced and couldn't resist such monetary temptations. The man in the suit standing in the heart-shaped roses exuded confidence. He believed that under this move, few female students could resist, and he was confident that this move could win Wang Shui's heart. At this moment, a graceful figure walked out of the dormitory building. She was the protagonist of this incident, Wang Shui. Wang Shui, you finally came downstairs. I knew you would be moved by my sincerity. I knew you would come down, the man in the suit, named Xiao Wenfei, said with a smile as he walked out of the heart-shaped roses towards Wang Shui. Xiao Wenfei was the son of a small business owner. Wang Shui had met him when she was working in the student union's external relations department and went to ask for sponsorship. After that, Xiao Wenfei occasionally invited Wang Shui to dinner. Because Xiao Wenfei had sponsored the school, Wang Shui, out of politeness, had agreed to have dinner with him twice. However, during the second dinner, Xiao Wenfei suddenly took out a bank card and said he wanted to support Wang Shui. Wang Shui was shocked and immediately refused him, then quickly left. Wang Shui thought that was the end of it. However, after that, Xiao Wenfei called Wang Shui to have dinner again, saying that he had made a mistake in a day's last time and asked for forgiveness, inviting Wang Shui to dinner to make amends. Of course, Wang Shui refused him. Wang Shui never expected that Xiao Wenfei would suddenly come to her school and confess his love to her. Wang Shui originally didn't want to pay attention, but Xiao Wenfei had been shouting downstairs for an hour, and showed no intention of leaving. In this situation, Wang Shui had to come down and refuse Xiao Wenfei face to face. Wang Shui, this is for you. Just as Wang Shui walked downstairs, Xiao Wenfei quickly walked up to her and handed her the rose made of money in his hand. Wow! Many surrounding female students screamed, some of them wishing they were Wang Shui at that moment. Agree to him! Agree to him! Many onlookers started to cheer. Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry, but I can't agree. Wang Shui did not accept the rose. Wang Shui's rejection surprised many onlookers. She actually refused? This handsome guy looks good and drives an Audi. With such superior conditions, I wonder how many girls would want to be with such a handsome guy. She actually refused. Exactly, if it were me, I would agree immediately. In the eyes of many female students watching, this handsome guy looks rich and somewhat handsome. They couldn't find a reason to refuse him. In my opinion, Wang Shui is just pretending to be reserved. That's why she refused first. Just watch, I bet she will eventually agree. There's no reason to refuse such a high-quality man. Makes sense. Many onlookers nodded in agreement. Xiao Wenfei, seeing Wang Shui reject him, did not give up. He continued with a smile, Wang Shui, think about it. There's a card in this rose, with 100,000 inside. If you take the rose, the money is all yours, and I'll take you for a ride in my Audi. After speaking, Xiao Wenfei directly forced the rose made of money into Wang Shue's hand. Mr. Xiao, I already said I don't want it, please take it back. Seeing Xiao Wenfei trying to give her the rose made of money, Wang Shui furrowed her brows and handed the rose back. Wang Shui, I know you're just being shy, it's okay. I'll carry you to my Audi and take you for a ride. Xiao Wenfei said with a smile. After Xiao Wenfei finished speaking, he rushed towards Wang Shui, preparing to pick her up forcibly. Ah! Wang Shui screamed in fear and quickly stepped back. Stop it! At that moment, a figure rushed to Wang Shui's side and blocked Xiao Wenfei. It was Lin Chen's buddy, Fatty. Class monitor, don't be afraid. Lin Chen will be here soon. I'll help you deal with this guy for Lin Chen, Fatty said to Wang Shui. Although Lin Chen and Wang Shui were not in a romantic relationship, in Fatty's eyes, they would eventually be together, so he couldn't stand by and watch someone mess with his bros girl. Thanks, Fatty. Wang Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Fatty blocking Xiao Wenfei. Class monitor, if you want to thank someone, thank Lin Chen. I'm just helping him deal with this guy, Fatty said. Xiao Wenfei, seeing Fatty blocking his way, his face immediately turned dark. This guy was ruining his plans. Kid, who the hell are you to meddle? Get out of the way. Xiao Wenfei coldly rebuked Fatty. As Xiao Wenfei spoke, he looked Fatty up and down. Seeing Fatty dressed very plainly, without a single branded item from head to toe, Xiao Wenfei became even more disdainful. Wang Shui is my bro's girl. You failed to win her over, and now you want to force yourself on her? Get lost if you know what's good for you, Fatty said loudly. With Lin Chen as his backing, Fatty's momentum was absolutely not to be underestimated. Hearing Fatty scold him like that, Xiao Wenfei's face turned even uglier. Damn, how dare you talk to me like that? I'll say it again, get out of the way, or I'll hire someone to break your legs, Xiao Wenfei said fiercely. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding students began to discuss. Look at this Fatty, dressed so plainly, daring to block the path of this outy handsome guy. He must be tired of living. Yeah, look at his attire. Can he really compete with this outy handsome guy? No one thinks highly of the fat guy. After hearing Xiao Wenfei's words, the fat guy sneered and said, hire someone to break my legs? Do you know who my brother is? Do you really think you're rich? With your crappy Audi, my brother's car can beat yours by 10 streets. Alright, then why don't you call your brother out? I want to see who dares to snatch the girl I'm interested in, Xiao Wenfei sneered disdainfully. In Xiao Wenfei's eyes, this fat guy was dressed plainly, so the brother he mentioned couldn't possibly be anyone important. Just as Xiao Wenfei finished speaking, the roar of a supercar engine echoed through the crowd. The sound grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. What came into view was an extremely cool-looking orange Lamborghini, a Lamborghini Aventador. Wow! A Lamborghini! It's a Lamborghini! Such a cool Lamborghini! This is the Lamborghini Aventador, a nearly 10 million supercar. Our school actually has such a badass supercar? Upon seeing the Lamborghini Aventador, the students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, with many female students even screaming. Driving such a flashy Lamborghini on campus naturally attracted 100% of the attention. Wow! This Lamborghini seems to be coming in our direction. The onlookers noticed the Lamborghini turning from the main road towards the auxiliary road leading to the 5 female dormitories. It's Lin Chen! Lin Chen is here! The fat guy's face lit up with joy upon seeing the Lamborghini. In an instant, the Lamborghini approached, causing the onlookers to involuntarily step back, making way for the Lamborghini. Eventually, the Lamborghini came to a stop, parking side by side with a silver Audi A4. Although the Audi A4 looked cool on campus, next to this flashy Lamborghini, it was nothing. The aura of this Lamborghini Aventador was incomparably powerful. At this moment, all the students' gazes were fixed on this orange Lamborghini. Even Wang Shui, unaware that the Lamborghini belonged to Lin Chen, stared at the car. As the car door of the Lamborghini opened, a young figure stepped out. It was Lin Chen. All eyes were now on Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen was dressed very casually, no one dared to underestimate him because he was driving a Lamborghini. However, no one knew what intentions Lin Chen had in coming here in a sports car, not even Xiao Wenfei, who was seeking love. Lin Chen? When Wang Shui saw Lin Chen, she was stunned. Wang Shui knew about Lin Chen's family background. Although Lin Chen had told her that he had won hundreds of thousands in the lottery, it was still unlikely for him to afford such a good car based on that alone. Although Wang Shui was not familiar with sports cars, she knew that this car was definitely valuable. Lin Chen, you're finally here. The fat guy greeted Lin Chen excitedly. Fat guy, who was trying to woo Wang Shui? Lin Chen asked. Lin Chen, it's that kid. The fat guy pointed at Xiao Wenfei and continued, Lin Chen, this kid is crazy. After Wang Shui rejected him, he still forcefully gave her a rose made of banknotes and even tried to hug her. Is that so? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Wenfei. Xiao Wenfei's expression changed as he felt Lin Chen's gaze. Xiao Wenfei wasn't stupid, he had already figured out that Lin Chen was the brother the fat guy had mentioned earlier. At this moment, the fat guy stepped forward proudly and said, Kid, when I said my brother's car could beat yours by 10 streets, were you mocking me for bragging? Are you mocking me again? Xiao Wenfei's face turned red with embarrassment. At this moment, the surroundings exploded. I didn't expect that the guy driving the Lamborghini turned out to be the brother of that fat guy. No wonder that fat guy dared to challenge the Audi guy before. The plot twist is really fast. This guy driving the Lamborghini is definitely more awesome than the one driving the Audi. This is going to be interesting. In the scene, fat guy, what did he just say? Lin Chen asked. Lin Chen, this kid is being arrogant. I told him not to hug Wang Shui just now, and he said I was meddling, and even threatened to hire someone to break my legs, the fat guy said. Oh, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Then, Lin Chen walked slowly to Xiao Wenfei. At this moment, Xiao Wenfei, who was facing the fat guy before, was no longer arrogant but full of fear and unease. Hey buddy, I heard you want to break my brother's legs. Is that true? Lin Chen said with a cold smile, patting Xiao Wenfei's shoulder. Brother, I dare not. Xiao Wenfei squeezed out an ugly smile, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Although Lin Chen was dressed very casually, Xiao Wenfei knew from the fact that Lin Chen drove a Lamborghini that he was a terrifying presence he couldn't afford to provoke. Smack! As soon as Xiao Wenfei finished speaking, Lin Chen slapped him in the face. Dare not? Deny it? Are you saying my brother is lying? Lin Chen's tone was icy. Xiao Wenfei, who was slapped, looked very unpleasant, feeling extremely embarrassed to be slapped in front of so many people, but he dared not retaliate and could only hang his head in silence. Raise your head for me, Lin Chen reprimanded, scaring Xiao Wenfei, who then quickly raised his head. Lin Chen grabbed Xiao Wenfei's collar directly, squinted his eyes, and said coldly, Kid, I don't care what you do, but if you provoke me, with just a word from me, I can make your family unable to survive in Qingyang City. Do you believe me? I believe. Xiao Wenfei nodded repeatedly, his face pale, covered in cold sweat. Lin Chen then changed the subject. Moreover, you dare to come to Qingyang University to pick up girls just because you drive a crappy Audi A4? You even want to hit on my woman? You're quite bold. Brother, I really didn't know Wang Shui is your woman. Otherwise, even if you lend me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to compete with you, Xiao Wenfei said repeatedly. Then you can go aside. Lin Chen pushed Xiao Wenfei away directly and walked straight to Wang Shui. Although feeling aggrieved, Xiao Wenfei could only endure it. Lin Chen is awesome. The fat guy, seeing Lin Chen bullying Xiao Wenfei without mercy, shouted excitedly, releasing the pent-up anger in his heart. Lin Chen soon arrived in front of Wang Shui. Lin Chen, you. Wang Shui looked at Lin Chen in a daze, still somewhat confused. She didn't expect that at the most critical moment, Lin Chen would appear driving a supercar like a Prince Charming. She had countless doubts in her mind. I know you have many doubts now, and I will explain them to you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Then, Lin Chen reached out his hand, smilingly inviting, would you like to go for a ride with me? Wang Shui blushed, hesitated for a moment, then shyly reached out her hand to hold Lin Chen's. Seeing this, Lin Chen also showed a happy smile. Is this his? Lin Chen took the bundle of money roses from Wang Shui's hand and found a bank card inside. How much is in here? Lin Chen picked up the bank card and asked Xiao Wenfei. 10,000, Xiao Wenfei answered truthfully. You think you can pick up girls with 10,000? Are you not ashamed? Lin Chen sneered, then smashed the card and roses on Xiao Wenfei's face. Then, Lin Chen turned around, grabbed Wang Shui, and walked towards the Lamborghini. Wang Shui, let's go. On the side, Xiao Wenfei's face became even uglier when he saw this scene, which was the result he had anticipated today. When passing by Fatty, Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. Bro, I really have to thank you. Lin Chen smiled and patted Fatty on the shoulder. Hey, Lin Chen, what's the relationship between us brothers? Your business is my business, of course I can't stand by and watch someone have ideas about my sister-in-law, Fatty chuckled. Beside them, Wang Shui blushed even more when she heard Fatty mention sister-in-law. Fatty continued, Lin Chen, you should take sister-in-law out for a spin, settle your matters early. Sure thing, Fatty, I'll thank you properly later, Lin Chen said with a smile. After that, Lin Chen directly took Wang Shui and headed towards his Lamborghini. No wonder this beauty named Wang Shui didn't agree with that Audi guy just now. Turns out there's someone even more impressive. Wow, this is the real appearance of a Prince Charming, so envious. Yes, yes, so envious. Most of the onlookers were female classmates, and when they saw Wang Shui getting into the Lamborghini, they were naturally envious, something they wouldn't dare to dream of. Many onlooking students even took out their phones to take pictures and videos. Such a scene, when posted on the school forum, would definitely cause a stir throughout Qingyang University. With a roar, the Lamborghini's engine revved up, and the car, under the gaze of the crowd, sped away. After Lin Chen left, handsome guy, let's get to know each other. Handsome guy, let's exchange WeChat. Many female students surrounded Fatty, asking for his contact information. Because they knew Fatty was a good friend of the Lamborghini owner, some wanted to befriend Fatty, while others wanted to get to know Lin Chen through him in the future. This. Fatty looked at the female classmates surrounding him and felt like he was dreaming. Fatty swore that in all his years, he had never received so much attention from women. This might be the peak of his life so far. On the other side, Lin Chen drove the Lamborghini towards the school gate. The roads on campus were narrow, and with many students around, the speed was not fast. Wow, a Lamborghini. Wow, such a cool sports car. I never thought our school would have such an awesome car. Wherever the orange Lamborghini passed, the university students on both sides of the road would exclaim in amazement, with 100% turning back to look. Many students couldn't help but take out their phones to take pictures, wanting to post on social media. Inside the car, Wang Shui, that jerk earlier didn't scare you, did he? Lin Chen asked as he drove. No, luckily you came in time, Wang Shui replied with a faint smile. After a pause, unable to contain her curiosity, Wang Shui asked, Lin Chen, is this car yours? Yes, I bought this, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. This car must be very expensive, right? Wang Shui said. Indeed, it's a bit pricey, the base price is 8 million, Lin Chen said casually. 8 million? Wang Shui, upon hearing this number, covered her mouth in shock, her eyes widened. This was an astronomical figure that terrified Wang Shui. Wang Shui didn't understand cars, although she guessed from the appearance that this car would be expensive. She didn't expect it to be this expensive. Lin Chen, how do you have so much money? And also the last time at Huading restaurant, buying the restaurant must have been a hefty price, right? Can you tell me the truth now? Wang Shui asked seriously. Wang Shui was not a materialistic woman. She wouldn't like someone just because they were wealthy, otherwise she wouldn't have rejected that Audi guy Qiao Wenfei before. But Wang Shui also didn't want the person she liked to deceive her, even if this person was wealthy. Alright, today I'll take you out to have a good time. I promise that by the end of today, you'll know everything, okay? Lin Chen smiled. At this point, Lin Chen felt that there was no point in hiding it any longer. So Lin Chen decided to reveal his identity to Wang Shui. But simply saying it didn't seem very convincing, so Lin Chen wanted Wang Shui to experience it personally. Okay, Wang Shui nodded. Although Wang Shui didn't know Lin Chen's thoughts or where he was taking her, she chose to trust Lin Chen. After Lin Chen left school, the school's online forum exploded. A Lamborghini appeared in our school, come and see, there are pictures and the truth. Lamborghini tycoon beats love rival, super exciting, there's a video. Attention female students, it's said that the tycoon driving the Lamborghini is a student from our school. Qingyang University shocked by the appearance of a super rich second generation. The entire forum was filled with these posts, many of which included pictures or videos they had taken. Clicking on any post would reveal numerous replies, such as, confirmed, this mysterious rich second generation is a student from our school. I didn't expect our school to have such a cool rich second generation, that's nearly a 10 million supercar. I just heard someone say that the mysterious tycoon who anonymously donated 10 million to the school last time might be him. Wow, I really want to marry a tycoon like him, a worry-free life forever. Please share the class and contact information of this super rich second generation, I really want to get to know him. Even girls openly posted their love for Lin Chen on the forum. In short, the entire forum was buzzing. After the explosive news online, it naturally spread like wildfire offline. Hey, have you heard? A rich second generation driving a Lamborghini appeared at our school today. Just a few hours after the incident, the news had almost spread like wildfire at Qingyang University. In Lin Chen's class, the whole class was in an uproar. Isn't that Lin Chen? Fat brother is also there. It's really Lin Chen. It's really Lin Chen. Lin Chen's classmates, through the pictures and videos posted on the forum, immediately recognized Lin Chen. Oh my god. I didn't expect Lin Chen to drive a nearly 10 million supercar. Lin Chen was hiding it so well, I didn't expect him to be so rich, I really don't know how awesome he is. The classmates were all shocked. The last time they found out Lin Chen was the boss of Shangyan restaurant, they were already shocked. This time, finding out that Lin Chen drove a nearly 10 million supercar gave them another huge shock. They simply couldn't imagine that Lin Chen, who had been in the same class with them for over 2 years and had always been low-key, was actually a super-rich second generation. Those classmates who had offended Lin Chen before were even more regretful, realizing the terrifying existence they had offended. As for those who had a good relationship with Lin Chen before, naturally they were even happier. The majority of the classmates secretly made up their minds to find opportunities to flatter Lin Chen in the future, because if they could flatter him, they would prosper. In a classroom at Qingyang University, Zhang Xiao looked very unhappy. He was still upset about the auction in the morning and was full of anger. I don't know what my second uncle is thinking, actually kicking me out of the hotel for a poor boy, and nodding and bowing to that kid. He's really sick, Zhang Xiao said fiercely. Zhang Xiao still couldn't understand why his second uncle had kicked him out. He must have made a mistake, mistaking his identity for some powerful figure. That must be it, Zhang Xiao insisted. Zhang Xiao still believed that Lin Chen was a poor boy from a poor family. The reason was simple: he had seen Lin Chen's file at school, which detailed Lin Chen's family and history very clearly. Zhang Xiao, look, it's this kid. An eager follower handed his phone to Zhang Xiao. Who is it? Zhang Xiao, in a bad mood, looked impatient. While speaking, Zhang Xiao glanced at the screen. It's him. When Zhang Xiao saw Lin Chen, he was instantly surprised and became energized. Without delay, Zhang Xiao quickly opened the video in the forum and started watching. Where did he get the Lamborghini? Zhang Xiao was shocked to see Lin Chen getting out of the Lamborghini in the video. He knew very well how expensive a Lamborghini was. Even he had to beg his dad for a long time before he was able to buy a Ferrari worth over 2 million. Could it be that this kid rented it? Yes, he must have rented it. He's dating Su Yan, so he must have scammed a lot of money from her and rented a Lamborghini to show off at school. It's not impossible. Zhang Xiao firmly believed that Lin Chen must have rented the Lamborghini. His entourage couldn't help but say, Zhang Xiao, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this kid is clearly Su Yan's boyfriend, but he took the girl in the video into the car. He's obviously two-timing, clearly planning to cuckold Su Yan. Zhang Xiao continued watching the video and indeed found it to be true. Damn, this kid is good at picking up girls. He got Su Yan, and now he's with another girl. Damn, who does he think he is? Zhang Xiao was envious and furious. He hadn't been able to pick up any girls, and a poor kid managed to pick up 2 girls at the same time. Could he not be envious? Could he not be jealous? Lin Chen, why don't we tell Su Yan about this? Let her know that this kid is cheating on her. Let her know that this kid is using her money to rent a car to pick up girls, his entourage suggested. Good. Let's do it this way. I want to see if Su Yan can handle her boyfriend cheating on her. Zhang Xiao revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, just based on this, he could definitely break up Su Yan and Lin Chen. He didn't believe Su Yan could tolerate her boyfriend cheating on her. Let's go. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he quickly left the classroom with his entourage. Su Yan's classroom. Su Yan, someone is looking for you at the door, a girl said. Su Yan looked up and saw Zhang Xiao standing at the door. Is it him? I don't want to see him, Su Yan said, then lowered her head to look at her phone again. Seeing that Su Yan ignored him, Zhang Xiao walked directly into the classroom. Many students in the class knew Zhang Xiao's background, so no one dared to stop him. In no time, Zhang Xiao stood in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, I have something important to tell you. I believe you will be interested, Zhang Xiao said with a smile. He seemed very pleased with himself. Just spit it out, don't beat around the bush. Su Yan frowned, looking annoyed. Su Yan, before I tell you, you should be prepared, as this might shock you, Zhang Xiao continued smiling. Just get to the point or leave. Su Yan said impatiently. Okay, I'll just say it. Your boyfriend Lin Chen is seeing other girls behind your back. The videos are right here, take a look for yourself. Zhang Xiao smiled as he placed his phone in front of Su Yan. No need to look, I've already seen it, Su Yan said. The incident had caused a stir in the school, and Su Yan had already seen the video on the school forum. Su Yan, this kid is clearly cuckolding you. He has such a beautiful girlfriend like you, yet he dares to two-time and even uses your money to rent a car to pick up girls. You should hold him accountable. Zhang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Knowing Su Yan had a fiery temper, he could imagine that she would definitely be furious, not only breaking up with Lin Chen but also seeking revenge. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiao was thrilled. However, to his surprise, Su Yan glanced at Zhang Xiao and calmly said, let him see whoever he wants. As long as he's willing, he can see as many as he wants. Why should I hold him accountable? Are you crazy? After hearing Su Yan's words, Zhang Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. Su Yan, what are you saying? You say you don't mind? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xiao stared at Su Yan in disbelief. Jiang Shao knew that Su Yan had a bad temper, and with her personality, how could she possibly tolerate her boyfriend cheating? And now, Su Yan's boyfriend had cheated, and she didn't mind at all? This completely overturned Jiang Shao's understanding of Su Yan. He even thought she had misheard. Are you the one with a fever? I'm perfectly fine, and besides, what does it have to do with you? Su Yan said. But he's humiliating you, and you can tolerate that? You can forgive that? Jiang Shao gritted his teeth. Of course I can tolerate it, of course I can forgive it. Any problem with that? Can't I? Su Yan seemed indifferent. Damn, this is acceptable to you. Are you still Su Yan? Jiang Shao couldn't help but curse after hearing Su Yan's response. My god, Su Yan can tolerate being humiliated like this? Is this still the Su Yan he knows? I've answered your questions, you can leave now, right? Su Yan said coldly. Su Yan, you can even tolerate being humiliated, fine. I'm impressed by you. Jiang Shao said fiercely through gritted teeth. After that, Jiang Shao walked out angrily. Su Yan shook her head. She and Lin Chen were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, so she had no right to control how Lin Chen interacted with other women. Su Yan picked up her phone, and the video was playing on it. I didn't expect this guy to be able to pursue such a beautiful girl, Su Yan muttered to herself. For some reason, after watching the video, Su Yan felt a hint of loss, as if something of hers had been taken away by someone else. As for Lin Chen driving the Lamborghini, Su Yan had been puzzled before. She knew about Lin Chen's family background, they were poor, so how could Lin Chen afford to drive a Lamborghini, which was much more expensive than her Ferrari? But when she heard Jiang Shao say Lin Chen rented the Lamborghini, she realized that it was very likely that Lin Chen had rented it. The family is so poor, yet he rents a car to impress girls, humph. Su Yan pouted. On the other side, after Jiang Shao walked out of the classroom. Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Shao kicked the wall hard, his face turning even more grim. What is Su Yan thinking? She can tolerate being humiliated. Damn it! Jiang Shao said fiercely. Jiang Shao thought that Su Yan would be angry and furious after seeing this evidence. He thought that with this evidence, he could successfully break up Su Yan and Lin Chen, and maybe Su Yan would even retaliate against Lin Chen because of this. However, the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Jiang Shao, I really don't know what kind of drug this guy gave Su Yan to make her accept being his concubine, his followers said. Damn it! Jiang Shao kicked the wall again in anger after hearing his followers' words. Jiang Shao was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why could a poor boy like him get the school beauty, and even make her willing to be his concubine, while he couldn't? Why? Why? Jiang Shao felt extremely unfair and unwilling. Clearly his family background was tens of millions times better than Lin Chen's. On the other side, at Huading Square. Huading Square was currently the most bustling square in Qingyang City. Lin Chen parked the Lamborghini in the underground parking lot. Inside the car. Lin Chen, didn't you say you would show me the truth? Why are we at Huading Square? Wang Shui looked a bit surprised. Bringing you to Huading Square, of course, is for shopping. This is also part of showing you the truth. Lin Chen smiled. But the consumption at Huading Square is very high. Even if we want to shop, let's go somewhere else. Wang Shui said seriously. Wang Shui, I'm driving a car worth nearly 10 million, can't I afford to spend at Huading Square? Lin Chen said with a smile. That makes sense. Wang Shui nodded, still holding on to her previous views on consumption. By the way, Wang Shui, I have a gift for you. Lin Chen took out a box and handed it to Wang Shui. What is it? Wang Shui curiously took the box. You'll know when you open it. Lin Chen smiled slightly. After hearing this, Wang Shui directly opened the box. What caught her eye was a pair of crystal-clear bracelets. These bracelets were the same ones that Lin Chen had bought at the auction in the morning for 1.5 million, glass-type jadeite bracelets. What kind of bracelets are these? Are they expensive? Wang Shui examined the bracelets. Wang Shui came from a poor family and had never been in contact with jadeite before. She didn't recognize jadeite and had no idea that these bracelets were worth over 1 million. These are very cheap. You won't dislike them, right? Lin Chen smiled. Of course not, as long as it's a gift from you, even if it's just a penny, I won't dislike it. Wang Shui said. Okay, let's get off the car. Lin Chen opened the car door. After getting off the car, Lin Chen took Wang Shui and went directly to the 3rd floor by elevator. The entire 3rd floor was dedicated to selling clothing. Of course, the clothing here was not cheap, with the lowest priced at 1,000 and the highest priced at tens of thousands. Lin Chen said he would help Wang Shui buy a new outfit, so they went straight to the women's clothing section. Lin Chen didn't know much about clothing brands and randomly chose a relatively large and luxurious women's clothing store, taking Wang Shui inside. Wow, these clothes are so beautiful. Wang Shue's eyes lit up as she entered the store and saw the dazzling array of clothing. After looking at a few pieces, Wang Shui returned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let's go, I don't like anything here. Wang Shui said seriously. Why? I think they all look good here. Do you think they're too expensive? It's okay, we're shopping today, no need to look at the prices. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Chen noticed that Wang Shui's expression changed after looking at the price tags on the clothes, and then she came back to say she didn't like the clothes here. Just based on this, Lin Chen knew that Wang Shui was scared off by the prices here. Lin Chen had also glanced at the price tags earlier, and the two pieces of clothing he saw were priced at 8,888 yuan and 16,888 yuan, respectively. Such prices would have been astronomical figures for Lin Chen in the past, and he couldn't imagine a piece of clothing being so expensive. But for the current Lin Chen, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. Hey, where is everyone? Where are the salespeople? Where are the guides? Lin Chen shouted. From the moment Lin Chen entered, he noticed that there were no salespeople to greet them. However, he saw that the other customers in the store were being warmly attended to by salespeople. If these salespeople were busy, Lin Chen could understand, but there were clearly a few salespeople chatting not far away. After Lin Chen shouted, he thought those chatting salespeople would come over. However, they just glanced over and continued chatting, ignoring Lin Chen and Wang Shui, showing no intention of welcoming them. Lin Chen frowned because he could see the disdain and contempt in their eyes as they ignored him. Forget it, Lin Chen, let's go to another store. Wang Shui said. Lin Chen nodded and then left the store with Wang Shui. How about this one next door? Lin Chen saw that the neighboring women's clothing store was also good and took Wang Shui into that store. Upon entering, Lin Chen still noticed that the salespeople in the store did not come to greet them, but were busy attending to other customers. Lin Chen, why are they ignoring us? Wang Shui pouted. It's simple, they think we're too ordinary in our attire, look down on us, and discriminate against us. Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. How can they do that? Wang Shui stomped her foot in anger. Wang Shui, that's how society is, if you don't have money, you'll be looked down upon. Lin Chen said. Then let's go somewhere else to buy clothes. Wang Shui said. No need, we'll stay here. Today I happen to teach these guys who look down on others. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. After speaking, Lin Chen continued to stroll around the store with Wang Shui. After walking for 2 minutes, Lin Chen stopped in front of a lace-off shoulder-long dress, which was very beautiful and displayed alone on a platform. Wang Shui, I think this one is good, Lin Chen said as he reached out to take it down. Get your dirty hands off. If you dirty it, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Just as Lin Chen was about to grab the clothes, a harsh voice rang out. Immediately, a heavily made-up woman with a dark expression quickly walked over. The previous words came from the mouth of this heavily made-up woman. After hearing these words, Lin Chen's face showed a hint of coldness. We can't afford the consequences? Then may I ask how much is this dress? Lin Chen stared at the heavily made-up woman and sneered. The other clothes in the store had price tags, but Lin Chen did not see one on this lace-off shoulder-long dress displayed alone. Want to know the price? I'll scare you with it. This dress costs 188,800 yuan, the heavily made-up woman said proudly. So, do you think our lives are not even worth 188,000? Lin Chen sneered. Of course, just 2 worthless lives, and you think it's worth 188,000? The heavily made-up woman scoffed. What did you say? Wang Shui stomped her foot in anger. Even with a good temper like Wang Shui, she couldn't stand being looked down upon like this. It's you! Humph, not even knowing your own worth, coming here to buy clothes. Can you afford to shop here? It's really overestimating yourselves, the heavily made-up woman sneered. You! Wang Shui's face turned red with anger. Everyone has dignity, and being ridiculed and looked down upon naturally made Wang Shui angry. Wang Shui, let me handle this. Lin Chen pulled Wang Shui behind him and looked at the heavily made-up woman. I'll give you a chance. Apologize to her, then take down this dress and let her try it on. I might consider forgiving you, Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. Haha, apologize? You, a poor boy, are really funny. With your poor appearance, do you think you can save face for your girlfriend? Do you have that ability? The heavily made-up woman laughed. Then, she arrogantly said, Kid, let me tell you, immediately take your poor girlfriend and get out. You poor people are not worthy of shopping here. If you don't leave, I'll have to call someone to kick you out. It seems you don't appreciate the chance I gave you. Call your manager out. Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. I'm sorry, I am the manager of this store. The heavily made-up woman said proudly. Then call your boss. Lin Chen said coldly. You want me to call him, so I will? What makes you think you have the right? Do you think you're qualified? The heavily made-up woman sneered. Because this is Huading Square, and I am the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Is that enough? Lin Chen squinted his eyes. What? You say you are the chairman of Huading Group? Ha ha. The heavily made-up woman burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Hey, everyone come and see, this kid says he's the chairman of Huading Group. The heavily made-up woman shouted. When the other salespeople heard this, they quickly ran over. Sister Liang, who said he's the chairman of Huading? The 4 female salespeople who ran over were curious and asked repeatedly. Yes, it's this kid. The heavily made-up woman pointed at Lin Chen and laughed. After the 4 female salespeople took a look at Lin Chen, they covered their mouths and laughed. It's really funny, with his appearance, he dares to impersonate the chairman of Huading Group? Ha, kid, before you impersonate, please look in the mirror and see what you are. These few female salespeople, mocking each other with their words, looked down on Lin Chen. Even a few customers nearby who were looking at clothes were laughing and whispering. Of course, these customers were all from middle-class families. After hearing these harsh words, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Very well. Congratulations, you have successfully angered me. I guarantee the consequences will be severe. I promise you will pay a heavy price. Lin Chen's voice was extremely cold. Severe consequences? Ha, just based on you? Today, I want to see what price a poor person like you can make me pay. The heavily made-up woman said arrogantly. In her eyes, these were just 2 poor people. What trouble could they possibly cause? Lin Chen, how about we change stores? Wang Shui pulled Lin Chen. Although Wang Shui was also angry, with her personality, she certainly did not want Lin Chen to get into trouble because of her. No need to change, we'll stay here. Today, I will definitely make her kneel down and apologize. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. After saying that, Lin Chen took out his phone and made a call. After the call was answered, Lu Bo, I'm at the XX women's clothing store on the 3rd floor of Huading Square, Area C. Tell all the executives of Huading Square to come to me within 3 minutes. Tell them I'm very angry. If they don't make it, they'll bear the consequences. Lin Chen's tone was icy. After saying this, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Oh, pretending to be so grand, thinking that just by mentioning the name of General Manager Lu Bo, you can scare us? You think you can scare us into apologizing to you? Dream on. The heavily made-up woman sneered. Exactly, there are so many people who know the name of General Manager Lu Bo, thinking that this will scare us? How naive. The 4 salespeople echoed. Lin Chen, with a cold expression, ignored them. Right now, Lin Chen didn't want to argue with them. When the executives of Huading Square arrived, everything would be clear. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He was one of the customers shopping in this store. You guys are going too far. The middle-aged man scolded the salespeople as he approached. Sir, why bother standing up for a poor boy? The heavily made-up woman looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression. Because this middle-aged man was dressed nicely and seemed to have some money, the heavily made-up woman's attitude towards him was completely different. Shut up! The middle-aged man glared at the heavily made-up woman. Then the middle-aged man turned to Lin Chen and said, Young man, let me give you a piece of advice, forget it. Here, I just bought this piece of clothing, over 8,000 yuan, for my daughter. The style is not bad, how about giving it to your girlfriend? The middle-aged man handed the packaged clothing to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Why are you helping me? To be honest, the middle-aged man's actions surprised Lin Chen. Because I was once poor too, I've been looked down upon and mocked a lot when I was poor, so when I saw how they treated you, I empathized. The middle-aged man said. Lin Chen nodded in realization. Keep it. The middle-aged man handed the clothing to Lin Chen again. No need, I'm not planning to leave like this. Don't worry, I will teach these despicable people a lesson today. Lin Chen said with a smile. Why bother like this? Sigh. The middle-aged man couldn't help but shake his head. Although the middle-aged man didn't look down on poor people, he also didn't believe that Lin Chen was really the chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch. Sir, you've seen it too, this kid doesn't appreciate it at all. Speaking up for him is just a waste of breath. The heavily made-up woman said with a smile. Bang! Just then, the glass door of the shop was forcefully pushed open. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in a blue suit, accompanied by a dozen security guards, rushed in. Is this Manager Lu? What brings you here? The heavily made-up woman saw the man in the blue suit and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. The man in the blue suit was the security manager in charge of safety at Huading Square, whom the heavily made-up woman knew well. To her, the security manager was definitely a figure of authority, someone they couldn't afford to offend. However, the man in the blue suit ignored the heavily made-up woman, pushed her aside, and walked up to Lin Chen. Chairman Lin. I am the security manager of the company, Lu Yong. The man in the blue suit quickly bowed to Lin Chen, his voice loud and his attitude extremely respectful. Hello, Chairman Lin. The more than 10 security guards behind him also bowed in unison, their voices echoing throughout the store. What? The heavily made-up woman and the 4 female salespeople, upon seeing this scene, were shocked and their faces turned gray. Even the middle-aged man next to them looked surprised. Even Wang Shui, covering her mouth, looked astonished. How could they call Lin Chen the chairman? Just then, the door was pushed open again. 2 middle-aged men in black suits hurried in. Supervisor Zhang, Manager Liang. The heavily made-up woman immediately recognized these 2 as executives of Huading Square. Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin. As soon as these 2 entered, they also ignored the heavily made-up woman and quickly walked up to Lin Chen, bowing respectfully as if they were greeting a teacher. The heavily made-up woman and the 4 salespeople were completely stunned. Oh my, what is going on here? Just then, the door was pushed open again. A man in a dark blue suit, followed by 6 or 7 men in suits, walked in quickly. Manager Jiang. The heavily made-up woman's eyes twitched when she saw the man in the dark blue suit leading the group, and the 4 salespeople were also wide-eyed in shock. Because they knew that the leading manager Jiang was the overall manager of Huading Square, the highest-ranking figure there. The 6 or 7 men in suits behind manager Jiang were all executives of Huading Square. They were horrified to realize that at this moment, all the executives of Huading Square had come here. Normally, just one of them showing up could make the heavily made-up woman tremble, let alone manager Jiang, who was like an ancestor to her. This made them even more uneasy. Under the gaze of the heavily made-up woman and others, Manager Jiang and his group also approached Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, I am Manager Jiang, the overall manager of Huading Square. Manager Jiang bowed. Hello, Chairman Lin. The executives behind Manager Jiang also bowed. After seeing this scene, the heavily made-up woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning and doused with cold water from head to toe, feeling numb all over. Oh my, even Manager Jiang bowed to him? This made the heavily made-up woman feel dizzy, wondering who this person really was. All the executives of Huading Square are here, right? Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the executives with a commanding presence. Yes, Chairman Lin, we are all here. Manager Jiang nodded respectfully. Chairman Lin, Manager Lu said on the phone that you are very angry, may I ask? What happened? Manager Jiang cautiously asked. Manager Jiang, can you believe that I was discriminated against and mocked in my own square, and even threatened to be kicked out? Isn't that ridiculous? Lin Chen sneered. What? How could this happen? Manager Jiang and the other executives' faces changed upon hearing this, knowing that if Lin Chen got angry and vented on them, they would be in trouble too. Lin Chen continued, Manager Jiang, please personally explain my identity to them. Lin Chen pointed at the heavily made-up woman and her group. Yes. General Manager Jiang respectfully replied. Then, General Manager Jiang walked up to the heavily made-up woman and said coldly, it was you who made Director Lin angry, right? General Manager Jiang, the heavily made-up woman appeared extremely frightened. The 4 female salespersons were even more trembling in fear at the scene. Do you know who Director Lin is? Let me tell you, he is the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, an entity you absolutely cannot afford to provoke. General Manager Jiang scolded sternly. What? He is really the chairman of Huading? The heavily made-up woman stared at Lin Chen, her voice becoming unusually sharp due to her inner shock. Oh my, he really is the chairman of Huading. Earlier when Lin Chen claimed to be the chairman of Huading, they didn't believe it. But now, with General Manager Jiang confirming it in person, they had no choice but to believe it. In their eyes, the chairman of Huading Group was an almost godlike figure. The heavily made-up woman realized that the person she had just offended and mocked was actually from Huading Group, and her heart sank into despair. Upon hearing this news, the 4 saleswomen also collapsed in fear on the ground. Oh my, they were actually mocking the chairman of Huading Group before? They couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be. The middle-aged man next to Lin Chen, who wanted to help him, was also stunned upon hearing this news. This was actually the chairman of Huading Group? Of course, the most shocked was Wang Shui, because Huading Group had helped Wang Shui twice, and both times were significant favors. Wang regarded Huading Group as benefactors. He is the chairman of Huading Group? Wang Shui widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and looked incredulous. In the scene, Lin Chen walked slowly up to the heavily made-up woman. Do you believe me now when I say I am the chairman of Huading Group? Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his voice calm but full of authority. I believe. The heavily made-up woman nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. So, does my worthless life mean even this outfit is not worth it? Lin Chen sneered. No, no, no. It was my fault for not knowing how to speak, for not recognizing Mount Tai. Chairman, please spare me. The heavily made-up woman knelt down in fear. The 4 female sales clerks beside her also quickly knelt down. They were well aware that with Lin Chen's status and position, crushing them was easier than squashing an ant. Lin Chen sneered, I gave you a chance before, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. You have angered me. Do you think it will be over just like that? General Manager Jiang stepped forward and said, Director Lin, how should we handle this? Your orders. Throw these few despicable people who look down on others out of Huading Square, never to set foot in Huading Square again. Lin Chen squinted. After a pause, Lin Chen added, and announced their personal information to the business circle of Qingyang City. Any company that dares to hire them will be going against Huading Group. Do you understand? Understood. General Manager Jiang nodded. What? The heavily made-up woman's face showed despair upon hearing Lin Chen's words. This meant that not only did they lose their jobs here, but they would also be blacklisted in Qingyang City. You, throw them out for me. General Manager Jiang ordered, and the security guards nearby immediately came up, lifted the heavily made-up woman and the 4 saleswomen, and dragged them out. After the people were dragged out, Lin Chen turned to look at the customers in the store. Those customers who had secretly mocked Lin Chen before now quickly lowered their heads, fearful and unwilling to meet Lin Chen's gaze. They had never dreamed that the unassuming guy they had mocked was actually the chairman of Huading Group. These customers may have some money, but compared to the chairman of Huading, they were nothing. After scanning the room, Lin Chen finally fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man who had spoken for Lin Chen before, wanted to help Lin Chen, and even wanted to give the clothes he bought to Lin Chen. The middle-aged man seemed a bit hesitant and fearful at this moment. This is the chairman of Huading Group. Hello, let me formally introduce myself to you. I am Lin Chen, the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. After walking up to the middle-aged man, Lin Chen smiled and extended his hand in a humble manner. Chairman Lin, can I really shake hands with you? The middle-aged man said weakly. Why not? If you don't shake hands with me, my hand will get sore, Lin Chen said with a smile. Ha, then I'll do as you say. The middle-aged man laughed and shook hands with Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, my name is Kong Liangkai, and I work as a human resources manager in a small company. The middle-aged man introduced himself. After a pause, Kong Liangkai said somewhat awkwardly, Chairman Lin, I'm really sorry for before. You are such an impressive figure, and I was thinking of helping you out. It's okay, you were also trying to help me. I should be the one thanking you, Lin Chen said with a smile. But I really didn't expect that you would be the chairman of Huading Group. I didn't expect the chairman of Huading to dress so casually, Kong Liangkai said. Because like you, I come from humble beginnings. So I don't like to wear designer brands to show off, and I also dislike people who look down on others, Lin Chen said with a smile. Chairman Lin, you are definitely the most unique chairman I have ever met. Kong Liangkai couldn't help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Kong Liangkai had met many chairmen and bosses, all of whom wore designer brands. He had never seen a chairman like Lin Chen, who dressed so casually, didn't even have a luxury watch. The key point was that compared to Lin Chen's status, these chairmen and bosses were miles behind. This made Kong Liangkai admire Lin Chen even more. At this moment, Lin Chen smiled and said, Kong Liangkai, are you interested in working for our Huading Group? 2. Work for Huading Group? Kong Liangkai was taken aback. Yes, as a human resources manager. As for the salary, no matter how much you were making before, I will triple it for you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Kong Liangkai couldn't help but swallow hard. Huading Group was the most prestigious group in the province, renowned in the 3 southwestern provinces. Compared to the small company he worked for, he couldn't imagine how much more prestigious Huading Group was. Chairman Lin, can you tell me why? Kong Liangkai asked in astonishment. Because I also appreciate you, Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen and Kong Liangkai didn't even know each other, and Lin Chen was seen as a poor boy by everyone before. Yet Kong Liangkai was willing to speak up for a poor boy, even generously helping him. Based on this alone, Lin Chen could judge Kong Liangkai's good character. Such talent was rare, and since Lin Chen had encountered it, how could he let it slip away? After a pause, Lin Chen continued, in addition, I have another identity. I am the grandson-in-law of Lu Zhizhong. My future development will not be limited to the small Qingyang city, but will extend to the 3 southwestern provinces and even the whole country. If you follow me, you will also be able to go further in the future. What? The grandson-in-law of Lu Zhizhong? Gulp. Gulp. Kong Liangkai swallowed hard in shock. Of course, he knew that Lu Zhizhong was the richest man in the southwest, and he knew how legendary Lu Zhizhong was. He never expected that Lin Chen was Lu Zhizhong's grandson-in-law. Such an identity was much more prestigious than being the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Lu Zhizhong's grandson-in-law? Even Wang Shui, who was standing nearby, was shocked when she heard Lin Chen's words. She also knew who Lu Zhizhong was. Just because it wasn't appropriate at the moment, Wang Shui kept her questions to herself, but she planned to ask Lin Chen later to find out what was going on. Lin Chen patted Kong Liangsai's shoulder and continued, I believe that having you as the HR manager at Huading will help me manage personnel matters, get rid of the bad elements, and bring in more good employees. Are you willing? I am willing. Kong Liangkai nodded excitedly. Kong Liangkai, the current small business owner, had a dark heart. He had been thinking of resigning, but now with such a big opportunity presented to him, he was naturally willing. Alright, report to Huading tomorrow, I will inform the company over there, Lin Chen said. Director Lin, thank you so much. If it weren't for your promotion, I might never have been able to enter a large corporation like Huading as a manager in my lifetime, Kong Liangkai said excitedly. As I said before, work hard. Being a manager is just the beginning. As long as you do well, I guarantee you will have great opportunities for advancement, Lin Chen said with a smile. Director Lin, rest assured, I will do my best. Kong Liangkai nodded firmly. At that moment, the shop owner who received a message rushed in from outside. The owner was a chubby man. Chairman Lin, I'm really sorry, I apologize to you. The owner ran directly to Lin Chen and repeatedly apologized. Obviously, the owner already knew what had happened. Knowing that Lin Chen was upset, he was naturally afraid because with just a word from Lin Chen, his shop could be kicked out of Huading Square, or even make it difficult for him to survive in Xingyang City. No need to apologize, just be careful when hiring in the future. Don't hire those who are only interested in money, Lin Chen said calmly. Yes. The owner nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Also, I bought this dress. Lin Chen pointed to a lace-trimmed long skirt displayed separately. If Director Lin likes it, it's a gift for you, the owner said with a smile. Do you think I lack this amount of money? Lin Chen frowned. No, of course not, the owner said nervously. Since that's the case, just swipe the card. 18,800, I can afford it, Lin Chen said indifferently. After selecting a few more clothes for Wang Shui in the store, Lin Chen handed the card to the owner. The owner took the card, helped Lin Chen take off the selected clothes, packed them, and handed them to Lin Chen personally. After leaving the store, Lin Chen waved his hand and led General Manager Jiang and other executives to the store he had visited for the first time. Upon entering the store, the employees were startled to see General Manager Jiang and the group. The manager of the store, a middle-aged woman with red hair, greeted them with a flattering smile. General Manager Jiang, why are you all here? The manager hurriedly welcomed them. We are here with Chairman Lin, the chairman of our Huading Group's Qingyang branch, General Manager Jiang said calmly. Chairman of Huading? They were shocked to hear this title. They quickly looked at Lin Chen and greeted him respectfully, even with a hint of fear. After all, this was the chairman of Huading Group. They knew that this might be the highest-ranking and most important person they had ever seen in person. Now you know to greet me? When my friend and I came in earlier, you ignored us. You really have some nerve, Lin Chen said coldly. With these words, the manager and several employees suddenly remembered that Lin Chen had come in with a girl 20 minutes ago. They had ignored him because he was dressed in cheap clothes and looked poor, so they didn't bother to greet him. Realizing this, the manager and the employees showed fear. Chairman Lin, no need to explain. My time is precious, and you can't afford to waste it. Lin Chen interrupted them. Next, Lin Chen turned to General Manager Jiang and ordered, these few sales clerks, have the store owners fire all of them. Okay, Director Lin. General Manager Jiang nodded in response. Upon hearing this, the manager and several sales clerks were all dumbfounded. Let's go. Lin Chen directly pulled Wang Shui out of the store. As for the pleading voices from the sales clerks behind them, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to listen or pay attention. Anyone who looked down on others in Lin Chen's eyes would definitely receive a lesson from him. After leaving the store, Lin Chen instructed General Manager Jiang to issue a notice to all employees of Huading Shopping Mall to improve their quality and not to judge people with colored glasses. Any employee found looking down on others would be fired immediately. After buying clothes, it was already dark outside, so Lin Chen suggested having dinner on the first floor of the square. Inside a restaurant on the first floor of Huading Square, Lin Chen and Wang Shui sat at a window seat. Lin Chen, can you tell me everything now? Wang Shui asked, biting her red lips. She had been wanting to know what was going on for a while now, but Lin Chen said he would explain in detail at the restaurant. Sitting up straight, Lin Chen said seriously, Wang Shui, as you saw and heard before, I am the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. I am the grandson of the richest man in the southwest, Lu Zhizhong. The sports car is mine, and I bought Shangyan restaurant with my own money. If Lin Chen had said this before, Wang Shui might not have believed it. But today, in the mall, she saw the executives of Huading Square respectfully calling Lin Chen Chairman Lin. This made Wang Shui have to believe it. Knowing that Lin Chen was the chairman of Huading, she finally understood why Lin Chen could easily buy Shangyan restaurant and afford a luxury sports car worth millions. So, is it related to you that Huading Group sponsored me before, helped my mother with her illness, and sponsored my charity events? Wang Shui asked, looking at Lin Chen seriously. Before this, Wang Shui had always thought she was lucky to receive help from Huading Group multiple times. She used to think she was just fortunate and planned to work at Huading to repay the group after graduation. But now that she knew Lin Chen was the chairman of Huading, she couldn't help but associate everything with him. Yes, I arranged all of that, but I didn't want you to feel pressured being with me, so I deliberately kept it from you. You won't blame me, will you? Lin Chen smiled. I can't believe. It's really you, Wang Shui said with a complex expression. I never thought that everything was you helping me. I kept wondering how I could be so lucky to have Huading Group help me repeatedly. Wang Shui was moved by the fact that a man was willing to silently help her like this. Lin Chen, by helping me like this, I don't know how to thank you. Wang Shui bit her lip. Wang Shui knew how important Lin Chen's help was to her. From now on, she knew that her benefactor was not Huading Group, but Lin Chen. It's nothing, we're friends after all, Lin Chen said with a smile. Friends, are we? Just friends? Wang Shui bit her red lips, looking somewhat disappointed. Then, Wang Shui quickly looked up at Lin Chen and said, You are the chairman of Huading, the son of a wealthy man, and I am just a child from a poor family. I won't even dare to be friends with you in the future. Do I look like a chairman to you? Have I ever acted high and mighty towards you? We will still be friends in the future, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Chen had kept the truth about being the chairman of Huading from Wang Shui before because he was afraid she would feel pressured. Wang Shui nodded. She found Lin Chen to be very easygoing and without any airs. If he hadn't told her the truth about being the chairman of Huading, she wouldn't have realized this. At the same time, Wang Shui secretly made up her mind to repay Lin Chen's kindness in the future. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang, and he saw that it was a call from Su Yan. She actually called me first? Lin Chen looked at his phone with some confusion. After some thought, Lin Chen answered the call. Hey Lin Chen, you're amazing. You actually rented a Lamborghini to pick up a beauty. The video of that moment has already gone viral at Qingyang University. Su Yan's voice came through the phone. Su Yan, the campus belle, are you still concerned about my feelings? You specifically called me, Lin Chen said speechlessly. Who cares about your feelings? I called you because I need something from you. Are you free tonight? Su Yan said. What? You want to go out with me? Lin Chen replied. You're thinking too much. How could I possibly want to date you? I just want you to help me pretend to be my boyfriend again, Su Yan said. Pretend again? Are you kidding me? I don't owe you anything, Lin Chen said, exasperated. Alright, I'll hang up. I'm busy, Lin Chen said, about to end the call. Wait, don't hang up. Su Yan on the other end of the line was getting anxious. Why are you like this? Any other guy in the school would dream of me calling him, and you want to hang up on me? Su Yan's voice sounded indignant over the phone. Others are others, I am me, Lin Chen said calmly. Can't you just let me finish? Can you listen to me? Su Yan's voice sounded exasperated. Fine, since you're begging me, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead, Lin Chen said casually. My dad insists on me bringing you home, and he said that as long as I bring you home for dinner, he won't introduce me to other second-generation rich guys in the future. So, can you help me pretend to be my boyfriend again? Just consider it a favor. You can ask for any reward you want, Su Yan pleaded. After some thought, Lin Chen said, forget about the reward. But I have to make it clear, this is the last time. Okay, I promise this is the last time. 9 o'clock tonight, at my place, make sure you're on time, Su Yan said happily upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shui asked, Lin Chen, is it Su Yan, the campus belle again? Yes, Lin Chen nodded. What's your relationship with her? Wang Shui asked, looking down and appearing somewhat dejected. Lin Chen hurriedly explained, Wang Shui, please don't misunderstand. I don't have any special relationship with her, she just asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend a few times to fool those who are pursuing her. She just called and asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend again? Wang Shui asked, nervously playing with her clothes. Yes, this time she wanted me to fool her dad. I didn't want to agree, as you heard, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Lin Chen, you don't need to explain to me, I'm not your girlfriend, Wang Shui forced a smile. After a pause, Wang Shui continued, and you are the chairman of Huading Group. while Su Yan is the campus belle and comes from a wealthy family. You two are a perfect match. In Wang Shue's eyes, Su Yan was like Snow White, while she was just Cinderella, feeling somewhat inferior and not believing she could compare to Su Yan. Wang Shui, she doesn't know that I'm the chairman of Huading Group. From her perspective, she naturally looks down on me, and I'm not interested in her either, Lin Chen explained. Then, who are you interested in? Wang Shui gathered her courage to ask. For example, you in front of me, Lin Chen said with a smile. As soon as Lin Chen said this, he regretted it because he felt the atmosphere becoming even more awkward. Wang Shui quickly lowered her head, but she couldn't help but smile secretly, feeling as if she had just tasted honey. On the other side, in Su Yan's villa halfway up the mountain. What a despicable guy. After Su Yan hung up the phone, she pouted in anger. Su Yan wondered to herself, wherever she went, she was always the center of attention. She thought that any man she asked for help would be delighted, but Lin Chen, this guy, gave her a headache. Even so, she thought, she could make this man listen to her with money, right? After all, this man was poor, but she found out that money didn't work on him. Just then, footsteps entered the room, and Su Yan turned her head to see her father, Su Zong. Daughter, how is it going? Did your boyfriend agree to come? Su Zong asked. Of course, my boyfriend, why wouldn't he agree? Su Yan pretended to be serious. Haha, that's good. Su Zong nodded happily. Dad, you are really strange. You know his family is very poor, yet you are so happy. Have you changed? Su Yan couldn't understand her father. He used to insist on finding a family much stronger than theirs. Now, her father knew that Lin Chen's family was very poor, yet he was still so positive and happy? Ha, that was in the past, Su Zong laughed. He knew very well in his heart that Lin Chen was not a poor guy, but the grandson of the chairman of Huading, the richest man in the southwest, Lu Zhizhong. By the way, daughter, have you made things clear with him? Su Zong asked with a smile. When Su Yan heard this question, she was speechless. Dad, how can you be so shameless to ask your daughter such a question? Your daughter, is she so casual? Su Yan stomped her foot. If not, then you have to work harder, strive to make things clear with him as soon as possible. No, strive to make things clear with him tonight, so we can finalize this matter. Su Zong said with a smile. Dad, you go out. Even Su Yan, upon hearing this, blushed. Okay, I'll go prepare dinner. Su Zong smiled and left the room. On the other side, after Lin Chen finished eating, he drove his Lamborghini to take Wang Shui home. On the way, Lin Chen, you have helped me so much, I don't know how to repay you, Wang Shui said, biting her lip. Don't talk about repaying, and besides, the money I spent helping you is just a drop in the bucket for me, Lin Chen said with a smile. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, a large truck suddenly emerged from the right side and directly collided with Lin Chen's Lamborghini. Ah! With Wang Shui's terrified scream, the Lamborghini was hit directly to the side of the road, and all the airbags inside the car deployed, completely deforming the Lamborghini. Damn! Lin Chen shook his head vigorously, struggling to come to his senses from the intense impact, then quickly looked at Wang Shui, because the side hit by the truck was where Wang Shui was. Wang Shui seemed to have passed out, with some blood on her forehead. Wang Shui! Wang Shui! Lin Chen called out several times in a hurry, trying to find his phone to call for help. Boom! At that moment, Lin Chen noticed that after the truck backed up a distance, it suddenly stepped on the gas and rushed towards Lin Chen's Lamborghini again, trying to hit him. The glaring headlights of the truck made Lin Chen almost unable to open his eyes. Damn! This is intentional. Lin Chen had just thought it was a traffic accident. But at this moment, Lin Chen immediately judged that this was not a traffic accident at all. This large truck was definitely intentional. It wanted his life. Get away, I must get away. Despite the pain all over his body, Lin Chen tried to start the Lamborghini to avoid the impact. If he let the truck hit him one or two more times, no matter how lucky he was, he would probably be dead. Lin Chen urgently tried to start the car, but found that the Lamborghini could not start. Damn! 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 Lin Chen continued to try to start the car, cursing under his breath. As the truck got closer and closer, Lin Chen still couldn't start the car. It's over. Lin Chen's mind skipped this thought. Bang! Another collision occurred. However, Lin Chen was horrified to find that a car had rear-ended his Lamborghini. Looking through the rearview mirror, Lin Chen saw a white SUV. It's Lone Wolf's car. Lin Chen immediately recognized the white SUV as Lone Wolf's car. Screech! The white SUV, with full horsepower, rammed into Lin Chen's car, pushing it forward rapidly. Just as Lin Chen's Lamborghini was pushed a few meters forward, a fast-moving truck came crashing again. Bang! A loud noise rang out. This time, however, the truck hit not Lin Chen's Lamborghini, but Lone Wolf's white SUV. The reason was simple: Lone Wolf had pushed Lin Chen's car forward, making his car the target of the truck's impact. Despite its large size, the white SUV was still twisted and deformed by the impact, then started smoking. Lone Wolf! Lin Chen turned to look behind, shouting loudly, his eyes filled with concern. Lin Chen knew that he should have been the one to bear this impact, but Lone Wolf took it for him. Now, with Lone Wolf's car severely deformed and smoking, Lin Chen had no idea if Lone Wolf was alive or dead. At this moment, the truck started reversing again, clearly preparing for another impact. And its target was directly aimed at Lin Chen's Lamborghini. Lin Chen looked at Wang Shui in the passenger seat, still unconscious. Lin Chen wanted to get out of the car and pull Wang Shui out, as the consequences of another collision would be unimaginable. However, Lin Chen tried several times and found that the door was jammed shut and wouldn't open. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Lin Chen kept shouting in frustration. Bang! Just then, Lin Chen heard a loud noise from behind. Looking through the car's rearview mirror, he saw the windshield of the white SUV behind shattered, and Lone Wolf jumped out from it. As for the truck, it had just finished reversing and was now accelerating towards them. Lone Wolf faced the truck head-on, pulling out a knife. In the next moment, Lone Wolf charged straight at the truck. Lone Wolf, spare the life of the truck driver, he might be a way out. Lin Chen shouted at Lone Wolf. As Lone Wolf reached the front of the truck, he leaped up, smashed the side windshield, and climbed into the truck. Following that, with screeching brakes, the truck finally came to a stop next to Lin Chen's Lamborghini. Clearly, Lone Wolf had taken control of the truck driver. The door of the truck's cab opened, and Lone Wolf lifted the driver out and walked towards Lin Chen. Phew! Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. His forehead was covered in sweat. The recent terrifying moment had indeed startled him. Wang Shui! Wang Shui! Lin Chen called out a few times, checking Wang Shui's breathing, which was still there. Without hesitation, Lin Chen quickly dialed emergency and police numbers. Bang! After Lone Wolf arrived at Lin Chen's car, he reached out and forcefully pulled off the deformed car door of the Lamborghini's driver's seat. Young master, are you okay? Lone Wolf looked into the car. I'm fine. Lin Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and climbed out of the car. As for the soreness all over his body, he had no time to think about it now. There was some blood on Lone Wolf's forehead, probably from when the truck hit his car earlier, injuring Lone Wolf as well. Lone Wolf, how are your injuries? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Lin Chen knew that Lone Wolf had taken the injuries for him. If Lone Wolf hadn't pushed his car away just now, if the truck had hit Lin Chen's car again, Lin Chen would probably be seriously injured if not dead. The young master need not worry, this minor injury is nothing to me, the Lone Wolf said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Lone Wolf, do you know first aid? My friend passed out in the car, Lin Chen asked anxiously. I know some battlefield first aid. I'll go take a look for the young master. You take care of this person first, Lone Wolf said as he handed a dagger to Lin Chen and handed over the truck driver to him. The truck driver's hands were already tied behind his back by Lone Wolf. Lin Chen took the dagger and held it to the truck driver's neck. This truck driver had just nearly taken Lin Chen's life, so Lin Chen was naturally angry. At this moment, the truck driver's face turned pale with fear. Speak! Who sent you? Who instructed you to do this? Lin Chen stared at the truck driver, his eyes filled with coldness. Just now, Lin Chen had told Lone Wolf not to kill the driver because he knew this was definitely a planned murder. And this driver was just a pawn. Lin Chen wanted to use this pawn to find the mastermind behind it. No, no one sent me. No one instructed me. The truck driver gritted his teeth. We are strangers. You tell me no one instructed you, do you think I believe that? Lin Chen continued to question with narrowed eyes. Lin Chen knew that the truck driver's defiant attitude was likely because he had been paid enough hush money and getting him to reveal the mastermind behind it was almost impossible. After Lin Chen punched the truck driver in anger, the truck driver lost his balance and fell to the ground. You bastard! Angry, Lin Chen cursed as he kicked the truck driver fiercely. At this moment, Lone Wolf approached. Young master, your friend just passed out temporarily. Although there are some superficial injuries, it is not life-threatening, Lone Wolf said. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that the truck driver had come after him, and Wang Shui was obviously implicated. If anything happened to Wang Shui because of this, Lin Chen would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Lone Wolf, who do you think is the mastermind behind this? Lin Chen turned to Lone Wolf. You should ask yourself, who have you recently offended? That person is likely the one, Lone Wolf said calmly. Xiang Jinxiang? Maybe it's him, but not necessarily, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Lin Chen's first suspicion was of course Xiang Jinxiang. But upon further thought, Lin Chen realized he had made enemies with others recently, such as Jiang Xiao, who had long wanted to deal with him, the Audi man he had confronted at school today, and so on. So Lin Chen couldn't be sure who the mastermind was. At this point, the ambulance arrived, and after some simple treatment on the scene, Wang Shui woke up. Wang Shui. Seeing Wang Shui wake up, Lin Chen finally felt completely relieved. Lin Chen, what happened exactly? Wang Shui, lying on the stretcher, looked puzzled, her innocent and pitiful appearance tugging at the heartstrings. There was just a car accident, but you're okay, just some minor injuries that need to be treated at the hospital, Lin Chen said with a slight smile at Wang Shui. Lin Chen didn't want to tell Wang Shui about the murder plot, to avoid scaring her or making her worry. Then, Lin Chen helped Wang Shui onto the ambulance. Because Lin Chen still had things to deal with here, he did not follow the ambulance to the hospital. However, Lin Chen promised Wang Shui that after finishing up here, he would go to the hospital to see her. As for the injuries Lin Chen sustained, they were just minor external injuries, such as bruises on the elbow and scraped knees. Lin Chen had experienced these kinds of minor injuries since he was young, so he didn't mind and didn't need to go to the hospital. Just as the ambulance left, 2 police cars arrived. When the police officers got out of the cars and saw that the Lamborghini had been smashed, they naturally became cautious. Several officers went to investigate the scene, while a male and a female officer in uniform walked up to Lin Chen. The female officer looked young and pretty. Who is the one who reported the incident, and what exactly happened? The female officer asked. I am Lin Chen, the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, Lin Chen introduced himself. When the two heard that Lin Chen was the chairman of Huading, they were momentarily stunned, but then their attitudes improved. After all, he was the chairman of Huading. Lin Chen then explained to them what had just happened, how the truck driver had tried to run him over. It seems like an attempted murder, the female officer said with narrowed eyes. Of course, no need to say that, Lin Chen replied. So, Chairman Lin, do you have any grudges with this truck driver? The female officer asked. I don't even know him, so he must have been instructed by someone. As for who specifically instructed him, I hope you can investigate thoroughly, Lin Chen said. Chairman Lin, rest assured, this is our responsibility, the female officer and the male officer beside her said in unison. The female officer then ordered the driver of the truck to be handcuffed and put into the police car. Lin Chen followed the car to the station to make a statement. As for the rest of the investigation and interrogation, Lin Chen left it to the police station. He hoped that the police could uncover the mastermind behind this. Whoever the mastermind was, the charge of attempted murder was enough to make them pay. After leaving the station, Lin Chen hailed a cab and went to the hospital with Gu Lang to visit Wang Shui. Wang Shui's wound had been treated and she only needed to stay in the hospital for observation for a day. The next step was to find the real culprit. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen said, Gu Lang, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I might have been in danger. Lin Chen looked at Gu Lang earnestly. Although Gu Lang was usually cold, Lin Chen found him to be the most reliable in critical moments. Especially today, Gu Lang had used his car to shield Lin Chen from the impact, risking his own life to protect him. This touched and moved Lin Chen. Young master, I am tasked with protecting you, it's what I should do, no need to thank me, Gu Lang said calmly. How about this, Gu Lang? I'll treat you to a drink as a token of my gratitude, how does that sound? Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen wasn't sure how to thank Gu Lang. Seeing Gu Lang's demeanor, it seemed that he wasn't very interested in money, and his grandfather must have given him enough. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to invite him for a drink. Drink? Gu Lang was surprised. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Chen asked. Drinking can lead to trouble. I can't remember the last time I drank. I'm sorry, young master. I can't accept your invitation, Gu Lang said calmly. Seeing Gu Lang's reaction, Lin Chen suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Just like his code name Gu Lang, he was like a lone wolf. Lin Chen could imagine that Gu Lang must be very lonely. Gu Lang, are you lonely? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Gu Lang looked up at the sky. The strong are destined to be lonely. I have long been accustomed to loneliness. Alright, come with me for a drink. From today onwards, you won't be lonely anymore. If you don't mind, I'll be your friend from now on. Lin Chen directly pulled Gu Lang's arm. Young master, thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept your invitation, Gu Lang calmly refused. Fine. If you don't go, I will. If you are supposed to protect me, you have to come with me, right? After Lin Chen finished speaking, he hailed a taxi. Gu Lang didn't want to go drink with him, but Lin Chen had a way to make him go. After opening the taxi door, get in, both of our cars are damaged. If you don't get in, you won't have a car to follow me. If there's danger again, you might not be able to arrive in time, Lin Chen said with a smile. Gu Lang thought for a moment and then got into the car. On the other side, at Xiang Jinxiang's villa, Xiang Jinxiang opened a bottle of long-aged wine, enjoying the wine while holding a beautiful woman in his arms. His mood was very good because tonight was the night when he and the strategist would implement their plan. Lin Chen, you won't survive tonight. Ha ha. Xiang Jinxiang laughed loudly, then downed the drink in his cup in one gulp. Xiang Jinxiang was confident that the plan the strategist had given him was flawless. Thinking about Lin Chen, the thorn in his side, about to meet his end, he was in a great mood. Just then, the door was pushed open, and the strategist rushed in anxiously. Master Xiang, there's been a problem. The strategist's face looked grim. A problem? Xiang Jinxiang, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly turned dark. What happened? Tell me quickly. Xiang Jinxiang pushed aside the woman next to him. Master Xiang, the assassination plan has failed again. The people sent to run the boy over with a truck were caught, the strategist said with his head bowed. What? Xiang Jinxiang stood up abruptly. How is this possible? How could such a flawless plan fail? How could that boy escape? Xiang Jinxiang almost roared as he spoke. In the 1990s, when Xiang Jinxiang was building his power in Xinjiang City, he had used this method several times to eliminate his opponents, framing them for accidents. This method had always worked perfectly for Xiang Jinxiang back then. Master Xiang, I don't know the specifics of what happened, but the driver has been arrested. It's absolutely true, the strategist said helplessly. Damn it, it must be that the people I hired were unreliable. Xiang Jinxiang slapped the strategist across the face in anger. Master Xiang, I'm innocent. Every time we did something like this, I was the one arranging it. Master Xiang, which time wasn't it reliable? The person I hired this time was definitely reliable. The strategist looked innocent as he held his face. Forget it, the person has been caught, what else can we do? Xiang Jinxiang sat back on the sofa helplessly. Xiang Jinxiang had thought that this time he would surely make sure Lin Chen met his end, but once again his dream was shattered. Then, Xiang Jinxiang closed his eyes and said weakly, Is the driver who was caught reliable? Did we pay him off? Will he rat us out? Master Xiang, rest assured, he is absolutely reliable. He will take all the blame and won't say a word, the strategist said firmly. I don't believe this Lin Chen is so lucky, always managing to escape. Investigate thoroughly and find out what's going on. Xiang Jinxiang gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go investigate right away, the anxious strategist replied before quickly leaving the room. On the way to the bar, Lin Chen received a call from Su Yan. When Lin Chen saw Su Yan's call, he remembered that he had promised to go to her house at 9 o'clock to pretend to be her boyfriend. But looking at the time, it was already 9:30, and because of the earlier events, Lin Chen had forgotten about it. After answering the phone, Lin Chen, it's already 9:30, why haven't you come yet? Su Yan's angry voice came through the phone. Su Yan, I got into a car accident on the way, just came out of the hospital, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it today, Lin Chen said helplessly. Lin Chen was not lying, he would have definitely come if it weren't for this incident. Car accident? Are you not lying? Are you not hurt? Which hospital are you in? A series of concerned inquiries came from the other end of the phone. What? You care about me too? Lin Chen seemed somewhat surprised. Don't think too much. If you got into an accident on your way to see me, of course I would take responsibility for you, Su Yan said. From Su Yan's words, Lin Chen could see that although Su Yan was usually a willful little princess, she was kind-hearted inside. It's nothing, just some minor injuries, but I definitely won't be able to come to your place today, how about tomorrow? Lin Chen said. You wouldn't be using a car accident to deceive me, would you? Su Yan's voice of doubt came through the phone. I wouldn't deceive anyone with a car accident. Believe it if you want, if not, forget it. I'll come to your place tomorrow, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you, Lin Chen said calmly. Okay, I'm hanging up. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Su Yan's home. So angry. He hung up on me again. Su Yan angrily threw her phone on the sofa. Daughter, what's wrong? Is he not willing to come? Su Zong asked nervously. Su Zong not only knew Lin Chen's true identity, but also knew that Lin Chen and Su Yan were pretending to be a couple. Because it was just a pretense, Su Zong was worried that Lin Chen wouldn't come. He's not coming, he said he has something to do and will come tomorrow, Su Yan pouted. It's okay. As long as he's willing to come, that's all that matters. Tomorrow is another day, Su Zong said with a smile, looking very happy. Dad, why are you acting so strange? Su Yan looked at her father in surprise. Su Yan knew her father's temper. She thought he would be angry since her son-in-law stood her up for the first time. Su Yan really felt her father was acting too strange. Was this still her father? Starlight Bar. At the bar counter, A beautiful woman stood behind the counter, with wine-red long wavy hair, every strand exuding a hot and spicy vibe, thick eyelashes, captivating eyes, and bright lips, always revealing a variety of charm. "Oh, isn't this little brother Lin Chen? Long time no see." As soon as Lin Chen approached, the beautiful woman greeted him with a smile. "Red sister, give me a card seat with a better environment," Lin Chen said to the sexy beauty at the bar. When Lin Chen first became the chairman of Huading, he came here to spend money and inquired about things from this Red sister twice, so he knew her. "No problem. Red sister will arrange it for you. By the way, Lin Chen, do you want me to call 2 girls to accompany you for drinks? We have all kinds of types," Red sister said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Chen turned to look at the lone wolf behind him. "Lone wolf, what type do you like? Shall I call one for you?" Lin Chen patted the lone wolf's shoulder. "Me? Young master, don't tease me. I'm here to protect you, not to play," the lone wolf said somewhat awkwardly. "Ha ha, I'm just teasing you." Lin Chen laughed. With Red Sister's arrangement, Lin Chen arrived at a card seat with a very good environment. After sitting down, the lone wolf stood behind, in a bodyguard posture, showing no intention of sitting down. "Lone wolf, I'm here to invite you for a drink. Come over," Lin Chen said, pulling the lone wolf over to sit down. "Here, let me pour you a drink." Lin Chen poured a drink for the lone wolf. Then, Lin Chen raised his glass, and said seriously, "Today you saved my life and got injured yourself, I toast to you." After that, Lin Chen raised his glass and drank it all. After a moment of contemplation, the lone wolf finally picked up his glass and drank it all in one go. "Ha, that's more like it." Lin Chen, seeing the lone wolf finish the drink, immediately showed a happy smile. Next, Lin Chen poured another glass of wine for the lone wolf and toasted him again. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Chen sat down. It was now 10 o'clock at night, the busiest time for the bar, with deafening metal music playing. The lone wolf glanced around and said, "To be honest, young master, I'm not used to this kind of place and I don't like it either." Lin Chen was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Really? I feel the same way as you." As they spoke, they both glanced at the dance floor in the bar, where many young men and women in revealing outfits were dancing, some engaging in inappropriate behavior. After looking away, Lin Chen looked at the lone wolf and said with a smile, "Lone wolf, can I ask you a personal question?" "Young master, please go ahead," the lone wolf replied seriously. Are you still a virgin?" Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh after saying this. "Young master, you." The lone wolf blushed upon hearing Lin Chen's question, as he never expected Lin Chen to ask such a question. "Oh my, I didn't expect to see the lone wolf blush." Lin Chen chuckled, covering his mouth. Lin Chen felt like he had discovered another side of the lone wolf. "Young master, I'm just a bit tipsy from the alcohol," the lone wolf explained seriously. "Alright, stop pretending. I can tell you're definitely a virgin, there's nothing to be ashamed of, after all, so am I," Lin Chen said with a smile. "You too, young master?" The lone wolf seemed surprised. TSK, since you said that, it seems like you're admitting it," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Young master, please don't tease me," the lone wolf chuckled. Seeing the lone wolf laugh, Lin Chen was stunned. Lin Chen swore it was the first time he had seen the lone wolf smile, possibly even his grandfather had never seen the lone wolf smile. Lin Chen continued with a smile, "Lone wolf, do you want me to set you up with someone to help you lose your virginity?" "My treat. Young master, I'm really not that interested. Can we not talk about this topic?" The lone wolf awkwardly waved his hand. Okay, I won't say anything. Let's drink." Lin Chen raised his glass. The lone wolf also raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Chen's. Lin Chen talked to the lone wolf about these things to get closer to him. After a drink, Lin Chen asked, "Lone wolf, last time my grandfather said you served in the special forces and later fought in underground boxing matches. Can you tell me about your experiences?" Lin Chen was curious about the lone wolf. His impression of him was strong and mysterious. So Lin Chen really wanted to know about the lone wolf's experiences. Of course, with the lone wolf's personality, whether he would tell him or not, Lin Chen was unsure. After a moment of silence, the lone wolf looked up and said, "I was an orphan when I was young, grew up in an orphanage. Because I was quiet and had no friends from a young age, my academic performance was not good, only the orphanage director was kind to me, and my only wish as a child was to join the army." "An orphan?" Lin Chen was surprised. Lin Chen was not only surprised that the lone wolf was an orphan, but even more surprised that the lone wolf was willing to tell him these things. The lone wolf continued, "With the help of the director, I successfully enlisted. I showed great talent in the military, and not long after, I was sent to the strongest special forces and became an elite member, completing many real combat missions. Then you had a bright future. Why did you end up fighting in underground boxing matches?" Lin Chen was puzzled. After serving for 3 years, during a holiday, I went back to the orphanage to see the director, but the orphanage had been forcibly demolished. I heard that she was injured trying to stop the demolition and couldn't be saved in the end. I didn't even get to see her one last time. When the lone wolf said this, his fists were clenched, making cracking sounds, and his eyes flickered with anger. The angry lone wolf gave off a terrifying vibe. So, did you end up killing someone? Lin Chen could imagine that an angry lone wolf was likely to kill someone, because to the lone wolf, the orphanage director was his only family. Yes, I killed the corrupt boss who was carrying out forced demolitions, as well as all those who physically attacked the dean. After killing them, I used the experience I learned in the military to successfully escape the country, the lone wolf said with narrowed eyes. And then? Lin Chen continued to inquire. After that, I escaped to Europe and joined a mercenary organization, but some of the tasks of the mercenary organization were too inhumane. In some missions, innocent civilians, even babies, were slaughtered. I didn't last long before choosing to quit. Eventually, through a series of coincidences, I started underground fighting, the lone wolf said. Pausing for a moment, the lone wolf continued, I fought in underground fights for 4 years, during which my strength improved significantly, but it also made me cold-blooded. During those 4 years, I had countless enemies but not a single friend. So how did you end up working for my grandfather? Lin Chen looked puzzled. I was tired of underground fighting a long time ago and wanted to quit, but it's easy to get in and hard to get out of this line of work. I had gained quite a reputation in the circle. I was the boss's cash cow, so of course, the boss didn't want to let me go, the lone wolf said. Pausing again, the lone wolf continued, after several strikes, the boss finally agreed to let me go, but he wanted me to finish one last fight. That last match turned out to be a trap. The boss wanted to assassinate me. He drugged my water before the match, causing me to lose all my strength once I entered the ring. He wanted the opponent to kill me and rise to fame by stepping on my reputation. What? Lin Chen was shocked. This boss was too despicable. The lone wolf continued, during the match, because of my loss of strength, I could only be beaten to the point of severe injury. Your grandfather, Lao Lu, happened to be there. He saw through the scheme and spent $2 billion to save my life, gave me a new identity, and brought me back to the country to work as a bodyguard. I see. After hearing the lone wolf's experiences, Lin Chen felt a dreamlike sensation. He had to admit that the lone wolf's experiences were truly legendary. If Lin Chen thought his own childhood was tough, hearing about the lone wolf made him feel like it was nothing. And the fact that the lone wolf was willing to share his experiences with him meant that he no longer saw Lin Chen as an outsider. Lone wolf, I know you have no friends. Here, let's have this drink. From today onwards, you have a friend, and that's me. Lin Chen raised his glass, looking serious. Young master, this. The lone wolf still seemed hesitant. Don't think too much, come on. Cheers. After this drink, don't call me young master anymore, call me Lin Chen. After saying that, Lin Chen finished the drink in his glass in one go. Alright, I'll drink this. The lone wolf no longer hesitated, raised his glass, and then drank it down in one go. Ha ha. After setting down their glasses, Lin Chen and the lone wolf smiled at each other. The fact that the lone wolf was willing to have a drink with him indicated that the lone wolf now considered Lin Chen a friend. Ah! Just then, a scream came from nearby. Lin Chen turned to look and saw a group of over 10 men in black t-shirts surrounding a young man and a girl with a pure appearance. Isn't that Chen Su? And her sister? Lin Chen recognized the young man being surrounded as a friend from his middle school days. Although they hadn't seen each other in years, Lin Chen recognized him at a glance. Lin Chen didn't expect to encounter his middle school friend Chen Su here. Lone wolf, let's go over and take a look. After saying that, Lin Chen walked over. On the other side, damn, daring to meddle in my business, I'm sick of seeing you, Chen Su. A man with tattooed arms pointed at Chen Su's nose arrogantly. The group of over 10 men in black tank tops surrounding Chen Su also stood proudly, looking arrogant. Brother Hua, no matter what, we all work for Dragon Brother. Give me some face and don't have any ideas about my sister, Chen Su said with a forced smile. The man with floral tattoos walked up to Chen Su, slapped his face, and arrogantly said, Who do you think you are? Do you think I'm giving you face? He then slapped Zhang Tao's face, making a loud sound. The man with floral tattoos continued arrogantly, Chen Su, let me tell you, I will have your sister today. Even Jesus can't save her. You dare. Chen Su, who was smiling apologetically, immediately grabbed an empty wine bottle from the table, smashed it, and pointed the sharp end at the man with floral tattoos. The man with floral tattoos frowned, Chen Su, under Dragon Brother's command, you are my younger brother in seniority. Do you know the consequences of raising your hand against me? I don't care about the consequences. Even if it's the King of Heaven, if he dares to touch my sister, I will definitely fight back. Chen Su gritted his teeth and said loudly, "You're just asking for trouble. Brothers, get him. Beat him to death." The man with floral tattoos shouted, "Stop!" Just as the dozen or so men in black were about to rush forward, a voice of reprimand came from behind. They turned around and saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Chen Su also recognized Lin Chen, looking very surprised to see his old friend after so many years. "Kid, who are you to shout here?" The man with floral tattoos turned to Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen dressed so plainly, the man with floral tattoos showed disdain in his eyes. "Chen Su is my friend, and I saved him today. Whoever you are, get out of here now." Lin Chen said calmly, "You want me to get out? This kid wants me to get out? Ha ha." The man with floral tattoos laughed loudly. His dozen or so followers behind him also laughed. The man with floral tattoos then walked up to Lin Chen, raised his head arrogantly, and said, "Kid, do you know who I am? Dare to talk to me like this, you must not want to live." He then reached out his hand and slapped Lin Chen's face several times, making a loud sound. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Let me tell you, people who dare to slap my face like this never end well. I guarantee you will have a miserable fate. Let's see who will not survive." The man with floral tattoos laughed. His expression suddenly turned fierce. "Brothers, take care of this troublemaker first. Then we'll deal with Chen Su." "Yes." The dozen or so followers immediately surrounded them. Seeing this, Chen Su quickly rushed forward, stood in front of Lin Chen, and said to him, "Lin Chen, you need to leave now. This is my problem. You can't handle them." Chen Su was grateful and touched by Lin Chen's sudden appearance and support, but he didn't want to involve Lin Chen in his troubles. "Lin Chen, brother, you need to leave now." Chen Su's sister, Chen Xiaoming, also urged. "Chen Su, Xiaoming, don't worry, I will protect you today. Leave everything to me." Lin Chen said calmly, "Lin Chen, this is not a joke. They are too much for you to handle. You need to leave now." Chen Su urged anxiously. As far as Chen Su knew, Lin Chen was still in college, and he didn't think a student could handle such a big problem. "No need for words, none of you can escape today because of your interference. Brothers, get him. Take down this meddlesome kid first." The man with floral tattoos ordered. "Go!" Following the command, the dozen or so followers charged towards Lin Chen. "Gulo, take action and bring him down," Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. "Leave it to me." Gulo twisted his head from side to side. By this time, the first follower who charged forward had reached Lin Chen. Gulo threw a punch, hitting the follower hard in the chest. Bang! This younger brother was directly punched and flew backwards, smashing into several other younger brothers who were about to charge forward, knocking all of them down. As for the one who was punched and fell to the ground, blood sprayed from his mouth, clearly indicating that the damage caused by the punch from the lone wolf was not small. "Damn, this is too fierce." The tattooed man was startled. The remaining younger brothers were also scared by this punch and hesitated to charge forward. "Brothers, show your weapons. He may be able to fight, but he's just one person," the tattooed man shouted loudly. After hearing this, the younger brothers took out their batons, swung them, and then charged towards the lone wolf. Bang! 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 The battle erupted instantly. Although there were more than 10 opponents, the fight was completely one-sided. Even when the batons of those younger brothers hit the lone wolf, he didn't even flinch. 4 years of underground boxing career had made the lone wolf's resistance to hits very strong. But with just a casual punch, he could make them spit blood. How could they continue fighting? 1 minute later, all the younger brothers were lying on the ground wailing. The lone wolf glanced at them, then shook his head and sneered, "A bunch of trash." To the lone wolf, these dozen or so younger brothers were not even worth his time. Because the bar was crowded, the lone wolf didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for Lin Chen, so he didn't go all out. Otherwise, these people would probably have lost their lives long ago. Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Su and Shen Xiaoming couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this scene, their eyes filled with shock. Oh my god, this guy is too fierce, fighting against more than 10 people? This. The tattooed man also widened his eyes, his face turning pale with fear. For the tattooed man, besides his own status and position, the most important thing was having a dozen or so younger brothers with him. And now, all these younger brothers had been defeated, he had lost his support. "Lone wolf, bring him to me," Lin Chen said casually. The lone wolf nodded, then walked directly towards the tattooed man. Don't come over. Be careful, my knife has no eyes." The tattooed man pulled out a machete, pointing it at the lone wolf. The lone wolf showed no fear, continuing to approach him. "I told you not to come over. Don't force me." The tattooed man continued to shout fiercely. But the lone wolf didn't stop, and had already reached the tattooed man. F***CKU, go to hell. The tattooed man, seeing the lone wolf in front of him, had no way to retreat, so he viciously swung the knife towards the lone wolf. How fast was the lone wolf's reaction? He grabbed the tattooed man's wrist holding the knife, and twisted it forcefully. Ah! A sharp, agonizing scream rang out, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking. The tattooed man's face twisted in pain, and the machete in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His wrist had been twisted 180 degrees by the lone wolf. The lone wolf lifted the tattooed man and brought him in front of Lin Chen. The tattooed man's face was pale, and it was unclear whether it was due to pain or fear. Lin Chen slapped the tattooed man's face hard, and said coldly, "I said before, anyone who dares to slap my face will have a bad ending. I keep my word." Then, Lin Chen turned to the lone wolf. "Lone wolf, break one of his legs as a lesson." "No, no, no. My big brother is Dragon Brother. If you dare to break my leg, I guarantee you will have a bad ending," the tattooed man shouted in terror. For the tattooed man, the only thing he could rely on now was to use his big brother's reputation to intimidate Lin Chen. "Alright, then break both his legs." Lin Chen smiled and said to the lone wolf, "No problem." After nodding, the lone wolf kicked the tattooed man's legs with force. Bang! Bang! Ah! With another round of agonizing screams, the tattooed man fell to the ground, his leg bones directly broken by the lone wolf. The man with floral tattoos winced in pain, his eyes wide with shock. He never expected that even mentioning Dragon Brother's name would be of no use. Lin Chen glanced at the man with floral tattoos below and spat out a word, "Get lost." The dozen or so henchmen who had been knocked down at this moment gritted their teeth and climbed up from the ground, with a few lightly injured ones running over to help the man with floral tattoos up. "Kid, you've got guts to even hit me. Dragon Brother won't let you off. Just you wait here." The man with floral tattoos gritted his teeth. "Alright, I'll wait here. Let's see what you can do." Lin Chen sneered. "Let's go." With a command from the man with floral tattoos, he was assisted by two henchmen as they left. After the man with floral tattoos left, "Brother Lin Chen, I didn't expect to see you again." Chen Xiaoming rushed to Lin Chen's side, looking very happy. "Xiaoming, the last time I saw you, you were still a little girl. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast." Lin Chen smiled and patted Xiaoming's head. When Lin Chen was in junior high school, he didn't have many friends in his class, only Chen Su was a good friend. Lin Chen often visited Chen Su's house, so he naturally had more contact with Chen Xiaoming. At that time, Chen Xiaoming was cute and obedient, always following behind Lin Chen and calling him Brother Lin Chen. "Brother Lin Chen, thank you just now. Your friend is really amazing. He scared off those bad guys in just a few moves." Chen Xiaoming showed a sweet smile. Chen Su also stepped forward and said, "Yes, Lin Chen, thank you so much just now. Thanks to you, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened today. I never expected to meet you here." Chen Su knew that if it weren't for Lin Chen driving away those people, the consequences for him and his sister would have been unimaginable. Next, Chen Su looked at Lone Wolf and thanked him with a fist. "Thank you, friend, for helping just now. Your skills are truly amazing." The power Lone Wolf had just shown truly amazed Chen Su. He had never seen someone with such great skills. "I was just helping Lin Chen. Thank him." Lone Wolf returned to his usual cold demeanor. Chen Su looked at Lin Chen again. "Lin Chen, I really don't know how to thank you." "Chen Su, there's no need for thanks. We used to be good buddies. If we run into trouble, I won't just stand by," Lin Chen said. Pausing for a moment, Lin Chen continued, "By the way, what are you doing here? How did Xiaoming end up working here? What's going on?" After graduating from junior high school, Chen Su moved away. At that time, there were no mobile phones, so they didn't exchange contact information. Since then, Lin Chen had never seen Chen Su again or received any news from him. "Lin Chen, this is not the place to talk. You hit the man with floral tattoos. He could come back with people at any time. Let's go first, and we can talk somewhere else," Chen Su said. "No need, I'll wait for him to come back here. If I don't completely resolve this matter for you, even if we leave now, they will come after you for revenge," Lin Chen said as he sat down. "Well, Lin Chen, I know your friend is skilled, able to take on 10 people at once, but he can't take on 100. As for me, I can just take my sister and leave Qingyang City," Chen Su said. "No need, I can handle it," Lin Chen smiled. At this moment, Red Sister also walked over, obviously having witnessed what had just happened. "Little brother Lin Chen, listen to Red Sister's advice, hurry and leave with your friends. This man with floral tattoos is one of Dragon Brother's men. If Dragon Brother brings people for revenge, it will be troublesome," Red Sister urged. "Red Sister, is this Dragon Brother very powerful?" Lin Chen looked up at Red Sister. "Of course, all the entertainment venues on this street are under Dragon Brother's protection. He has over 300 men under him, including our Starlight Bar, which is also under Dragon Brother's control. Red Sister said. Red Sister, thank you for your reminder, but I'm not leaving. As for that Dragon Brother, I never took him seriously. If he dares to come, I'll take care of him along with the rest. Lin Chen said calmly as he picked up the drink on the table and took a sip. Young man, you're too confident. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with him, just the four of you? Red Sister shook her head. Although she didn't know Lin Chen's background, she doubted that Lin Chen and his three companions could handle Dragon Brother and his group if they were to come. I am enough on my own, Lin Chen said casually. On your own? Red Sister shook her head, feeling that this person was too arrogant. Red Sister had wanted to advise him, but seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of leaving, she decided not to say anything more. To Red Sister, she had no personal connection with Lin Chen, she only advised him because he was her guest. But seeing Lin Chen's arrogance, she felt there was no need to advise him further. Young man, good luck to you then, Red Sister said before leaving. After Red Sister left, Chen Su urged, Lin Chen, let's leave quickly. It's almost too late. I've agreed to work for Dragon Brother, I know how powerful he is. Chen Su was anxious and didn't understand why Lin Chen was reluctant to leave. Lin Chen was willing to help him, which made him happy, but he also didn't want Lin Chen to get involved just to help him. Just as Chen Su finished speaking, the door of the bar was forcefully pushed open. A bald middle-aged man led a large group of tough-looking men in black vests into the bar, exuding a menacing aura. That's Dragon Brother. We're done for, Dragon Brother is here. Chen Su's face showed despair as soon as he saw the bald man. Lin Chen took a closer look and saw that there were 70 to 80 people coming in, including the man with the tattooed arm who had been pushed in on a wheelchair. We're finished. There's no chance to leave now. Chen Su slumped on the sofa, his face full of despair. I'm not afraid to die, but I don't want my sister to be defiled by these bastards. Chen Su said in despair, fully aware of how serious the consequences would be if his sister fell into their hands. On the other side, the bald leader Dragon Brother, leading his 70 to 80 men, confidently walked towards the bar counter. Red Sister, turn off the music for me. Turn on the lights. Dragon Brother ordered Red Sister with a stern face. Red Sister dared not disobey and immediately turned off the bar's music and turned on the lights, illuminating the previously dim bar. At the same time, Red Sister thought to herself, I warned you to leave earlier, now that Dragon Brother is here, let's see how you handle this. After the music stopped, all the bar patrons turned their attention to the group of men in black clothes. Many patrons who were initially about to complain about the sudden music stoppage fell silent when they saw the intimidating group. Those who recognized Dragon Brother were even more cautious. The entire bar fell into an eerie silence. Clear the bar, all non-essential personnel, get out of the bar immediately. Dragon Brother's voice echoed throughout the bar. The patrons didn't dare to resist and obediently left. As for Dragon Brother, he led his men directly towards the booth where Lin Chen was seated. What should we do now? Chen Xiaoming's face turned pale with fear, clearly overwhelmed by the opponent's large entourage. Lin Chen, why don't you take my sister and leave? I'll stay here to hold them off, Chen Su said through gritted teeth. Hold them off? Chen Su, do you think you can hold off so many people on your own? Lin Chen said. Of course I can't, but there's no other way now. Chen Su stood up. Sit down, didn't I say I'll handle it? Lin Chen pulled Chen Su back. Chen Su could only sigh, as he couldn't understand how Lin Chen could possibly deal with Dragon Brother and his 70 to 80 men. At this moment, Brother Long had already led his men over. Surround them for me. None of them should even think about running today, Brother Long ordered. The dozens of black-clothed men immediately surrounded Lin Chen and his group. Chen Su and Chen Xiaoming both looked pale, while Lin Chen and Gu Lang remained calm. Brother Long, it's this kid who ordered to break my leg. The man with the floral tattoo pointed at Lin Chen. At the same time, he sneered at Lin Chen and said, Kid, I told you earlier, if you dare to hit me, you will undoubtedly die. Now it's your time to die. He. Whose time to die? That's hard to say. Lin Chen coldly smiled. At this moment, Lin Chen was still leaning back on the sofa, crossing his legs, looking relaxed and unruffled, showing no signs of panic. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Seeing so many of us, you can still remain so calm. I wonder where you come from. Brother Long looked down at Lin Chen. You must be Brother Long, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Chen, the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Lin Chen said casually. Lin Chen directly revealed his identity. What? You say you're the chairman of Huading Group? Brother Long was taken aback. Chen Su and Chen Xiaoming also looked surprised after hearing this. Brother Long, look at this kid's appearance. How could he possibly be the chairman of Huading Group? If you say he's the security guard of Huading Group, I might believe it. The man with the floral tattoo sneered. Exactly, if he's the chairman of Huading, then I'm the Monkey King. It's ridiculous, this kid doesn't even look at himself, yet dares to impersonate the chairman of Huading Group. Brother Long's men behind him also laughed. Could his method be to impersonate the chairman of Huading Group? Chen Su couldn't help shaking his head. He used to be Lin Chen's middle school friend and knew some of Lin Chen's background. How could he believe that Lin Chen was the chairman of Huading Group? Brother Long also laughed. Kid, do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I would believe you? Obviously, Brother Long was also skeptical. Lin Chen casually said, it's simple to prove. Doesn't Sister Hong have an intelligence system here? I believe that in her intelligence system, there must be information about the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. You just need her to bring out a file for comparison, and it will be clear. It's easy. The man with the floral tattoo urged, Brother Long, there's no need for this. Just look at him, he can't possibly be the chairman of Huading Group. Brother Long, you should just kill him now. Shut up, do you think I need your advice on how to handle things? Brother Long glared at the man with the floral tattoo. Seeing this, the man with the floral tattoo wisely kept his mouth shut. Go, bring Sister Hong over. Brother Long ordered one of his men nearby. Brother Long observed Lin Chen's attire and appearance, which indeed did not resemble that of a wealthy person, let alone the chairman of Huading Group. However, he noticed that Lin Chen was too calm. Faced with such a large group of people, he could still remain so composed, which didn't seem like something an ordinary person could do. To ensure nothing went wrong, he decided to have Sister Hong bring a file for confirmation. It wouldn't take long, and it wouldn't be a hassle. Soon, Sister Hong was called over by one of the men. Brother Long, what can I do for you? Sister Hong smiled. Sister Hong, get me a file on the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, Brother Long said. Okay, Brother Long. I'll go get it right away. Sister Hong was a tactful person. Although she didn't know why Brother Long needed this, she didn't ask and just went to do it. After returning to the bar counter, Sister Hong logged into a mysterious intelligence website on the computer and searched for the information on the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Such information about a person of this status was obviously not a secret, so Sister Hong quickly found it. After clicking on it, it's him. Sister Hong covered her mouth in astonishment, widened her eyes, and had an expression of disbelief on her face. Because the photo on the computer is Lin Chen. He is actually the chairman of Huading Group? Sister Hong's heart was already in turmoil. When Lin Chen said he didn't care about Dragon Brother, Sister Hong couldn't understand Lin Chen before. She thought Lin Chen was too arrogant. Now she finally understands why Lin Chen is so confident, because Lin Chen is the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group. Sister Hong is very clear that the Qingyang branch of Huading Group is definitely one of the top 3 companies in Qingyang City. And the entire Huading Group is a very powerful group in the 3 southwestern provinces. As Sister Hong continued to read, she couldn't help but gasp. He is actually the grandson-in-law of Lao Yi Lu Zhizhong. After thinking of this, Sister Hong felt dizzy. She never dreamed that Lin Chen turned out to be the grandson-in-law of Lao Yi Lu Zhizhong. What an amazing existence. For Sister Hong, this is a big figure that she can only see in intelligence reports. She realized that she had underestimated Lin Chen too much. On the other side, Lin Chen, I'm afraid they won't be deceived, even if this can delay a few minutes. When the intelligence arrives, it will still be exposed. Chen Su looked very anxious. In Chen Su's view, Lin Chen claiming to be the chairman of Huading Group and asking Dragon Brother to investigate was just to buy time. Chen Su, don't worry, come, let's have a drink first. Lin Chen smiled and picked up a glass of wine. Lin Chen, we are in big trouble. I don't have the mood to drink. Chen Su smiled bitterly. Just then, Sister Hong walked quickly over. After Sister Hong arrived, she first glanced at Lin Chen, but the look in Lin Chen's eyes was filled with awe. Then, Sister Hong handed the information to Dragon Brother. Dragon Brother, here is the information you wanted. Sister Hong, why are your hands shaking? Also, why does your face look a bit abnormal? Dragon Brother glanced at Sister Hong. Dragon Brother, you will know after you read it. I'm afraid by then, your hands will be shaking more than mine, and your face will look worse than mine. Sister Hong forced a smile. Nonsense, Dragon Brother said as he took the information and started reading. Sure enough, after just a few glances at the information, Dragon Brother's face suddenly turned purple-blue, and his eyes showed a strong look of shock. The more he read, the more shocked his face became. When he finished reading, clang! Dragon Brother's hand couldn't help but tremble, and the information in his hand all fell to the ground. When Dragon Brother looked up at Lin Chen again, there was already a look of awe in his eyes. "Dragon Brother, what's wrong with you?" The man with the floral tattoo on his arm sitting in a wheelchair looked puzzled. Because the information happened to fall in front of the man with the floral tattoo on his arm, he quickly bent down to pick it up, wanting to see what Dragon Brother had seen that caused such a big reaction. This. When the man with the floral tattoo on his arm saw the information, he was also shocked, his eyes widened and his face turned pale. Heavens, the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. When the man with the floral tattoo on his arm saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, his voice becoming unusually sharp due to the shock in his heart. The next moment, the severely stimulated man with the floral tattoo on his arm suddenly fell back on the wheelchair, then began to convulse violently, foaming at the mouth. Damn, he's scared to death. Brother Hua! Brother Hua! Several younger brothers behind the man with the floral tattoo quickly stepped forward to pinch his acupuncture points and shake him. What's going on? Chen Su, seeing the intense reactions of Sister Hong, Dragon Brother, and the man with the floral tattoo on his arm, was very puzzled. He couldn't imagine what the three of them had seen. Even Shen Xiaoming couldn't help but say, what terrifying thing did they see that even scared the bad guy into foaming at the mouth? Lin Chen smiled, then looked at Dragon Brother. Dragon Brother, do you believe it now? I believe, of course. Young Master Lin, you can call me Xiaolong, or Dragon Brother, it's all good. Dragon Brother chuckled dryly, his attitude becoming exceptionally respectful. Joking aside, he was not just the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group. What Dragon Brother feared the most was his identity as the grandson-in-law of Laozi Lu Zhizhong. This was the grandson-in-law of the richest man in the southwest. Not to mention in Qingyang City, even in the entire 3 provinces of the southwest, they were top-notch wealthy third generations. And what about him, Dragon Brother? Just a small-time gang leader in a small area of Qingyang City, his status and level were absolutely miles apart. A top tycoon could easily crush a small-time gang leader like Dragon Brother. Would he dare to move against Lin Chen? Absolutely not. Even if he had the ability to kill Lin Chen now, could he bear the retaliation from Laozi Lu? Definitely not. Since he couldn't afford to offend, he could only bow his head. This. Shen Su saw Dragon Brother bowing to Lin Chen, even calling Lin Chen Young Master Dragon, and waves of shock and turmoil surged in his heart. Shen Su had a terrifying thought in his mind. Could it be that Lin Chen was really the chairman of the Huading Group? Young Master Lin, today's incident was just a misunderstanding, disturbing young Master Lin Chen's enjoyment. I apologize to young Master Lin, I will take my people and leave now, Dragon Brother said repeatedly. Lin Chen picked up the wine on the table, took a sip, and casually said, misunderstanding? This is no misunderstanding. If I hadn't been here, my brother would have been killed by your men today. Before you leave, you need to give me an explanation. What? What explanation does young Master Lin want from me? Dragon Brother wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking nervous. At this moment, the tattooed man who had been scared to near death had been awakened by a few of his men, breathing heavily, but his face was pale. For example, take his life as an explanation to me. Lin Chen pointed at the tattooed man. What? The tattooed man, who had just recovered from his shock, trembled all over again when he heard Lin Chen's words, then collapsed again, foaming at the mouth. You guys, don't bother with him. He offended young Master Lin, he deserves it. Dragon Brother waved his hand to the few men who were about to help. Obviously, Dragon Brother's purpose in doing so was to comply with Lin Chen's wishes. After hearing this, the few men obediently backed off and did not attempt to help the tattooed man. The tattooed man's condition worsened this time. With no one attending to him, he convulsed for a moment before completely losing his breath. Seeing this, Dragon Brother said to Lin Chen, young Master Lin, his life is gone. The tattooed man's life was Dragon Brother's explanation to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, thinking that this Dragon Brother was quite straightforward. Xiaolong, have a seat. Lin Chen casually gestured for Dragon Brother to sit across from him. Young Master Lin, I'm fine standing, Dragon Brother said with a smile. Lin Chen frowned slightly. I told you to sit, so sit. Well, since young Master Lin said so, I will obey, Dragon Brother said, then sat down with a smile. After sitting down, Lin Chen said calmly, since the tattooed man is dead, today's accounts are settled. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dragon Brother finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen, are you really the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group? Shen Su couldn't help but ask in shock. Before Lin Chen could respond, Dragon Brother said, not only is he the chairman of the Qingyang branch of the Huading Group, he is also the grandson-in-law of Laozi Lu Zhizhong. Shen Su, you're really lucky to have such an awesome friend. What? The grandson-in-law of Laozi Lu? Shen Su was stunned by this news. Although Chen Su couldn't believe it, he knew that the intelligence from Hongjia's side could not be wrong. Up to now, Chen Su finally understood why Lin Chen was so confident before, saying he could solve everything and not to worry. At that time, Chen Su couldn't understand why Lin Chen was so confident, but now he finally understood. Chen Su finally understood why Hong Jia, Long Gu, and the tattooed man were so scared. Even Chen Xiaoming, after hearing Long Ji's words, covered her mouth in shock. Although Chen Xiaoming is relatively naive, she has heard of Lu Zhizhong's name and knows that Lu Zhizhong is the richest man in the southwest. Chen Su, I know you must be shocked right now, we'll talk about this later, Lin Chen said. Chen Su nodded. Lin Chen then turned to look at Long Gu. Xiaolong, I heard that you are in charge of these streets, right? Lin Chen asked. That's right, but my little business is nothing compared to Huading's business. It's like child's play, Long Gu chuckled. Do you want to expand? Lin Chen asked. Of course I do, but the various areas in Xinjiang City have already been divided up. It was already very difficult for me to establish this area. To expand further is like reaching for the sky, Long Gu said. What if you have the help of my Huading? Lin Chen said with a smile. Huading's help? Long Gu was puzzled. Lin, young Master Lin, I don't understand what you mean, Long Gu said. It's simple, if you follow me in the future, you are my man, and I will help you expand, Lin Chen said lightly. After a pause, Lin Chen continued, can this really be done? Long Gu looked very surprised. Long Gu was very clear that without external help, with his current ability, he can only survive in these streets at best and could not expand. If Huading is willing to support him from behind, then he will have the capital to expand. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Chen shrugged. When Lin Chen fought against Xiang Jinxiang before, he already had the idea of building an underground force, but he never found the opportunity. And now, Lin Chen felt the time was right. Alright, I'm willing to follow young Master Lin. Long Gu agreed directly. Just based on the fact that Lin Chen is Lu Zhizhong's grandson, Long Gu felt that there was nothing shameful about following Lin Chen, and even felt honored. Without today's opportunity, Long Gu, a small gang leader, might never have the chance to associate with such a big shot like Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Okay, Xiaolong, from now on, you are under my command, Lin Chen said. Yes. I'll toast to young Master Lin right away. Long Gu quickly picked up the wine glass and drank it up. After putting down the glass, Lin Chen continued, my Huading group and Xiang Chang group are mortal enemies. My goal is simple, to defeat Xiang Jinxiang in the future and unify the underground forces in Xinjiang City. When Long Gu heard Lin Chen's words, he looked very hopeful. He had never dared to think of such a grand plan before, but with Lin Chen as his backer, he knew that it was not impossible. Lin Chen then looked at Chen Su. By the way, Chen Su, are you working under Xiaolong? How did you end up on this path? Lin Chen, Sigh, it's a long story, Chen Su shook his head. Brother, no matter what you've been through before, from today onwards, everything is over. Don't be a gangster anymore. Come to my Huading group, I'll arrange a job for you, Lin Chen patted Chen Su's shoulder. Chen Su was Lin Chen's good friend from junior high school for 3 years. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, their friendship remained. And now that Lin Chen had become successful, he was willing to help his good friend within his capabilities. Lin Chen, I have a low education, no skills, not suitable for working in a company, and I want to avenge my girlfriend, Chen Su said with his head down. Avenge your girlfriend? Chen Su, what happened? Lin Chen looked very puzzled. At this time, Chen Xiaoming next to him hurriedly spoke up. Brother Lin Chen, my brother's girlfriend, used to work in real estate sales at Jinxiang Group, but she was harmed by that beast Jinxiang. My sister-in-law couldn't bear the shame and ended up jumping off a building to commit suicide. Lin Chen's face darkened when he heard this. That bastard Jinxiang, he's really not human. Chen Su nodded. My sister is right. Since then, I've been involved in the underworld, all for the day when I can kill Jinxiang and avenge her. At the end, anger burned in Chen Su's eyes. So, Lin Gu, I don't want a stable job. I want to continue in the underworld. Chen Su looked up at Lin Chen. Chen Su, I'll be honest with you, I also have a big grudge against Jinxiang, so I respect your choice. Lin Chen said. Then, Lin Chen looked at Chen Su and Long Gu. If we want to expand, we need a legitimate cover, so let's establish a Huading security company first. I'll be the general manager, Xiaolong and Chen Su, you two will be the deputy general managers, is that okay? No problem. Long Gu and Chen Su both agreed in unison. Don't worry about the funding. After the company is established, I will transfer 1 billion to the account first. Lin Chen said. Oh, 1 billion? Long Gu and Chen Su were both shocked. For them, this was definitely an astronomical figure. Even for Long Gu, after paying the salaries of over 300 subordinates in a year, he could barely have 1 million left for himself. For Long Gu, this was a number he could earn in 100 years. With such a big opportunity, why worry about the future? Chen Su also had a determined look, knowing that with Lin Chen, his revenge was within reach. With this money, recruit soldiers, expand ourselves, develop our power, and first swallow up and deal with those small forces, Lin Chen said. Lin Chen knew that to truly deal with Jinxiang by his own strength, he needed his own power and team. And 1 billion was not a big deal for him. Boss, rest assured, with 1 billion in funding, we will definitely grow stronger, Long Gu vowed. The main reason why Long Ge's power was difficult to expand before was money. Rest assured, 1 billion is just the beginning. Don't worry about funding in the future. I have only one requirement: our people cannot bully the weak, no doing unreasonable things, violators will lose their hands, and serious offenders will lose their heads, Lin Chen said. Understood, I will strictly control our people, Long Gu replied. Chen Su also said, Lin Chen, you know my character, I also hate those kind of people you mentioned, rest assured, I will also keep a strict watch. Lin Chen was relieved to hear this. Great. Cheers to our Huading Security Company. Lin Chen raised his glass. Cheers. Chen Su and Long Gu raised their glasses one after another. And so, Huading Security Company was established. This also officially marked Lin Chen's entry into the underground forces of Qingyang City. Lin Chen didn't like to procrastinate, so the next day he had Lu Bo help register the Huading Security Company, and then transferred 1 billion in funds to the company's account. At the same time, Lin Chen also received a call from the police station. The other party said that the driver from last night insisted that he acted alone, without anyone instructing him, and despite using many methods, they couldn't make the driver change his statement. Therefore, this case could only be pinned on the driver. Lin Chen knew that this driver was just a scapegoat, he must have taken money. Lin Chen decided to personally meet with this driver again. Qingyang City's second detention center. Inside an interrogation room, Lin Chen walked into the interrogation room, where the driver who crashed into him last night was already seated. Last night, I acted alone, no one instructed me, you don't need to ask. As soon as Lin Chen sat down, the driver spoke up. Do you admit it or not? I know that someone is behind you, I know you must have taken money, that's why you are resisting this matter, Lin Chen said calmly. Then, Lin Chen's tone changed, it's just money, I'll give you 10 million, you tell me who is behind this and testify in court, I think this is much more than what they offered you. The driver heard the 10 million, of course, he was tempted, but in the end, he shook his head. I don't want my family to get into trouble, you go? I will never speak, the driver said firmly. After hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood that this driver not only received benefits but also faced threats, so no amount of money could make him speak. Qingyang University. Just after school, a beautiful figure walked into the classroom. She was the campus belle, Su Yan. Su Yan was wearing a white princess dress today, showing her collarbone, wearing a pearl necklace around her neck, carrying an LV bag in her hand. Her temperament and aura were very impressive. Look, it's Su Yan. Why did Su Yan come to our classroom? From Su Yan's appearance, it seems like she's going towards Lin Chen. Su Yan's sudden arrival naturally attracted the attention and discussion of the whole class. Indeed, under the gaze of classmates in the class, Su Yan walked directly to Lin Chen's desk. TSK, Lin Chen is really lucky. He just took the class flower Wang Shui for a ride in his sports car yesterday, and today the campus belle came to him. Joking, who is our Lin Chen? The owner of a Lamborghini, he definitely deserves the class flower Wang Shui. Even some students secretly took out their phones to take pictures. If this were to be posted at school, it would definitely cause a sensation. After all, Lin Chen is now a prominent figure, and Su Yan is already a campus celebrity. Looking at Su Yan standing gracefully in front of him, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Su Yan, why did you come to the classroom? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? Lin Chen said helplessly. Looking at Su Yan in front of him, Lin Chen had to admit that she was indeed beautiful, with a good face, figure, temperament, and family background, worthy of the title of campus belle. I had to come to the classroom to find you since you stood me up yesterday. What if you stand me up again today? I had to come to the classroom to find you, so you wouldn't run away, Su Yan said. Since I promised to go with you today, I definitely won't run away, Lin Chen said helplessly. Then let's go quickly, Su Yan glared at Lin Chen. Hey, boss, you're really lucky, the chubby guy sitting next to them also chuckled. Too bad I can't enjoy such luck, Lin Chen said helplessly. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Shui's seat, which was empty as she was still in the hospital and hadn't come to school. Then, Lin Chen followed Su Yan and walked out of the classroom under the envious eyes of the crowd. At the school gate, Lin Chen, I saw you driving a Lamborghini yesterday in the video, where's the car? Let me have a ride too, Suyin said. I told you last night, I had an accident, so the car has been taken to the repair shop by the 4S store, Lin Chen shrugged. TSK, that excuse might work on others, but not on me. Don't pretend with me, the car you rented, right? You must have only rented it for a day and returned it by now, Suyin laughed, covering her mouth. Believe it or not, Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Fine, then just ride in my Ferrari, it's parked over there, Suyin said as she walked towards the car. Lin Chen and Suyin were both campus celebrities now, so when they were together, they naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many students at the school gate couldn't help but take out their phones to secretly take pictures when they saw them. After the two got into the red Ferrari, they drove off in a hurry. Inside the school's online forum, come quickly to see. The rich guy who drove a Lamborghini yesterday was actually seen at the school gate today, riding the campus belle Suyin's Ferrari. Many students witnessed it at the school gate. I am a classmate of the Lamborghini owner. Explosive news, school beauty Suyin took the initiative to come to our classroom to find him. There are photos to prove it. After these two posts appeared, they immediately became popular, and the number of comments skyrocketed. With the appearance of these two posts, the entire forum exploded again. Oh my, Suyin, the school beauty, actually took the initiative to go to the classroom to find him. Is this still the aloof Suyin? This news is too explosive. Let's watch the show. This guy is amazing. He just dated a beauty yesterday, and today he can attract the school beauty Suyin to come find him. He even got on Suyin's car. Is this the rhythm of a date? Outside Suyin's villa. Suyin, your villa is quite luxurious. Lin Chen looked around. Of course, it's definitely much better than your shanty townhouse. Suyin gave Lin Chen a glance. After a pause, Suyin instructed, Lin Chen, you must remember, my dad has a big temper sometimes, so you must be polite to him when you go in. After all, you are pretending to be his son-in-law, you must act like one. Don't make my dad angry. Don't worry, he won't get angry. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen had already met Suyin's father at the previous auction, and Suyin's father knew that he was the chairman of Huading, the grandson-in-law of Lu Zhizhong. So Lin Chen didn't think that Suyin's father would dare to be angry with him. In fact, Lin Chen was clear that Suyin's father probably wanted to matchmake him with Suyin by asking her to invite him. Lin Chen continued with a smile, besides, aren't we supposed to pretend to be a couple? We should act a little more like one. So, come on, hold my hand. Humph, taking advantage of you again. Suyin glared at Lin Chen, then held his hand and opened the door. Dad, I'm back. Suyin walked into the villa with Lin Chen. Welcome back, Mr. Lin, please come inside, the banquet is ready. Suyin's father hurried to the door to welcome them, showing a very warm attitude towards Lin Chen, with a smile on his face. Suyin was puzzled by this. Her father was too enthusiastic towards Lin Chen. It was so warm that she found it abnormal, and her father even called Lin Chen Mr. Lin. She had just been worried that her father wouldn't treat Lin Chen well. After all, Lin Chen came from a poor family, and her father had always been concerned about that. Led by Suyin's father, Lin Chen and Suyin walked into the dining room. After sitting down, Suyin's father instructed the maid to serve the dishes, and Suyin's father took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite on his own initiative. Dad, you brought out the 1982 Lafite? Suyin was very surprised to see her father bring out such good wine. She knew that her father would only bring out such good wine to entertain important guests. Daughter, to entertain the future son-in-law, of course we have to bring out good wine, Suyin's father said with a smile. Then, Suyin's father poured wine for Lin Chen and Suyin. After pouring the wine, Suyin's father smiled and said, Mr. Lin, my daughter is a school beauty, with outstanding looks, and our family conditions are passable. I think my daughter Suyin is barely worthy of you, what do you think? After hearing her father's words, Suyin was confused. Her father actually said to Lin Chen that their family conditions were passable, and he said that she could barely match up with Lin Chen? The way he said it, it seemed like Lin Chen was very impressive, and they were trying to climb up to Lin Chen? It was too strange. Suyin felt that their recent attitude was simply too strange. Suyin's father, I am just a poor boy, I should be the one who is not worthy of Suyin. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Lin is being modest, come, I toast to both of you, wishing you two to get married soon. Suyin's father raised his glass with a smile. Suyin's father was very clear about Lin Chen's identity and status. Dad, what are you saying? Suyin glared at her father. Lin Chen was speechless, wishing himself and Suyin an early success in their relationship? What kind of words were these? Alright, I'm just blessing the two of you, come on, let's drink, Su Zong said with a smile. Lin Chen and Suyin both raised their glasses. Since Su Zong said they should drink, Lin Chen didn't want to embarrass him and drank up directly. Su Yan also raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Just as Su Zong was about to drink, he lightly raised the corner of his mouth, then quickly poured out the wine from his glass behind his back, pretending to have finished it. Soon, Su Yan and Lin Chen had finished their drinks. Su Zong immediately got up again, refilled Su Yan and Lin Chen's glasses, and then toasted them. This time, Su Zong did the same thing as before, pouring out the wine from his glass while Lin Chen and Su Yan were drinking. After finishing the 2 glasses, Su Yan said, "Dad, I feel a bit dizzy." Su Yan lowered her head and shook it. "Yan, it seems like your tolerance for alcohol has decreased. Just 2 glasses and you're already drunk," Su Zong said. Then, Su Zong looked at Lin Chen and smiled, saying, "Mr. Lin, you are my daughter's boyfriend. Since my daughter is drunk, why don't you take her to her room to rest?" "Where is Su Yan's room?" Lin Chen asked. "It's on the 2nd floor, the room at the end," Su Zong said. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded and then got up to help Su Yan. "I didn't expect you to have such a low alcohol tolerance, even worse than me," Lin Chen said as he helped Su Yan up. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to be very drunk already. When Lin Chen supported her, she just collapsed onto him. The faint fragrance on Su Yan's body immediately entered Lin Chen's mind. Su Yan was using a very expensive perfume, so the scent was very pleasant. With Su Yan lying on him like this, Lin Chen could clearly feel her softness. Lin Chen shook off his wandering thoughts and helped Su Yan upstairs. Watching Su Yan and Lin Chen go upstairs, Su Zong's face showed a happy smile. "When you two become a couple, even if you were pretending before, you will soon become a real couple. Daughter, don't blame Dad, Dad is doing this for your own good," Su Zong murmured with a smile. In that bottle of wine just now, Su Zong had added an aphrodisiac in advance, which was why he poured out the wine from his glass earlier. In Su Yan's boudoir, Lin Chen helped her into the room and laid her on the bed. "I feel so dizzy too." After laying Su Yan down, Lin Chen shook his head vigorously. When they went upstairs just now, Lin Chen felt dizzy and weak all over, but he managed to bring Su Yan in. "Isn't the weather still not that hot? Why is it so hot?" Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and realized that he was feeling uncomfortably hot all over. At that moment, Lin Chen looked down and was startled. Because Su Yan's face was flushed, she was sweating on her forehead, her eyes were unfocused, and she looked alluring, making Lin Chen finally understand the meaning of alluring beauty. "Lin Chen, I feel so hot," Su Yan said as she took off the straps of her princess dress. "No way?" Gulp, gulp. Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw this scene, feeling a physical reaction. Damn, could it be that the wine was drugged? Lin Chen slapped his head and suddenly understood. Based on Su Yan's reaction and his own, Lin Chen could almost conclude that the wine just now was definitely drugged by Su Zong. Damn, that's ruthless, and it's his daughter. Lin Chen couldn't help but say. The school flower was right in front of him, and as long as he was willing, Lin Chen could probably manipulate her. "No, I have to leave." Lin Chen gritted his teeth, feeling the effects of the drug taking hold. If he didn't leave now, Lin Chen knew the consequences would be unimaginable. "Don't go." Lin Chang was about to leave when a pair of jade hands embraced him from behind. "Don't go, I feel so uncomfortable, help me." At this moment, Lin Chang, under the influence of the medicine, had lost his rationality. In this situation, he couldn't control himself. When dry wood meets a fierce fire, it naturally ignites instantly. 500 words omitted here. An hour and a half later, the two who had finished the intense battle fell into a deep sleep. This was Lin Chang's first taste of a woman, and he had to admit that the feeling was quite wonderful. 3 hours later, accompanied by screams, Lin Chang woke up suddenly. Sitting up abruptly from the bed, the screams were coming from Su Yan. Su Yan was covering herself with a blanket, her eyes glaring at Lin Chang as if she wanted to devour him. "You jerk! What did you do to me?" Su Yan cried out in grievance. "Su Yan, when we were doing it earlier, you were the one screaming non-stop. Don't tell me you've forgotten everything that just happened," Lin Chang said helplessly. Although he had lost his rationality under the influence of the medicine earlier, he still remembered what had happened. "Jerk! Jerk! Jerk!" Su Yan raised her pink fist and kept hitting Lin Chang's shoulder. "How am I a jerk? I wanted to leave, but you were the one who hugged me and wouldn't let me go," Lin Chang said helplessly. After a pause, Lin Chang continued, "Besides, the bottle of wine we drank was clearly spiked, and it was obviously your father who did it. Blaming me is useless, I'm also a victim. I don't want to hear it. You're a jerk. Jerk. Jerk." Su Yan cried and tears streamed down her face. Lin Chang lifted the blanket and saw a red stain on the bedsheet, which was enough to prove that Su Yan was also a first-timer. Su-yen, no matter what the reason is, since it has come to this, I can only say that I will take responsibility for you. Lin Chang suddenly looked serious. Although Lin Chang knew that both of them had been drugged when they had relations, since it had already happened, he felt obligated to take responsibility for Su-yen. After saying this, Lin Chang took the initiative to hug Su-yen. Get lost. Who wants you to take responsibility? What responsibility can you even take? Su-yen pushed Lin Chang away and refused to let him hug her. You don't want me to take responsibility? Lin Chang looked at Su-yen in surprise. Of course not. I don't need you to take responsibility. Su-yen, with red eyes, said loudly, looking pitiful. Get dressed. Leave. Su-yen pointed to the door in a commanding tone. Okay. Lin Chang stood up, quickly got dressed, while Su-yen kept her eyes closed. I'm dressed, you can open your eyes now, Lin Chang said bitterly. Lin Chang couldn't believe that she was so intimate with him just a while ago, but now she was treating him like this. Out. After Su-yen opened her eyes, she pointed outside with her finger, her tone firm. Su-yen, are you really not letting me take responsibility for you? I feel like I have to take responsibility for you. Lin Chang looked very serious. Although he didn't have much feelings for Su-yen before this, since they had given each other their first time, Lin Chang didn't want to be an irresponsible man. You can't handle the responsibility. Get out. Get out! Get out! Su-yen shouted in frustration. Lin Chang wanted to take responsibility, but if the other person didn't want him to, what could he do? After glancing back, Lin Chang turned and walked out of the room, leaving behind the sound of Su-yen's crying. After Lin Chang went downstairs, Mr. Su was sitting on the sofa. Young Master Lin, you're down? Where's my daughter? Mr. Su saw Lin Chang coming down and quickly got up with a smile on his face, walking towards Lin Chang. She's still upstairs, Lin Chang replied casually. Then, Lin Chang looked at Mr. Su, squinted his eyes, and said coldly, Mr. Su, you're really ruthless. This is your daughter, and yet you would do this to her. You're quite capable. Mr. Su chuckled. For Mr. Su, if it were any other young master, perhaps it wouldn't be worth his effort, but this is the grandson-in-law of the richest man in the southwest, Lu Zhizhong. Based on this status, he felt it was worth doing so. Mr. Su quickly said, Mr. Lin, my daughter is a well-behaved child, this is definitely her first time, you must be responsible for her. Mr. Su, I was originally planning to be responsible for your daughter, but unfortunately she doesn't want me to be responsible for her. Lin Chen shrugged. Oh, Mr. Su was surprised. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then said, Mr. Su, although I had a relationship with Su-yen because of you, I, Lin Chen, am not an irresponsible man. Please advise your daughter, as long as she is willing, I will be responsible for her. Alright, I will definitely persuade her. Mr. Su said repeatedly. Mr. Su saw that Lin Chen was willing to take responsibility, so he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen was willing to take responsibility, things would be easier. I'll go now. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he walked towards the villa. I'll see Mr. Lin off. Mr. Su hurriedly followed behind Lin Chen and saw him off from the villa. About 10 minutes after Lin Chen left, Su-yen came down from upstairs, her eyes red and looking very upset. Daughter, you've come down. Mr. Su quickly walked up with a smile. Su-yen raised her head, looking at Mr. Su with resentment. Su Zhangmao, you jerk. How could you treat your daughter like this? You're a beast. Angry, Su-yen punched Mr. Su. Daughter, I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Chen is definitely a good man, marrying him would be the right choice. Why don't you let him take responsibility for you, since the deed is done? Mr. Su said. I won't listen. I don't want to see you. Su-yen stomped her foot, then turned and ran upstairs. Well, let her calm down first. Mr. Su muttered. In Mr. Su's view, after a few days of calming down, his daughter should agree. On the other side, after returning home, Lin Chen lay in bed. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Lin Chen lay in bed, but in his mind, the scene of the intense battle with Su-yen kept replaying, as well as the image of Su-yen crying and asking him to leave. Thinking about this, Lin Chen tossed and turned, feeling uneasy. Although Su-yen repeatedly said she didn't want him to take responsibility, Lin Chen's conscience made him feel guilty. In any case, Lin Chen decided to go find Su-yen again tomorrow. And so, in a heavy state of mind, Lin Chen spent the night in a daze. The next day, after school in the morning, Su-yen was at the classroom door. Lin Chen stood at the classroom door. The classmates in the classroom came out in groups. Hey, isn't that the rich guy who drives a Lamborghini? What is he doing at our classroom door? Is he here to find Su-yen, the school beauty? Yeah, very likely. Too bad Su-yen didn't come to class today. Many of the classmates who came out of the classroom recognized Lin Chen at a glance and whispered among themselves. When Lin Chen heard that Su-yen didn't come to class, he frowned. Excuse me. Lin Chen stopped a classmate. Is there something? The rich second-generation student stopped by Lin Chen seemed a bit nervous because he knew Lin Chen was the owner of the Lamborghini. Could you please tell me if Su-yen didn't come to class today? Lin Chen was still very polite, without any airs. Yeah, I heard she took a week off, the classmate said. A week? Lin Chen frowned. At the same time, Lin Chen had a bad feeling. Could it be that Su-yen didn't come to class because of yesterday's incident? Could she be having mental issues? Would she do something foolish? As Lin Chen thought about it, he became more and more worried. Regardless of the reason, Su-yen had given herself to him for the first time. If something happened to Su-yen because of this, how could he live with himself? Lin Chen tried calling Su-yen, but she didn't answer after several attempts, so he called Mr. Su. Mr. Su said that Su-yen is safe now, but her emotions are not very good, so he helped her take a week off to let Lin Chen feel at ease. Lin Chen wanted to go see her, but Mr. Su said to wait until Su-yen's emotions stabilize in a day or two before going. Lin Chen thought about it and could only agree. Just after hanging up the phone, the Lamborghini 4S dealership called Lin Chen again, saying that the car was severely damaged and parts needed to be airshipped from overseas, which would take some time and be very expensive. It would take a few months to repair. Lin Chen immediately said to fix that car first and then buy another one for himself, instructing the manager to handle the procedures and bring the car to him, and Lin Chen transferred the money directly to the manager. For Lin Chen, the cost of a car was nothing. And Lin Chen couldn't possibly wait for months without a car, right? After school in the afternoon, Lin Chen received a call from an unknown number. Hello, may I ask who is calling? Lin Chen answered the phone. Are you Lin Chen? A woman's voice came from the phone. I am Lin Chen, may I ask who is calling? Lin Chen asked. I am your middle school classmate, Su-man, the other party said. Su-man? Lin Chen was stunned. Lin Chen couldn't forget this name because she was his first love. In the second year of middle school, Lin Chen developed feelings for his classmate Su-man. Su-man was good-looking and lively. Lin Chen didn't know where he got the courage, but he wrote a love letter to Su-man and secretly placed it on her desk. To Lin Chen's surprise, Su-man actually replied to him at that time and agreed to date him. Lin Chen still remembered how happy and excited he was at that time. Unfortunately, their relationship only lasted for 3 months, as Su-man broke up with Lin Chen because a more outstanding boy was pursuing her, and she accepted him. Lin Chen, in a fit of anger, went to find that boy, only to end up being beaten by him. Lin Chen remembered how heartbroken he was for over a year, and his grades, which were among the top, dropped significantly because of that incident. Of course, Lin Chen had long since forgotten about it, considering it as a memory of his youth. Su-man, is there something you need? Lin Chen asked. Lin Chen never expected Su-man, whom he hadn't been in contact with for many years, to suddenly call him. Lin Chen, I am having a wedding tomorrow at noon at Tianla Hotel and I invite you to attend, Su-man said. Invite me? Lin Chen was taken aback. She was getting married and inviting him? Lin Chen was surprised. Well, after all, you were my first love, so I naturally want to invite you, Su-man said. I might be busy, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen wasn't interested in attending the wedding. Busy? Really? I heard you are still in college, and tomorrow happens to be Saturday. How could you be busy? Could it be that you can't afford the gift money? If that's the case, you don't have to bring a gift, Su-man said, with a hint of sarcasm in her words. Can't afford the gift money? Haha, Lin Chen chuckled. In the past, Lin Chen might not have been able to afford the gift money, but now, as the grandson of the richest man in the Southwest, could he not afford the gift money? Okay, think about it yourself. I've told you the time and place, Su-man said. After Su-man finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. I don't have any plans tomorrow, so I'll go. After thinking it over, Lin Chen finally decided to attend the wedding, not for anything else, but to put an end to the youth that had once been a dog for him. The next morning, the manager drove a brand new Lamborghini Aventador to Lin Chen's house. The green Lamborghini Aventador was brought overnight from the Lamborghini 4S dealership in the provincial capital, according to the manager. Lin Chen drove the green Lamborghini Aventador to attend Su-man's wedding. Tianla Hotel is a 4-star hotel. For ordinary people, having a wedding at a 4-star hotel is already very impressive. Lin Chen drove his cool green Lamborghini slowly into Tianla Hotel. Wow! Such a cool Lamborghini. I wonder which rich young man is in the car. The appearance of the Lamborghini naturally attracted attention, even causing some girls to scream, "Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat?" As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, two heavily made-up girls in revealing outfits approached him asking for his WeChat. "Sorry, I can't." Lin Chen showed no interest, waved his hand, and walked straight into the hotel. Lin Chen was quite repulsed by materialistic and gold-digging women, so how could he give them his WeChat? After speaking, Lin Chen walked directly into the hotel. There was a reception desk at the hotel entrance. "Is this Su Man's wedding?" Lin Chen asked. "Yes, sir. Are you here to offer incense? How much?" The man writing down the names asked. $500. My name is Lin Chen." Lin Chen casually threw out $500. Although Lin Chen was wealthy now, he didn't feel the need to give Su Man too much gift money. "Oh, Lin Chen?" A voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned to see a young man with curly hair and wearing a light blue suit, looking quite fashionable. "Who are you?" Lin Chen glanced at him. "I'm Hu Ping, the one who took Su Man away from you back then. Don't you remember?" The man said with a smile. "Hu Ping?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, remembering. Lin Chen had dated Su Man for 3 months before she was taken away by this Hu Ping. Lin Chen had gone to confront Hu Ping in anger, only to be beaten up by Hu Ping and his friends. Hu Ping glanced at the $500 on the table and then said with a smile, "Lin Chen, are you really just giving $500 as a gift? Isn't that too stingy? Why give more?" "I have no relationship with her anymore," Lin Chen shrugged. Hu Ping looked Lin Chen up and down, then shook his head and said, "If you're short on money, just say so. No need for so many excuses." Then, Hu Ping went to offer his gift. "Hu Ping, 3,000. Hu Ping placed a stack of money on the table, looking proud and dignified. After the gift giving was done, Hu Ping said, "Lin Chen, we're old classmates, let's go in together." Hu Ping said arrogantly, looking down on Lin Chen. "No need," Lin Chen replied, then walked straight to the wedding venue. Hu Ping watched Lin Chen's back disdainfully and said, "He was a loser before, and he's still a loser now. Dressing so shabbily and still daring to attend the wedding, it's really funny." After speaking, Hu Ping also walked inside. On the other side, after Lin Chen entered the wedding venue, the bride and groom were standing at the door welcoming the guests. Lin Chen immediately saw Su Man. Lin Chen remembered seeing Su Man in junior high and thinking she was very beautiful. But now, having seen many beauties, Lin Chen only found Su Man average. Compared to the school flowers Su Yan and Wang Shui, she was far behind in terms of looks and temperament. As for the groom, Lin Chen was even more surprised. He turned out to be a middle-aged balding man who was fat and ugly. Lin Chen never expected Su Man to marry such a man. "Oh, Lin Chen, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come." Su Man looked surprised at Lin Chen. "Just here to mourn my youth," Lin Chen said with a smile. When Lin Chen mentioned mourning, the groom beside them frowned, looking unhappy. "Su Man, who is this? Can't you introduce me?" The groom frowned and asked. "This is my junior high school first love, Lin Chen," Su Man introduced. "First love? Su Man, your taste wasn't that great back then, choosing someone so pathetic?" The groom laughed. Lin Chen also smiled and said, "Su Man, your taste has gotten worse. You found a husband who looks like a pig?" This groom was not polite in his speech, so Lin Chen had no reason to indulge him. "Who are you calling a pig?" The groom was instantly furious upon hearing Lin Chen's words. "Who do you think you are? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Lin Chen coldly smiled. "Damn, are you looking for trouble?" The groom was full of anger. "Dear, calm down. Today is our big wedding day, it would be very unsightly if we start a scene." Su Man held on to the groom. After hearing this, the groom looked at Lin Chen and said coldly, "If it weren't for today being my wedding day, you dare talk to me like this, I guarantee you would regret it." Su Man also spoke up, "Lin Chen, my husband owns a factory, with assets worth millions. You can't afford to offend my husband, you better apologize to him quickly. Considering you were my first love, I will make my husband forgive you." "Apologize to him? Ha, I'm afraid he's not worthy of it." Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. After speaking, Lin Chen walked straight into the banquet area. The groom watched Lin Chen's back and gritted his teeth, saying, "A poor guy dressed so shabbily dares to talk to me like this at my wedding? I won't let him off." The groom thought it was the wedding day, so he didn't deal with Lin Chen. Otherwise, he would have called some people to beat up Lin Chen. "I'll deal with you after the wedding." After saying this, the groom turned around to continue welcoming the guests. As for Su Man, she didn't say much more. She just thought to herself that Lin Chen, whom she hadn't seen in years, was still doing poorly. Not only was he doing poorly, but he also lacked insight to dare speak about her husband like that. After entering the banquet area, Lin Chen suddenly saw a table labeled ex-boyfriends, with two people sitting there chatting. Lin Chen took a look and saw that both men were dressed in suits, wearing watches, looking sharp and stylish. One was thin, the other slightly chubby with dyed blonde hair. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was dressed very casually, just like on any other day. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then sat down at the table. Oh, another one. Hey, buddy, are you also one of Su Man's ex-boyfriends? When did you date her? As soon as Lin Chen sat down, these two young men started asking him questions. In junior high, she was my first love, Lin Chen said calmly. There was no need to hide this fact, so Lin Chen said it directly. Wow, first love, how did she dump you back then? The thin man looked interested. The chubby one also looked at Lin Chen, wanting to know the answer. Because I snatched Su Man away from him. Before Lin Chen could answer, a voice came from behind. Then, a figure sat down at the table. Lin Chen looked and saw that it was Hu Ping, whom he had met during the ceremony. Wow, is this also one of Su Man's ex-boyfriends? The thin man and the chubby man at the table looked at Hu Ping. That's right, I should be Su Man's second boyfriend. I snatched her from this kid, Hu Ping said as he sat down, giving Lin Chen a glance. Wow, that's intense. Are you two enemies then? The thin man and the chubby man were excited. The thin man looked at Lin Chen and asked, Hey buddy, he snatched your first love from you. Are you just going to sit there and watch? Before Lin Chen could respond, Hu Ping chuckled and said, What can he do? I remember he came to settle the score with me privately, and I ended up beating him up. Impressive. The thin man and the chubby man praised Hu Ping. Lin Chen frowned. By the way, how did you break up with Su Man after that? The skinny guy asked. I was just playing around with her, got tired of it and naturally dumped her, Hu Ping said casually. Damn, impressive, we all got dumped, but you were the one doing the dumping, the skinny guy and the chubby guy both chimed in. Too kind, too kind, Hu Ping said smugly. So, what do you all do for work? Hu Ping asked. I work as a sales manager in a small company, making around 20,000 a month, the skinny guy said. The chubby guy also spoke up. I run an online store, making 2,000 to 3,000 a month, not bad. The two of them struck a pose of successful individuals. And you? The skinny guy and the chubby guy looked at Hu Ping. I work in the engineering team under Hua Ding Group, but I'm in a management position, making around 20,000 a month. With the high bonuses and dividends from Hua Ding, it adds up to around 40,000 to 50,000 a month on average, Hu Ping said. Wow, working at such a prestigious company like Hua Ding and making that much, impressive. The skinny guy and the chubby guy both gave Hu Ping a thumbs up. Hu Ping looked pleased and enjoyed the attention. Lin Chen did not join in their discussion, as he disdained talking to them. However, when Lin Chen heard that Hu Ping worked in the engineering team under Hua Ding Group, he was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected his former rival to be working under his company. At that moment, Hu Ping suddenly looked at Lin Chen and asked with a smile, Kid, what do you do now? Hu Ping's tone carried a hint of mockery, most likely trying to taunt Lin Chen and elevate himself. Me? I'm studying at Xinjiang University, Lin Chen said calmly. Xinjiang University? A second-rate undergraduate university, not much of a future coming out of there, Hu Ping sneered. Yeah, Xinjiang University is indeed quite ordinary, the skinny guy and the blonde guy nodded. In their eyes, among the four people at the table, Lin Chen was the least promising and looked shabby. Lin Chen gave a cold smile. Least promising? Hu Ping, to be honest, in my eyes, you're not even worth a fart. It's your great fortune to sit at the same table as me. What? I'm not even worth a fart? Haha, Hu Ping laughed. You see, you dress so shabbily, a poor university student like you dares to say I'm not even worth a fart? On what basis? Want to know on what basis? I'm afraid it'll scare you, Lin Chen said coldly. What? Scare me? Ha ha. Hu Ping burst into laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke. The skinny guy and the blonde guy at the table also chuckled. Hu Ping, I assure you, the consequences of offending me will be dire, Lin Chen said calmly. The grudge between Lin Chen and Hu Ping could be traced back to middle school. Back then, Lin Chen could say he hated Hu Ping because not only did he steal Su Man, but he also teamed up with others to beat up Lin Chen. However, over the years, Lin Chen had no intention of dealing with Hu Ping again. But Hu Ping kept picking on Lin Chen, wanting to mock him and treat him like an easy target. Lin Chen had made up his mind that he would not tolerate it. With that in mind, Lin Chen had already decided that today he would settle the score from middle school with Hu Ping. What? Offending you will lead to dire consequences? Ha, you're really funny. Look at you, a poor loser, probably can only vent here, Hu Ping said with a laugh. Hu Ping, let's not waste time with this kid here. There are at least 10 to 20 bosses here today, as well as many well-off upper-class individuals. It's a good opportunity to network. Let's go mingle, the skinny guy said. The blonde guy also added, exactly, how can we miss such a good opportunity? They had come to this wedding to expand their network. Right, Hu Ping nodded, then followed the two of them to go socialize. Of course, they didn't ask Lin Chen, because they didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. It's a pity that they didn't know at this moment that Lin Chen was the most important figure among all the people present today. Lin Chen glanced around and saw that the people present were all dressed elegantly, some of them clearly bosses. After all, today's groom is a multi-millionaire boss, so some of the guests attending the wedding are also bosses. Most of the bosses present are worth tens of millions. However, Lin Chen didn't know most of the bosses present. The reason is simple: the bosses that Lin Chen recognizes have assets of at least $1 billion, while the bosses present are mostly at the tens of millions level. The bosses with assets of tens of millions are not qualified to know Lin Chen. Even at the last auction, these bosses with assets of tens of millions didn't even have the qualifications to enter the auction. So, even if these bosses saw Lin Chen, they probably wouldn't recognize him. Lin Chen only saw one slightly familiar figure among them, surnamed Zhang. Lin Chen remembered that after the last auction, this Mr. Zhang had handed him a business card. Mr. Zhang's net worth is over $1 billion. If Mr. Zhang were to see Lin Chen, he would surely be surprised and might even come over to greet him. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhang was surrounded by many small bosses who were eager to get to know him, so he was too busy to notice Lin Chen sitting inconspicuously in his seat. About 20 minutes later, Hu Ping and the skinny guy with yellow hair returned to their table. I never expected that the groom would invite Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang's assets are close to $2 billion, so his presence at this wedding is quite prestigious, Hu Ping said. The skinny guy nodded. Yes, this groom has some ability to be able to invite Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is definitely the most prestigious person here today. It's a pity that we don't have the qualifications to get to know someone of Mr. Zhang's caliber, the man with yellow hair said. Guests, please be quiet. The wedding is about to begin. Let's warmly welcome the groom and bride as they take the stage holding hands, the MC said into the microphone, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Hu Ping, who had been planning to continue mocking Lin Chen, stopped when he heard this. At this moment, the groom and Su Man slowly walked onto the stage, and the wedding began. The wedding was proceeding as usual, and Lin Chen wasn't particularly interested. It was the three people at the table, Hu Ping, who were whispering to each other. Su Man may not be stunningly beautiful, but she has some charm. I didn't expect her to marry an older man who looks so ugly. Of course, it's because of money. She was able to marry a boss, which is quite an accomplishment for her. Let's keep these comments behind her back. We mustn't let Su Man and her husband hear them. After a few ceremonies, the MC announced, Ladies and gentlemen, today our groom has invited a big shot. I'm sure you all know who it is. This big shot is Mr. Zhang. Let's welcome Mr. Zhang as a special guest to the stage to give a congratulatory speech to the newlyweds. Please give him a round of applause. The MC's voice was full of excitement. The whole venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. After all, this was Mr. Zhang, and who would dare not show him respect? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked onto the stage and took the microphone with a smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the wedding day of Su Man and Mr. Wu Daqiang. I would like to congratulate Mr. Zhang stuttered as he scanned the audience below. When he reached the word congratulate, he suddenly stopped stuttering, his smile disappeared, and a look of shock replaced it. What's going on? Yeah, what's happening? Everyone present looked at Mr. Zhang in confusion, including the groom and bride, Su Man. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, Mr. Zhang unexpectedly dropped the microphone and quickly ran towards the stage. What's happening? Why did Mr. Zhang stop his speech halfway? Everyone stared at Mr. Zhang closely, wanting to know what could make him abandon the microphone and run towards the stage. The groom and groom Su Man looked embarrassed, but they dared not say anything, only staring at Mr. Zhang to see what he was up to. At the table where Lin Chen was seated, Hu Ping, Huang Faman, and the skinny guy were also puzzled and focused on Mr. Zhang. From Mr. Zhang's posture, it seems like he's coming towards our table, the skinny guy exclaimed. No way, why would he come to our table? Hu Ping shook his head. As they were talking, Mr. Zhang had already walked briskly to their table. Under the astonished and puzzled gazes of everyone present, Mr. Zhang approached Lin Chen. The next moment, Chairman Lin, hello. Mr. Zhang respectfully bowed to Lin Chen. Sitting at the same table, Hu Ping, the skinny guy, and Huang Faman were stunned. What was going on? Mr. Zhang was actually bowing to this young man? Even the bride and groom Su Man, who were standing on the stage, stared wide-eyed, looking shocked and incredulous. At that moment, the whole room erupted. My goodness, who is this person that Mr. Zhang is bowing to? Can someone tell me who this important figure is? People couldn't imagine what kind of powerful background this person must have to make Mr. Zhang abandon the microphone and run down to bow. At the same time, everyone was very curious about the identity of this casually dressed young man. Downstage, Chairman Lin, I didn't see you earlier, so I didn't come to greet you. Please don't blame me. Mr. Zhang said respectfully. Ignorance is forgivable, no harm done, Lin Chen replied casually. At this moment, the groom and bride Su Man had already run over from the stage. Mr. Zhang, what's going on here? The groom asked. Wu Daxiang, you're quite impressive. You managed to invite the chairman of Hua Ding Group here, and you didn't tell me earlier. You almost made me lose face, Mr. Zhang said to the groom. What? The chairman of Hua Ding Group? Did you say he's the chairman of Hua Ding Group? Su Man was so shocked that her voice became sharp. Yes, he is the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Hua Ding Group. You managed to invite Chairman Lin, don't you know his identity? Mr. Zhang replied. Boom! With these words from Mr. Zhang, Su Man felt like her mind had exploded. My goodness, her first love, Lin Chen, had become the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Hua Ding Group? For her, the chairman of Hua Ding Group was such an impressive figure. Upon hearing Mr. Zhang's words, the groom's face turned even paler, and he took a few steps back as if struck by lightning. This was the chairman of Hua Ding Group? And he had mocked Lin Chen at the door before? Even the skinny guy and Huang Faman, who were sitting at the same table as Lin Chen, widened their eyes and were filled with shock and disbelief upon hearing Mr. Zhang reveal Lin Chen's identity. The person who had been sitting with them at the same table, whom they had made fun of and ignored, turned out to be the chairman of Hua Ding Group? When they realized this, their hearts trembled. The most unpleasant expression at the table belonged to Hu Ping. With a pale face, Hu Ping stared straight at Lin Chen, showing a look of confusion and helplessness. My goodness, Lin Chen was actually the chairman of Hua Ding Group? At this moment, Hu Ping suddenly remembered that the new chairman of their Hua Ding Group seemed to be named Lin Chen, and he heard that he was very young because he worked at the construction site, so he had never seen the chairman before. When Hu Ping saw Lin Chen today, he never thought that Lin Chen would be the new chairman of Hua Ding Group. He only thought that they shared the same name. Hu Ping only felt that fate was playing a huge joke on her. The whole scene exploded at this moment. Damn, this person is actually the chairman of the Hua Ding Group's Qingyang branch. He is indeed much more awesome than Boss Zhang. I didn't expect the chairman of Hua Ding to be here. And have you noticed that the table made by the chairman of Hua Ding is the ex-boyfriend table of the bride, which means that the new chairman of Hua Ding is the bride's ex-boyfriend? Lin Chen's location. After seeing the shocked reactions of the groom, bride, and others, Boss Zhang David was puzzled. I came here as Su Man's ex-boyfriend, they don't know my identity, so it's not surprising. Lin Chen said calmly. I see. Boss Zhang nodded in realization. Then Boss Zhang continued, Chairman Lin is not only the chairman of the Hua Ding Group's Qingyang branch, he also has an even more awesome identity. He is the grandson-in-law of Louis Zhizhong. What? The grandson-in-law of Louis Zhizhong? Hiss. When the guests heard this news, they couldn't help but gasp. Who didn't know the name of Louis Zhizhong? Who didn't know how awesome Louis Zhizhong was? The grandson-in-law of Louis Zhizhong, with such a background, how awesome is that? In their eyes, this was definitely a super important person. Su Man and the groom turned pale when they heard this, almost falling back, but they were quickly supported by the bridesmaid and groomsmen before fainting. Hu Ping looked even more desperate. At this moment, Lin Chen stood up. As Lin Chen stood up, the entire wedding banquet fell into a deathly silence, without a sound. This was the pressure brought by Lin Chen's background. Who would dare to offend Lin Chen at this moment? Absolutely no one. Boss Zhang is right about everything. I am the grandson of the Hua Ding Group's Qingyang branch. I am the grandson-in-law of Louis Zhizhong. Lin Chen said calmly. Then, Lin Chen looked at the groom. First of all, I wish you a happy marriage. Lin Chen said indifferently. I. The groom's forehead was covered in cold sweat, trembling in fear. Although Lin Chen had not yet scolded him, he was terrified at the thought of Lin Chen's threat when he entered earlier. Secondly, when I said you look like a pig before, you don't mind, right? Lin Chen stared at the groom. No, I don't mind. The groom forced a smile and shook his head repeatedly. Then, the groom hurriedly said, Lin. Young Master Lin, I. Lin Chen waved his hand, interrupting him. If you want to apologize to me, then you better shut up. You're not qualified to apologize to me. After that, Lin Chen looked directly at the bride Su Man. Lin Chen, you now have such a terrifying status and identity. Su Man stared blankly at Lin Chen. Su Man never dreamed that the ex-boyfriend she once dumped would reach such a high status and position. Suman felt ashamed when she remembered mocking Lin Chen for not being able to afford the betrothal gifts when she invited him over the phone. Of course, she regretted more for missing out on such an awesome man. Congratulations, once again, on marrying a husband who looks like a pig, Lin Chen said indifferently to Suman. With that, Lin Chen turned around and didn't look at her again. Next, Lin Chen turned to the blonde man and the skinny man at the table. Two of you, as I just said, revealing my identity would scare you to death. Don't you find it funny? Weren't you mocking me? Now, go ahead and laugh, Lin Chen said casually. We. The skinny guy and the blonde man's faces turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They knew how scared they were. They never dreamed that they would offend such a powerful figure. I told you to laugh, didn't you hear me? Lin Chen's voice suddenly turned cold. Yes. The two nodded repeatedly, then forced out an ugly smile. They were well aware that with Lin Chen's status, it would be easier to crush them than to crush an ant. So whatever Lin Chen said, they could only comply. Finally, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Hu Ping. At this moment, Hu Ping's forehead was covered in sweat. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, he felt a chill down his spine, his face showing fear. He remembered snatching Lin Chen's girlfriend, fighting with Lin Chen, mocking Lin Chen during the ceremony, and all the ridicule and sarcasm towards Lin Chen at the table. His heart sank into the depths of hell. Hu Ping, as I just told you, if you provoke me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Unfortunately, you didn't believe me at the time. Lin Chen shook his head. Chairman Lin, I understand now, I was wrong. Please spare me. Hu Ping quickly knelt down, begging Lin Chen for mercy. Hu Ping was also well aware that with Lin Chen's status, it would be a piece of cake to get rid of him. He was not someone to mess with. Spare you? Sorry, not possible, Lin Chen said with narrowed eyes. Pausing for a moment, Lin Chen continued, you should remember our middle school grudges, right? Today, we settle both old and new scores. Then, Lin Chen turned to Mr. Zhang beside him and said, Mr. Zhang, could you do me a favor and call the security guard? No problem, it's my honor to serve Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhang replied with a smile, eager to help Lin Chen. When Hu Ping heard Lin Chen asking for the security guard, he felt panicked and scared, trembling uncontrollably, but he could do nothing. Mr. Zhang was efficient. In less than 3 minutes, he brought the hotel owner and a dozen security guards to the scene. Young Master Lin, I am Gao Quan, the owner of Tianla Hotel. The owner respectfully greeted Lin Chen. Mr. Gao, I don't like fighting. Could you have your security guard help me give this person a beating? Not too harsh, just enough to leave him breathing. Lin Chen pointed to Hu Ping kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing this, everyone present twitched at the corner of their eyes. Just enough to leave him breathing? Hu Ping, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, widened his eyes in fear. No problem, I will do as young Master Lin orders. Mr. Gao nodded repeatedly. Then, Mr. Gao gave a direct order, beat him to a pulp, as long as he's still breathing. With that command, the dozen security guards rushed forward and started beating Hu Ping mercilessly. Ah, help me. Lin Chen, please spare me. Hu Ping cried out in pain and begged for mercy. The guests watching were horrified, but no one dared to speak up or interfere. Those who had wronged Lin Chen before were trembling in fear. Lin Chen looked at Hu Ping on the ground, showing no mercy. Because Lin Chen still vividly remembered how Hu Ping had called for others to beat him up when he confronted him in the past. Lin Chen remembered how Hu Ping had stolen his woman, physically assaulted him, leading to his mental breakdown that took over a year to recover from, causing his grades to plummet. At that time, Lin Chen couldn't get revenge. Now, he was settling the score with interest. About 10 minutes later. Stop it. Lin Chen waved his hand. The dozen or so security guards stopped at his words. Lin Chen walked up to Hu Ping. At this moment, Hu Ping was lying on the ground, barely breathing, his face covered in blood, looking as miserable as a dead dog. Lin Chen stepped directly on Hu Ping's face, looked down at him, squinted his eyes, and said, Hu Ping, 10 years ago, after you had someone beat me up, you stepped on my face like this. I said at the time that one day, I would definitely avenge this grudge, and that day is today. 10 years ago, Lin Chen himself never thought that he would be able to avenge this grudge after 10 years. Perhaps this fulfilled the saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Cough. Hu Ping, lying on the ground, coughed up some blood, his face as white as snow. As for Hu Ping's feelings at this moment, only he knew best. I'll give you some advice. After you recover, don't stay in Xingyang City. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll take care of you. After saying this, Lin Chen turned around and ignored Hu Ping. Boss Zhang, Boss Gao, I won't continue attending this wedding. I'll leave first. I appreciate your help, Lin Chen said calmly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Boss Zhang and Boss Gao were naturally overjoyed. To have a favor owed by the chairman of Huading was a huge benefit for them. We'll see Lin Xiao off, Boss Zhang and Boss Gao said in unison. With Boss Zhang and Boss Gao's respectful send-off, Lin Chen walked outside. Honey, I'll go see him off too, Su Man said to the groom. After speaking, Su Man quickly followed. In the hotel parking lot, Boss Zhang and Boss Gao escorted Lin Chen to the Lamborghini. Gentlemen, you can stop here, Lin Chen said, then opened the car door and got in. Just as Lin Chen sat in the car and was about to close the door, Su Man ran over. Lin Chen, wait! Su Man called out to Lin Chen. Do you have something else to say? Lin Chen looked calmly at Su Man. Lin Chen, as my first love, actually. Over these years, I've always had you in my heart. Can you give me another chance? I think we can start over, Su Man said, biting her lip. Sorry, you're not worthy. After saying these 5 words, Lin Chen closed the car door. With a roaring sound, the Lamborghini left, leaving only dust and exhaust for Su Man. Su Man watched the silhouette of the Lamborghini leaving, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. 10 years ago, Su Man never dreamed that her first love, whom she looked down upon and lost, would rise to the peak, reaching heights she could not reach. After leaving the Tianla Hotel in the Lamborghini, Lin Chen went straight to the hospital to pick up Wang Shui. Lin Chen felt complicated thinking about meeting Wang Shui, as he had already had that kind of encounter with Su Yan. Although it was not Lin Chen's choice, he was manipulated by Su Yan's father, and the deed was done, irreversible. In the hospital room, Lin Chen nervously pushed open the door. Wang Shui, I'm here to take you home. Lin Chen smiled as he walked up to Wang Shui's bed. Lin Chen, you're finally here. I just have some minor injuries. I've been wanting to leave the hospital. Wang Shui smiled sweetly at Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen and Wang Shui had not officially become a couple, seeing Wang Shui so happy made Lin Chen feel even more guilty towards her. Alright, get ready, let's leave the hospital. I've already taken care of the paperwork downstairs for you, Lin Chen said. Okay. Wang Shui nodded with a smile and started to pack up. By the way, Wang Shui, have these past few days in the hospital been smooth? Lin Chen asked. It's been okay, just that there's a young male doctor who keeps trying to be attentive, which makes me a bit uncomfortable, Wang Shui said. Being attentive for no reason, either a scoundrel or a thief, does he have a crush on you? Yeah, you're so pretty, it's abnormal for no one to have designs on you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Forget it, anyway, I'm going to be discharged soon, I won't see him again, Wang Shui said. Just then, a young male doctor walked in. Wang Shui, I bought you some chicken soup, drink it while it's hot, the male doctor said as he walked over and placed the chicken soup on the table. Dr. Fei, I won't drink the chicken soup, and also let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Lin Chen. Wang Shui held on to Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen showed a bitter smile. It was obvious that Wang Shui was trying to make him pretend to be her boyfriend to deal with this male doctor. Lin Chen had already guessed that this male doctor was the one Wang Shui had just mentioned, the one who was always attentive to him. After hearing Wang Shui's words, the male doctor turned to look at Lin Chen. Xiao Shui, is this the boyfriend you mentioned to me before? From the looks of him, it seems like he's not worthy of you at all. The male doctor's eyes showed disdain after seeing Lin Chen's appearance. At the same time, the male doctor straightened his posture, appearing very confident, showing his sense of superiority, as if telling Wang Shui that he was much better than her boyfriend. Put. Upon hearing the male doctor's words, Wang Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Wang Shui was well aware that Lin Chen was the chairman of Huading Group, and hearing the male doctor speak about Lin Chen in that way made her want to laugh. Lin Chen also smiled, then took out the key to a Lamborghini and played with it in his hand. Doctor, I think you might not even be worthy to shine my shoes, Lin Chen said as he showed the car key. The male doctor's expression changed instantly upon seeing the car key in Lin Chen's hand. A Lamborghini? The male doctor recognized the Lamborghini car key in Lin Chen's hand. How is this possible? With your appearance, how could you afford a Lamborghini? The male doctor looked incredulous. I don't need to prove anything to a lackey like you, but if you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself. Lin Chen shrugged. Wang Shui, let's go. Lin Chen directly pulled Wang Shui and walked out of the hospital room. Alright, I want to see if you really drive a Lamborghini. The male doctor gritted his teeth. Just a set of keys was not enough to convince the male doctor, as it was easy to buy fake luxury car keys online. After speaking, the male doctor followed them out. After Lin Chen and Wang Shui left the hospital, they went straight to the hospital parking lot. A cool green Lamborghini was parked inside, and at that moment, many young people were taking photos of the Lamborghini with their phones, wanting to share them on social media. Beep beep. Lin Chen pressed the unlock button, and the Lamborghini's hazard lights flashed dominantly,